Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. My favorite day of the week on Monday morning here on The Roast. And good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages, the Xfinity mobile text line. All the graveyard shift workers, overnight dancers, cops, firefighters, CHP officers, teachers, nurses, doctors, you name it. Spadoni, Lubman, and Shasky. What a sports weekend. Got the NFL draft completed. You got the NBA playoffs in full swing. Kevin Durant is walking the plank. The Phoenix Suns are walking the plank. They've been swept. Let's see if the Lakers season ends today. Embiid's complaining about Philadelphia getting their stadium taken over by New York Knicks fans. Oh, that warmed my heart so much so. The Giants, they win another series. How about that? 2-3 against the Pirates. Just a great overall sports weekend. I enjoyed it. What up, Shasky?
What's up, man? And it seemed like a lot of juniors and seniors were going to their proms.
That's right. It was prom season.
I saw a lot of different family members and just people.
Why do you go to proms in April? Isn't it supposed to be in May?
Well, May is usually graduation month. It's all like,
late May?
B, your guess is as good as mine.
It's mid-April.
I don't understand the calendar anymore. Right. But I know that a lot of schools, like I believe my niece went to a prom this last Saturday, and then the Saturday prior was another school's prom. So
you told me she was double dipping.
Yeah, they're all kind of like, staggered here coming up.
Yeah, there you go.
So, it was a great weekend. How was Calistoga?
Calistoga was great. Calistoga was awesome. Met some roasters up there.
Really?
Yeah, go figure. Met some roasters up there. Nice and relaxing.
Mud bath?
I did. We did get our bougie on. It's the first time I ever did a mud bath.
I've never done it.
It's my first time.
Please explain.
Look, man.
Is it weird?
No, it's great.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, your skin feels so awesome after it.
Oh, really?
You get in a mud bath for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Is it exfoliating?
Exfoliating everything.
Yeah.
You're sitting in there. They put the cucumbers on your forehead.
Yeah.
And then they put the rag up there. Then you get out the mud bath. You rinse off. Then you get to another 10 to 15 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes, okay.
So then you rinse off the mud.
And you're in your own individual tub? Okay.
Yeah,
break this down. Never done it.
In the tub, laying your head on the board.
Okay.
It's nice and warm. It's from the geysers, the hot springs, or whatnot. And then you get out.
Now, are you, just be honest with me, champagne before? Like a glass? Or?
No, we did it early in the morning. It was like 9 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
It was very early.
I didn't know
champagne.
how the experience. I want to feel the ambiance.
No champagne. Champagne.
All right.
But you basically get, stripped down, get there.
In your skids.
Get in the mud, in your skids. And you got to make sure you rinse off very, very well. So you rinse off very, very well. Then you jump in the tub, some nice little mineral water or whatnot. So you sit there for about 10 minutes.
Jeez.
You rinse back off. Then you go into a sauna for 10 minutes. You go into the sauna. Then you're sweating it all out. Then you go into this nice little room with the nice little music, and you take a nap for about 15 minutes. Wow. They put cucumbers in a rag over your face or over your eyes or whatnot. And I got to say, man, had me feeling so loose.
Good for
had
you.
me feeling so good. Anna was loving it.
Good.
I don't know how many mud baths I have more in my life because, it's a different type of lifestyle, but I'm not mad at it.
No, that's really cool.
I'm not mad at it. The most important thing was Anna was happy about it.
Beautiful.
And she got a great massage and we chilled at the pool. Met a friend of Big John's, Kevin. He's a big-time roaster.
Big John Lucan?
Big John Lucan.
Oh, wow.
One of his best friends in the world.
What? How random is that?
So random. Was random.
He a client or working there?
No, he was or
like a patron?
No, he was chilling. Yeah,
gotcha.
He was chilling. He was there with his lovely wife, Johanna, I believe her name. Was it Johanna? Johanna, God forbid me if I blew the name there. But yeah, some nice roasters up there. Nice dinner, nice chill night.
Awesome.
Just a nice little getaway as I was watching sports on my phone all weekend long. And
that sounds lovely for Anna.
Oh, no, she was chilling. She didn't care.
Oh, good.
She didn't care. She watched a little basketball. Little hoops.
So can we start with basketball? Because I know we're going to get into the draft, and we're going to do draft heavy. I do want to start with basketball because I have some big thoughts.
By the way, Ayuk and Debo's still on the team, right?
Thank God.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure.
Yay! Why do you mean?
Just want to make sure because there's all these rumors swirling.
Oh, there's a lot of rumors. But I think most people, if I would have said to them, you you end the weekend, you make all your picks, or close to all your 8 picks, 9 picks, and Debo and Ayuk are still on the team. Most people will be like, yeah, that means they have the best team to actually try to win a championship.
Exactly.
Your best chance is with them, not without them. Now, there's a whole layer of questions we can get into a little later about, this is going to be a contract year for Debo. What happens if he doesn't get the targets? Right. There's a lot that's baked into the equation. I think just surface level, it's a win for the Niners.
It's a win-win.
I'm with you 100%. I want to start with the NBA, though. This may be a minority opinion. I felt tremendous empathy for Kevin Durant.
Why is that?
I'm watching that game last night. I just think he's a legend of the game. And I don't know how many more moments we're going to get from Kevin Durant. And one of the things that's always going to stick in my head is that, he chose to leave the Golden State Warriors, and that's fine. That's his right. But at the end of the day, a lot of people were criticizing him for leaving Steph Curry to go pair with Kyrie Irving. Just the two players in terms of reliability and consistency could not be farther apart.
Right.
And it really has ended up with being one of the suckier, if you're an NBA fan, decisions of all time. Like, he's basically been on the outside looking in at contention ever since leaving the Warriors. He had the first year where he was injured. It felt like the Nets were close. The second year, he steps on the line, and then just they implode.
Kyrie gets hurt.
Yeah, everything just implodes on him.
Next year.
He gets traded to Phoenix. I watched that Game 6 last year against Denver. It was one of the worst games of his career. I think he went scoreless in the first half, scored like less than 10 points. And then last night I'm watching him, and clearly he's up there in age, and that team is not good, and we can talk about their construction. But are we going to get another Kevin Durant playoff moment?
Well, I don't know. I mean, these playoffs right now, just overall, the landscape, it feels like it's out with the old, in with the new. It feels like we're watching the change of the guard right in front of our eyes. Oklahoma City is a game away from advancing to the second round, and they look phenomenal. And I don't even think they know what they're doing yet.
I kind of agree with you.
Chet's not even scratching the surface. Jalen Williams is running around with his head cut off. He's got so much energy. And then you got Minnesota yesterday. With the way they play defense and they're suffocating half-court defense, they're going to be a tough out. Minnesota, I don't know if they have the offensive firepower to get to the NBA Finals. Cat's really good, but he gets into foul trouble. Anthony Edwards is only 22 years old. He's a star already. The way his postgame presser went last night, the way he talks and the way he takes over. All these young teams, the New York Knicks beating Philadelphia, Indiana about to oust the Milwaukee Bucks, and I know the Milwaukee's shorthanded or whatnot, but it feels like we're watching the changing of the guard overall.
I would agree.
In the NBA. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the Clippers and the Mavericks, but I'm looking at Kevin Durant, who is 35 years old. He'll be 36 by the time next season starts. And look, last night he was still efficient, man. What's crazy is he's not the typical Kevin Durant that we grew up with, but last night he hits 33 and he grabs 9 rebounds and 5 assists and 4 blocks, and you're still looking at him saying, okay, he's not the same player. Of course he's not going to be the same. He tore his Achilles, for crying out loud.
Still awesome.
The fact that he's still dropping these type of numbers, but it's their roster construction. When you add in the Bradley Beal and you ignore the point guard position, you see it all season long with Phoenix. You saw it last night.
Good point.
Getting into your offense, getting into your sets. How many times have we seen the Phoenix Suns struggle getting a decent half-court shot? And that is not, and I know a lot of people were dumping on Kevin Durant, saying, this is what you wish for when you let Steph. See, I never thought when he signed with the Golden State Warriors, I never thought he was going to retire a Warrior.
Yeah, but
I hoped he did. But I thought, okay, if he gives us 4 years, great. But I never had I was like, this is going to be a quick little deal. They'll probably move on because of money or whatnot, and that'll be that. But I never thought he was going to be a lifetime Warrior.
No, I don't think most Warrior fans thought he would, but zoom out. You went to the Nets? Not the Knicks. You went to the Nets with Kyrie Irving?
Yeah, he paired up. Now, Kyrie's special, but you went to the Nets and not the Knicks.
Well, not just that. You went to the Nets.
You went to the Nets, but I get it. But I get it. He wanted to go to Brooklyn and bring them up, and you know what? For a minute, they were a pinky toe or half shoe size away from going to the Eastern Conference Finals, and they probably win the finals that year.
Who knows?
Who knows? They probably beat Phoenix.
That team, who knows?
They probably beat Phoenix, Shasky. They were rolling.
Listen
to Kyrie Irving, though.
Well, I just feel bad because I'm watching. I believe the day he left the Warriors, right? Even though he had the injury, I think most people were like, man, this is a top 10 player of all time. I feel like people don't talk about him that way anymore.
No, they really haven't talked about him like that since he left. But that's,
it's unfair. And the moment to me, like, and it's a still photo that's going to, or an image or a video that's going to stick in everyone's head. Ant-Man dunking, going left on Beal and dunking in KD's face. I was like, damn, Kevin Durant, when we watched him, he was one of the greatest players I've ever seen in my life.
But you know what? Anthony Edwards said it after the game. And he talked, I was watching Inside the NBA, and Anthony Edwards said, I love KD. I've watched every game since I was 5 years old. I love Kevin Durant. I've watched every one of his games. I look up to him. I can't wait to play with him in the summer for the U.S. Dream Team. And KD having the same words for AD. He's like, I love everything about his game. Now, the image I have, it's kind of the way I feel about Clay, with the way fans talk about Clay. These guys giving us everything they have to win championships. Kevin Durant did not have to come back in that Toronto series.
Yeah.
He was going to be a free agent. He knew the calf strain was basically hanging on by a thread, and it turned into an Achilles injury. And I remember being in Toronto for that game at Scotiabank Arena, and Kevin Durant comes in and hits 3 threes right away, and the crowd is shook.
I mean, he did the dance in the locker or whatever, the tunnel.
I just remember watching him warm up. It was like, this is really going down. This guy's really about to go and play this game. He didn't have to.
He was on fire in the first round of that playoffs.
And it just looked wonky when he's bringing up the ball. But anyway, he tore his Achilles for this franchise. He tore his Achilles basically for a chance at history to three-peat and do something in the Bay Area that hasn't been done since the Bulls since the Lakers with Kobe and Shaq.
Yeah.
He gave his Achilles. So it does pain me when I see and this is online, but I see the online gangsters saying, oh, Kevin Durant, oh, he was not a fun player. That's where Kevin Durant, I'm with you. He's a chump. Kevin Durant. Did we forget what 2016-17 looked like? Do we remember what the next season looked like?
Exactly.
Do we remember how deadly this team would be when they would drop 50 in a quarter or go on 18-1 runs in the blink of an eye? So the way people talk about Kevin Durant, it does bother me because he's given everything he has to this game. He's played honest basketball.
He cares. And he clearly cares about his legacy.
Yep.
I think that he cares about just the game of basketball. And I just, again, man, I'm watching him and I'm like, damn, dude, we're watching a legend go out kind of sad. And it's like cruel. That's how sports is. It can be cruel like this.
I mean,
you don't get to have the John Elway, finger up as you're running out, winning back-to-back Super Bowls. Very few people get that. Even Michael Jordan, he had the shot on Brian Russell, whatever the heck his name was, and then he came back. And even then he came back and he was awesome, even though we've kind of misremembered his Wizard days.
But they didn't make the playoffs.
Exactly.
And Tom Brady's last game. How did his last game end?
It was not good.
How did Dan Marino's last game end?
I think they lost by 40, 50?
62-7, I believe, or 55-7.
Yeah, whatever it was. It was bad.
It was bad. They got roasted.
And I'm watching Kevin Durant go out and I'm like, I'm seeing people celebrate it almost. I'm like, dude, this guy gave you 15 years of basketball excellence.
That's what people do.
I honestly thought, and you brought up 16-17, I thought I knew how good Kevin Durant was. And then he came here and you watched him every night. And it was Ron Adams is challenging him on defense. And the way that he would contest shots. And I know he had broke the rib or he punctured the rib or whatever that year. He was unbelievable.
Well, he was leading the league in block shots going into January. And remember we had the viral clip, Swing of a Pop, and I asked him about DPOY. And he goes, you know why they're not going to give it to me? They're haters. The media is turned against me because they felt like I ruined the NBA. Because he used his right as a free agent to say, you know what? I want to maximize my skill set in the game of basketball. I think Steve Kerr and company can maximize my skills. And they did. And watching him, I see tweets about him. Oh, man, it was unfun with Kevin Durant and the Golden State Warriors. And I sit there and I think, well, I went to most of those home games at Oracle Arena because I didn't want to miss something. Because with the Kevin Durant, with the Steph Curry, with the Klay Thompson, with the Draymond Green, you don't know what you're going to miss.
No,
you're going to see something special.
Yeah.
And these guys put on a performance. The shot-making ability of Kevin Durant, he made it look so easy. The mid-range, the handles, defensively, pulling up from three. When it was Steph and KD in game one of that Spurs series, when Kawhi went out with the ankle injury, and I know they were up 23, but the Warriors still had to come back. And how KD and Steph say, we're going to run high ball screens between us, 1-3 pick and roll, and let's get back into the game. And it was like, this is insane, the shot-making ability of these two guys. And this goes back, this is the same guy I saw in Texas as a freshman. I'm thinking, I've never seen this before. Yeah. Who is this guy? He's an alien.
And I don't want to bring it back to LeBron, but I look at LeBron and Steph Curry and Kevin Durant, and again, just go back like 6-7 years ago. It was those three above everyone.
But times change.
I know.
Times change. This is the NBA.
I know.
It's Jokic's league right now.
Well,
but next is Anthony Edwards.
Anthony Edwards, Shea.
Luka. Kyrie was putting on the show yesterday. That was Kyrie's game.
How about you? I mean, he's not of the level of these other guys, but Jalen Brunson, I mean, I know. I like him more than most because I love what he represents.
What? That was an all-time game yesterday.
I mean, come on.
That was an all-time game yesterday.
And B is playing with varieties of serious medical conditions, okay? And he's given everything he's got. No, this league is out of control right now.
It's tough to rip Embiid, too. Like, I'm seeing people rip Embiid saying he's disappointed because he called out the fan. He basically said, look, man, I'm disappointed. We're a great sports town. But I'm hearing all these Knicks fans in our building, and they got to have a game to even up the series, and Embiid's giving you everything that he has.
Come on.
He's worn out by the fourth quarter. It's tough. He can't even jump. He can't move. He's still giving you monster double-doubles. But it is a changing of the guard in the NBA. And when I watch these young teams with the Golden State Warriors, and Warrior fans are sitting there saying, oh, we're just one move away. Are you?
No.
You see that Minnesota team?
Bonte, you and I agree we're multiple moves away from being in the middle of the West.
I mean, gosh.
The middle of the West. B, I'm watching Anthony Edwards last night, and you've been at probably the first to the trough of the Anthony Edwards, holy water. He's the closest thing that I remember in terms of athleticism to 1980s Jordan.
Wow.
And the way, again, look, we could argue, Tracy McGrady had a moment in time.
You're not wrong.
and like, the thing with me is, I remember coming out pre-draft, there were questions about his work ethic. Yeah. There were questions about his love of the game. Yeah. Remember he had like the rap thing and people were like, I don't know about him. Remember that he had that interview in the car?
Yep.
And boy, they cannot be farther from the truth. I mean, whether he's matured or whatever, the element of his game that I think has come along so much faster than I ever thought it would, the mid-range turnaround Jordan fadeaway, and then the walk-into three-point shot that he has. He had a couple in the fourth quarter at the top of the key from the left side, the right side. I mean,
he scored 31 alone in the second half. Shasky scored 31.
We're watching like, in a league of freak athletes. Right. He might be the best.
I mean, listen.
Just athlete.
We're talking about his offense, 31 of 40 of his points in the second half. Shasky last night in a game where they're like, we need to end this to get rest for the Denver Nuggets because that's going to be a monster second-round series. If the Nuggets get past the Lakers. Now, I am concerned about Jamal Murray. If he doesn't play.
This Jamal Murray injury is big.
It does concern me. It does concern me. The front-running Lakers could get back into the series, and that would drive me crazy. But we'll see what happens. That game's tonight, right? Quick turnaround. That game's tonight. Boy, that favors the Lakers. That favors the Lakers when they've been leading the series for the most part, but they're down 3-1. But
Jared Vanderbilt returning tonight.
Oh, boy.
I was at the Cliffs on Friday, and a random guy came in and played with me and JP Money. We were getting a quick little 9 in, and he goes, yeah, I'm from Colorado. I go, yeah? And, we start talking, and he goes, yeah, I'm a big Denver Nugget fan. And I'm like, I hate Mike Malone. And he's like, Mike Malone's the man. Oh, he's gangster. And this and that. And I'm like, Mike, you said dynasty a little early because I'm looking around the West and I'm saying,
I do
better get Jamal Murray back.
I do like Mike Malone, though.
I know you do.
Real quick, back to Anthony Edwards. I think the thing he does, and he's only 22 years old.
That's the thing.
He's only 22 years old.
His game has ascended.
I don't know.
It was a one. I know Halliburton was late. It was a one-player draft.
No, it was a one-player draft.
At the top of the draft.
Yeah. It was Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
And listen. The most impressive aspect of his game to me,
what's that?
Offensively, he's got all the. He can go to the he'll dunk on your head. He'll
dribbles
pull up from
left-handed very well.
He does everything.
And he still hasn't reached the zenith.
His defensive intensity is what separates him from the Luka Doncic's and from the James Hardens.
I would agree.
He picks up 94 feet.
Yeah.
And defends and gets into your jersey. He switches. He dives. He hustles. He blocked a shot late in the game on Devin Booker. Why is he even jumping?
Going to the rim?
He's going to the rim, and he's
God.
like, I'm going to contest this shot.
Yes.
He is the best as a 22-year-old. I think he's the best two-way player in the NBA right now. Wow. I don't even know who's close.
Just the way he approaches the game, that's the Jordan feel I get.
I don't.
You know what I'm talking about? The moxie and like
because when Jordan in '87 got the DPOI, he was scoring champ. You see, like this guy plays defense at the highest levels. And I think he's going to get an all-defensive team berth one day in his career. But I think as a two-way player, who would even be close as a two-way player to Anthony Edwards right now?
Wemby.
Wemby's a good one. Wemby's a good one.
But I don't think
Wemby's a good one.
Wemby's like a year or two away, right?
But no, Wemby's there. That's a good one.
You know what I mean? Like Wemby's
That's a good one.
It's the only one I could think of.
That's a good one.
But B, I'm watching the team that they've built around him. Like even weak, I hate saying this, slow-mo fits perfectly with Ant-Man.
He does.
You know, Nas Reed fits perfectly. I'm watching Karl Anthony Towns, and he was bombing early.
Right.
He's getting the ball deep in the block because you have to have all of the ball pressure on Anthony Edwards. And I'm watching Beal and Booker take turns getting cooked by Anthony Edwards. And they were afraid to play up on him because he's blowing right by them.
So Warrior fans, especially the ones online, you keep throwing out names to come play with the Golden State Warriors. And there was a name that was thrown out with the Golden State Warriors for about 6 straight years, maybe 5. But I got tired of it because I just didn't see the fit. And that's Bradley Beal. That is Bradley Beal. And I think Warrior fans are having a come to Jesus moment saying, what were we thinking about? Bradley Beal's a score-first guard who's undersized as a scoring guard. He's undersized, plays no defense, needs the ball in his hands, which would have taken away shots from Steph and Clay and Draymond, whoever else you would have traded for Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal played this overrated, underrated game. Good player, but a bit overrated for what the hype was when it came to Bradley Beal.
When I think of this series, I'm going to think of Neck Strain, as in his new nickname, because he turns his neck to look for someone to blame as he gets blown by.
Oh my God!
Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong.
How many assignments?
Don't miss that break,
how many assignments at the top of the key where there was a high pick and roll, and him and Booker just blew them?
And then he shows up, Frank Vogel, by not shaking his head. Like, come on, Bradley.
I've always been a Vogel guy. I like Vogel more than the average person. Show a little respect to the guy.
I do like Vogel.
I like Vogel better than most.
Him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A little bit.
No one's saying he's Phil Jackson, but he's better than some, we're hitting the break. I had to just eject out of the statement.
Okay, all right. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the rolls, you better bring it.
Better than Steve Clifford.
Because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We got a special guest today for an hour. For 1 hour. Brian Baldinger from 7:30 to 8:30
crack.
as we wrap up our draft talk. What do you think of the 49ers draft? I love the draft, especially because they kept Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. All right, we'll get into the draft talk, and if you got more NBA thoughts, we'll do that as well. On the other side, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking.
they going, Chuck? Galveston? That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston with that dirty ass water be washed up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. Y'all y'all gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. No, we're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right with that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
I love Inside the NBA, and these games have been early, so I've been able to watch them, and that was Chuck. He did apologize, though, because Miss Knowles, Beyonce's mom, chimed in, and she was like, oh, Chuck, you ain't going to talk about my city. So Charles Barkley yesterday was like, Miss Knowles, I don't need the Bay Hive. I don't need Jay-Z after me. It's all love. I apologize for that comment, but it was great, though.
This is why he operates in his own stratosphere. Nobody can do and say the things he says and get away with them.
No doubt.
Because we all know he's just kind of teasing.
No,
he's like a prop
It's
comic,
funny.
you know?
It's
Yeah.
Where they going, Chuck? Galveston?
Galveston,
That
Texas.
dirty ass water.
But if
was
I
great.
had said that, they'd be coming for me. You know what I mean? Like, as an example. He can get away with it.
Well, he's an all-time great player. Great players could do that.
But he's also, I just think that he operates in a space where he can just be funny.
For the 408 Xfinity Mobile text line, because there's a lot of funnies that happened over the weekend. This one is not funny. 408 says, I know y'all got the Jamal Charles sound from the NFL draft. Now, if you're not aware of what Jamal Charles went through as a kid, he actually participated in the Special Olympics. He had a learning disability, reading disability. And so, look, should he have been out there speaking at the NFL draft? I have no idea. Kind of put him in a tough spot. But I know a lot of people were making fun of Jamal Charles because he mispronounced San Francisco. He said Kansas City Chief instead of Chiefs. But if you go back and look at the history of Jamal Charles, you'll realize that he was part of the Special Olympics and had a learning disability. So it's not easy for him. So we're not going to make fun of Jamal Charles. I take that stuff very, very seriously. The fact that he went out there in front of 200,000 people, it was brave enough to go out there, try to announce a pick, knowing that he had a disability. I'm not mad at him. Go out, check out. If you're not aware of it, Google Jamal Charles Special Olympics, and you'll see one of his speeches. It's really, it's a tearjerker. It's a tearjerker. He's a great player, but I didn't know he had it. Like Frank Gore had a learning disability. A lot of people used to make fun of Frank Gore in his speech.
A speech impediment for Bo Jackson as well. That it took a long time for him to get, get over. Those kinds of things. Sometimes people just don't know, B.
Yeah.
You know,
No
you
doubt.
just don't know.
So we're not going to play that at all, in case you're wondering here. But there's a lot of fun draft stuff. Niners draft. What do you think? 888-957-9570. Baldy's going to join us from 7:30 to 8:30.
Oh,
It's going to be a lot of fun talking about this draft. We're going to break down every freaking pick. Ricky Pearsall, the number one overall pick for the 49ers, 31 overall, round number one. They drafted corner Renardo Green from my Florida State Seminoles. He plays a lot of man defense. A lot of tape out there of him and Malik Neighbors in the first game of the season when LSU took on Florida State. Malik Mustafa, the safety for Wake Forest, looks like a hitter, looks like a pounder. Overall, I like what the Niners did. I like what they did. They added a lot of speed. They added a lot of experience to their team. Guys who have played multiple years in college. They seem to be mature. They went the 5-year route, the 4-year route with a lot of these players. I'm not necessarily mad at the draft now. We got to see how it plays out once training camp plays. I'm not going to give a grade because I don't know how they're going to translate, but it felt like the Niners did what they had to do to bring in players that fit their scheme and their system while adding speed offensively.
Absolutely. Experience and production feels like their algorithm for what they were looking for from this draft. People can say they're overcorrecting from the Trey Lance pick because they had a guy who didn't have a lot of experience and only had the 1 year of production. And so, maybe they're just changing their draft philosophy. I would argue that go back to 2019, the transfer portal was not what it is in 2024. The amount of kids moving schools, leaving schools it's through the roof. If you don't play at one school 1 year, you almost have to. You owe it to yourself to leave to go find a school where you can go play.
Right.
Playing experience is the number one thing. And so I look at every pick that they took was a 5-year player outside of one. Every pick that they took outside of one transferred schools. Mm-hmm. That's kind of crazy.
Yep.
And if you go back 8 years, if you transferred schools, major red flag.
Right.
Right? Major red flag. If you stayed 5 years, major red flag. And I think what you're getting is a more mature player, just in general into the NFL, a more mature player, a player who can absorb information quicker because they bounced around in multiple schools and have had different schemes and different coaches. And then you're getting a player who has infinitely more reps and production because of the ability to play and find playing time. So I just think forget the Niners, NFL as a whole, you're getting better players that are ready to contribute quicker now more than ever.
No doubt. And so you look at this draft, they draft a couple running, you knew they were going to draft a running back. And this guy,
I'm not mad at that.
4.33 speed out of Louisville, Isaac Garondo. So you got him. You got all these players here. We'll see how it plays out. Baldy's going to break it down. Dominic Puny from Kansas didn't give up a single sack last year. He's a swing tackle. You drafted another offensive lineman out of USC. So I'm not mad at the draft. I'm not mad. I know there's a lot of complaints, but the most important thing is they didn't trade Brandon Ayuk and they didn't trade Deebo Samuel. You kept the offense intact, an offense that averaged nearly 30 points a game. And now you could build off of that. So I'm happy about that. That's my biggest takeaway. You didn't move off of Ayuk. You didn't make a panic move, and you didn't trade Deebo Samuel. Now, they were listening. This is what they do. But the fact is, they didn't trade those guys, and I'm very happy about that. Shaz, before we break that down even more, I do want to have a little laugh here. Keon Coleman. You know I love me some Keon Coleman. He went to Buffalo, first pick of the second round, and, I hope we don't regret that around here. I hope Ricky Pearsall, even though he's a Florida Gator, I hope he pans out. But I love me some Keon Coleman. And we were talking about him last week, and I'm thinking, why is he ranked like in the 40s or the 50s? Now, I wish we had him even more because his introductory press conference in Buffalo was an absolute grand slam. The presser hadn't even started yet. And this is how it starts with Keon Coleman. He didn't realize the microphone was on. Here's Keon Coleman to start his presser in Buffalo.
Guess where I got this from, though? I'm saying you gotta guess. You're gonna be wrong, though, but guess.
Time is up.
Nah. Macy's. What you mean? they be on sale on the rack, all the colors. Look.
Poor job by me, because I didn't realize we didn't have the question. Let's set it up real quick. He's talking about his jacket. Somebody asked him about his jacket. Where'd you get that jacket? Because he's in Buffalo. Did you buy that out here? So here's Keon Coleman explaining how he got his jacket and when he buys his jacket.
Guess where I got this from, though? I'm saying you gotta guess. You're gonna be wrong, though, but guess.
Time is up.
Nah. Macy's. What you mean? they be on sale on the rack, all the colors. Look, $79, $89. Nice little deal. You can get the trench coat for like $100.
Not lying.
Nice little. I'll take it up personally. I might go get some more colors. I need a blue one and another red one.
Gotcha. I'm with you.
It's good Thanksgiving sales too. That's what I usually do.
See, I ain't know nothing about Thanksgiving. I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime. You gotta shop a season or two before, just in case, and they be cheaper. Cause you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? Who we starting with? Oh, we could go. Oh, my bad. Hold up, y'all can hear me? This on or this off? All right, bro. I'm just making sure. I hope he ain't trying to set me up. Who we got going first?
Hey, dude, and then he goes off for 12 minutes. And what an impressive introductory press conference. I mean, he kept it real, kept it about who he is.
He is right about the 2 seasons ahead.
The 2 seasons ahead.
He's 100% correct.
Oh, he's genius.
That's when I got all of my, what do they call, top coats, if you will.
Right.
Was you got to get them in the summer, spring.
No doubt.
Nobody's
buying them.
Yeah, it's half the price.
Genius. It's genius. He goes, Macy's $79, $89, and that church coats for $100. I got a few church coats from Macy's for about $100. He's not lying. He's a smart young man. He's saying, I learned from my mama. That's great stuff right there by Keon Coleman. Now, Xavier Leggett, whatever from Carolina, did you hear his presser?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, my gosh. Love it. When you pull that up, look at the thread, pull that up. This guy, we'll play it on the other side. He's as country gets, and I love every minute of it. He was smiling from ear to ear. It was hilarious. But, no, Keon Coleman, though, man, smart with the jacket stuff, but just his overall perspective on life, the NFL, what he did at Florida State, playing with Buffalo. He told Buffalo when he did his 30-day pro visit, he was like, why don't y'all just put me in a hotel here? Because I know y'all going to draft me. I don't want to leave. Just to have me here catching passes. I mean, his 13-minute press conference was great. And then I was like, damn, it's my guy from Florida State. The Niners didn't want him. 6'4", high points of football. I don't know, man. I hope we don't regret that pick. And then just from a media standpoint, it's going to be a hit.
I mean, Buffalo, you have Josh Allen. So, when you have Josh Allen, you can move off Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs and draft a replacement.
And they draft Ray Davis in the backfield to back up James Cook. Hopefully he gets a run. Frank Gore Jr. also signed with the Buffalo Bills. But Ray Davis from the city, by the way, went to Kentucky, went to Vanderbilt, went to Temple, all SEC running back, got drafted in the 4th round by the Buffalo Bills. His father, Raymond Davis, played high school at Galileo High School. One of the best high school stars I've ever seen, Shasky. SI, Reardon, Sacred Heart, whatever football team you want to name. Raymond Davis played quarterback his sophomore year at Galileo High School, moved to running back, and was breaking all type of records. Had speed to burn. Speed to burn. This guy was ass shifty, so I see where his son gets it from. But his son is probably a little more physical, but we're going to catch up with his father, Raymond Davis, later on in the program as well.
Nice.
We'll figure out a time for that. He's excited. I watched their little drive video when they were in the house together. Then Raymond Davis just walks out, and he's like just shaking his head. What a cool story. No, I'm a sucker for the draft. When they're inside the house and they start crying or whatnot, they put their heads down. What a dream.
It's the best part.
It's a dream. All right, we'll get to Adam and SF on the other side here. Keon called.
Sorry, Lubman with the 2-minute warning like 4 minutes ago, and so I never know when we're breaking.
It was actually 2 minutes ago.
You're rattled a little bit?
Well, I am a little rattled.
Shanahan.
All right.
Lubman, Lubman wearing the sweatpants. He means business today.
Dial it down, Lubman. Dial it down. It's a Monday.
I mean, business
Giants won yesterday. Yaz went 2 for 3. Relax.
But Bo Mel did something non-verbal communication-wise in the press conference, and Lubman feels a certain way.
Oh, boy. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Are you facing eviction or homelessness in San Francisco? EDC Radco offers rental assistance to eligible residents through this.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
See Draymond's tweet last night? I didn't think it was real. As you're listening to the Morning Roast. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed.
It's always a fun game.
Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Spadoti sent it. I got it sent by multiple people at the same time, but I saw it first from Spadoti, and I had to double check to see if it was verified, if it was really Draymond. But Chris Finch, the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, Devin Booker, who did he bump? Mike Conley? Mike Conley Jr. bumped him, and he bumped him into Finch's knee. Now, Finch, is it a torn patella tendon? Jeez. So I don't even know if he's going to be able to be on the sideline. He's going to use a motorized scooter like that coach from,
college, right?
Yeah, college.
Yeah,
Hunter.
yeah.
Hunter, RJ Hunter's dad or whatever. He was on the little motorcade scooter because he was celebrating the tour his Achilles or whatnot. But Draymond tweeted, "You got to stay in the game, coach, as Chris Finch is getting walked off the locker room. It's 140 left. Wish him well, though." And it's like, got a torn patella tendon. And I'm like, Dre, man.
Read the room, Draymond. Of all people telling people who should stay on the floor, come on, dog.
It's
Kettle meat pot. I mean, geez Louise.
Shocked you talking to me.
No, seriously.
Hey.
How can you lack basic self-awareness?
It's just, wow.
And the comment section underneath the tweet was just gold. Just
why? I don't even. I get through 5, and I said I get the point. I get the point. Polidon is, I thought it was a fake Draymond account. I really did.
So my dog Leo, and this is not Chris Finch, but my dog Leo jumped off. This is 4 or 5 years ago. Jumped off the Russian River bed and tore his ACL and had a patella tendon, whatever they call it, disruption or whatever, and had to have the full reconstructive knee surgery. He's fine now, but set him back.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a devastating injury.
It's a devastating. Hopefully he'll be back on the sideline. They need him. He's one of the best coaches in the league. Torn patella tendon for Chris Finch. That was unfortunate there. So
who was it? Was it Huggins that used to just sit on the chair?
Oh, right? Bobby Huggins.
Yeah, just
Bob
do that.
Huggins.
Just sit on the chair.
Sit on the stool.
Well, Bob put on some weight.
He did put on some weight. I mean, he was chilling.
When you go sweatsuit like we do every single day, you're just giving up.
Yeah, I mean, he had some problems with the bottom.
Or you wake up at 3:30 in the morning like we do.
Yeah, or that. Let's go to Adam in the city. What's up, Adam?
How we doing, guys? Good morning. Before I get into the draft really quick, just want to say it was really great to see Lovin at the Giants game on Friday. He may have something about that gluten-free pizza. That's some really good pizza. Per his suggestion, I went and got it. It's fire. If you haven't had it before, I'd go get it.
Adam, you're in Philly right now, so you done the cheesesteak thing. What are you doing in Philly?
So for my job, I cover New Jersey as a territory, and I stay in Philly. Jersey's close, so I just had to go and get a different type of cheesesteak, and I'm telling you right now.
Wait a minute.
I love that.
I'm stopping you right now. So you live in San Francisco, but your territory is New Jersey and Philly.
Just Jersey, but I cover California as well. But I like coming to the East Coast.
Who is creating the map of territories?
Yeah, I love this job. Can I work with you, Adam? Where you work?
I work for a logistics company, but I used to cover this territory before, and I was like, I want to get back into the East Coast, so I don't mind it. But I'm going to tell you right now that Geno's is trash.
Geno's trash. It's like the old school NFC East. Let's have Philly, New York, and Dallas.
No, in Arizona. Arizona, the Phoenix Cardinals back in the day. No, you can go see our boy Akina in New York City, right? Isn't Akina in New York?
What you're talking about, Ike?
Ike, yeah, Big Ike.
No, I'm going to see him tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Good deal. Philadelphia. So you said you didn't do the Pataginos. They're trash. We already know that. Did you go Ishkabibbles? Where'd you go, Adam? What are you doing in Philly?
Yeah, so I went to Ishkabibbles the last time I was out here per your suggestion, and I like that spot, but I'm telling you, the best spot is Max's in North Philly. The sandwich is just good. The peppers, everything like that. If you've ever seen Creed, it's where they go on like a little date in the movie, and that's a really good cheesesteak spot. But I I just wanted to say that I'm really happy with the draft selections, and tell me if I'm wrong, but what I was seeing on Twitter is that a lot of the guys that we drafted are, 4, 5, 6 year, like they were in college for a while. So it tells me that we're drafting players that are ready to go. I mean, obviously there's a transition period going to the NFL, but I liked our draft selections, and I'll tell you what, that running back out of Louisville, 220, runs a 4.3. I mean, that dude is a monster, but I'm happy with the draft. And last question, Sam said something about a sign-off. Can I do that?
Sure, sign off. Any way you want to sign off, Adam. Floor is yours.
All right, or like the introduction for the show, but basically just, this is Adam in the City. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Adam. I'm going to give you a second chance at this. You got to do a little more swagger than that.
Man, I thought I was feeling pretty confident with that, but all right. This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Boom.
Let's go.
Nailed it. Tell Ike we said what's up. Good stuff. I got to get a job like Adam's. Territories, New Jersey, East Coast, California, logistics.
Yeah, I think I'm cool off that.
I would love to travel. I mean, hey, would you imagine if we get to do the show in New York for like a month?
Oh, no. Jersey's different from New York.
Yeah,
remember,
I know Jersey's different.
New York don't like Jersey.
Yeah.
Don't you remember Sopranos?
I mean, sure.
A lot of North Jersey roots for New York sports, though.
Yeah.
South
Yes.
Jersey,
Yeah,
Philly.
South Jersey's Philly. Yep, because the bridge is right over there to South Philly, or South Jersey, that is.
Now you got to play Woke Up This Morning.
It is a great song.
It is.
It is a great song. So the draft happened, right? You get
Thanks, Paulie.
You get all these little nuggets here and there, and I'm going to play this Matt Miller sound because I know you guys love him, Mel Kiper Jr. But I want to play this first,
okay?
Because I just want to see Shasky's face.
All right.
Xavier Legette. I think it's Xavier Legette out of South Carolina. Remember, he's Debo's boy. They're like he's a Debo
1 year
clone.
production at wide receiver, but it was a really great year.
Really good year. Really good year.
Yeah.
And he loves the deep ball and the way he talks or whatnot. Now, I went down the rabbit hole after I heard this interview with Xavier, and I was like, damn, this dude is country. Country from Mullins, South Carolina. Has a great story, great background.
Okay.
But his presser, he's going to be a hit too. Listen to Xavier Legette, Carolina Panthers.
You woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited, man, whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be tough guy, but, man, I was really over excited.
All right, one more time, man. This is straight out of the water, boy.
You woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited, man, whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be tough guy, but, man, I was really over excited.
Homegirl who's asking them questions runs a Carolina Blitz account that I've been following for a long time. She's a sweet lady. Forget her first name like I always do, but she runs Carolina Blitz on Twitter. So she was asking them those questions. Later on, she asked Xavier, they a lot of people were, talking about your accent or whatnot. He goes, oh, yeah, I know. I've been getting dragged on social media and whatnot, blah, 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 blah. But he is country as country gets, man, and I love it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be ready, man. When he told me I'm going to be drafted, man, I'm going to be ready at 9:30. You hadn't heard that before, right?
No, I hadn't. It's really good.
Great.
I, for one, I'll raise my hand. I'm like not country at all. It's too dusty in the country, just for me. From my
you mean you're not like, you don't want to live in the country?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there.
We know you're not country.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not at
you're
all.
from the city.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not from the city.
Yeah, exactly.
That's that country. That's that deep South. He's from the deep part of South Carolina, Mullins, South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm cool.
In a town that has like 100,000 people. But that's where he's from.
No, I know.
And he puts on from his town.
I'm not mad
at him.
He
got that accent.
That's what makes America great.
So you know what? He's got those country roots, man. And you know what? I love it. I love it.
Could you live in the country?
I mean, no, I'm a city guy.
I don't know.
But you know what?
Those
man?
Gucci sneakers, if they get a little dusty, I don't know.
But you know what, though?
Do they make cowboy boots in Gucci?
Once I get fired from sports media, Once I'm done, maybe I will go away and go to the country.
You guys remember that old YouTube video of the reporter going out in the country and the bug flies?
Oh, it's one of the best.
Country ass town.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the best.
That would be Bonte out there doing a hit for NBC Sports.
100%.
It's peaceful, though. It's peaceful out there in the country.
I think it's a little slightly scary.
You know? They're saying you need to go to Magic City in Atlanta. We got to get you out.
That's... What? What does that do with being country?
It's a little country. Atlanta's country. I mean, it's a city, but it's, deep south.
Okay.
Country.
Well, there's levels to it. Like where Xavier's clearly from seems to be very backwoods. And I gave up backwoods 20 years ago.
This morning, did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited my whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be tough guy, but man, I was really overexcited.
I try to be tough guy. I love Xavier. I'm going to follow him in his entire career, man. I love that guy. It's just he had a smile on his face, too, with the chains and the ice and everything like that. Oh, man, good for him.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good, man. I'm seeing some things here that I'm not going to read on YouTube and Twitch or the Xfinity Mobile text line. Country like Tracy or Stockton. Is Tracy or Stockton considered country?
I don't think so. I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere, but I don't consider it country per se. Yeah. Like country means like minimal paved roads.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
No, 5 stoplights.
Yeah, exactly.
6 stoplights in the town.
Yeah, like no, cyclone fences with dust everywhere.
Man, so you got Keon
Why do I have that image? I don't know why.
Now you got Keon Coleman learning how to shop. Talk about, man, 79, 89, you buy these jackets 2 seasons ahead. Let's go.
If I consider country, like country, your neighbor is so far away from you, you can't throw a baseball or a football to hit their house. That's what I think of when I think of country.
There you go. Keon Coleman, man, I hope we don't. I'll play Keon one more time before the Lego because I
have a thought about the Niners draft.
Yeah, I do too. And I like Pearsall a lot. I think he's going to fit. Lat McConkey was still sitting there. But I hope we don't regret taking Pearsall. He sounds great. Sounds like he's going to be ready to go. A lot of people are raving about the young man. We'll have Baldy in 30 minutes to rave about the young man and break him down. But Keon Coleman, we missed an opportunity. Now, I don't know if the Bay Area media, a lot of the Bay Area media, I don't know if they would have been able to handle this. I don't know if they would have been able to understand where Keon Coleman was coming from. But he's now a Buffalo Bill, the first pick in the second round of the 2024 NFL draft out of Florida State. And I love Keon Coleman. One of the best receivers in college football last year. I don't know why he went so low, but here's Keon Coleman in this presser.
Guess where I got this from, though? I'm saying you got to guess. You're going to be wrong, though, but guess.
And again, he's talking about his jacket. If you're just hopping in your car, somebody asks him about his jacket. It's like, man, where'd you get that jacket? You're in Buffalo because it all gets cold. And so here's Keon Coleman breaking down how he got his jacket and where he got his jacket.
Guess where I got this from, though? I'm saying you got to guess. You're going to be wrong, though, but guess.
Time is up.
Nah. Macy's. What you mean? they be on sale on the rack. All the colors. Look, $79, $89. Nice little deal. You can get the trench coat for like $100. Nice little. I'll take you there personally. I might go get some more colors. I need a blue one and another red one.
Gotcha. I'm with you.
There's good Thanksgiving sales too. That's what I usually do.
See, I ain't know nothing about Thanksgiving. I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime. You got to shop a season or 2 before, just in case, and they be cheaper. Because you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? Who we starting with? Oh, we could go. Oh, my bad. Hold up. Y'all can hear me? This on or this off? All right, bro. I'm just making sure I hope you ain't trying to set me up. Who we got going first?
So he had a number 4 chain on because he wore number 4 at Florida State. James Cooks wears 4 at Buffalo. And so he was like, no, I'm wearing number 0. It's too much money to get that number. It ain't that serious. And then he goes, you know what, James Cook has had himself in full, so I'm good. It's too much money, man.
Yeah, he said $80 for a coat, too. It is interesting how coats are now cheaper than eggs and milk.
No, they're not. What are you talking about?
Oh, you guys haven't been to the grocery store
Where are
lately?
you getting your bread and eggs?
Yeah,
No,
what,
I'm just
what,
saying,
your
like-
eggs are costing $80 now? What are you talking about?
Groceries are through the roof.
What jackets what jacket are you getting for $20?
I'm just trying to make the statement that it's crazy that, clothes are actually cheaper than groceries nowadays.
No, wait. How much are you getting your eggs for? I just got like a 24-pack from Safeway for like $5.
No, they're not $5. It's more
Mine
than that.
is.
It's
like
more than
$6.
that.
I literally just got $4.99
$6 Molly Stones.
Cage-free.
Lenardi's. Yeah.
For
what are you talking
18
about?
or for 24?
24.
24 pack.
That's a lot.
Where you pay? What?
Cage free?
Are you wearing cheap clothes?
$5?
A pair of Levi's
I
costs
don't know
about
about that.
$45.
And the groceries are through the roof right now. I don't know about that. I'm
Where are you
fact
getting
checking
your clothes at? What name brands are you getting? I got questions now. I got questions. All right, let's get some calls, man. Let's crank it up.
Well, I want to start here with the Niners. All right. So I'm looking at the 49ers.
Are you sure? This egg thing. How much are you paying for a 24-pack of eggs?
I buy like 6 because we don't eat enough eggs to go through them in a week. It's just me eating eggs. She doesn't really.
So you'll
eat
buy
eggs.
6?
Yeah, I'll buy like a little half. Like the cut in half.
Yes. How much is that?
Dozen. I don't know, but it's probably like $4 or $5 for that. I don't know about 24 for
Sounds
$5.
like you need to reevaluate the way you shop.
Well, there's certain things that I get at Target. There's some things I get at Safeway, and some things I go to Molly Stone's for.
They also adjust the price on like low quantity like that because it's such a specific
You're probably right.
type of thing that no one buys just 6 eggs at a time. I got 2 kids. So
I can't get out of the grocery store for under 100.
Baby Ches and I, she loves breaking the eggs and mixing the eggs, and I let her pour the eggs in the pot or in the pan, I should say. Yeah, no. Oh, no, man.
Groceries are expensive.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today, and you can now download the Odyssey app directly from the QR code on our Twitch and YouTube channels. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. The 49ers draft is complete. How do you feel about the draft, folks? First pick was Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. Seems like a player came, and what did you think of his introductory presser?
I mean, the guy looks like he's ready to play. He's clearly trying to endear himself to Niner fans, tweeting things out like, hey, give me the lingo, give me the history. I don't know a lot about the team. Like, that's always a great way to endear yourself to a franchise and a fan base is, to come in open-minded and asking for help. My bigger takeaway, and this might not mean anything to anyone else, but to me, it's like I was so accustomed to seeing this team for the most part, go defense as their first pick in the draft, whether it be a first rounder, a second rounder, or a third rounder. Go back to 2013. They took Eric Reed, Carradine, and then their third pick was an offensive player. All right. 2014, Jimmy Ward, second pick was offense. 2015, Eric Armstead, Jaquaski Tart, Eli Harold, and then their fourth pick is offense. Like, they always invest in defense. The next year, DeForest Buckner, defense first. Then you go to Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, Okello Witherspoon. This was this regime's first draft. 3 guys on defense first. Now, 2018, McGlinchey and Pettis. That's kind of a change of pace. Let's take 2 offensive guys. Didn't work out for them. They go back to defense again the following year. Nick Bosa, most of us agree there. That's a no-brainer. You're running up. Kinlaw before Ayuk. And then you go Trey Lance, and that didn't work out. Aaron Banks, the second one, that's worked out. The next year, when they don't have a first-round pick, the first pick, Drake Jackson, hasn't worked out. Defense first. Last year, their first pick, defense, special teams, Jair Brown, Jake Moody. So to go offense, I was like, man, like I like seeing them lean into the offense. If you're going to build this thing around Brock Purdy, don't take another defensive lineman. Because I think a lot of people are like, defensive line, edge, D-tackle. Right. I'm glad they leaned into offense.
They addressed the defensive line in the free agency period, which they did with Leonard Floyd and Malik Collins from the Houston Texans, and they added depth, the guy from Cleveland and whatnot. And look, they needed speed offensively. They needed, although their offense averaged over 29 points a game last season, to get some straight-up burners like Pearsall is, like this Calvin's kid is from Arizona. And I don't know how much he's going to play. He's only 5'8", but at least these offensive players that they drafted, the running backs and the wide receivers, they're putting guys on notice. The Danny Grays, the Ronnie Bells, the Chris Conleys, the Trent Taylors, you're not on notice. You better compete. And you better have a great camp. Because you will not make this roster if you don't have a great camp.
See, I took it the other way. I think, not that he's on notice, but I think that the flag has been raised for Deebo Samuel, and it's like, and this is where I think you're walking the line here. Like, we're keeping these guys, and I'm glad because I think you take 3 days, and you're like, all right, you're going to keep all 3 receivers. Boom. I love that. But it feels like we're signaling this could be the last Deebo Samuel season.
Well, yeah.
And what I'm thinking is like contract year for Deebo. If you're Deebo Samuel's camp, like I have to bowl out and I have to prove it this year.
Doubt.
Are we going to start counting targets?
I hope not, but Deebo understands this could, like we all kind of figured this. It's business. And I think Deebo understood
this. But there is a human element.
But I think that will bring the best out of him.
I would agree with you.
I think it's going to bring the best out of Deebo. And he's going to say, you really don't want me? Well, watch this.
And he hasn't really been a guy in his career who, like, one week he doesn't get a lot of targets, he complains. Like,
he doesn't mope.
No,
he's
exactly.
about winning.
Yeah, exactly. At least on the sidelines, I don't see him losing his mind or anything like that or being some giant distraction. Now, we're not in the locker rooms. We're not, in these meetings. I don't know what he's like when he's talking to Shanahan.
No, he's
But I think they're going to get the best out of him.
Yeah, I do too. And thankfully, all the reports about them being traded were wrong because I think people what I gathered with the Deebo and Ayuk trade talks is that we undervalue these guys. We undervalue these guys. These guys are ballers. And we're just like, hey, you know what? Let's just flip this guy. We go get a youngster. They'll step. No. Surround Brock Purdy with every single asset. And the fact that Deebo may miss a couple games, we got reinforcements now. We got this Ricky Pearsall guy. We'll see what this Arizona kid, maybe Roddy Bell steps up. Maybe Juwan Jennings steps up. Now, by the way, Juwan Jennings still hasn't signed his tender yet, but maybe that's the thing. Let's go to TC and Sack.
He hasn't signed a tender.
Yeah.
What does that mean? So
they'll probably end up extending him in a second.
Interesting. Okay,
yeah.
no. I thought for some reason
I think he'll sign it at some point. He's going to want to be back.
Yeah,
TC Sack, what's happening, TC?
Hey, good morning, man. I'm just tapping in with my bros. What's going on?
What's up, big dog?
Oh, man, just chilling. Check it out, man. Look, hey, you know what? I'm going to give these dudes a shot, bro. You know what? Mainly Kyle. I told y'all last call when I called in, man. I like the first pick. They address the needs. You know what I'm saying? And Kyle is getting guys in here. I'm going to give Bonte and Joe. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It looks like he's getting away from himself and getting guys in here that can contribute now, and it looked like he's getting away from the doghouse. These guys that we picked up are guys that they're looking at like, hey, dude, these dudes are going to come in and start. The boy from Florida State, even the tackle, even the wide receiver we got. Now we got pure route runners. The boy from Arizona.
Yeah, he's nice. I like him.
Nice. Listen, and he's a burner. Then we got the other offensive tackle. They addressed the needs we were looking for. They touched the offensive line. They touched safety. They touched DB. And they touched wide receiver. Like I said, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, bro. It looked like they got dudes that's going to come in here and contribute. So I'm going to leave it at that, bro. I'm going to back up for a second. I'm going to give Kyle and John the benefit of the doubt. I like what they did, dog.
I like that from TC. Have a perspective coming around. And I bet you we'll see TC in training camp coming up. I can't wait for training camp at the end of July. I might count down the days to training camp with the 49ers.
I'm so refreshed that they didn't reach to get a defensive lineman in the first 3 rounds.
Or an offensive tackle.
Like, if you don't have a guy that you like and are targeting, I'm okay with it. It sounds like this Pooney guy, or I don't even know, is it Pooney?
Pooney, yeah.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Pooney,
it sounds like he's going to move to center because they have him listed as tackle guard.
Right.
But everybody else, when I was reading the Matt Barrows article in The Athletic, it was like he's going to be their center. They also signed the undrafted free agent from Michigan, who's a center. So to me, they've added some guys to the offensive line in the interior, which to me has been a soft spot the last couple years.
I'm not mad at it. Pewdie did give up a sack last year in the Big 12. Didn't give up 1 sack and had one of the best grades in terms of pass, but he had the second best grade in terms of pass blocking out of all linemen this past year come entering the NFL draft. So I like what the Niners did. We'll get to Jaime. It's San Carlos. We'll get to him on the other side as well as Robert. Hang on tight, fellas. You'll be the first calls on the other side. Then we'll get the Baldy at 7:30. He'll be with us for an hour right here on the Morning Roast. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Things are buzzing in Fremont.
Baldy joining us in 12 minutes. 12 minutes right here on the roast. 12 minutes. Brian Baldinger, cannot wait. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app, the free Odyssey app, and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch every single Warriors game live on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like when Bucky Brooks joined Willard Dibbs this past Friday. Again, Baldy coming up in about 12 minutes. Well, let's get to the calls. Jaime San Carlos, long time no talk. Jaime, what's going on, baby?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Jaime?
Good morning.
What's going on?
Hey, so I'm so glad they did not draft a D guy again in the first round. So I was on Twitter. Christian Watson's dad does these player things on every single draft pick. And I asked him, what did you think of the Niners pick? He told me we got a dog. Think Steve Smith, but bigger and faster.
Wow.
If he turns into a Steve Smith, holy smokes.
Ricky Pearsall, if he turns into Steve Smith.
Steve Smith.
Boy.
I mean, you're talking
we're talking about Ken Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
we're talking about everything, Jaime.
Yeah.
Hey, I didn't say that. That was Christian Watson's dad.
Yeah. I'm not mad at that, though. I'll take all the comps. Jaime, how do you like the running backs? You like the linemen? Overall, you like the draft?
Running back. So that kid is got blazing speed. But check this out. So they drafted a back. In about 2 to 3 years, CMC is going to slow down. What do you guys think? They pulled him away from running back, put him in the slot, prolong his career.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
Well, I think that a player like CMC, even if he loses a step or two, I just remember Kevin Falk, Terry Kirby, guys that can catch the ball out of the backfield can be very, very useful, even as older players who don't have the unbelievable speed that they had to start their career. So whether he's used in the slot or whether you use out of the backfield, right, as a pass catcher, I still think he brings tremendous value moving forward.
Renardo Green out of Florida State. He's a corner, 64 overall, led the Seminoles with 13 pass breakups, plays a lot of man defense, sticky man. Baldy will break that down. He had a video of Green guarding Malik Neighbors in the first game of the season when Florida State beat LSU for the second straight season. This Malik Mustafa, they took the safety out of Wake Forest in round number 4. This guy's chiseled. I mean, he plays the run very, very well. Just on the film, the short little videos I saw with him, he's built like an absolute stud. So I don't know what they're going to do with safety here. Maybe it's an insurance policy for Hufanga. I don't know.
Well, they play a lot of 3 safety sets. At least they did in the playoffs. And they obviously did not have a lot of faith in Ambry Thomas in the playoffs, and they needed a slot guy. They signed a dude whose name is evading me, who is just kind of not a journeyman, but, a random swing, and they're hoping that this kid that they drafted from Florida State can play inside and a little outside. And you don't know what's going to happen with Diamond Lenore. You obviously don't know what's going to happen with Charvarius Ward moving forward, even though I believe Ward has like another year of some pretty healthy money left to him. I think this is a nice pick. Secondary was a need of and a concern for them.
Yeah, Pooney is his name, Shasky. Pooney.
The center, the guard or tackle is going to transition to center.
Pooney.
Kansas. Well, I'm here for it. I mean, if you think about it, Trent Williams, as long as he stays here, he's chalked in at the left side. Left guard, Aaron Banks, they're going to extend him. They're going to keep him. He's been good. He's been really good for the Niners. Jake Brendel, what is he on? Another 1 or 2 years? Yeah. They extended him a couple years back or a year back. But I think that you can upgrade there.
Jacob Cowing, the round 4 pick, 135 out of Arizona, is a blazer. Speed.
Special
And the Niners drafted a lot of speed here. Cowing is going to play in the slot. I don't know if he's going to start. He's got some competition there, but he ran a lot of underneath routes at Arizona and UTEP. He was all over the place down in the slot, but he's got speed to burn. And the Niners had a lot of speed offensively, obviously, with their wide receivers and their running backs here. Don't forget they signed an undrafted running back out of Missouri. That guy's a burner, too. Yeah. He's legit. And they also signed T.O.'s son. Tariq Owens.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people like losing their minds about whether it was Jerry Rice's son or T.O.'s son or Frank Gore's son. And I know those things like generate a lot of impressions online, but, I don't know. I don't know if they're any good.
I've never seen T.O.'s son play a game. Never seen him play a game.
I didn't even know his son was playing college until about a month ago.
Yeah, same here. Let's go to Robert and Martinez. Robert, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, you guys. Good morning.
Morning.
So I'm just going to say this real quick. I think day one, first week of the season, we got 3 solid starters coming in right away. You got Green starting corner outside Ward. They're going to move Lenore in the corner. You got Cooney's going to come in and be our either starting right guard or right tackle. I don't think he's going to center. And I think you got Nugent is going to come in and push out Brendel. And then you got Malik who's going to come in and be that third safety and rotate with Brown.
I like that. So you like the draft overall. You give it an A, huh?
Oh, an A, hands down. At first, there were some of them that I was a little questionable just because I didn't see any film. I really didn't know who they were. I wasn't going to panic and freak out and say it was a reach until I went back and looked at the film. After looking at the film and researching them, they're beasts. I'm very happy with this draft. I think we have a potential hit on all of them.
You know what, Robert, I'm kind of with you. with the draft. Now, they who knows? 1 may pop, 2 may pop, 3 may pop, 4 may pop. Who the hell knows how many of these players are going to pop for the 49ers? But on paper, at least. And Belichick brought this up, and hopefully we have the sound a little bit later. Belichick was bringing up the fact that everybody was going crazy over Buffalo trading with Kansas City. With Kansas City drafted Xavier Worthy. And everybody said, why would Buffalo trade with the Chiefs? They're competing with the Chiefs. And Belichick said, you have to be careful in the draft process. You draft and you do what you need to do for your team. You can't worry about all that other stuff. And he was talking about how Xavier Worthy may not fit with the 49ers because of the road blocking. And if he's adamant, and we've been talking about this for years about the 49er wide receivers. If you don't run block, you don't play. If you don't run block for Kyle Shanahan, you will not be on the team. And so that's something that Pearsall did a lot of. He's a good run blocker, apparently. And that's what they factor. Belichick said with Xavier Worthy, we don't know if he's going to be a good road blocker, but if you're not a good road blocker at that position, in the wide receiver position, you can't play for Kyle Shanahan.
I believe wide receiver 3 had like 19 catches for the 49ers last year.
Yeah.
So I saw certain people, because I think people thought originally like, oh, one of the 2 top receivers is going to be gone. And I saw a lot of people like, oh, he could catch 100 balls, the kid, Pearsall. I don't know. I don't know about anybody catching 100 balls on the Niners team just by the way that they play their offense. And now that they got all 3 of them, like if he had 30 catches this year, 30 catches, like given, deep, and obviously health is a big part. Like one of the guys goes down, then yes, his production's gonna go up. But like 30 catches would be a big deal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would hope so. But to your point about the number 3 wide receiver, having that element in this offense
it's much needed.
It's been missing.
Yeah, I would agree.
Juwan Jennings is nice as a third receiver, no doubt about it. But if you get a little quick twitch guy who can run a quick out, quick pivot route, get down the field, maybe get down the field to put some pressure on the safety down the field in the seams. Having speed does not hurt. It does not hurt. Let's hear from Ricky Pearsall, the newest member of the 49ers. He was asked how nerve-wracking the experience was.
I think this was probably the most stressful part about the whole entire process. I did a really good job of channeling in my own, being where my feet are at for the combine and the Senior Bowl, because that's all stuff I can control at the end of the day. So it's me performing out there, but this is out of my control. So I had a little bit of nerves leading up, but, I was just trying to enjoy the moment, be where my feet are at, be with my family, all my close friends, and just, enjoy the moment because, those people around me played a huge role in my life. So, I give all the thanks to them. We're just enjoying it together.
Then he also touched on his relationship with Brandon Ayuk, who he once played with back at Arizona State.
We have a really good relationship. Actually, I just got off the phone with him before I got over here on this Zoom call, and he was just congratulating me, man, and just, getting on the call and telling me over and over again, you're a first rounder, man. Like, soak it up. You deserve it, all the work that I put in, because it's been a lot of work put in since the last that we ran routes together. So, I feel like I'm a totally different player since the last time we seen each other, and he's seen it, from afar over when he was watching me at Florida, and I was watching out the Niners. So, it'll be really good to team back up with him and get active.
I would ask everyone, if you've got the time, go back and watch the second half of the Super Bowl, watch parts of the Green Bay game and parts of the Detroit game. They went to the 5 wide or empty set where CMC was, lined up as a wide receiver a lot more than you think.
Yeah. Yep.
In those final 3 games. Yep. And I think that Shanahan's big takeaway was similar to mine, which is we need somebody else who can get open in these situations. Really like Juwan Jennings. He's a fit for a variety of reasons. But if I can add that other wide receiver, Shifty, who can kind of get open in the middle of the field, that's going to add a different dynamic. And again, I keep coming back to you. They believe in Brock way more than the average fan does.
They do.
And if they're going to go, like, how many times did I turn to you in the Super Bowl and I was like, they're in 5 wide again?
5 wide.
Again?
And they were slow. It was a slow 5 wide set.
100%.
They're going to run 5 wide set. You need at least one burner in there, I believe. We always say Edelman, but like you want a guy like that. Even if he's not Edelman, and then this is a name that's going to trigger, but like a Cole Beasley, someone like that. Those guys are very valuable in the modern NFL. No, they are. They are. Can Pearsall be that guy? What separates him as a wide receiver? Here's Ricky Pearsall.
Just being a receiver, you got to be really good at getting open and catching the ball. And those are the 2 most important things. I think I do a very good job. I think I'm elite at both of those things, first and foremost. The things that separate me, I feel like, is my competitive spirit and, how I compete on a day in, day out basis, and just how detailed I am as a receiver too, as well, when it comes to being disciplined in my routes or even just off the field, being disciplined in my everyday habits. So I feel like that separates me.
Would you say to play for Kyle Shanahan, it might be the most precise offense to play in if you're a wide receiver?
It's one of them, no doubt. You're going to have to hit the ground running. You're going to have to grab that playbook, and you got to be at certain spots, and you can't be a minute late at those spots, a second late. You got to know.
I think you got to start with your team.
Oh, that's the Belichick sound.
Little touch screen here. No, you got to know what you're going to do, and it's an uphill battle. But can he hit the ground running as a first? Because this is a first-round pick, too.
I know.
Like, everybody's going to look at the first-round tag, and we're going to be watching what Keon Coleman does. We're going to watch what Xavier Legette does.
These receivers.
We're going to look at what these receivers have done behind Ricky Pearsall if he's not productive. And we're going to say, oh, man, you could have had this guy. But you got to hit the ground running. You got to hit that playbook. And you got to, more so, him being from Arizona, get with Brock Purdy ASAP. Get with Brock Purdy immediately. Call Brock Purdy, live in his house, live in his living room. I know Brock Purdy may be having a honeymoon or whatnot with his newlywed. Hell with that. Brock Purdy, I'm standing the in-law.
Well, he was at the Levi Stadium doing a kids camp recently. I don't know if you saw some of the images.
Yep.
Purdy looks jacked.
He does look jacked.
He looks absolutely jacked. And then he's got a bunch of new commercials for Toyota and John Deere. And, I mean, he's all over the place.
He is all over the place.
The guy is printing money.
Here's Belichick. I'm not worried about what other teams do. And with a lot of people, a lot of Niner fans.
I love this.
A lot of Niner fans. Oh, how can you do this? How can you trade with City? How can you do this? Yeah. Buffalo, don't trade with the Chiefs. But here's Belichick.
I think you got to start with your team. And instead of worrying about how you're going to mess everybody else up, what do we need to do to get better? What helps our team the most? And that's really what you got to do. If you worry too much about trying to mess everybody else up, then what are you doing with your team?
Yeah.
So I don't know what Buffalo's board is. I don't know exactly what their overall strategy is, but I'm sure they have a good one. They've proven that. They're doing what's best for Buffalo. You can't worry about what Kansas City's going to do or what the Jets are going to do with somebody else. Just worry about what you're going to do.
I thought Belichick was an absolute superstar.
Are you surprised?
No, but I think a lot of the general consensus was surprised.
Yeah, Lubman was talking about that before the game.
And I was like,
he was like, I can't believe how good Belichick was. And I was like,
but the top 100, him and Saban were amazing.
Well, Saban, they had the documentary together on HBO, Saban and Belichick, because they used to coach together with the Cleveland Browns, and they were there with that Cleveland Browns football life or whatnot. He was all part of that staff.
By the way, you look at it now.
That staff was legit.
Yeah.
Staff was incredible, right? But then you see him on the top 100 when he's breaking down the greatest players, like his bit on Ed Reed.
Yes.
He goes, he's the greatest free safety I've ever seen. A play he made where it's like, how does the safety do that? Belichick on television, I had no qualms about him being terrible on television. Like, he's going to make that trade. It's 30 for 30, the Bills. Bill and Bill.
Mm-hmm.
How good was he then when he breaks down football? And he gets to.
He's amazing.
One of my favorite videos, one of my favorite sound bites from him is when he's breaking down special teams for 10 minutes.
The evolution of the gunner.
Loved it. He got into every single detail about that. I was like, give me more Belichick.
Well,
give me more Saban.
I think my big takeaway, if I was running one of these television companies, I know, let's give Tom Brady $400 million. If I was running the Amazon broadcast, I would be paying mega bucks, even if it's a 1-year deal, Saban and Belichick together in the booth with somebody, I don't know who, somebody to tee them up.
Or just at least on the studio show. Can I get them with the pregame show?
I want them on the Manning cast.
Yeah, pregame. Give me the pregame show. They will probably be on the Manning cast at some point this year.
But like if you were running Amazon and you wanted to make Amazon just a better broadcast, just upgrade right away. Here's $40 million, Belichick. Come and do 1 year with us.
Did they translate well in the booth?
I think with the right person next to him, Belichick would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
unbelievable. If you're a football dork, and I think he's also got a quirkier sense of humor than people give him credit for. I don't know if you've also noticed, Pat McAfee's really toned it down. He's wearing like full shirts, not as much of the cutoffs.
He white beater, the tank tops, anything like that.
He's really dialed it down, and I think it's a better, more consumable product.
Nah, he maybe, yeah.
I'm not the biggest McAfee guy. I think he's good on College Game Day. I don't love his show, but what he did at the draft, I thought it was really good. He leaned into Belichick.
No, Belichick is really good. Saban's really good. Saban was on the ABC broadcast with Reese Davis and for the first night, Desmond Howard and company, Kirk Herbstreit. No, they're good. They're really, really good. I don't like how, because I have jumped into that Patriots documentary.
Oh, the
way they smear Belichick was just disrespectful and nasty. If it wasn't for Belichick, we would never know who Tom Brady is. He made the tough decision to bench Drew Bledsoe and stick with Tom Brady. And that led to a historic run with the New England Patriots. For him to get torched like that from a place he spent over 20 years with was just disgusting. And I'm rooting against the Patriots every single day for the rest of my life.
He glossed over 2 championships, okay? Just glossed over them. And then they made it out like Belichick was the guy like defending Aaron Hernandez.
All right,
it was ridiculous.
All right, it's time for Shark Week. Boy, let's roll
go.
up the sleeves and get ready to roll.
He breaks down plays better than anyone. I mean, this is like...
And our main man, Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Our main man, Baldy, back on the morning roast. He'll be here for an hour as we wrap up another NFL draft. The 2024 NFL draft is in the books. Now we await the schedules being released, and then it's on to training camp and OTAs and all that fun stuff here. Baldy, good morning, man. You look so good over the weekend, man. You were ready to roll. You didn't get any sleep. I know you didn't get any sleep, and you're ready to roll.
Sleep is overrated, Bon.
I agree.
I mean, John Bon Jovi said, "We'll sleep when we're dead."
Exactly.
Okay. I'm with you. I mean, I'm just trying to give America what they want. You know, like what happened to their draft? Did the team get better? Did they bomb? Did they blow it? Like, I'm just here to try to give whatever analysis I can get. It's like this whole draft thing for me, honestly, and it's like this for any personnel person. Like, you study for a test. You study for a test for me for 8 weeks, and then you get to take the test. And it's just fun. You feel like you know the answers. You know who these people are. You hear all these little anecdotes, these little stories, everything you listen to this weekend on the broadcast. And you get a chance to kind of spit it all out. It's fun.
No, it is a lot of fun here. So what do you think here with the Niners? They make their picks. They added a lot of speed on offense. I love this Ronaldo Green out of my Florida State Seminoles at corner. They drafted a linebacker in the 7th round out of Florida State. So overall, when you look at the 49ers draft, how would you, if you had a Niner fan walking down the street, they said, "Hey, Baldy, man, what do you think of the Niners draft?" What would Baldy say?
I would say, first of all, look, they have a great roster. So, how many rookies can you draft that can come in and impact the roster? Like we saw Hufanga a couple years ago, a 5th-round pick come in. He impacted it. Like, I think they got a chance with 3 or 4 of these players to really impact the roster. I think Pearsall, I don't know what they're going to do with these receivers, with Brandon, with Debo. We heard all the rumors all weekend. But you watch Ricky, I had him as my 5th best receiver in this draft. All right. When I watch him, I interviewed him a couple weeks ago on the NFL Network, and I just said to him, I'm like, dude, you're always open. like, what's the deal? Like, he runs these over routes in the SEC. Like, nobody's bumping him. Like, he's an elite tester. He catches everything. To me, he's just a bigger, faster Julian Edelman. Like, he could just rule the middle of the field. He's an amazing player. Great prospect. Ronaldo Green, you watch him against Malik Neighbors, press man coverage. Like, he got no fear going out there and just pressing guys. I mean, I believe that's a position of need for the 49ers. Pooney is a guy that, played up his last year at Kansas. He looks, I don't know if he's a guard or a tackle. Maybe he could play both, but look, I think he's 6'5" and change. He looks big out there. When you watch him play, he looks like a big body that moves pretty decent. So, he's got Polynesian power to him. Yeah. Like, I like him. And Garendo, look, they drafted a really fast back a couple years ago out of Louisiana. This was the fastest back in the draft. He didn't have a great career. He had a great last game against USC at Louisville in a bowl game where he exploded. And you're like, where was that the other 3 years? But he runs a 4.3 at 220 pounds. And he catches the ball just fine. Like Cowing can, guy played, 50-something games. Like, he could do just about anything. I don't know what his role's going to be. But, yeah, I could see some contributions from this draft.
So I'm looking at Ricky Pearsall, and I'm envisioning what it will look like with Kyle Shanahan, and obviously they've got Debo, they've got Ayuk, and I think most Niner fans are really happy that they didn't move off of those guys, and now you got the three of them together. I go back to the Super Bowl, and Bonte and I sit next to each other, and they went five wide, if you will, with CMC coming out of the backfield and lining up as a receiver over and over and over again. Is this one of those moves, not for down the line, moving off of Debo, whatever? Is this because they saw something on film in the Detroit, in the Green Bay game, and in the Kansas City game that they needed to get separation and they needed a guy who could work the middle of the field? Is that what you think this pick represents?
I don't know about that, Joe. I don't think they're saying, let's draft a missing piece.
Okay.
Where I don't believe that. I think this is a pick to keep this offense humming. Typically, when you draft a first-round player that isn't a need pick, if you keep Brandon Ayuk and Debo, if you keep those guys, it's not a need pick. But you're saying, we're going to move on. We're going to move on from one of them, and we just draft a replacement. I mean, if that was Ayuk or Debo, that's what I would say to myself. They've drafted my replacement. Now, whether he can do that or not, nobody knows. But I think Pearsall and Ayuk might have crossed paths 1 year at Arizona State. I'm not exactly sure. I think 1 year they were there together, so they know each other. But I would, if I was one of those guys, I'd say my replacement's in the building.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
How does that work? Like, this is a run-first team, right? And so now it's a contract year for one of the guys. Whether if they pay Ayuk, clearly he's here for a couple of years, and we'll kind of know that before the season starts. How does that dynamic play itself out in the locker room on a team where CMC is going to get his touches, and week to week it kind of oscillates as to who the next guy up is? So how does that play out?
Well, I think you'll see it over the course of the year, and then by next year, one guy is going to be here and one guy isn't going to be here. Right now, it should be highly competitive practices right now, because I think you're going to see the talent of Pearsall. I think everybody's going to see it, and so this question of how they move them around, can they find a space for all of them? This is not going to be. It's just not going to be tolerant that guys are going to be crying for the ball. They're not getting touches. I mean, it's just the ball's going to get spread around, and it's going to go through McCaffrey. That's not going to change. So I'm anxious to see what that roster looks like Labor Day weekend, and if everybody that's been here is going to still be here.
Yeah, no, I think Danny Gray's on notice. I think Ronnie Bell's on notice. Chris Conley. That receiver room is deep, 11 deep as of now. We're probably going into the season with about 6, maybe 7. This Pearsall kid, I'm really excited for because I think it is helping Brock Purdy and some speed to the offense. There's one knock I had on the offense, Baldy. Again, McCaffrey's quick, gets down the field. I think Ayuk is quick and fast, but just true burners. True burners. When you see the league, where the league is going, Baldy, with all the spacing here, and it seems like this Pearsall's going to eat up that space. He's going to play the easiest football. I equate it to basketball, right? You get a great player like Andrew Wiggins during that championship year playing next to Steph and Clay and Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. He played the easiest basketball you ever got to see. One-on-one basketball, free releases. Pearsall of this offense is going to see nothing but one-on-one. And from the tape that you posted and from all the other tape, he's going to eat one-on-one coverage up all day long, even as a rookie.
Well, the fact is, Bonte, you can't play in today's game if you can't defeat one-on-one coverage. I don't care who's up against you. You can't get on the field because if you're not separating, unless you just have unusual size or tremendous, hands or whatever. Like, your quarterback isn't giving you the ball. The one thing I think about, I'm looking at all these little option routes that Kyle loves to run. I mean, McCaffrey's awesome at it. Ayuk is awesome at it. I think Pearsall is going to be really good at this stuff. Like, all this stuff underneath, these whip routes and these stick nods and some of these, like, hesitation type things where you're just trying to separate as quickly as you can underneath and just test, whatever coverage they're throwing at you, whether it's zone or man. Like, I just think he's going to eat that stuff up.
Is that the biggest thing that destroyed the Niners in the Super Bowl, the inability to beat man coverage or press coverage, sticky man coverage?
Threw a lot of that at them, especially when they were, pressuring them. And so it showed up quite a bit. I'm sure, usually the last game that you play, regardless of Super Bowl or regular season, whatever, that's kind of your lasting memory of what your team is and what deficiencies you might have.
How's this guy fit with Purdy?
Oh, I don't think I think there would be an instant love affair. I mean, I don't know how any quarterback couldn't love his game. Because he just, like, when you have to throw the ball over the middle of the field, and that's where Kyle loves to attack, you better have some tough people. Now, we have seen tremendous toughness from Debo, obviously, and from Brandon over the last 2 years. But you got to be tough over the middle. And the quarterback can't worry. Like, Brock is smart enough to know he's not going to hang you out to dry over the middle. But these balls are going, these dig routes are coming over the middle of the field at you. And they're layered throws. And this guy looks like he's got zero fear in the middle of the field. So there's going to be a trust there. But, I mean, this guy's got a good set of hands. And his short shuttle was a 4.05. I don't think there's anybody on the team that comes close to a 4.05 short shuttle. I mean, that's elite. If you get to the low fours to a high 3.95, like that 1/10 of a second in that range is about as good as anybody can do in this whole league.
We love speed. We love hearing this about Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick for the 49ers. We're talking to Brian Baldinger, recapping the 2024 NFL Draft for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm going to move to safety for a second, Baldy. Tell me a little bit about this Malik Mustafa kid out of Wake Forest. Safety, got the C on his chest, was a captain on the team. And every highlight I saw from him, he's just cleaning up the mess. He's just cleaning up the trash. He's just knocking dudes away. I don't see an ounce of body fat. Who is this Malik Mustafa kid who's a safety out of Wake Forest?
Yeah, well, he transferred from Richmond. I mean, when I watch him, he's just an aggressive tackler. He looks like he'd come out of the sky and blow you up. Like, he's coming full speed. There's no slowdown in his game. Like, he's coming to hit you. And, he had 4 forced fumbles at Wake Forest. Like, he jars the ball loose, and he jolts you. But, he tested really, really well. Not the tallest guy, but he's thick. And I just thought, they got Hufanga in the 5th round. They're getting Mustafa in the 4th round. It's hard to keep safeties healthy in this business because of what they are asked to do and how physical you got to play. But they've had a long history of success of drafting safeties. And I think this guy is a chance. Like Tig Brown last year, I think he's a really good player. They got on the field last year when Hufanga got injured. And so, look, I think he's got a chance to get on the field. Everybody is, at some point during the game, you're playing 3 safeties. Maybe 1 guy in the box, 2 up high. Red zone, you're playing 3 safeties. Like, you need 3 on the field game day at some point in whatever package you're playing. And if you can't tackle and you don't tackle well, you're going to get exposed.
Yeah, it feels like John Lynch, because he played safety at such a high level, feels like he has like a type back there, and rangy and hard-hitting and sure tackling seems to be that typecast.
I agree with you. I agree. And that's not uncommon, Joe. A guy like John, you kind of look at the game through your lens, and he was kind of a box safety. Obviously at Tampa, they had, they led the league in defense 4 years in a row. Denver, you kind of see the game, whether it's 1st and 10, okay, let's build an 8-man box. Let's shut down the run. You're the unblocked player. If you're the unblocked player, you have to make the tackle. Like, you're looking for those kind of attributes, and you're looking for those qualities. And I think John probably plugs in a tape of Wake Forest or, at Richmond when he was there as a freshman, and you're kind of looking for those kind of things. And it's hard No, safeties don't get drafted in the first round. It's rare anymore. You get them, you start getting them like Nubin was a second-round pick of the Giants, in large part because he had 13 career interceptions there at Minnesota. But you're looking for ball skills. You're looking at guys that can jar it loose. You're looking for aggressive tackling. And I think, that's once you start kind of separating him by those things, and then, how many games did he play? How healthy did he stay? All those kind of things. I think he had 24 starts at Wake Forest. You're kind of separating round by round by those qualities.
Yeah, from 2021, Shasky and Baldy, from 2021 to 2023, Mustafa played in 35 games, recorded 175 tackles, 15 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, 3 picks, 20 PBUs, 4 forced fumbles, 2 fumble recoveries. So he did a little bit of everything. He was a stat sheet stuffer, no doubt about that. All right, Lyman, because a lot of Niner fans, Baldy, why did they trade up for a tackle? So you brought up Pooney, Polynesian Power. I'm going to break him down a little bit more. But what about the young man out of USC who also attended Washington State, Jarrett Kingston? What do you like about this guy? 6th-round pick out of 215 overall out of USC and Wazoo.
Well, he started this year for USC. I thought he struggled at times. He played both right guard and right tackle. But he's got the necessary size, and he runs. Like, I think he was a 6th-round pick, not because of how he played this year. You can look at games where, Latu beat him and different players beat him. But I think, when you can run the way he ran a 5-flat 40. He had a good, he tested really well, at 6'4" and change, 300+ pounds. So, I think he's a prospect. But I think Pooney is a guy. I watched him play left tackle at Kansas this year. Who the hell is Kansas? But they started, Jason Bean. You could find the talent on that roster. And Pooney's a big part of it. And he transferred. He's one of those 6-year players.
Right.
He was at Central Missouri. He ended up playing up at Kansas when they started building the program. So you watch him in the Big 12. And you watch him, he didn't give up a sack this year.
Yep.
You could say, okay, well, who's the pass rushers of the Big 12? I don't know. But I think he can play guard, he can play tackle. And so he's a swing guy that can step in right now, compete for a guard spot, compete for a tackle spot. I think he's got that ability to start this year, whether it's right guard, right tackle, or if he can't beat those guys out, he can, dress on Sundays and be a swing guy to start right away. But he's got like I said, he just looks big and powerful when he steps on the field.
Wow. Baldy, I'm looking at the Niners draft as a whole, and we're going to rat-a-tat-tat a bunch of stuff here, but a lot of 5th-year players, a lot of guys that played at multiple schools, and then I look around the NFL, it feels like everybody is taking production and experience now, and because of just the NIL, because of the transfer portal, if you are staying somewhere and not playing, you're almost less likely to get drafted. Every single guy is playing at multiple schools because they want to get out onto the field and have that production. And I don't think that's 49er exclusive. Is that a big takeaway for you looking at this draft as a whole?
No doubt, Joe. Everybody. You go through the, just reading the bios and all these different players. They're all multiple schools. Guys that went from small schools to big schools, you see the jump. Everybody was looking for, day one starters of the program. It used to be like you can still go back to Michigan and you can see Harbaugh, you're an 18-year-old kid coming in and you're redshirted. All right. You live in a weight room, go to the training table, get your school and then you start playing. The redshirt thing is kind of over. There's some schools like Harbaugh was still doing it. And that's why 13 guys got drafted. But ultimately, Joe, I think this was an unusual year because this was the pandemic year. A lot of schools didn't play. They played limited, schedules. So they got a free year. So you're getting these 5th and 6th-year players this year. I don't think you're going to see that again. But I do think you're going to see guys transfer. You heard Saban say the other day on Quinyon Mitchell, there he is, at Toledo. And he's he gets in the transfer portal. Right. He's going to start for me at Alabama. Yep. He has that type of talent. Philadelphia saw that. Well, he was loyal. He's one of the few guys that said Toledo was loyal to me when nobody wanted to, recruit me. I'm staying at Toledo. And he blew Nick Saban off. But most guys would take that opportunity to go play for Nick. But that was an unusual guy. But I think this is just one of those years. It's just an outlier year where we saw a lot of 23 and 24-year-old players, finishing their careers.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Now, I'm looking around the NFC West. I'm not going to lie to you, Baldy. I loved what Arizona did. I really liked what the Rams did. Seattle's up there brewing.
Blake Corum, the Rams.
I mean, Florida, they take my two guys out of Florida State right there on the defensive line, the LA Rams. I'm like, damn, okay, here we go again. They're preparing for the Niners in that run game. They bring in Blake Corum. But Arizona, are we sleeping on the Cardinals here? Let's start with them because they were the laughingstock of the league the last couple of years. They bring back Kyler last year. They trade away Hollywood Brown. But they got Marvin Harrison Jr., Maserati Marv. They got the DN from Missouri. I really like what Arizona's brewing down there at Glendale, Arizona, or Phoenix, Arizona, whatever the hell they play.
I agree with you. I mean, first of all, they beat the Cowboys last year. They beat the Eagles. Mm-hmm. They went to Pittsburgh and beat the Steelers. They ran the ball very well. The offense line, Paris Johnson, they put a line together. So they had a foundation. And when Kyler came back, look, he threw to Trey McBride. They didn't really have the receivers. So you go get Marvin. Like, that's going to make every fan in Arizona healthy. They think they got, the next Larry Fitzgerald, and he might be better than Larry because he's faster. And he jumps higher than Larry.
Wow.
But so they got their, and Darius Robinson on any board was a first-round pick. He's 6'5", he's 290 pounds. He had a great year at Missouri. Max Melton was a guy that that everybody rated high coming out of Rutgers. Mm-hmm. Like, he could start. Trey Benson on some people's charts was the number one running back in this whole draft. At 200, the fastest he ran at 225 pounds. So him and James Conner at running back. You go through the whole thing here. Sure. And, Tip Ryman at tight end. I wanted the 49ers to draft him. I thought he was the best blocking tight end in this draft. He's 270 pounds. He runs well.
Wow.
He handled the edge in the Big Ten at Illinois. Dadrian Taylor Demerson was my favorite day 3 pick at Texas Tech. This guy is... I think he's going to be an elite safety. So, yeah, you can go through the whole thing. Tajon Palmer at UAB. Are you kidding me?
You're giving me a headache right now, Baldy. You're giving me a headache right now, man.
I did a breakdown on Tajon. It blew up, man. I'm like, you better watch. Don't sleep on this kid now. Don't sleep on this kid. This kid's got talent, man.
Gosh, I love this talk. We'll get to the rest of the NFC West
Put a bookmark
on the other side.
Yeah,
on the other side. 888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything. He's willing to take your calls right now on the other side on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything about the Niners, their draft, their thought process, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, all that coming up. We're bringing down the NFC West and their draft. Arizona, they scare me. The Rams scare me. But this division, it's getting tougher and tougher and tougher. But first, before we do all that, let's get to the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier.
All right, this is big news in Denver, Colorado between the Lakers and the Nuggets. Game 5 tonight in the Mile High City. The Lakers do not get swept. They win wire to wire Saturday night. And now, Jamal Murray is now questionable with a left calf strain. When we think calf strains because of Kevin Durant, we think of Achilles. This could not be good for the Denver Nuggets. Murray was seen nursing his calf late in the Nuggets game for a loss to the Lakers, but did not exit the game. The Nuggets did not hint at the severity of the strain. And this is the first time Murray has been listed on the team's injury report in the postseason, but it is something to monitor. Jamal Murray, questionable tonight. Can the Lakers get back into the series? By the way, I see the calls lining up. 888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything. We're having a lot of fun. That 30 minutes flew by. We got another 30 with Baldy. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. That's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. Ask Baldy anything. We're breaking down the NFL draft for the 49ers here on The Roast.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand.
got Baldy on the board. We got the roasters out there. My favorite day of the week, Monday. And Baldy probably is laughing right now. Monday sets the tone for the entire week. You have a great Monday. It's smooth sailing the rest of the way. And we're talking about the NFL draft, recapping it all with Brian Baldinger here on the roast. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages, the Xfinity mobile text line. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing. Get drained. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing. Get drained. We got your calls coming up. Oreo Cookie and Will and Marin, 888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything about the draft. But first, Shaska, before you jump in.
Yes.
Poolside premonitions with Brian Baldinger. I think it needs to be a thing. I mean, they're bringing up poolside early in the morning at their deep swim. He wasn't in the bay. He wasn't off the coast of Florida or anything like that in Key West. He was in the pool talking about, you know what? I think Atlanta may go quarterback in this draft. I'm like, what? Poolside premonitions with Brian Baldinger.
Before you get in there on that one, Baldy, I had Penix as my number 2 quarterback. I like him a lot. I saw him at Allegiant Stadium. I never understood the Bo Nix thing. I thought he didn't see the field well, didn't see a lot of NFL throws. I thought Penix was extremely undervalued. I mean, he went 8th, so it's not like he went in the 4th round, but I don't know. I liked him more than everyone else did.
Yeah, look, he was after Caleb, he was my second favorite quarterback. I watched so much film on him, but I got to know the kid, had him on my podcast, met him at the Super Bowl, kind of followed him. And then, look, I used to work for the Falcons. I announced their preseason games. I was there when Mike Smith and Matt Ryan came together. I've been in the room with Arthur Blank talking about coaches. And so I just know Arthur. Like, I know the greatest success he's ever had since he owned the Falcons was when Matt Ryan and Mike Smith got together. And they had a great 10-year run or so, Super Bowl, Kyle, the whole thing. And so as much as they wanted Kirk Cousins because they needed a quarterback, I think once they saw Penix throw and they got to meet him and they had a private workout, they were blown away. And they're like, we got to figure out a way to make this work. The talent's too good. And I always said this, Joe. I said, if you put J.J. McCarthy in Washington's offense, would they be 14-0 and play Michigan for the national championship? I didn't think so. I didn't think if you put Drake May in that offense. This offense was trying to rip your carotid artery out every single Saturday. And I just loved the way that he threw the deep ball. I loved the way he tested. He's an elite athlete, and he's very, very smart. He elevated Indiana when he was there to the 7th-ranked team in the country.
It's true.
Beat Michigan, took Ohio State to the brink, went to Washington, a moribund program, 4-8. Nobody's talking about the Huskies. He's convincing Roma Dunze and Jalen Polk and Jalen McMillan, stay. I know this coach. Like, don't leave. Don't get in the transfer. Got them all to stay. Went to work. All those kids got drafted.
Went to work there. So he doesn't go number 2 overall. Jaden Daniels goes number 2 overall in Washington. You get Drake May, who I'm not the biggest fan of, out of North Carolina. It feels like a Sam Howell all over again. I don't know. I don't want to rip the young man, but I think the situation is a little rough for him. Then you get Penix, and Bo Nix, of course, goes 12. McCarthy goes 10. Why do you think Jaden Daniels went so high? Was it because of the Heisman? Because of the receivers at LSU? Because I'm seeing a lot of mixed grades with Jaden Daniels at quarterback. A lot of people giving Washington C's or whatnot. What is the book on Jaden Daniels? What is he going to be like in the pros? What's your pros scouting report here, Baldy, on Jaden Daniels?
Well, I mean, look, he's a better thrower than Lamar coming out. I mean, he ran like Lamar in college. Ran all the way to the Heisman like Lamar did. He's not built like Lamar. Lamar's got a neck like a middle linebacker does. He's not built like that. Right. He's his frame is not going to hold up. Running the ball, like if you watch the game against Alabama or Florida, like in the way they took hits in those games, he's not going to hold up. If Fred Warner hits him, he's going to break him. So I'm worried about him running. Now, Cliff Kingsbury, I think, is a very talented coordinator. Like he did a lot of good things with Kyler, obviously with Mahomes. Going back to Johnny Manziel, he's going to build an offense around his quarterback. So, and I think they drafted well. I think they got a good general manager in there right now. So I feel like he's got a chance to elevate. They've got a good receiving core right now. If the offensive line comes together, they've added a lot of new pieces that had to get better than it was a year ago. Like, I think he's got a chance for success. I think Washington's going to be an improved team.
Yeah, I mean, if only one way to go, and that's up. You know what I mean? Baldy, back to the Niners before we start hitting the lines here. You can ask Baldy anything. If you're looking at the Niners at the end of that Super Bowl to where they are today, are they a better team after free agency and the draft?
I think if Dre comes back healthy, I think they're a better team.
Okay.
I think they have better depth right now. And I think they have more speed on the team.
Yep.
And so that's always going to transfer over the course of a season.
Yes, speed kills.
And I think they rebuilt their defensive line in free agency. So I didn't think they had good depth on that position last year. They should be better this year.
And then in terms of working the draft board, the players they selected, maybe the needs that they had, how did you grade out the 49ers draft? Approximately, letter grade if you had to.
You look, if Pearsall hits, like I said, I don't know what's going to happen to these receivers. We heard all the rumors over the last few weeks about are they here or not. I mean, John Lynch is tired of answering it, but only they know. I mean, if they hit on Ricky Pearsall, I think Renardo Green could step in and play. I know he can compete.
Wait, is he inside or outside?
He was playing outside, right?
He played outside.
Yep.
Play outside. So I think if they hit on I think if Green gets on the field, I think this is a good draft.
Okay.
I think Dominic Pooney can. I don't know if he's going to start. I know he's going to push somebody.
Right.
Whether it's Colston or whether it's a right guard position in San Francisco. I could see him stepping in and playing right guard for this team and upgrading that position.
I love bringing all these players in. Compete. You want to be on the 49ers, you want to compete for Super Bowls, go compete in training camp. May the best man win. I'm excited for training camp with all the depth that they've added here. But let's take the lines here. Ask Baldy anything, 888-957-9570. Start off with our boy Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo Cookie, man. Ask Baldy anything here on The Roast.
Hey, what's up, Baldy, man? It's an honor to speak to you. Everybody appreciate your breakdowns, man. You're usually on top of it. I hope that this first round pick, Pearson, man, I hope that he pops. I hope he's fly for a white guy. But given the history of the 49ers, we did not take any defensive linemen this time around. What gives?
Well, I think they fortified that position in free agency. And so, they got 4 defensive linemen that have come in right now, and so I think that's where they hit the draft. I think the defensive linemen went early in this draft. They went in the first and second rounds, guys that could step in and play. And they went, receiver because I think they're concerned about paying everybody what they have been paying them and what they might have to. And so I think they addressed the defensive line in free agency, and I think that's, kind of where they're at right now.
Let's go to Willa Marin. Willa Marin, ask Baldy anything here on The Roast. What up, Will?
Hey, what's up, hey, Baldy? Thanks for taking my call. Thanks for giving me the time. My first question was plus-worthy. I don't feel like getting plussed on a Monday, so I got a simple question. Who do you see as the biggest underperformer in this draft, and who do you see as the biggest steal so far in the draft? Thank you, sir.
The first question, I understand the question. I don't want to dodge it. But these kids just got drafted. They deserve every opportunity to go out there and compete. I don't know if Drake May is going to win the job in New England. They're not a very good team. He's probably in a position where you almost hope he doesn't start right away, even though he's the third pick. Now, he might win the job outright, but it's not a very good team around him. They have 2 rookie receivers that might end up starting for him. So, I don't want to throw cold water on anybody out there. I just think, if you look at this kid, Braden Fisk, he goes to Florida State for 1 year, and he dominates. They're undefeated. If the quarterback, Jordan Travis, doesn't get hurt, who knows? Maybe Florida State wins the national championship.
Baldy, I was just saying that. I'm a big Florida State fan.
We had this conversation 3 times this morning.
Yeah, this morning. I was pissed because I went down to the Rose Bowl, saw Michigan in Bama, and I thought, boy, Jordan Travis is healthy. He could beat this Michigan team with all that talent they have. But continue, Baldy, because Fisk is a player.
If you look at Braden Fisk, and he gets, he plays up, goes to Florida State. He's a dominant player. Goes to the Senior Bowl. Nobody can block him. And then you just watch his work ethic and the way he plays. Now, look, nobody's going to compare anybody in any draft to Aaron Donald. But the guy plays the game with the ferocity that Aaron played. I don't think he's the pass rusher that Aaron was and always has been. But, they're rebuilding their defensive front. I mean, Kobe Turner and Byron Young had 17 combined sacks last year as rookies, and then they became starters. And now you look at Verse and Fisk, like this is going to be a talented defensive front in Los Angeles. So if you said, okay, what's the guy? I'm excited to watch Braden Fisk play in the NFL.
Wow, we got to deal with that in the NFC West, Jasky. These two defensive linemen from Florida State going to the LA Rams alongside Blake Kroll. This NFC West got a lot tougher over the weekend.
Give me the guy that you think is the perfect fit. It could be anywhere. It could be Caleb, number 1 overall. Who is the perfect fit for the coach? Just any combination in this draft, because fit is so important. I don't know if Deebo Samuel becomes Deebo Samuel if he doesn't play for Kyle Shanahan, right? And Montana doesn't become Montana if he doesn't play for Walsh. We can have those conversations all day, but just on paper, you a guy that you wanted to see go to the right spot, and you're like, wow, love that guy to go to that place to play for that coach.
I mean, Xavier Worthy going to Kansas City. Come on. You got Mahomes, you got Andy Reid, you got a play caller, you got a quarterback, you have success. That fit. This is a really good player. And maybe a dynamic player that changes the game with his speed. We know you can't outrun the arm of Mahomes. So, I remember one time, in fact, it was the Eagles playing San Francisco. I'll never forget this. So Andy Reid has always been very tight with the media, only lets out a little thing here, little jab here and there. If you're listening closely, you can really catch something. But I remember I was announcing a game for Fox, and I'm on the field before the game, and I'm talking to Andy, and he's got Deshaun Jackson, right?
Oh, yeah.
Deshaun Jackson, early Deshaun Jackson.
Yep, rookie, yeah.
This was a Sunday night game, and this is the game Alex
Sunday
Smith.
afternoon. The Sunday afternoon game. No, this is before Sunday afternoon.
It was Sunday afternoon, Bonte.
Yep, Sunday afternoon.
He goes, if they line up in this front, Baldy, we're going to Deshaun first play. I go, really? I go, I don't want to hear the national anthem. I don't want to hear the lineups. I don't want to hear anything. All I want to do is set up Deshaun Jackson. I'm telling, I don't know if I was with Joe Buck or who I was with at the time, but I was like, look, I'm setting this thing up. They're going down, and sure enough, first play, Deshaun Jackson in the end zone, right? So I go, I can see Andy getting every defensive back on their heels to start some of these games with Xavier Worthy. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just take the shot? Just a flyer to Worthy. To see if that corner's got his chin strap buckled, if he's got his mouthpiece in, if he's paying attention. Because if you blink, this kid's going to be by you.
Yeah, I'll never forget that game. Sunday afternoon, the Eagles came in and just dominated at Candlestick Park. I think they had a goal. Maybe forced a fumble, brought it back 99 yards. I don't know. It was a crazy game, but Philly had their way in that one.
If that was the 2010 one, it was the one where Alex Smith's rolling out left, goes to throw.
Sunday Night Football. The same day the Giants beat the Tigers that day. That was Mike Singletary. This one was Mike Nolan. I know exactly what Baldy's talking about. Sunday afternoon game. Plenty of seats available at Candlestick Park. And Deshaun, who's played our backyard at Cal Burton. We're thinking draft him. The Niners ended up drafting Kenton Balmer in that year.
And
it goes to Andy Reid. You knew going to Andy Reid. That's what we said about Xavier Worthy on Friday, Baldy. Boy, he knows what to do with the spread game and all these quick twitch wide receivers. Come on.
I remember, honestly, going back to T.O., I was doing the Pro Bowl in Hawaii, and McNabb is on the Eagles, and T.O. is, in San Francisco, and, he's a free agent or whatever. And that was when, Baltimore thought they were going to sign him, and the Eagles came in and swooped him up. And I remember McNabb and T.O. talking on the field. I'm like, you two would look good together in Eagle Green. And there's Andy coaching the team, and next thing you know, T.O.'s in Philly. That offense changed day one in 2004 with T.O. It was bombs away. And it was bombs away with Deshaun Jackson. And you can see Andy right now tinkering. Right now, the draft isn't even the names on the draft board haven't dried. And you can see Andy already tinkering what he's going to do with Worthy.
By the way, in that game that you called, Baldy.
What year
Mike
was
Patterson.
This 07?
Yeah, this was the 06, September 24th, 06.
You're unbelievable, Bonte.
Mike Patterson, 98-yard defensive fumble return in that football game to go up 31-3. Westbrook had a 71-yard run.
Mike Patterson.
Yep.
First-round pick from him.
I'll never forget that game because I was just thinking, boy, Philly is stacked, man. They just came in to handle business. We see them blow out the Niners a lot at Candlestick Park. Let's ask Baldy anything, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's up, sugar? Ask Baldy anything.
Hey, Sugar. Is Baldy my new sugar? So, listen, Baldy, this is Robin. I call everybody Sugar. It's just a habit. I'm sorry, Sugar.
That's all right.
But here,
That's all right, Robin.
okay, so the DBs for the Niners in the past was slow as hell. So now they got some speed, but I'm still worried about the offensive line because, in my opinion, the last two Super Bowls that they played, it was really the right side. Was it McGlinchey? Now McKivitz, he all right, you know what I'm saying? But the Niners get their butt kicked in the trenches, and that's real. So what I want to ask you is, what do you think about the offensive line? Even though they've got graded high in the draft, I don't think they're going to win until they do something about that offensive line. Thank you for taking my call.
Well, I mean, they had the leading rusher. The quarterback finished the league, the season with the number 1 rated quarterback. Like, they're playing pretty good football. Now, there was a couple mistakes there against Kansas City. Chris Jones is a wrecker. Maybe Dominic Pooney. Maybe you just need more Polynesian power, in the middle of that offensive line right now. Like, he's going to go compete, and he's a powerful guy. So I saw 16 Polynesians get drafted in this draft. Like, they're 0.3% of the population. They had 16 players drafted. Like, these guys are built to play this game. It's important to them. I do this football camp with Jesse Sapalo every once in a while out in Las Vegas. These Polynesians come, like, you would swear they're in full pads the way that they go compete in the trenches. Offense, defensive line, they go at it. Like, it's full speed. Like, they want to play. And you ought to see the wave of kids that are coming in the future drafts. You better start, stacking up on these guys because they play the game. They're just more powerful, balanced. The game's important to them. They got their head screwed on straight overall. Like, I think this Pony's going to be a player for them.
Baldy, I'm actually surprised at that number. I'm surprised it isn't higher because I remember growing up playing Pop Warner football or even high school. We played South City High School. They had nothing but Samoans and Polynesian kids, and we knew watching the fields like, damn, they got those big Samoans, man. It's going to be a long day, man.
They grow up playing rugby.
They grow up playing rugby. It's like they're all big. Yeah. They're all linebackers. They're all fullbacks. And it's like, dude, we got to tackle these guys today. It's going to be a long day.
I remember they had this one, I forget his name now, it eludes me, but he was a starting nose tackle for the Miami Dolphins, and he was Samoan. And he told me that he played NFL football to get in shape for rugby.
Well, Baldy, that's why.
When he went back to the homeland, he went back to the islands, and they were playing rugby. Like, he was trying to win. He was trying to, like, dominate at that game.
Oh, that's why I like Maris for the Cowboys. I wanted the Niners to take him. I think he's a player. Yeah. I think he's a player. I'm a Notre Dame guy, so, like, I get it. We always elevate our own, but, like, I think the dude's a playmaker, and I actually like the Dallas Cowboys draft.
I do too. Well, I mean, I liked it. Look, I think Tyler Guyton, you watch him against Jared Verse in a bowl game 2 years ago, he dominated.
Oh, yeah, I watched your film, Baldy. He shut him down.
Yeah, he shut him down. And then, Cooper Beebe was my number 1 guard in this whole draft. Like, I watched him against Byron Murphy of Texas, and all he did was just dance with them the whole game. Murphy couldn't beat him once. Now, I don't know if he could play center. It looks like they got a big hole at center. So maybe I don't know what their plans are, but my guess is they're going to move him and play him at center. That's my guess. And maybe they get 2 starters. They just signed Zeke, so maybe the running back situation's okay. I kind of thought like they missed out on drafting a running back or a wide receiver, but I think they addressed the biggest need on the offensive line.
Yeah, I thought Trey Benson was headed to Dallas. Let's take Matt Narenda. Ask Baldy anything. Up, Matt Narenda, what's happening, Matt?
All right. Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, Baldy, this one hopefully isn't coming a little bit out of left field, but mostly it's just an amazing story for the people that know it in the Bay Area. I think there was a long article on it in the Players Tribune. But Ray Davis, it's a pretty circuitous route. He ends up at Temple and Vandy,
Kentucky.
And then ends up at Kentucky, and just a really amazing story for the Bay Area. And, I tend to like those running backs that can make the over-the-shoulder catch out of the backfield with low center of gravity. They can also pick up the block. He's got a chance to step in Buffalo. What do you think?
Well, I mean, look, this is James Cook is a starter there, and they signed Frank Gore Jr.
Yep.
Frank Gore hit me up over there last week, and he's like, dude, like, you do videos on everybody. I haven't done one on my son. What's going on? So I went back to Southern Miss, and I watched him, and he reminded me of Devin Singletary, who started his career in Buffalo when Frank was up there. And he went up signing with Buffalo. So, look, but they need a backup right now to Ray. To James Cook. And so Frank Gore ain't going away quietly. Like this kid is quicker than fast, but he's talented. But Ray Davis had an amazing year at Kentucky. Like you could look at one of these games. I think it was Florida. He had 230 yards.
Yeah, 4
one of those
touchdowns
games.
or something. Yeah.
Maybe he ripped it up. He wasn't bad against Georgia. Had a big run against Georgia. So I think James they want to run the ball. That's kind of what they want to do right there. The offense line got better last year. Cook was really good the second half of the season. I'm anxious to see who wins the backup running back job. But it is a great story. I kind of followed that story of Ray Davis too, from where he came from and all the stuff that he went through to get where he is. He'll be hungry for sure.
And his father, Raymond Davis, he was a couple grades ahead of me, Baldy. Played at Galileo High School, our rival high school in Washington. Hey, Raymond Davis was a hell of a running back. We're going to get him on the show a little bit later after you, but he was he had speed to burn. So you see where the talent comes from with Ray Davis, man. He has the same movement that his father had back at Galileo High School.
Baldy, before you go, for Spadoni and the Raider brethren, it feels like they're very split. Brock Bowers, obviously everyone loves the player, but they need a quarterback. What did you make of their draft as a whole, and what did you make of the Brock Bowers selection given what they've got going under center?
Well, I was just talking to Maurice Jones-Drew, who's obviously a Bay Area kid, and he was coaching Brock Bowers when he was in 8th grade.
Wow.
This kid was setting the world on fire and 7-on-7, all this stuff when he was a sophomore. And, obviously he goes to Georgia. He's the number 1 tight end in this business. But look, I think they thought they were going to get a quarterback. I think they were really interested in Penix, and they thought he was going to be there. And that's why Denver took Bo Nix at 12.
Yeah.
These quarterbacks weren't hanging around to the bottom of the first round or even to the 13th pick. So, they're in a situation now where they just drafted a tight end, Michael Mayer last year, and now they got Bowers. So they got to make this thing work. But you can't argue with Jackson Powers-Johnson, who's probably the number 1 center in this draft.
Agreed.
Maybe Andre James. Maybe he plays guard because they need a right side to the offensive line. And maybe Glaze out of Maryland can play right tackle or compete for it. The kid out of New Hampshire, I think he caught 117 passes. He's a third down back that maybe can help them, in the passing game. But look, they're gonna battle it out with these 2 quarterbacks right now, and I think they still got to upgrade the position to really compete in that AFC West.
Man, AFC West is going to be dominant. Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers. You got Peyton and the Broncos, the Raiders. This hour flew by, Baldy. When the hell are you coming back out to the Bay Area to hang out with us, man? When we going to get some Baldy in the Bay?
Well, let's make that happen. At some point during OTAs or the end of sometime in June. Let's take a look before we get to training camp and what the 49ers look like. If there's moves that are made, June 1st is always a big day in the NFL for June 1st cuts, and the roster will change a little bit. So I think we got to do it because honestly, not to steal the thunder of Jim Harbaugh, but who has it better than us? Let's make it happen.
Seriously, hey, nobody's got it better than us, man.
We might have a 95-7 The Game softball game.
Uh-oh.
I think we need to have you fly out, or we'll send you video and you do Baldy's breakdowns on some of the swings we've got going here. What do you think of that?
Well, I would like to do the breakdowns live, Joe. I don't want to get the video. I want to be there, like right behind the dugout.
Yes,
making these breakdowns live.
I love it.
Well, they're going to have me be the umpire, and I'm going to be, right? You're out of there. So I need you breaking down my strike 3 calls here.
I want to see your call. I want to see your ball strike call. All right,
Baldy, man, you're the best.
You're the best, buddy.
More poolside premonitions with Brian Baldinger. We love all your videos that you're pumping out for the NFL draft. I know there's more to come. Thanks for always spending some time with us, man. Always great to catch up with you.
Yep, a lot of fun, guys. Yep, let's do it again soon.
See you soon.
Baldy breakdowns here on the Morning Roast for the last hour. 888-957-9570.
He's the best.
We'll recap that. We'll continue to talk NFL draft. We're going to do a lot here on the Morning Roast. Just an hour and a half left of the show. More coming up. Brought to you by the Downtown Los Altos Bubbly Stroll. Experience the Downtown Los Altos Bubbly Stroll. All kinds of fun with sparkling beverages and live music Friday, May 10th at 6 p.m. I got to take Baby Chaz down there. Downtown Los Altos, it's beautiful. Sponsored by the Post and BK Collections. Info and tickets at downtownlosaltos.org.
Crack, crack, crack.
Have you been wanting to...
Pause asking Baldy anything. A lot to talk about with the NFL draft. He discussed the Rams, the Cardinals. NFC West loading up, man. The Cardinals did have a good draft, I believe. Maserati Marvin Harrison, seeing him with his dad, Marvin Sr. And then, of course, the LA Rams. He brought up the two big dogs down on the defensive line, trying to replace Aaron Donald, Blake Corum. We already know Sean McVay's up to something. Seattle's up to something.
He's up to something.
I mean, when you look at the draft overall, when you look at all these teams, who's the team outside of the 49ers, Jasky, where you say, damn, they knocked it out the park?
Well, Arizona, but I thought they had the farthest to go in the division.
Yeah.
Right? The other team that I keep coming back to that I think is a very high-level team is I look at Baltimore, and it just seems like every year they draft a nasty linebacker that I like. You know, they lose Queen, and
to the Steelers.
He was an excellent player for them, and they just always seem to be in the mix. They're also a team that I think that, you know, they value players similar to the way the 49ers do. I also look at what the Chargers did, and I look at what, you know, Harbaugh has had success with. Big athletic lineman, Joe Staley, right? Like, I think of Joe Staley's best years coinciding with Harbaugh being here, and Alt reminds me a lot of Joe Staley. I think he's even bigger than Joe Staley. And then they get Ladd McConkey right after that. I think those are two good picks. Those are Harbaugh-style picks. And I just think that those fit. And they're going to run the ball down team's throat. And, I think that the Chargers did what they needed to do.
Brandon Rice got drafted to the Chargers, son of Jerry Rice. Not happy. He was not happy about slipping so far in the NFL draft. But he goes to the Chargers with these linemen. They still have Quentin Johnson, the first-round pick from last year. Ladd McConkey going there out of Georgia. You get the running backs here. You got J.K. Dobbins as backup to Gus Edwards. Justin Herbert, obviously, is their quarterback. Cornelius Johnson, the big wide receiver from Michigan. So he went line. He's beefing up the trenches.
The other team that I came away, in terms of like looking at the hierarchy of the NFC, I feel like the Eagles had two great picks back-to-back. We'll see what the rest of their draft.
I'm surprised you to say the Eagles first.
Well, because they are the team that I think is, you know, we're sleeping on them. I think they're coming this year. They got Barkley in the offseason.
No, nobody's sleeping on the Eagles. I mean,
I think everybody's consensus for Niner fans is like, oh, Detroit's going to be better than the Rams.
I feel like when they got Saquon Barkley, I said, damn.
Well, I haven't seen a lot of people bring up the Eagles, and I saw them get, you know, the DB from Iowa, and they got the number one overall cornerback, and so at least on most people's draft boards, and that was the biggest area of concern. I also still think they need linebackers, but I think the Eagles got the best via free agency in the draft.
Well, think about what they did. So you get Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis back in the middle.
Yeah.
Fletcher Cox retires. They trade Hassan Reddick. So on the ends, I'm a little weary of them saying, okay, I don't know if they have premium edge rushers, but you may not need them if you got Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter pushing the pocket up the middle and you're making a quarterback roll out. That makes Bryce Huff's job easier, right? At defensive end for the Eagles. But then you got N'Kobe Dean out of Georgia. You get Devin White from Tampa Bay. I'm not that high on Devin White. Maybe he needs to change the scenery. But you forget, they still have Darius Slay, and they re-signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Remember he was there the Super Bowl year. They lose to Kansas City, goes to Detroit. Now he comes back to Philadelphia. Alongside Mitchell, the kid from Toledo, who's tough, and then Cooper DeJean out of Iowa, who we all liked. When they signed Saquon Barkley, I said, damn, Saquon's never... This is like football heaven for him, considering where he came from.
Absolutely.
He's going to have room to roam.
Well, I think about that mesh point gun run thing that Jalen likes to do. I think he's going to have a monster year.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm definitely not sleeping on Philly. I think Philly's in for a nice little resurgence.
I agree.
You think about what they did with the coordinators, Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. It's a lot better than what they had last season.
And then I look at Spencer Rattler going to New Orleans. That makes them just a little more intriguing because they're a very boring team to me.
Spencer's something else, isn't he?
But like Derek Carr's boring to me. Like it's just very boring. You know, they're not a team I fear. I think he could shake things up.
Might take that job.
What about the Bears? What do you guys do
the Bears.
I think this is in a hard division. That's a really tough division. You don't know? Green Bay's ascending.
No, it is. It is. But I'm just saying, if there is a perfect situation for a rookie quarterback, like if Caleb has a CJ Stroud type of season, they could be players in the NFC.
Well, Detroit is a double-digit win team, right? I think most people...
Maybe.
You think they're taking a step back?
Well, think about the Lions. Chicago should have won that game in Detroit. They were up 12 points with like 4 minutes left. They blew it. Then they come back around a couple weeks later, and they smoked Detroit. I mean, it wasn't even close to Soldier Field.
Okay.
I mean, they took it to Detroit. Took it to them. They go to Minnesota on Monday Night Football. They snuffed them out. They shut them down. They beat them up. The Packers, they play very, very tough at the end of the season, 17-9. They lose that game, obviously. Their defense started to step up. They won 4 of their last 6 games down the stretch with basically no offense. Basically no offense. They lost a tough game to Cleveland.
You're talking about the Bears.
I'm talking about the Bears.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Detroit is a really,
but I'm
really
saying,
good team.
I don't think the gap is as wide between Detroit and Chicago. Division games are always different. And Chicago's walking away from last season thinking, we should have swept Detroit. Detroit was not in the game at Soldier Field whatsoever. They got pummeled. And the game in Ford Field in Detroit a couple weeks prior to that, because I remember I had Detroit on some bets here, and I was like, oh, God, they're not looking good at all. They had to rally and come back from dear life to win that football game. Now, you can laugh all you want, Shasky, and then you get Cleveland. Then you get to Cleveland. Cleveland, we all admit, had a very good defense. Chicago controlled that football game. Quarterback didn't make plays.
I understand.
The quarterback didn't make plays.
In the NFL, jumping from, 5 wins up to even 9 wins is a big jump. And
it's common, though, in today's day and age. In this league, we see worst to first. We see worst to first.
In that division, I think, doing it in the AFC South for what the Houston Texans did is one thing. I think doing it in that division, you had 2 playoff teams that won games in the playoffs in that division. I just think it's a tougher division than we're giving credit to. I don't know with Minnesota, though. I don't know. Minnesota, we'll see. I don't believe in Sam Darnold at all. So I think, to me, Minnesota is the team that, they're going to take a step back. And they were better last year. They fought down the stretch as well. That's a tough division.
It is a tough division, but I think you could make a jump. Houston just made a jump, right?
I know, but
Jacksonville made a jump. We seeing Cincinnati making jumps. We seeing Baltimore making jumps. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Today's NFL.
All year.
Now you get Roma Dunze, you get DJ Moore, you get Keenan Allen. Those are your 3 wide receivers.
On paper, they look a lot better.
Caleb Williams and this defense with Chicago. I think they're going to come in second at least in the NFC North. I really do. Now Green Bay scares me.
Wait, so you've got Chicago leapfrogging Detroit or Green Bay?
I think Detroit takes a step back. I think this is the season Jared Goff turns into a pumpkin and they start looking for a quarterback. Because now the pressure's on him. They got everything, and when it came down to it in an NFC Championship game, who made the plays? Brock or Jared? Jared didn't make the throws. He was short on some. He overthrew one to Gibbs right before halftime. Could have gave Detroit a 28-7 lead.
I'm not selling Detroit stock. I was really
not selling their stock
with Hutchinson and Gibbs is going to take a step forward.
I'm not selling.
I'm
their
not
stock.
ready to give Chicago. I'll believe it when I see it.
I mean, their DBs are really good. Jalen Johnson, they traded for Montez Sweat, so that's their second-round pick. Their defense is all over the place. I think Chicago takes a step. I think Chicago's going to be second place.
I remember people crushing that Montez Sweat deal and just compared it to the Chase Young one. And Montez Sweat, production-wise,
oh my gosh,
far better than what Chase Young gave.
Nope,
it was because you gave him the money, too, though. It wasn't just you gave him basically a high second-rounder, which was almost like a low first. It's also because you paid him a lot of money before he hit free agency, when you could have just signed the guy in free agency without surrendering the high pick. I mean, that was the algorithm.
No guarantee it goes there, though.
No doubt.
Free agency.
No doubt.
Dude, you just talk about a perfect landing spot for Caleb.
No, it's a great landing spot.
I mean, you get DeAndre Swift in the backfield. You still have Cole Kmet at tight end, and you got Gerald Everett as your second tight end, who's a great receiving tight end. Not great, but a very good receiving tight end. Those are weapons galore for a rookie quarterback, man. Oh my Lord. Let's go.
But also, do you believe in the coach, Eberflus?
I like Eberflus. He's a defensive-minded coach. They whiffed on the quarterback before, and he was not there for that quarterback when he got drafted.
Well, there's one thing for sure. Someone's taking a step back if they're taking a step forward. And I don't see, Green Bay. Green Bay kind of came out of nowhere down the stretch, and to take the next leap forward is difficult. To win double digits year after year after year is hard.
I like Caleb in that division. No, I hear you. Packers are threats. Lions are threats, but I think the Bears, I would not sleep on them. When you have those 3 wide receivers, good luck defenses. Good luck Detroit defense. That's why Detroit was drafted all those quarters. They knew, damn, we gotta cover Green Bay's wide receivers. We've got to cover Chicago's wide receivers.
Well, and one of their wide DBs is going to get outed for being a cheap shot artist.
Yep, no doubt. And then You got Minnesota and Justin Jefferson. So you still got to cover him. That division is really good. I like that division on paper, NFC North. David Frisno, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Happy Monday. Start of the week. Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
These drafts, look, they're always a crapshoot, right? So it's hard to say, feel a certain way about a draft or if they're right or wrong. But I just feel like the Niners, they make it harder than it needs to be. They're good at what they do, but sometimes they make it harder than it needs to be. I think at 31, we could have got much better value. Drafting the guy, receiver, who's probably fourth on the depth chart right now, currently speaking. I don't think that's the ideal way to go about it. I think Jackson Powers would have been a great, great pick right there. Kind of like where the Chiefs got Creed Humphrey. A center/guard is not a sexy position, but when you're picking in the 30s, that's sometimes where they just fall and you get an all-pro caliber player. And I think that would have been a great spot for that, and it's like we always have to talk ourselves into these 49er picks. When we got Pettis, oh, he's going to be a great kick returner, or he's great in the open field. That's going to be great for Shanahan. And I feel the same way with this receiver. Nobody really saw us picking him, but now that we picked him, I feel like we're trying to talk ourselves into, oh, that's a great pick, as where, a lot of these kind of mock drafts and these pundits had these players ranked much higher that we still could have got. Cooper DeJean would have been a great pick. I mean, a lot of people have him as a first-round talent, but, we kind of go against the grain. We don't do what others think we're going to do. So, hey, They all might be fine players. The corner from Florida State, he might be a great. I have no idea. Right. I don't know much about him. They hyping him up because we picked him. But I just think the Niners, they we could have had CD, but we took Ayuk. CD was the more decorated player, but we took Ayuk. They always go against the grain. So I don't know. Again, drafting receiver, he looks nice, but right now he's fourth on the depth chart. We're really gonna keep it real. And he's still got to wait in line behind CMC and Kittle as far as targets. So I just don't think he can help us this year. And I think the plan is to try to win it this year. I think there's better value at 31. And also in the second round, we could have moved up because we had 3 third-round picks. So we could have got him and moved up to get.
We don't know what other teams were thinking. What we think it's that easy. Hey, they could have just moved up and got this player and got that player and traded picks. We don't know what other teams were asking for. We don't know what other teams were valuing. We're not inside the war rooms. We're just speculating. We think they could move up, but we have no idea. Here's what Baldy, real quick, Shasky, said about Pearsall. He loves to pick.
I think you'll see it over the course of the year, and then by next year, one guy is going to be here and one guy isn't going to be here. Right now, it should be highly competitive practices right now, because I think you're going to see the talent of Pearsall. I think everybody's going to see it. And so this question of how they move them around, can they find a space for all of them? It's just not going to be tolerant that guys are going to be crying for the ball. They're not getting touches. I mean, it's just the ball's going to get spread around, and it's going to go through McCaffrey. That's not going to change. So I'm anxious to see what that roster looks like Labor Day weekend, and if everybody that's been here is going to still be here.
So he thinks it's going to be a good fit.
Well, but I think the part for me wasn't necessarily about Pearsall, but more about he's basically saying, are we sure a trade isn't going to happen between now and week 1? Which I found surprising because I don't see the Niners making a move.
I don't see it.
Where you wouldn't be able to help your team out with that draft capital until after the season. I don't know, because my question was about the dynamics in the locker room and just this being a run first team. Is everybody going to be satisfied given what the business aspect of playing?
Well, Shanahan said over the weekend that by day 2 or day 3, they were done fielding offers for Ayuk and Debo. They heard nothing they didn't want. They were like, we're keeping Debo, Ayuk.
What did you make of them being so open with the trade discussions?
That's what they do. And I love the transparency. I love it.
You think the players do?
Hey, it's a business. They understand it. Hey, we just lost the Super Bowl. Debo, you couldn't beat man coverage. We gave you 13 targets. You came up with 3 catches. Now, however, you could say the offensive line didn't block or Purdy didn't make the right throw or whatnot. You know what? The hell with that. You got to beat man. McDuffie owned him in that Super Bowl. Let's just face it. And I love Debo. Yeah. He owned him. So you know what?
Kansas City also owned other teams.
Hey, fellas, we're paying you guys a lot of money. You didn't produce at the highest level. we're going to draft guys who can help us with speed or whatnot, but you're put on notice. If you don't perform, we have out clauses and we will move on. This is life in the NFL, buddy. Not for long.
I just don't. How do I put this? I don't think it's the greatest look that it was so public and out there. And I don't know if they did that by design. I doubt they did. I'm sure that things got out that they didn't want them to get out. But it's just, if all things were being equal, I probably wouldn't have had that out there for public consumption as much as it felt like it was out there.
Maybe they're just playing people for fools. Maybe they're.
So Diana Rossini of The Athletic spoke to Debo over the weekend, and this is what he had to say, quote, "I know what's going on, but it is what it is. I'm good staying with them. I'm chilling." That was Debo talking to the Niners.
I mean, who knows, how he said that. You know what I mean?
He says it in a Debo very monotone, doesn't say much away. That's Debo.
They know, hey, it was out there. It was out there. We're open for business, but isn't that how businesses are successful? You don't not pick up the phone, right?
Yeah, but you don't tell I agree. You pick up the phone, but you don't tell people way below you hey, we were thinking about chopping you, but, we kept you around. Now that person's got it in their head. So I think it's a slippery slope.
For the right price, you would have been moved.
Well, everyone knows that.
That's what it was. Now we go back to the drawing board. We continue to negotiate with Brandon Ayuk and bring him back. At the end of the day, I'm just happy both of those guys are still here.
No, I would agree with that.
They're both still here after all the rumors, and I don't know where the rumors came from. Now, I know they were open saying, hey, we're listening to phone calls. I'm not mad at that. I'm actually not mad at that. As fans, we always complain when they don't say anything, and we want to know. When they keep things close to the vest, and sometimes as fans we're like, well, just tell us. We want to know this, and we pay a lot of money for this. We want to know this. Well, then when they let us know about potential trade rumors, we sit back and we say, well, we don't really like that.
Well, no, letting the fans know about trade is fine. I'm talking about the human element of going back into that locker room. You're my guy. Even though we tried to trade you, we didn't get exactly what we were looking for, but you're my guy.
No, that's why
I think it's difficult.
When you have constant communication, it's okay. Lynch has said he's had constant communication with Brandon Ayuk. They've had constant communication with Debo. I'm cool with that. As long as they're communicating with the players. And Debo said it to Diana Rossini. I'm aware of what's going on. I'm in the loop. Yeah. It is what it is. I'm chilling.
Yeah, see, I get the conversation. In a perfect world, which doesn't exist, but in a perfect world, I would probably try to be a little more tight-lipped on how much we're shopping players out there, because it probably causes more harm if you're not going to execute a trade than good.
Well, I think the media kind of overblew it too.
Well, that's an element of it.
When you get people writing columns and start talking and start speculating,
fans love trades,
and then you're dead wrong when you pivot and you say, "Hey, well, they're actually going to trade this player," and then none of the players get traded. Now you look like a fool.
Well, actually, it's forget what you look like. I found it quite interesting that both Ayuk and Debo outside of San Francisco aren't viewed the way Niner fans view them. Because I know you were saying, I don't think we respect. No, I think we do. And I think other people don't view Debo Samuel the way we do because and I think this goes back to Shanahan. Shanahan's so good at what he does. Debo really only works in a couple of places. Well, and this is one of them.
But I also think, too, though, you're so close to the NFL draft and teams have their draft board set up and they know the money element. And they're like, damn, the 49ers just went to the Super Bowl. Why are they trying to trade Debo? Why are they trying to trade Brandon Ayuk? And they're probably thinking, no, we're not going to give these guys compensation because they know what to do with that compensation. We're not going to do that and bite the bullet for some money. Yeah. This is a receiver-rich class for the teams that needed wide receivers, like Jacksonville, for example. Jacksonville, we could control Brian Thomas Jr. on a rookie contract, bring him down here to Jacksonville. We already know Christian Kirk is our number one receiver. We still have Evan Ingram. We're good here.
Yeah, but see, that you're making my point from months back. There are like a handful of guys at the top who people will trade first-round picks for and extend. Tyreek Hill as an example, Devontae Adams as an example, and they will pay them. And not that I'm hesitant to pay Ayuk or anything. It's just like, that's interesting to know that other teams don't view him in that same upper echelon, top of the market status. I find that interesting. Well, from a business standpoint.
No doubt. But number one picks are premium. They're the the way guys are getting moved, and the Niners probably said, too, we're not settling for a Stephon Diggs trade. We're not settling for any of these trades.
Diggs was traded originally for first, and then Buffalo threw the money at him simultaneously.
This past season where he got traded to Houston after another productive season in Buffalo. Let's go to James in San Mateo. James, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I'm definitely not a Detroit Lion fan. I'm a diehard Seahawks fan, and I consider myself like a football purist. I know it sounds crazy, but I would rather see my team lose than watch them win knowing they didn't deserve it. With all the talk about Jared Goff maybe taking a step back and all that kind of stuff, yeah, definitely he could. But then again, any quarterback could.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking about him overthrowing Gibbs. But let's not forget the throw that he did make to an eligible lineman that the ref blew the call, which would have put the Lions at the number 1 seed, and the Niners turn around and squeaked by Green Bay. So let's talk about all that stuff too, you know?
Okay, we can talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Where Dan Campbell refused to just take the extra point and went for it like four times in a row.
He's gone? He's gone? Oh, he's a Seahawk fan, though, so, you know.
I mean, the Seahawks are an interesting team as well. You know, I don't think they're going away.
Why are you shaking your head, Spadoni?
Geno Smith is the quarterback. No one takes him seriously.
Really?
Sam Howell, you scared of him?
No, not Sam Howell. They draft
Come
well.
on, let's keep it a buck. It's Geno Smith.
They draft well.
That's why Jared Goff and the Lions aren't going to do anything. That's why Geno Smith and the Seahawks aren't. You need a quarterback. Like, the quarterbacks are down in the NFC still. Like, if Caleb becomes a guy, then maybe. Like, that's why I think there is a thing to be said. If the Bears are good this year and Caleb looks good, then that's another quarterback in the NFC. Like, that you have to worry about. Jordan Love right now, Brock Purdy, Matt Stafford, I think, is still getting slept on. I know he's older. Like, those are the quarterbacks that you have to worry about in those teams.
Are we giving, I mean, I know he started all the games this year. Are we giving the benefit of the doubt to Jordan Love that we didn't give to Brock Purdy after a small sample size because of the first round pedigree?
I don't know. But he played well down the stretch.
No, he
played very well down the stretch. And his receivers were not healthy.
Adding Jacobs helps there too a lot.
Big time. I like Jacobs. But Aaron Jones was really good down the stretch.
Good too. Josh Jacobs does get banged up. He does miss games. He does miss time. But Green Bay usually they brought back A.J. Dillon. I don't know why. He did not look good last year whatsoever. I thought he was going to pop.
I thought he was going to be better just in general.
I thought he was going to be better. But they got all those wide receivers, all that speed. But I'm looking at Chicago, though. I can't help but look at Chicago. And what they did last year with the quarterback who, look, I remember Spadoni and I were talking after the Cleveland game. I remember that I watched the entire game, Cleveland and Chicago. And it says, Spadoni, I see why they're out on Justin Fields. His release is just too slow. He's late on passes. There's plays to be made. Their defense was suffocating Cleveland. Suffocating. And so now with Caleb and now with Roma Dune, they had reworked their entire receiving room. They're going to be a problem. And ask Detroit, hey, the last caller here, go look at those Detroit games against Chicago. Chicago should have swept their ass. Should have broomed them like Suns got broomed last night. All right? Let's go to Anthony and Sac. Anthony, what's happening?
Monte, Chasky, what's going on, boys?
What's up, man?
Hey, man, I love how that caller, that Seahawks fan, said, let's talk about it, makes his comment, and then hangs up the moment you guys try to push back a little bit. That's comedy. Real quick, though, I wanted to say two things. Real quick, last week I remember calling in talking about Ben Sinnott. Adam Peters, man, ex-Niner, he comes to Commanders. He liked what I saw in that. I like their draft, man. I really do. I'm excited to see what he can do, and I'm rooting for Adam Peters. I really am. You know, it's good to see him, thriving and getting the credit he deserves. And I will say this, though, too, about the Niners. Bonte, I love what you said about the transparency. Me as a fan, I love that. There's a thin line between, hey, we want to be honest with our players, but we also want to be better. We've been beat by the nemesis Kansas City Chiefs, and we saw in press coverage we couldn't get open, right? So this Ricky Pearsall, if he could come in and just do the little things that we weren't able to do, then, I'm all for it, man. Purdy's only going to get better. He's not going to turn into a pumpkin like Jared Goff did. He has that X factor in him. And I really want to see what a full offseason and OTAs and training camp would be with Brock Purdy and these new weapons, man.
I'm with you. Great call, Anthony. Great call.
Nobody believes in Goff, huh?
I like Goff a lot.
It's just it's not that I don't believe in him, but with Purdy, man, when the play breaks down, he's able to elude pressure and he keeps his eyes downfield. He's able to extend plays, something that Goff can't do. And he's not going to be a Jimmy no thrower, right? Yeah. He's going to put the ball in play. And every time he throws it, you guys are both going to agree. Every time he throws the ball, we don't go, oh, crap anymore. We go, oh, nice, right? So,
No, I'm with you, Anthony. I'm with you, man. I really think Detroit's really good. Trust me, they're going to be around. They're going to be a problem. But I think we're underrating that division. Green Bay.
I started the segment by saying I think it's one of the best, most improved divisions in the league.
Green Bay going into Thanksgiving and just smoking Detroit. The game wasn't close. Detroit was reeling a bit down the stretch. They were. Their defense wasn't as great, and they lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson. How did they replace him? Now, I know he was hurt for most of the season. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving too much love to Chicago.
Well, Minnesota, I think, looks like they're going to take a step back. But no, I'm looking at the NFC as a whole. Like, Tampa Bay stabilized. They had another decent draft. I think Jason Light or whatever his name is, the GM there, he drafts very well. And keeping Baker, they beat the Eagles last year pretty thoroughly and went into Detroit and played a tight game.
Well, look at their draft here. I do like their draft.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Jason Light hits.
Graham Barton is center.
Yeah.
So you solidify the offensive line out of Duke.
Best interior lineman available.
You get Chris Braswell out of Alabama, edge rusher. All right. Adds to that defensive line. You get Tyke Smith, safety out of Georgia. We love Tyke Smith. He's a baller. Kirby Smart coached him up very, very well. He'll add to that secondary. Then you get Jalen McMillan out of Washington, a burner, an absolute burner.
Yeah, and if you're looking like pairing, Mike Evans and Godwin with him, that's pretty nice.
It's pretty nice for Jalen McMillan.
Yeah,
nice landing spot.
I think it fits what Baker wants to do.
And then Bucky Irvin, that running back at Oregon.
See?
Runs tough. Breaks a lot of tackles.
So I'm looking at them. Like, they were a playoff team last year. I think they'll be a playoff team again this year.
They win that division.
Paper.
They win that division.
I mean,
Atlanta.
I gotta see it before I gotta see it before I can believe
New Orleans.
Atlanta. I don't believe in New Orleans at all.
Carolina.
I mean, come on. Come on. Carolina had no picks. I mean,
poor
quarterback.
No
Bryce
no
has
picks.
no chance.
No picks.
You woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited my whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be a tough guy, but, man, I was really overexcited.
Xavier Leggett, come on.
I mean,
Xavier Leggett.
Have you been paying attention to what happened with David Tepper, the owner of Carolina, over the weekend?
A little bit.
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Although I try to stay away from David Tepper.
Did he throw water on another fan like he did last year?
No, but basically, there was a sign in a bar that said, please let the coach and GM pick this year.
Yeah, and he walked into there.
Tepper went in there and was arguing with him and is on video footage. This guy just doesn't get it.
Yeah, he's out of control.
Like, I don't care how much money you made on Wall Street, buddy. Like, this is the NFL. Like, if I'm one of the other owners, I know he's mega rich and he's made a lot of money. This is a bad look for everybody.
They put up with Dan Snyder for 20 years.
Well, it's a bad look for David Tepper.
No, it's a bad look for the NFL ownership group because they're all
staying away, dude. Robert Kraft ain't thinking about David Tepper. Chad York is like, yo, this guy, check this guy.
It makes them all look bad.
Nah, I disagree with that. But it makes him look bad.
As low as it ever got with whatever owner here in the Bay, you don't see this. This is bad.
Yeah, he makes himself look bad.
Well, I don't consider, by the way, the Oakland A's owner. So, just throw him off to the side. But, this guy's a moron.
Not a smart owner.
Well, I feel bad for Bryce Young. He's got no shot with that owner.
Yeah. 650 City Mobile text line. It's funny how Adam Peters gets the credit for all the Niners great picks and Lynch gets blamed for all the bad picks. Truth is, we don't know who picked who, which is very true, 650. Now, if this was all Lynch, we all like the draft. There was no Adam Peters in there. There was no Rand Carthon in there.
Why?
There was no other exec. There's a lot of people who moved on.
What about Shanahan? Isn't he like the head dog?
Yeah, we don't. Yeah,
I feel like Shanahan, like with all these drafts, Shanahan, I think Shanahan is Lynch's quote unquote boss. Whatever, but I have nothing to prove it, but they did hire Shanahan first,
right?
And he picked Lynch.
Right. We don't know who picked who or who was the deciding factor in what pick or what not. They all agree. They all agree that it was. So You know, Jason Missler. Adam Peters picked Aubrey Thomas. Aubrey Thomas, I should say. I don't know who picked who. You're listening to 95.7 Game, KGMG FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Give him last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year.
Why you got to do that?
Speaking of the Orioles, how about those Oakland A's, baby?
Can I read the legal? Jesus Christ, you're pulling the Shasky here. You're listening to 95.7 Game, KGMG FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from the QR code on our Twitch and YouTube channels. The Xfinity mobile text line as well. By the way, we have the longest legal read.
Well, that wasn't even illegal. Those were reads attached to illegal that you said after the draft.
No, yeah. Oh, the NorCal Credit Union? It's all like one big paragraph.
But you got legal saying the line, the KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco.
So I can just stop right there?
Yes, and then you can say, well, it's brought to you by all these other things.
Okay, all right.
But you still have to read it all off. So.
Sam was disappointed I cut you off, so I'm sorry, everyone, that I did that.
No, I was disappointed. Even Shasky's disappointed. Look at his face.
Wow.
Not really. I'm not that disappointed.
Man, I thought I was feeling pretty confident with that, but all right.
Yeah, so I'm looking around the NFC, and I'm saying to myself, like, it feels like the Rams got better. Now, you're not a better team when you lose Aaron Donald, but their draft looks really good on paper.
And going into the playoffs.
Oh, they were I'm at the top of I'm scared of the Rams at all times list, okay? I admit it, whether they have a good roster or not. I'm scared of them a lot.
Which is amazing because you cannot stand McVay.
But everyone was like, oh, the Rams are done. They're going to be 5 and whatever. They were way better than we thought.
No, I remember doing a show with Spinoni that week. Spinoni was like, Bonte, you don't want to play the Rams in the playoffs. I said, the hell with the Rams. And then Bonte came, I was like, yeah, the Rams are the most dangerous team. I'm like, what the hell? And then lose to Detroit. But, you know, they were off in the red zone, but they get Verse and Fisk on the defensive line.
The kid from Florida State I like.
Yeah, a lot. Fisk and Verse. Yeah. They got both of them.
No, but the DN guy.
Yeah, DN. Yeah. But he got shut down by Guyton.
I don't know. I still like him. Yeah, no,
he's
a freak.
And then he called his teammates like, yo, we're playing together again.
So LA Rams were a playoff team. Tampa Bay playoff team. Like, I think both those teams are a little bit better today than they were last year, even though I know Aaron Donald gone. Like, it's hard for me to say that the Rams are better, but they had more picks this year. I don't know about Seattle. We'll see. But they were a playoff team, essentially. I feel like Minnesota's going to fall back a little. It's just natural. You got Sam Darnold starting. I'm sorry. I don't believe in Sam Darnold. I just don't. Just more. Colin Cowherd can believe in Sam Darnold. I don't believe in Sam Darnold. I don't believe in New Orleans, so I write them off. I don't think the New York Giants are better. I think the Commanders are slightly better, but whatever. Cowboys, I still feel like have a playoff caliber roster. I think the Eagles got a lot better. I think the Niners are right where they were last year, give or take. I want to see D tackle.
I think they added more speed, though.
Okay.
I do like them all.
But they're right. I mean, you lost in the Super Bowl. You're still a playoff team to me, right? Like, and then I look at, like you said, I think the Bears are better today. I think Detroit is about where they were last year. And I think Green Bay, I want to see a full season, but they feel about right where they were last year. So there are a lot of teams in the NFC that are in the mix.
Don't be worried, Shasky. We're still the top dogs.
I agree with that.
We're still the top
dogs. And I was
dogs.
worried. And I think the other thing that no one's talking about, I think Brock could take another little step forward.
I'm with you. Let's go to Chanel and Hayward. Chanel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey there, Bonte. Hey there, Shasky. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
I just want to talk about the 4th round running back we drafted. I forgot his name, Garando, but I just wanted to bring up Shanahan's and Lynch's track record on drafting running backs. We took Joe Williams, we took Trey Sermon, we took TDP, Terry Davis-Price, and they all been busts. So I don't really know what to think about this running back we took.
What about Breida? What about when they found Breida? And what about when they found Wilson Jr.? Do they get any credit for those?
Yeah, that's true. I feel like we have a better track record on finding undrafted running backs than
that's true.
Yeah.
Jordan Mason
and the kid out of Missouri may be the guy who pops.
Yeah, Elijah Mitchell was pretty good.
Right, 6th round
pick. They do have a mixed bag on running backs.
Right.
But to say they haven't found anybody, they have found guys, random guys. But it usually is the later round guys or undrafted guys as opposed to the mid round picks. That I won't dispute.
We're going to get Raymond Davis on at 9:20. And his son, Ray Davis, was drafted by the Buffalo Bills. And Ray Davis is a survivor of the foster care system, and he wants to inspire other kids on his journey to the NFL. He went to Temple, went to Vanderbilt, went to Kentucky, got his life right. Raymond Davis has been in his life. And you see he's going to a lot of Kentucky games this past year for his son. And to see his son get drafted in the 4th round, a city kid, a local guy, played with the San Francisco Seahawks, Pop Warner team. And to see him make this point and make it to the NFL, pretty damn special to watch them get drafted and to see Raymond Davis next to his son as he gets drafted by the Buffalo Bills. What a moment for the city. Got out of high school. Everybody in the city, man. Everybody know in the Fillmore district. Philmo. Let me drop the R because we know real Philmonians don't say Fillmore. We say Philmo. But a lot of people from the neighborhood very, very proud of this story. So we'll get to the father of Ray Davis, Raymond Davis on the other side. Shout out to Antoine Evans from Sacred Heart Cathedral. Sending me the number. He played with Raymond Davis at Galileo High School. Now he's a head coach at Sacred Heart Cathedral. So it is a family situation. That just got off the phone with him at the last break. He'll join us for a few minutes to talk about his son, how happy they are, the journey he got to make this point. Because there's always some great draft stories. And he's going to get a chance to compete for that backup job behind James Cook. He may get carries. And he played the SEC, and he held his own. Held his own in the toughest conference in college football. So we'll talk to Raymond Davis. We'll get back to the Niners draft. We'll play all this fun sound. Maybe we'll get back into the NBA playoffs because a lot of stuff is coming out of Phoenix, Arizona with the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant.
And the Giants go on a 15-day, 15-game road trip. I know. Baseball, you can't really make a lot of sweeping proclamations until Memorial Day. Giants looking good, though.
They're looking good.
It's a decent homestand. I'll take it.
Well, yeah, they go on the road here for 10, Boston, Philly, Colorado, and then come back home to take on Cincinnati, the Dodgers, and the Rockies. Then they go back on the road to Pittsburgh and New York. So they'll be on the road from April 30th to May 13th playing 10 games, 3 against Boston, 4 against Philly, and 3 against the Colorado Rockies. But really the 7 games here on the East Coast, Boston and Philly. And don't now, Shasky, Yaz is hitting the ball. Love it started to piss me off.
That was a pretty good slow clap.
You like that? I'm happy for him.
Yay!
Yeah, exactly.
Cap.
I'm right.
How about Tyler Fitzgerald? He made 3 throws yesterday in that game at shortstop.
Pivot immediately to Tyler
I was very impressed.
Well,
no, Tyler Fitzgerald has actually, honest to God, I was very skeptical about him playing middle infield, and he made a couple errors at second earlier this year. But at shortstop, he hasn't looked that bad.
Hey, look, 3 games in the last 7 days, Tyler Fitzgerald batting .400.
I love when you hit the Google machine and go to the last 7 days on MLB. I love that. That's my favorite.
I don't hit the Google machine. I just got the numbers in front of me.
Yeah, I love that.
Well, do you love this?
You gotta Google it.
5 of 11, a homer, 4 RBIs, 8 total bases, only 4 strikeouts, batting .455 in the last week. .455.
What I don't like is when
Mike Yashivsky.
I don't like, and they did it the day before, but they keep putting Doval in these non-close situations with tie games. I personally don't like it. I think it changes the mindset of Doval is used to coming in with a lead. And he hasn't really talked about it because no one's really asked him the question. But it's like, I want to know, like, does he even like pitching in those situations?
You know what this road trip is big for? Who is big for? Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman.
Huh.
Get the damn bats rolling. All right? Let's talk about them. Hitting.
Put Estrada in that list.
Not hitting.
He needs to get going, too.
Those guys aren't hitting. At least I know Yaz has been .346 last 2 weeks. Not bad. Raymond Davis coming up on the other side, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly.
Oh, he had fun. Driven to center. Taylor back. Taylor at the wall. Out of here. Back to back, it's 2-0.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That wasn't my call. Wasn't my call. Kuiper on the call. Dwayne Kuiper, ABC Sports Bay Area. Giants go back to back. Tyler Estrada, Mike Yastrzemski. Giants get another series win, beat the Pirates 2-3. They lost Saturday night in extras. It's all good. You win another series. I think that was the first time the Giants went back-to-back since what? Pavs had to tweet. I got to find it, man. I retweeted it yesterday.
It was Bailey and Yaz did, I think, in like June of last year.
How about that Bailey home run?
Yeah, Bailey home run.
That was fun.
That was fun.
Wasn't it?
I'm not going to do this to you. I'm not trolling with Yaz. I'm not. I know, because I feel like people think I'm trolling. My philosophy, though, is like, man, when these players do something good, let's back these players. These guys are on our teams that we root for. Yaz is playing well. It doesn't hurt to just say, you know what, this guy's playing well. He's holding off Ramos. He's holding off Matos. He is, for right now. He's playing well. The other guy, Austin Slater, I don't get it. I don't get the obsession of batting him leadoff. At least I know Bob Melvin, he's saying, hey, guys, you're going to bat 7th or 8th, and that's where we're going to put you. Play solid defense. If you hit something, you hit something. Well, he's hitting a lot the last 3 weeks. All of a sudden, his batting average is higher than Matt Chapman's and higher than Jorge Soler. So,
but his OPS and on-base percentage are lower than both those guys.
Not yet, but it's rising.
I know.
It's getting better and better and better.
Batting average is only one metric, too.
It's one metric, but he's playing better.
Still has 0 doubles, 0 triples. Like,
he's got a couple jacks.
I just look at that position as a whole, and I say to myself that as a whole, that position has been underperforming relative to league average this year. And yes, third base, although he's been striking out a ton and not hitting a lot of base hits, he does have doubles, he does have some home runs, but he needs to get going. There's no doubt about it. Right now, it's basically a $20 million deal for Matt Chapman. 1 year, $20 million. But if he continues to perform the way that he is, it's a 3-year, $52 or $54 million deal. And I'm going to be real. Like, I don't know if I want him playing third base for 3 years. And seeing where it's going, like I thought he would come through a little more. He needs to get going. And then Soler has admitted out loud multiple times, like, yeah, I'm underperforming. But the thing that I'll say about Soler is he grinds at bats. He gets on base. He's driven the ball into the gaps. But his OPS isn't what it should be if you look at his career. And his on-base percentage has been okay. You know, but I want more from him. I want him driving the ball more, and he's just not. Tyro Estrada, who hit the home run yesterday, he's been a glove-first guy this year. That's not who he is. He needs to hit the ball more, and he has not. And so up and down the lineup, I need more production, just period.
Let's transition.
Outside of Lamont Wade.
Let's transition back to the NFL draft. And one of the great stories, one of our city's own, and you know, I had the luxury as a young kid to watch his father play at Galileo High School and break record after record after record in the AAA for Galileo High School, Turkey Bowl winner. But to see 24 years later, his son Ray Davis get drafted by the Buffalo Bills in the 4th round, and to see him celebrate with his son after his story, his journey from going to Temple, to Vanderbilt, to Georgia, or to Kentucky, and not to mention his childhood growing up in Fillmore, California. We know how tough that is. Let's bring in Raymond Davis, the father of Ray Davis, because I know he's a proud father right now. I've seen the smile on his face. I see the smile every Saturday when he saw his son breaking tackle after tackle, score touchdown after touchdown for Kentucky. Raymond Davis here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, one of my favorite high school players of all time. I'll put him up there with Antonio Cooks, put him up there with Donald Strickland at Reardon High School. Raymond, what's happening, my man? Good morning.
How you doing, my brother? Good morning, my good brother. Good morning, good brother. Good morning. How you doing this morning?
I'm good, man. I know I could just hear it in your voice. You're so fired up. I seen you with the Buffalo Bills shirt on. Saturday, you had the hat on. Just take a step back and just seeing your son's journey. How proud of you are your son, Ray Davis, and how much, I know you're excited to be going to Buffalo, but how proud of you is your son after he went through all the trials and tribulations to get to this point?
Well, I'm ecstatic, man. To be honest with you, brother, my son went through a lot, like his journey from a young kid to a young adult, and it's just amazing, just watching him grow as a young man, day by day. He went to boarding school, you know, and in the beginning he wanted to leave, you know, but it made him become a man, you know. So I'm very excited and happy, man. I'm just ecstatic, man.
You know, we see so many guys take advantage in a good way of the transfer portal, because I feel like a lot of the old heads are like hating on the transfer portal. Everybody leaves and bounces. What has the transfer portal done for him as a player to put him in a position to succeed?
Well, honestly, the transfer portal did justice for him. You know, he took a faith on himself going to Vanderbilt. You know, Vanderbilt wasn't that good of a team at that point, but he went out there and handled his business. But going to Kentucky really opened up everything. You know, Kentucky was a wonderful school, wonderful atmosphere, and I think they brung out more into him. Like, you know, they showcased him a little more than the other schools did, you know, like such as with the passing game, because Draymond's like a dual threat player. You know, he can do everything. Pass, run, you know, receive, everything. So, you know, transfer portal did real good to us.
Yeah, and he played like you. I mean, you were a great player back in your day. He's a solid player, great player. I think he's going to do wonders in Buffalo, backing up James Cook, but I think it's a great addition to that offense. The way he dominated in the SEC, did that even take you by surprise? Because going to Kentucky, you played the big dogs, right? I know Vanderbilt does, but you got a lot more talent at Kentucky, and he held his own against the big dogs, especially that Florida game.
Well, you know what? Raymond always have it in him, brother. You know, like I said, my son, when I see my son, I see myself. You know, his vision and everything that he has. You know, at the end of the day, he just needed a chance to show what he got. You know, so when we went to Kentucky and he handled his business in the SEC, you know, it was the main thing for me was just, you know, he finished school, get his education, get his degree, and he did that at Vanderbilt. So, you know, we took a leap of faith, leap, and went over to Kentucky and he handled his business. All
right, so he gets signed right here by the Buffalo Bills. How'd you guys feel?
Well, we felt wonderful. You know, Bills liked him from the beginning. It's one of the teams that liked him. So, you know, at the end of the day, I feel like it's a good fit for him in Buffalo. You know, with Josh Allen, got James Cook, got Keon Coleman's coming in. So it's a good fit for him. You know, sometimes it's not where you get what number you go in the draft. It's where you end up. You know, you got to be in a good situation because a lot of guys get drafted early, but they're not in a good situation. And I feel like Buffalo is a wonderful situation for him.
What was it like sitting through that process? You know, obviously the first round goes by Thursday, second and third round on Friday, and then you're sitting there Saturday. What is that whole process like for a father? And you know your son's stressing out, but what is it like for you sitting there waiting for your son to get that phone call from anybody, whether it's Buffalo, the Niners, or whatnot? What was it like going through that whole process of just sitting there waiting for your son's name to be called?
Well, it was kind of wonderful, to be honest with you, because we had all our family there. You know, it was wonderful just having there, even though he didn't get picked first round, second round, third round, and fourth round he got called. But it was like mind-boggling a little bit. It's just amazing, the process and everything that he, you know, that he went through to get to where he at, and to hear his name get called from the Buffalo Bills. It was amazing because now we build Mafia, man, and you know I just can't wait till he gets started. You know, go out there mini camp and handle his business, and you know do what he got to do. You know, like I said, we come from the inner city, you know, San Francisco, you know, the Fillmore district. So you know, a lot of people don't make it out of there. You know, and just seeing my son make it out of there and just be proud, man, it's just amazing. You know, it's just amazing, man.
So you're going to be at the tailgates with Bill's Mafia doing you know, belly swans into tables and stuff?
Ray, you're not doing
that. What are you doing?
Oh, you know I'll be there, man. You know I'm Bill Mafia, man. I'm gonna get to know the people. I'm gonna try to jump on the table or something. You know, we're gonna have a little fun, man.
Hey, Raven, for a quick minute, because we always talk about high school sports, and Shasky's from the private school. He went to Reardon, and he's a Sacred Heart SI. He's always talking about the WCAL, but I'm the public school district. Athletic Academic Association. And those games between Galileo and Washington was must-see. It was the game in the city. And I think people forget. We always talk about David Henderson, rest his peace. He was a great running back. My guy, Antonio Cooks in Washington. But I think people don't realize how good of a player you were. There were articles after articles, whether it was the Chronicle, the Examiner, the Independent, on who you were. You were 5'7", but you had lightning speed. You played quarterback as a sophomore. You played running back. I think people slept on you on how good of a player you were.
Yeah, man, I was wonderful, man. I was one of the top players in San Francisco, maybe not the top, but I was top one or two. You know, we had Antonio Cooks, you know, playing against those guys, like in the AAA. A lot of people didn't know that the AAA had good players like that because it was always focused on the WCAL. But at the end of the day, the AAA we had power guys. We had Smashley, we had Marquez Shaw, we had Fidel Pugh. You know, we had guys all around. You know, we had the Sensei Williams from Lincoln. You know, we had Muhammad from Mission. We just didn't have that opportunity to get that looks like other people did. But we had talent, man. like I said, I was one of the top players. And, like I said, not one, not top one or maybe top two in our whole league, but for years, man. So, at the end of the day, the AAA was a good thing for me.
Hey, he was number 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the scouting report. I saw him when I was a sophomore at Washington. Galileo came to Wash. Wash was up 14-0 the whole game. And in fourth quarter, 3 touchdowns from Raymond Davis. I'm like, damn it, stop Raymond Davis, man. Raymond Davis, why is he killing us? You know where the ball is going.
Here's the thing. Does your kid believe the stories? Does he believe the hype?
Nah, you know what? To be honest with you, everybody used to always tell him rest in peace, Chi-Chi, because Chi-Chi, my guy. I want to give a shout out to Chi-Chi because at the end of the day, Chi-Chi was there for my son. He was there, like driving him, making sure when I wasn't around, Chi-Chi was around. So, I want to give a shout out to Chi-Chi, rest in peace. And, it's just again, like, it's just amazing, man. Just amazing the feeling that my son's a Buffalo Bill and we made it. Because, again, like I say, he's an inner city kid, born and raised San Francisco, he got a college degree, he did what he's supposed to do. He worked hard and, he deserved everything he got coming to him, Like I said, it's his journey. And I'm just in it to be there with him and, support him and everything. But this is his journey and I love every bit of the journey.
Oh, man. So Josh Allen, you excited for that?
Yeah, I'm excited for Josh Allen. I think he'll be a good compliment to Josh Allen, also to James Cook. Like I said, and I can't wait to get up there, and talk to those guys. Hey, I'm a fan, so at the end of the day, I just want to be a fan of my son, and we go from there.
Hey, well, Raymond, I think everybody in the neighborhood is proud of you, man. Everybody in the city is proud of you. We love the video of you sitting next to your son, your son walking outside, just kind of shaking his head like, I can't believe this is true. But we're really proud of you because we know the story. You've been a strong father for him. You've been supporting him. I love watching your videos on Facebook when you're traveling to whether it's Knoxville, Tennessee, or Athens, Georgia, behind the edges. You've been there every step of the way, so it's really cool. We want to show some love and throw some flowers to a local kid who's made it to the NFL because you're right. Not a lot of people make it out of Fillmore. Not a lot of people make it out of that neighborhood. I know first and foremost it's a tough neighborhood to crack, but you guys made it, and you should be proud. So we wanted to give you your flowers this morning.
Hell yeah.
Sure, I appreciate you guys. All love, brother. All love, Vontae. For sure, brother.
Anytime, Raymond. Raymond Davis here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
That's a
He's
proud
fired
father.
Up. Proud father, man. Those type of stories make me cry. They're real tearjerkers, man, because, you read his story, you could read it in The Athletic. He had some bouts with homelessness, Ray Davis. His family, they had struggle. And Raymond Davis, who we just talked to, said, man, get this kid out of here. If we need to go to a boarding school across the country, then we need to do what we got to do. But I need to save my son. He helped save his son, and his son saved himself. And his son did the rest of the work, going from Temple to Vanderbilt to Kentucky, the balling out like he did. Should be proud, man. It's one of our own. Whether you're a private school kid or a public school kid, it's one of our kids. It's a city kid. And we take pride in that. Whenever you're from the city and you make it out, man, that's pretty cool.
It's a great story. And to go to the Buffalo Bills, I always feel like the Bay Area has love for the Buffalo Bills.
Do.
I've always felt like ever since
Johnson.
Chris Berman, you were telling Chris Berman earlier today, but he always picked Niners Bills
doubt.
for like 10 straight years, it felt like, in the Super Bowl. I got nothing but loves for the Bills.
No doubt.
And they're one of my favorite teams. It's not the Niners.
Yeah.
And so for him to go there, it's just like a perfect fit.
No, and you know what? We forgot to bring up. The Niners do travel to Buffalo next year. They travel to Buffalo next year.
With a reminder that no one circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
I mean, Stevie Johnson, obviously OJ, Marshawn Lynch.
It's gonna sneak that one in there.
It's just gonna. I
thought he was gonna go Trent Edwards. He goes straight to OJ.
I mean, might be the greatest Buffalo Bill of all time.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh man,
like 7 times.
Oh, he might be the greatest Buffalo Bill there. But no, you know what, man? Ray, he was obviously excited. Raymond Davis was excited. He was ready to come on the airways. He's working right now. But I mean, just to see him,
let's play this game.
Because this guy, I'm telling you, Shasky, when I was young, and ask Big Dog City this guy, Raymond Davis as a running back back in the day, late 90s with Galileo, they had a powerhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we had the infrastructure and the discipline and the resources, my senior year, my left tackle, Cleo Ken, rest in peace, God bless his soul, 330, 6'5". Big dog. You seen Big Dog.
Oh, yeah.
He's our right guard. Dino Williams. Actually, Big Dog, what did he play? Left guard? Did he play left? No, he played right guard.
Just keep going.
Dino Williams.
We'll believe
Dino
you.
Williams.
280.
6'2". Seen Big Dino not too long ago. Had lunch at, we had dinner at Westlake Joe's. Joey Samoa was a sophomore. 6'4", 300. Can jump out the gym. What a legit college offensive line my senior year at Washington High School. We ended up going 12-0. But Galileo, as he said, they had nothing but stars. The AAA was littered with stars, but we didn't have the coach. I mean, we had the coaching, but we didn't have the resources from the public school district to have a legit weight room, to have all-season programs, and a lot of kids should have made it. Jared Vree, I'm still good friends with, was our middle linebacker from Michigan. The guy was an absolute monster, cleaning up everything. You couldn't run up the middle against him. He went sideline to sideline, blowing up screenplays. We had a lot of talent in that league. And so a guy like Raymond Davis gets lost in the shuffle. A guy like Antonio Cooks gets lost in the shuffle because they weren't able to make it out and get to that next level.
I was going to say, if you were to put together an all San Francisco all-time football team.
Wow.
Because you'd throw Dan Fouts, even though he was from Marin, played at SI, Bobby Shaw.
Bobby Shaw.
Lenny Kenny Walls, they've got to be on there. O.J. Simpson. Right, you go right down the Donald Strickland, who you referenced earlier.
Yep, Donald Strickland.
Derek Lavelle.
Really, Eric Wright.
Eric Wright is absolutely on the list. Absolutely on the list.
Was a better running back than corner.
Well, Eric Wright, the first time he ever touched the ball went like 95 yards at a Reardon game when he was like a freshman. He was unbelievable.
He's unbelievable. I thought he was a better running back than corner. He ended up playing corner in the league.
I mean, you could throw Jamar Shepard in there.
Jamar Shepard was good. Jamar Shepard was really good.
No, everyone forgets about him. Jamar Shepard was unbelievable. Like unstoppable, unbelievable. Like there's been Igor
Olshansky,
I can't forget him.
Luke Whitehead, basketball.
It's interesting. Oakland has a rich football
history. Jason Hill. My boy Jason Hill.
Absolutely. Third round pick, Washington State.
Yeah, no doubt.
Played for the Niners. There's so many different guys. The football legacy in this town is underrated.
It is.
It's very underrated.
It is. You bring up Mike Holmgren?
Didn't even bring up Mike Holmgren and Andy Reid, San Francisco State.
San Francisco State.
Mike Holmgren, Kevin Gogan. We can go right down the list. There's a ton of guys.
In this city. So it's good to see one of our own make it out. And we're going to be, from afar, Bills Mafia fans. We'll look at Ray Davis. We'll play with him on Madden. It is a cool story. I hope he has a long, long career and just happy for the family and everything they went through growing up here. And to see that happen, you can hear it in Raymond Davis' voice.
He's beaming.
He's on cloud 15 right
now.
Oh, man. Anyway, the draft.
That was really cool.
Really cool. I love that when we do that stuff. John Madden. How do we not forget John
Madden? Jefferson High School.
Alongside John Robinson.
Yeah, my grandma used to see him at dances all the time.
Yeah, there you go.
God, it is.
I didn't miss him.
What's that?
Large individual. You could not miss John Madden anywhere you see him.
No,
you can't. Lubman brought something up during the break, and the draft is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We got the Smell Kiper cut. We'll play in just a second, but there's over 700,000 people that attended the NFL draft in Detroit. Now, you made the point last week that you don't know if it will pop like this in the Bay Area. I don't know.
I'm skeptical. I'm not trying to be a hater.
No.
I just know how the Bay rocks. Unless it's our teams,
right?
We don't really, whatever.
Right.
I mean, it'll be a tourist destination, but
yeah, no doubt. I don't know, but Detroit popped.
Yes,
and Lubman brought up: would you attend an NFL draft? Would you do it? Would you be out there?
I don't really need to stand there for 8, 9, 10 hours. I don't drink, so being in one of those settings, just hanging out, waiting for the pick. I'm cool off it. I'm not hating on others that would do it. I just don't see that being something that I would do.
I think I would go for a day. I'd go for the first
Where?
round.
Would it have to be location specific?
Well, actually, at a former radio station when I was a promo intern, I was down at San Pedro Square for the Eric Reid draft pick.
So you're like
Eric Reid draft pick. But that was just because I was working. But if there was a first round and they had it right here in the Bay Area, I would go for the first round just to stand around and watch and see the atmosphere, the NFL experience.
The Bills are hosting the draft in Buffalo. Are you flying out there?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
The Detroit Lions, like this week, are hosting it in Detroit.
No,
are you going?
I'm not flying out. But if they had it here in the Bay Area, I would go to the first round.
Miami?
Well, I would need a permission slip for that. So, TBD.
People.
I'll get back to you about that one. I'll get back to you about Miami.
LA. Phoenix.
I need permission slips. I mean,
okay.
The only I probably wouldn't need a permission slip. Well, you just played the drop, and
I know people.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be able to go to Detroit.
Stop!
Buffalo, baby, Buffalo.
Honey, we're going to Buffalo in the middle of April.
She wouldn't know. She would like hell no.
That's a long flight for just standing around.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
I think
I wouldn't
I'm out
fly
on
anywhere to the draft. But if the draft was here in our host city, I'd hang out for the first round.
Like
see what it's
Nashville, I've never been to Nashville. I would like to go to Nashville.
See, I wouldn't fly out for the draft, though.
Oh, yeah, well, I wouldn't either. But I'm just saying as an excuse to double down.
Yeah, all right, there you go.
And experience it. I would also bring my golf clubs and I go to Sweeten Cove.
No, I don't know anything about that. Sounds like a fun spot. Yeah, I'd go spit on it. Would you go to the first round just to watch and hang around? Because I like to listen to the draft analysts. I like to listen to the analysis.
You should be at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the first round for the first 32 picks, I could record it and go back and watch some of it.
I mean, for most of my life, the draft has just meant disappointment and frustration, so probably not. I don't want to see people. I'm just being honest. Like, I'm just assuming, like, I feel like a Jets fan when they boo all the time. I don't need that energy when I'm out in public like that.
SFA drummer, Houston.
Vent to Benny.
SFA drummer, our boy down in Houston. About to tell Anna that you're coming to Houston for food. Yeah, sure. Club Onyx, right? That's just
the barbecue, Bonte, the barbecue.
The barbecue in Houston, yeah. That's what it's known for. Is it Club Onyx down there?
I don't know anything about any clubs anymore. I don't know. All I know is Temple's getting closed.
Temple is getting closed.
But that to me seems like, just to me, it seems like a younger guy in their 20s thing to do. Am I wrong? Am I reading this wrong? Am I being discriminatory?
Well, it's funny you say that because whenever they pan to the fans, like in the front, they're always like old people.
Yeah, I know.
Every single time, they're all old.
So they're all
like
retired.
the Niner contingent. You see the Niner contingent when they were on the clock? It was a black lady. She was older. There was an older white guy. There was another white guy with a sign. They were all old. They were like over 40.
I'm at the point in my life where I'm so busy, it's got to be something to move me. Like, it's got to be something that I'm really, really, really interested in doing. And I got to be able to lie to the wife that it's a family-related thing and we'll all benefit from it.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, it requires layers of lies.
The deeper you get into the relationship, the more they know how you roll.
Well, that too.
You know,
plus they want you out of the house too.
Thank God for the television deal that I'm working on TV, because I don't know how many Warrior games I'd be able to attend. It already started in like year 2 of dating. Hey, babe, I really got to cover the sad game on Saturday, man. Can't make it to that party. Really, the Kings? They have 15 wins. They're not a factor. You're coming to this party.
I was in the doghouse because I had to watch the 4 hours of NFL draft coverage. And I may or may not have been like helping out around the house throughout that day. I was sitting on the couch, but you know, the Niners could have made a trade. I needed to be locked in.
Would you go with your boys?
Believe that. Jay hated every second.
If your boy said to you, "Where's the draft next year? Where is it? Just pick it up." Anyone know?
Vegas.
Okay.
No, next year it is in. I don't know. Where is it at?
Green Bay.
It's in Green Bay next year?
You flying to that one?
Nope.
Stand outside for 9.5 hours in 33-degree weather.
I'm going for a game.
Well,
the Niners play Green Bay next year in Green Bay.
Are the Bucs in the playoffs? Are you going to go to a Bucs game maybe?
Oh. Well,
the Bucs might lose to the Pacers right now, and their whole thing might be over.
I mean,
their whole thing might be over.
But you know what, though? The Warriors may be in the playoffs next year.
With Giannis?
With Giannis?
The Warriors are going to end up being that game that Anna doesn't want you to go to.
With Kevin Durant?
It's the Warriors. You don't need to go to that game.
8-seeded Warriors.
Kevin Durant, LeBron James.
Every old person that's going to get knocked out in the first round.
The Golden State Expendables?
Dude, that's the NBA playoff motto. Out with the old, in with the new.
I will say this. I think that they need to refreshen the playoffs in general. Minimum 5 games. I know they don't want to do it. It's 2 less games. I get all that. The first round should not be 7 games. Go back to the old model.
Kind of liking it, though. I'm kind of liking it.
They're all. We know
more games, the better. We need more games for Sports Talk Radio.
No, we don't.
We need more games.
No, we don't.
We need more games.
They added more games. It's called the play-in.
I know.
You laughed at it for 2 years.
I still
don't like it. And then the Warriors were in it, and you were all about it.
No, I wasn't all about it. I was faking it. I still don't like the play-in.
I was faking it.
We're rewarding mediocrity.
I was faking it.
We're rewarding mediocrity. That's what we're doing. Just have the top 8 teams.
It's so funny looking back at that race for the 7th and 6th seeds, right? You got the Suns just getting popped and swept. You got the Pelicans, they're about to just get bounced.
They're done.
The Lakers are probably done tonight.
They're done.
Warriors got stomped. The Kings got stomped. They all stink.
They all stink.
The Heat won 1 game, and everyone's like, oh, here we go.
The Heat are going on a run.
Here we go.
And what's the other team doing? Philadelphia, they're about to be done.
Well, they're done.
They're done, too.
They're done.
Madison Square Garden East.
If you're following on the Warrior hate along, as I call it, where you want to see the most chaos and people become available.
Well, that's happening.
So like Giannis,
that's happening.
Embiid, Kawhi,
Philadelphia's got $65 million in cap space.
Thank God for Anthony Edwards on Team USA because everyone else is in shambles.
We might be in trouble with Team USA.
Might?
We might be in some trouble in Paris.
Steph getting some rest, thankfully. He needs to
I'm going to tell you this right now. Of all the things that I have on my bucket list, because we're going to talk about this tomorrow, I don't want to give it away. As a sports fan,
don't give it away. Don't say
the draft is not one of them.
Okay,
it's just not. It's not. I'm not giving anything away.
Don't give anything away.
But the draft is not for me. The NFL draft, no way in hell is even close to a bucket list thing.
Yeah, no,
that I need to do. Not even close.
The Olympics
might not even be in my top 100.
The Olympics maybe. And now Paris, like Drew Holiday, we sure we want him on the team? We sure you want to sub him out for Jalen Brunson or Kyrie Irving?
Let's get Draymond back in there. See what he had to tweet.
Good.
That'd be great for international relations.
Draymond's busy telling others what they need to do in crucial moments about staying on the floor. I mean, give me a break. This guy.
Torn patella.
This guy, dude.
Yeah. Let's go to Xavier Burlingame. What is he doing? Xavier Burlingame,
Read the
what's
room,
happening?
Draymond. Put the phone down.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Just wanted to speak a little bit about what it's like going to draft experience. I was able to go to the one in Las Vegas.
How old are you? Well, how old were you when you went?
I was 34.
Okay. And you went with the buds?
Yeah.
The dudes?
Well, yeah, I went, one of my guys, he actually works for KC24 in Fresno, and he was doing some coverage for that, so I got to tag along and do some work with him, and I can tell you that it's a good experience, especially if you have family, you have little ones. They have a lot of things that they can do, like, and even yourself, 40-yard dashes, and kind of get an experience on what, some of the athletes do with, getting drafted and increasing their stock, things like that. It's very interactive. They got concerts. So it's a pretty good family affair.
Okay.
I'm not mad at it.
So they have like a fake combine. If we did a host combine, oh boy, you want to talk about the injury report. Whew.
Well, I mean, speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
Oh, now I need to see Bonte do combine stuff.
Well, I want to do combine stuff. I do. Like, I never suffered a major injury.
I would be hitting wood right now.
Fastest 40 time at the station. Come on. Who's it going to be?
The fastest 40 at the station? It's going to be one of the young guys.
Okay, just among the hosts.
Oh, the hosts? I don't know.
Oh, I'm taking that. My long strides.
40?
I'm taking that 40.
So I guess now for the softball game that we're going to have in the coming weeks, we're going to run from home down to first base line. We're going to tag that.
Yeah, let's tag it.
Yeah, I bet Guru does get up and down quick.
You probably got speed. You're small.
Who, me?
Yeah, you got speed.
I have decent legs.
Yeah, I think you have speed.
Got the plantar fasciitis, though.
That's why I you guys.
Dude, you got to go to the chiropractor on the sideline.
So before I can already see.
He's going to be like
a pit stop after 20 yards.
Dude,
as the only one who actively competes multiple times a week, I think you guys should all pipe down.
Well, Guru competes too. You don't compete. You always get hurt. You always leave the game early.
I had multiple triple headers in the last 2 weeks alone.
Oh, well, that's, see, Shasky would set it up like, guys, my kid, and then he'd win it, and he'd, come on the airways. I was hurt and I won. But, I already see the setup. I already see what he's doing. Don't fall for the okie doke, Spadoni allotment. This is what I already did see what happened in week out. Damn, my Achilles, man. My plantar fasciitis. Had to go see Dr. Hybe. And, oh, man, this is hurt. My shoulder, blah, blah, blah. He goes out there and beats us all. And then he's, bragging about it. Like, dude, I was hurt. I still went out there and smoked you guys. I already see the setup. I already see what you're doing. You're not slick. You're trying to play chess, but I'm on your game. Checkmate, homie.
All right, Steiny probably won't compete because I just know him. No, I'm not going to do it.
You know what? It's not even bringing him up. He won't compete in nothing.
Would Dibley do it?
He won't even compete in knockout. He won't compete in nothing.
Would Dibley do it?
No, these guys all make excuses.
What about Mark?
Dibley didn't show up. Oh, excuse me. Wait, he had a reason for not showing up. Let me apologize before I get a text. He's not happy with me.
What are the other things you do at the combine? There's the 40, and then what else?
3-cone drill.
3-cone.
The bench press.
Hey,
Bench
the
press,
dads
I
at
am
the
not winning
station
that.
are going to be at the top of the 3-cone technique. If you're ever at the park and you're hovering around the kid,
okay.
Baby Nora's one. She's walking, so she's going on that big kid trying to go on the slide.
Yeah.
Got to be careful for her not jumping off and stuff like that.
Yeah. You got to.
Jade has like damn near a heart attack every single time. I let her go. She's fine.
We would probably have to use the producers in this combine.
Oh, well, Evan or Mark Randy probably.
I saw Lucas Alexander, producer for Willard or Dibs.
Loves a big
He was
guy.
in all Giants. He was in a Giants uniform yesterday pitching. Like, what was he doing?
Well, he plays a bunch of old guys. I go, Lucas, it's a 40 and over league. You're like 31. What are you doing?
Oh, my God.
What are you doing?
Is it really a 40 and over league?
His dad plays.
Oh, my
I'm like,
God.
Craig's 60-something.
Lucas is like 25 years old.
You know, like, come on, dude.
He's got the ACL of like an
As
80.
someone who plays in a 40 and over league, over league, and then also plays with all the young guys, let me tell you, when I play with the young guys, I feel like the oldest sack who ever lived. When I play with the old guys as the younger, bell curve of that, I feel like Superman. There's a 40 and over is for 40 and over. Lucas.
That's embarrassing.
Stop.
That's actually, you know what? The fact that he posted that picture yesterday on Instagram, like he was throwing gas, playing with some young studs. That's actually a very embarrassing post by Lucas Alexander.
He said, I'm touching grass. I said, dog, you're barely touching 65 on the gun.
That ain't cool.
After claiming you could throw 80.
So he's on the grass there playing with guys. That's embarrassing. I'm actually appalled. I mean, how can you wake up in the morning and feel good about yourself playing? Oh, man, I just struck out some dude who was 70 years old. Guys walking out there to the batter's box with a cane. He's out there striking out, bragging about him. How dare Lucas Alexander, man. Unbelievable.
All my boys were ripping him when he was claiming he could throw 80. And my one buddy, Joycey, was like,
He didn't say he could throw 80.
He did. And he like tripled down on it. And my boy was like, show me how you throw.
Well,
it was the funniest thing I've ever.
I watched Lucas play basketball. There's no way he's touching 80.
And that's dog.
There's no way he's touching
Evan
80.
Grandy is the best pitcher at the station.
Evan Giddings, close.
Excuse me, Evan Giddings. My bad. Evan Grandy. My
Mark
bad.
Grady's a good basketball player. What knockout
And I said, no, but like, he pitched in college, and I'm like, Evan, come on, bro. Like, touching 80 from 66, as in 60 feet, 6 inches, good luck. And he even said, like, there's just no way. Like, I'm sorry. And I love you, Lucas. It's not happening.
Shout out to my guy, DeLon Wright, brother Darrell Wright, former City College San Francisco Ram. He's going to miss Game 4 tonight for the Miami Heat.
Ooh.
Big loss. And he missed Game 3 for the birth of his baby girl.
Oh, congratulations.
DeLon's a father now. How about that? We love that. D. Wright. We love that. Baby girl of the family. I want to be like, hey, can I just play this one more time before Fast Five? We can just go right into Fast Five. Well, my final thought is Keon Coleman on jackets. Somebody asked him about where he got his jacket. Or here's Keon Coleman on where he got his jacket.
Guess where I got this from, though? I'm saying you gotta guess. You're gonna be wrong, though, but guess.
Time is up.
Nah. Macy's. What you mean? they be on sale on the rack. All the colors. Look, $79, $89. Nice little deal. You can get the trench coat for like $100. Nice little. I'll take you there personally. I might go get some more colors. I need a blue one and another red one.
Got you. I'm with you.
There's good Thanksgiving sales too. That's what I usually do.
See, I ain't know nothing about Thanksgiving. I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime. You gotta shop a season or two before, just in case, and they be cheaper. Cause you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? Who we starting with? Oh, we could go. Oh, my bad. Hold up, y'all can hear me? This on or this off? All right, bro. I'm just making sure I hope we ain't trying to set me up. Who we got going first?
Keon Coleman. I love this kid. I love him. I hope, as a Niner fan, we don't regret not taking him. But I do like Pearsall. I think we'll be fine with Pearsall.
My final thought is I feel tremendous empathy today for Kevin Durant. I thought he was going to finish his career maybe on the fringe of the top 5 all-time greatest players when he left the Warriors. I feel like he's just going to get lost in the shuffle, and I don't even know if we're going to remember him as a top 15 player of all time.
That's sad. It
really is sad. No, it really is sad, and I feel like
these dumbass young NBA fans who don't get what greatness is about. That does piss me off.
That's what I'm saying. Like I felt tremendous sadness watching him.
I saw a tweet. They said I'm not even going to say the tweet. You're right, Shasky. You're so right. I'm with you 100% of the way.
I had so much joy watching him play. He's one of the freak players in the evolutionary change. Like, you don't even get to Wemby without the Kevin Durant evolution. And I just feel like we just so criminally crushed this guy.
And you hear Anthony Edwards say, I watched every game of KD since I was 5. I love him. He's my favorite. Like, come on.
Honestly, as a basketball fan, we should just enjoy the last couple years of one of the greatest players ever. Instead, we want to kick him while he's down.
Could we be seeing the last of LeBron James tonight in a Laker uniform? All I got to say is this. Do not let this series go back to Los Angeles. Do not let that happen. Okay. Jamal Murray calf strain? If I'm the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm looking like, maybe, just maybe, we have a shot at the finals if we can get past either one of these teams.
Boy.
I love this confidence from Spadoni.
It's not really confidence. I said don't let them win tonight. Don't let them hang around. By the way, the Lakers have been leading like in most of these games for a majority.
Yeah.
And they're still down 3-1.
Yeah.
So they're right there. My final thought is I'm going to give a shout out to a couple roasters I ran into at the ballpark this weekend, not just Adam in the City, but Pat out of the Sunset District. I ran into him and his girlfriend Danny at the game on Saturday night and chatted for a little bit, got a pic together, and so I always love seeing our roasters out there in the wild. So shout out to them.
Did they request a picture or did you request it?
He requested the pic.
Wow. Did he recognize you?
Yeah. He says, I'm walking down the concourse. He's coming towards me. He's like, yo, Sam Lubin, what's up? And then it's like, yo, what's up, man?
Damn.
Sip. Hey,
the hair, unfortunately, is a big giveaway.
That's
Not
what
unfortunately,
happens.
you got to lean into that.
Hey, that's what happens when you interview Jordan Hicks. That's what happens when you're in that dugout.
Got another guy I talked to also over the weekend. I'll let you guys know later on this week who that was.
That's a tease.
Wow. Love him doing work. I'm so proud of this kid. I'm so proud of him. I am. Can I just play this, Levin? We got 24 seconds. All right, can I just play this?
You woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
Saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited, man, whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be a tough guy, but, man, I was really overexcited.
Oh, I love that kid. Xavier Legette, Carolina Panthers. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the faster internet to all your devices. Up next is Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, I thought I was feeling pretty confident with that.
great points. Get off me, text line. He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job. I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. What's going on? Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's up, man?
What's up, baby?
Not much. Just every time I come in around this time, I just think about how full of crap Bonte Hill is.
What did I miss?
It says Monday's his favorite day of the week.
I believe him. I do believe B. And I got to tell the people, I walked in this morning. This is the first.
Late. But that's all right. You had responsibilities. We get it. We get it.
You brought me a gift.
I did.
I got equivalent, man. Yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah. I gave it to Evan because it was surplus. But yeah, thank you, man.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We got Spadoni on the scene. Let's go.
Well, Spadoni's excited
about
the Lakers won a playoff game.
Yeah, that they did,
and that's always good news. It's their one this season. Yay. They'll get.
And Debo and Ayuk still on the Niners.
Yeah.
I think that's a good deal.
Yeah,
we got some sound to play.
Remember, that's what I said was going to happen. Friday. You said that you thought Debo was going to get traded, but you didn't want to see it. But you were fearing the worst. And I told you, Jennifer Lee Chan and I told you, just relax.
But Baldy joined the guys this morning.
Oh, what do you have to say?
He said that Debo and Ayuk's replacement was drafted.
Very possible.
Ricky Pearsall.
But that's not news, is it?
No, it's about, we're talking about next offseason then, right? Because if you were to lose one of those guys that can ball, Gamer, Steiny, you wanted to be able to refurnish the cat,
what do you want to do?
What do you mean?
Do you want to restock? Do you want to refurnish the house?
Yeah, restock, yeah. Doing the draft. So I don't expect any one of those guys to be traded, but you can't question, like Baldy told Shasky and Bonte, you don't use a first-round pick on a position that is not in need. And I just feel like the wide receiver position was not in need, but Kyle must feel like he needs another weapon.
My question is this, the 49er fans. How much better did you get this weekend? How much better did you get this weekend?
Well, we won't know, right?
We won't know about any team. But does it feel like the San Francisco 49ers are better today than they were on Friday or Thursday? I don't know. How many guys that they've drafted can we say are going to start? I mean, Ricky Pearsall right now is their third receiver.
Okay.
Renardo Green is a cornerback they drafted out of Florida State.
Position of need.
And then their first offensive lineman was taken in the third round.
No doubt.
Dominic, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Puny out of Kansas. So that they waited till the third round to get an offensive lineman.
Got a running back too, Stoddy.
Yeah. Well, it's important. It's important because the running back was a mid-round pick. Those tend to be more successful.
And a wide receiver from Arizona, Jacob Cowling.
Yeah. You know why they did that? Because they're not sold on Pearsall.
Oh, nah.
Why else would you do that? I mean, the question I have the 49er fans is did this team get better? And I think the big news from the weekend, obviously, is Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel are still on the team.
And that's why I'm going to say they got better.
Why?
Because they didn't lose one of those two going into next year. And this Kyle Shanahan sound at the boss and his boss, he spoke on it. You don't want to take 2 steps back for 3 steps later on. He was saying this window, talking about the 5-year run they've had, you don't want to take a step back. And he was talking about the money in the contracts.
They might take a step back. 888-957-9570. Want to talk about the San Francisco 49er draft. So I came in today thinking, all right, they ended up taking a receiver in the first round. They got a cornerback, which they said they needed. They got an offensive lineman, which they said they needed. So, okay, see how these guys pan out. Nobody knows if they're going to be any good or not.
Right.
And we move forward. I come in today, and the boss is, I wouldn't say apoplectic, but he's flummoxed. He doesn't think the Niners had a good draft. He doesn't think they did enough to address their positions of need, which were the offensive line and the defensive secondary. He said, what was one of their positions of strength? Wide receiver. And you drafted a wide receiver. So how do you get better if that's a position of strength?
Legit. That's legit.
So,
but the boss, on the other hand, Stoney, just like everybody else, how do we not know they didn't find a Brock Purdy at cornerback, this youngster out of Florida State? I mean, all these guys that got drafted, that's the beauty of it. We don't know, but I guess he was sharing with you how he felt. Like if I asked you for a grade for the 49ers, Stoney, I'd be faking if I said A-. Like, I didn't like the wide receiver in the first round, to the boss's point, but how can we grade something that we don't know, is yet to play out?
Here's the way I look at it. And I look at this team the last 2 years, and it went to the NFC Championship 2 years ago, and it went to the Super Bowl last year. And I know they didn't have a first-round pick in the last 2 drafts, but if you look at who they drafted, they didn't get a lot of contributions from young players because they're in a Super Bowl window. So when I look at this draft, I don't see 4 new starters being a part of this draft from the weekend. I think that's going to take time. I think the 49ers maybe got better for 2 or 3 years down the road, but did they really get better right now? And maybe they feel, and I wouldn't hate on this, that they feel like they're still right there. They're one of the best 4 or 5 teams in football.
Okay.
And they did nothing this offseason to jeopardize that. And if they hit on a couple of these picks, maybe they'll be better.
I'm not mad at that, but my biggest takeaway from the Niners happened in the Super Bowl, and it's how you replace Greenlaw if he's not available till week 8 or if he's available at all, Stoney. So I'm looking here. You needed some offensive line help. You touched on that. You needed some secondary help. You got a free safety, a cornerback, and a safety. So I don't know if these dudes are going to play, and you mentioned start, but it's about production. Can you help? And when you go to the Super Bowl and you're minutes away from winning it, Stoney, I guess one could say, how much help do you really need? We all need help. I get that, but, I mean, this team was loaded.
If you ask me what did the NFL draft tell me about where the Niners are and maybe what their strategy is moving forward, to me, I think this offseason was about staying as competitive as you possibly can at the top of the NFL in terms of the top 4 or 5 teams. But there's no doubt the 49ers are also putting an emphasis on their finances, and they're putting an emphasis on down the road a couple years. I mean, they've told Armstead, after he said he didn't want to renegotiate, they moved off him. I think clearly the draft of Pearsall signals that Ayuk or most probably Deebo Samuel won't be on the team maybe next year at this time. And so the 49ers, to me, are trying to stay in a Super Bowl window right now, but they're also trying to set their path for the next 2 or 3 years. And they know that they've got some decisions to make, and they also know the biggest decision is probably coming next year with how much money to pay Brock Purdy. They got to get their finances in order, and I think that's one of the things we saw this year and this draft. And here's the other thing I think, Goo, you tell me what you think of it. I get you could have maybe not drafted a wide receiver, drafted an offensive lineman in the first round, and said to yourself, well, none of our 2 receivers are going anywhere this year. So I think what the 49ers did is by drafting Pearsall, they guaranteed they're not going to have to address the wide receiver position next year, even though they probably know right now they're going to lose a wide receiver, but they won't have to go through the draft or free agency to get another one. They hope they got that guy on the roster with Pearsall.
Well, I'm not mad at that, and Pearsall went 1. I just keep going to last year's draft, and I know it was the 7th round, Ronnie Bell, who to me, Stoney, I'm not Baldy, but he's shown flashes. I thought he could play, and he's a 7th rounder, so the comp is bad, the comparable, but I'm like, okay, are you already telling us you don't have any faith in that kid? So you would think that, them drafting Ronnie Bell last year, he would be Pearsall. This would be his time to get more opportunity. But the question and the right on the table for me is, do you think, because you mentioned the word finances, that Brandon Ayuk, who I assume was going to get his chicken before week 1, do you think they have him come in here and play this last year out on his contract?
I don't. And I was thinking about that. Man. And I was kind of talking to Evan about that because I had a thought. And 49er fans, feel free to jump in here at 888-957-9570. Does drafting Pearsall give the 49ers more leverage in terms of, well, now we're going to make Ayuk come in and play his last year out before we extend him?
Man.
But I don't think the pick has anything to do with that. If they're going to do that, they're going to do that, whether they have this guy on the roster, I think, or not. I mean, I don't think you draft a rookie so that you can change your strategy with Ayuk to play hardball. Like, I don't think, I mean, it might have been an offshoot of a reason, but there's no way that was the main reason. Hey, we get Pearsall in here, and now we can play hardball with Ayuk. I thought about whether there'd be a connection there, but I just don't see it.
And you know what? You might be right, and Ayuk may not be. He may get his chicken, and Debo may be the one gone if they decide to make a decision.
When you say may get his chicken, it sounds to me like you still have doubts about that.
No, I wouldn't want. Like when Kyle said, like, you're the 49ers. There's no making the playoffs constitutes a good season. It's about, getting to the Super Bowl again and finally getting over the hump. And you talk about a possible holdout with Brandon Ayuk. What does that equate to, Steiny? It's what Bosa's did. A holdout. That's a distraction. And you can avoid that by giving Brandon Ayuk his chicken, Steiny, or you can roll the dice and be like, you know what? Just what you said. We're going to play hardball. But if I'm trying to keep everything intact, the one thing that we did lose was part of our heart and soul with Greenlaw. I can't shake that until we find out if they got an adequate replacement. But man, I don't want to, after all this noise about one of the receivers being traded, I wouldn't want Brandon Ayuk to come in and feel like, what the F is going on? They got me in lame duck status,
Well, he could join Debo Samuel, who then says, well, join the club because you and me
Debo got his money, Steiny.
Yeah, but Debo's replacement was just drafted.
We think.
Huh?
Well, or we don't know.
Conventional wisdom.
Yeah.
I mean, are 49er fans assuming that Brandon Ayuk will get signed? I mean, I think you have to assume that at this point.
I would bet on it.
So, 888-957-9570 is the number. Bottom line, 49er fans, did you like their draft over the weekend? And what does it tell you about where they are right now? Or maybe more importantly, where do you think they are? Because to me, I feel like the 49ers still feel like they're in a championship window. Maybe they didn't do a ton in the draft to address some of their bigger needs, but they drafted a wide receiver to give them protection, I think, for next year if they lose one of their two, most likely Debo. And then they know they're going to have to pay Purdy. That's the other thing that I think was a big part of this offseason. Kyle Shanahan, and we're going to play a lot of Kyle Shanahan sound today. But one of the things he said, you kind of saw what we did in free agency, and we went about it that way. And I think what he meant was we didn't break the bank in free agency. We got Leonard Floyd at a good number, but we've got to start getting more constraints on our financial situation. And that was, I think, a big part of this offseason. Let's go out to Philmo Mike. Philmo wants to talk about the draft. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, buddy?
Steiny.
Yo.
I know you're trying to deliver content.
Yeah.
But guess what, buddy? We don't know what these players finna be, bruh.
Right, I know.
Straight up, Steiny.
Yeah, I know.
We don't know what they finna be. So,
right, it's about
okay.
Philmo, it's about it's about like what you thought of the positions they addressed at what point in the draft, and hoping that each of these guys can contribute. I don't like when
teams get needs. Get the best player. You feel me?
Do you think they thought?
Don't get Sam Bowie.
Do you think they thought Pearsall was the best player at 31?
Yep.
I do too.
I do.
I do.
I think that they thought that he was the best player at that position at that time. What we have to do is we need to take this, and I know you're trying to drive content for your show right now, but you got to understand, we ain't going to know what these players are right now until we get 6 months from now. Like, we don't know what they're going to be. Who knew Debo was going to be Debo? Who knew George Kittle? I remember watching George Kittle. Well, who the hell is this white boy from Iowa or Idaho? I don't even know where he's from. Who cares? when they get on the field, it's going to show you what they do. And I think the receiver is a hell of a player. And I also feel that Kyle Shanahan, he drafts from he be picking like defensive players. He's an offensive coach, so I'm glad that he just, I'm picking up who I want. Pick up who you want to make your team do what they gonna do and what they need to do. I love that from him. This is the first draft that I felt like he was just, I want him, I want him, I want him, I want her, whatever. I need them. I don't want you drafting defensive players, bro. Draft your offense, your offensive team. I don't know why the Niners are associated with defense when their coach is not, it's not Bill Belichick, it's Kyle Shanahan.
I hear you, Mike.
Yeah, well, it's more than just Kyle drafted, Stoney, and it's two sides of the ball, Mike. And I feel you on those comps you gave, but the Brock Purdy comp is the one that puts the whole draft in. Like, that's the dude, the last pick of the draft, Stoney, and he's balling out, about to get a bag. So,
did I say the 49ers were better?
No.
Did I say they had a great draft?
I was going to jump in.
Filmo Mike.
I like to hear from Mike.
Filmo.
You didn't jump in on him. I had your back.
It's a Monday morning. Yeah. I don't feel like it. Yeah. But I'll tell Filmo Mike and the listeners this. It's like, the boss. I was talking to the boss, and he goes, nobody knows what any of these guys are going to do. Nobody knows.
That's the fun of it, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Renardo Green's a difference maker.
Right.
I have no idea. But it's about the positions they picked at the times they picked them.
Yeah.
It's about what they did and do with their two wide receivers, which is trade them. It's about knowing they have to pay Brock Purdy down the line. And how do you think they handled all the things that they needed to deal with?
I'm looking at the checklist, Donnie. 3 defensive players. And to Mike's point, Stoney, I disagree with him in this sense, and maybe he wasn't trying to convey this point, but damn, you have to draft both sides of the ball. The Niners defense is, a top 3 unit, or was going into the playoffs, so you got to fertilize that. They got a cornerback, a safety, a linebacker, and again, we don't know if any of these guys are going to even make the club and be able to bring something to the table, but when you look at balance, or you talk about balance, they got wide receivers, 2 offensive linemen, a running back. I like it. From the text line, I'm going to trust you on this one, 510. I'm going to trust you. I'm hoping you're being honest. 510 says it's pronounced Pooney. It's an Islander name. Pooney. Thank you very much, 510. Appreciate that. Pooney?
Pooney.
All right.
He's their third round.
Not puny.
Pooney.
Yeah, Pooney.
Out of Kansas. Dominic Pooney.
All right.
He was their third round pick, and he is
But you said something that hit me a second ago, Stoney, because I told you Friday after they drafted Pearsall, I was like, they needed an offensive lineman, but they felt like there wasn't an offensive lineman worthy of that first pick, and that's why they went with Pearsall, to you and Mike's point about drafting the best player on the board.
Here's Kyle Shanahan. This one to me is very, very interesting on how 2025, which is next year, had an impact on how the 49ers drafted this year. Kyle Shanahan.
It's hard to say there's a lot more because it feels like it's been almost this way 3 years in a row. I think it gets a little more each year because it gets harder each year. And the hardest thing is when you go through the draft, and especially when you feel you're a contender and things like that, you want to do everything to just look at your board and how you fill those holes and everything, but that's not really how the draft works. It's how it comes to you, and you got to look at it at different levels and through different layers, and you got to think right now, and you got to think ahead. But being close like we were last year, feeling we're going to have a chance to at least have an opportunity to try to do something like that again, you want to think always what helps us now. But then you get to that spot, and there always isn't that answer right then. And so do you go with what kind of helps us now or what helps us more in the future? And so you're just constantly weighing that, whether it's the draft, whether that's free agency, and everything.
Yeah, so that tells me that the 49ers, when they selected at 31, thought the quality of the pick at wide receiver was significantly better than the quality of the pick would have been on the offensive line.
And I get that. I didn't get it until I heard it, Stoney, and that's the way to go. And I guess that's what that was his point, but that's what they did. But for Mike to say, or anybody out there, Kyle shouldn't draft defense, that's not how it works. Lynch is involved. They're all involved. You got scouts, recommendations. It's not just Kyle.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Guru. We're talking about the NFL draft and the San Francisco 49ers, a team that made it to the Super Bowl just a year ago.
Yeah.
How do they get back there? And do you think they're more equipped now to get back there than they were, let's say, on Thursday? And I guess that's what the boss is saying, and that's what I agree to a certain extent. Like, if you look at the draft and you look at a Super Bowl contending team, I mean, how many rookies are really going to be able to step in and be difference makers? I mean, when you draft, it's a bonus if you get one of these guys to produce in his rookie year. So my feeling is that tells me that they think what they have right now still can get it done. Or what they have right now is capable of winning a Super Bowl. And they thought that if you keep most of this team intact and try to fix some of the edges, tweak some things around the roster, and upgrade just a little bit in a lot of different areas, that they can be as good or better of a football team.
Yeah.
But it doesn't sound like they think that they got noticeably better in the draft right off the bat. Like, they got to wait and see, and then it's going to take some players probably a little time to start contributing if this team's as good as you think it's going to be.
Yeah, and you lost Armstead, and I know some games or some weeks he was the poster boy for inconsistency, but you got to replace his production. I know Ray with McLeod. I don't even got to tell you what the fans think of him, but he's gone. And Steiny, you're right. How many of these guys are actually even going to make the team? You know, we don't even know that part of it. But when you talk about the Kansas City Chiefs, they've added some speed, and they did that through free agency, also through the draft. You know, I can say already just they got better. But the 49ers are a powerhouse, especially offensively, and the fact that Debo and Ayuk will be in the red and gold week one to me, Steiny, and McCaffrey, obviously, and Kittle, and Purdy, you got action.
Yeah, I was reading Tim Kawakami in The Athletic today, and he was talking about how he thinks the 49ers have begun a transition here. And it's a transition from everything and anything in terms of being all in to we've got to start trying. We're now still trying to win now, but we absolutely have an eye toward the future and where we're at money-wise. And he cited, obviously, Armstead refusing to renegotiate, so they had to move off him.
Yeah.
He cited the fact that they've got two terrific wide receivers, and they look to move them over the course of the last week as another sign that this team might be in transition. And then he cited, obviously, the drafting of a wide receiver, which probably sets in motion losing a wide receiver, possibly Debo Samuel, in a year. So what he's saying is every decision now probably has a ramification down the line. And now it's a matter of, can the 49ers stay at the level they're at, which is one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the NFL.
No doubt, Stoney, and that's why I told you in 2019, the window doesn't stay open forever. They didn't have this facing them. Now it's a reality when you talk about the restraints, the cash, the chicken, the moolah. Now you have to make decisions, and you look at your team and you say, you know what, as you scratch your head, you're like, you know what, we're not going to be able to afford everything. But that, and I'm not being Debbie Downer here, but that's why when you get as close as they gotten, and even last year, Steiny, you want to cash that check because you never know what's going to happen when you have to make decisions, not of want, but because of finances.
I mean, would their decisions be drastically different had they won the Super Bowl?
Well, no, but they would have that trophy to be like, you know what, if we take a step back, not that we're trying to, we took advantage of that window being open. And still, I feel like that's the case right now. I don't think Armstead, and I got to be careful here, I respect his game, but Steiny, I don't think their defense is going to take 2 steps back because he's somewhere else. Now, the Greenlaw replacement, I'm telling you, Steiny, that is a big component to all this, and they'll put the guys in place that think they can, Gorilla Glue and duct tape it, but we'll see how that hurts this offense, Donnie, because I can tell you, thank you, they're not better without Greenlaw until he comes back,
888-957-9570 is the number. If you like the draft, give me a reason why. If you didn't like the draft, give me a reason why. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future?
Hit me again, Spadoni.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, one of the things that happened over the weekend, I'm pretty sure everybody caught it, is we got a firsthand look at the toughness of the Division III athlete. We truly did. Were you watching the Minnesota Phoenix game?
Don't ask me questions. I watch every game, yes.
Okay. Not just the highlights. So you see my boy Chris Finch.
The whole family
trying to take a charge on Mike Conley.
Yeah. I told little Daryl and Mia, that's Steiny's boy. 53 years young.
Ruptured patella tendon.
I knew right away. I texted Vine. Dr. Daryl.
Man.
And then I told you.
He's going to have to coach with one of those.
I said, is he coming back? You said, hell yeah.
Oh, he's coming back.
He won't be standing up.
I wonder.
How?
I think he's got one of those things that you put on, little scooters where you have to put your.
Draymond tweeted he should have stayed in the game. A couple minutes left, coach.
Draymond Green.
I love Day.
Telling somebody they need to stay in a game. Well, that's just
this
rich.
Is injury related.
That is absolutely, positively rich.
There is an eye in Finch.
Guy.
He's thinking about himself.
Hey.
Did you text him?
That's.
Oh, God.
It's neither here nor there.
Okay, all right. Nobody cares. I'm random like that.
Well, if nobody cares, then I don't need to answer it.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. That was your answer.
Of course. He's a buddy of mine. He got hurt.
He's got a good team.
He's a great coach. Whew.
Except for the last minute 40.
They took off when he went to the bench. When he went to the locker room. We're going to get into the NBA playoffs a lot this week. Probably a little bit down the line. I might jump into them a little bit today, but today's mostly an NFL draft day, and I'm asking how 49er fans are feeling after the weekend and how you feel about your San Francisco 49ers who were in the Super Bowl just a year ago and wanting to know if you think they're every bit right there now.
And I want to see the rat on the table early tonight. I got to wait till September till they start balling. How much we see of Pearsall?
Not much.
I think it'll be a little more than not much.
Well, who's he going to play for?
They could go 3 wide.
Well, Dibley says they don't like to do that.
Dibley's not a head coach. But I love you, Dibs.
Dibs knows the 21 and 22 personnel.
No, I know he does. But I'm just saying he ain't Kyle.
As long as Juszczyk's on the team, Pearsall's going to have trouble getting onto the field. The one thing, what did I want to ask? 49. Let's go to Raj. We'll go to Raj in Jersey. What's up, Raj? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? So I feel pretty good about the draft. I think, like Mike said, I think Kyle really got to take some of the players that he really wanted to. But as far as the first round pick, the comp to Debo, I think is accurate, but I actually don't think that he is a complete replacement right now. But I think that Debo gets hurt a lot, right? I mean, in every game that Debo gets hurt and doesn't play, those games we are lackluster, and we all see it. Kyle sees it, and he's making an improvement there. Debo's out 3-4 games with the rib or something. Purcell can come in and play that type of role because that's the kind of offense that we run now.
Right.
Hey, if Purcell's better than Debo, then he's better than Debo, and then we move off Debo and all that money. It's really a win-win and a no-risk kind of move, honestly, because you need that backup for Debo. He doesn't play 17 games, right? So.
Well, I hear you. Thanks for the call, Raj. I mean, the thing that I didn't have a problem with, but you can tell me if you did, and that's if the 49ers knew, or if they know that they're going to have to move off, let's just say Debo Samuel. Let's say the plan's to pay Ayuk and then eventually move off Debo Samuel. Well, if you have assessed the wide receiver class in this year's draft as very, very good, terrific as a matter of fact, and you look at next year's draft and it's not as good, and these guys project the draft out a year or two in advance, why would you box yourself in, not draft a wide receiver now, and then next year you have to draft a wide receiver, but the class isn't as good, and the guy's going to have to come in and play a role right off the bat? I think if you look at it that way, doesn't this make more sense? You draft a guy now, let him play out a year as a third receiver. If he's better than that, then great. Yeah. Then great.
But what if he's not, Stoney? That's the risk you take, though.
Well, then if he's not, you made a mistake. How much would it hurt him? I'm not sure. is anybody concerned about, and let's get Evan in here because Diana Rossini, NFL Network?
ESPN,
shared this info. Go ahead, Evan. This is from Deebo Samuel.
Oh, sorry. Deanna Rossini, formerly of ESPN, senior NFL insider for The Athletic. This was what she tweeted out. I think this was day one. So
this happened Friday.
This happened Friday at 4:30. So this
Correct.
was before they made the first round pick.
But most important, Evan, it happened after our show. Thank you.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
So Rossini spoke to Deebo Samuel on the phone and asked his reaction. This was, on the reaction to the 49ers drafting a potential replacement. To the reports mainly that they explored trading him. And he said, quote, "I know what's going on, but it is what it is. I'm good staying with them. I'm chilling." That was from Deebo.
Yeah. I mean, how do you take that, Evan? I mean, I don't know what he's supposed to say, but I do wonder. I mean, Deebo's a professional, and they paid him. But do you think he's somewhere thinking,
funny. This is
you guys got me, this is my last year in Sanford? Like, we can't mind read, but.
I mean, this is one of those where, I mean, honestly, like, we've played a lot of sound the last week, and like you said, there were a couple things you didn't like that you've heard. To me, that's just like, I don't have to read into anything that Deebo tweeted. Like, he's not happy. Is that an overstatement? Like, there's no way Deebo Samuel's happy. I'm good staying there. I'm good staying with them.
Well, maybe that was because
you
that Friday.
You were talking about reading into something. I'll read. Oh, you're just chilling? Yeah. I know what's going on. It is what it is.
It is what it is the most passive-aggressive thing you could ever say. It never means anything good.
I kind of agree with you.
But we can all agree nothing's going to pop off now. Like, he's going to play this year with his team.
Yeah. How's his attitude going to be?
Well,
I mean, and I'm not.
B.A. Baracus, he could have a bad attitude.
Well, I mean, we talked about the fact that, how's Deebo Samuel? Yeah, how's Deebo Samuel feel about the 49ers essentially drafting his replacement? He's like, I know what's going on. It is what it is. That to me is like, hey, business is business. I know they tried to move me. I know they're probably going to deal with me at the end of the season. I know this guy's like, he's not dumb. I mean, it's all right out there as far as I'm concerned. It's all been very transparent. Everybody knows the 49ers are probably going to have to move off Deebo Samuel at the end of the next year. And he obviously knows it too.
Right. That wouldn't sit well with me. I'd be irritated, especially when my name had come up, Stoney, about being traded.
I got to tell you something about that, my feeling on that. And it's like, okay, maybe Deebo's not. It's like, it's pro sports. Like, it's pro sports. They drafted a wide receiver. Why? Well, because some think Deebo Samuel's been a little injury prone over the last 3 or 4 years.
All right.
Because he makes an exorbitant amount of money, and as they move forward and having to pay Brock Purdy, they're going to have to start thinking about who they're paying. It's like, it's nothing personal. It's the nature of pro sports. Look what happened in Atlanta.
Well,
they drafted a quarterback, and they have Kirk Cousins. It's like, we see this kind of thing all the time with teams preparing for a year or two down the line. And what
about ego, Stoney? What about ego?
That's my point is that tweet by Diana Rossini, or however Deebo's feeling right now, I don't kind of care. I got to assume he's still going to come in and
be a pro.
Exactly. Yeah. Marlon's in Concord. Hey, Marlon, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey guys, doing all right. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm calling in just to kind of touch on the Deebo situation from an angle of saying that I think Deebo's value was at its highest a couple of years ago. Like, we know what Deebo brings to the table and being a home run hitter, but I think since Christian McCaffrey came to town, his value's actually gone down because he never really was the WR1. You know, he acts more like a running back, and he is that home run hitter, but Christian McCaffrey is all that and then some. So I think drafting this guy is sort of an insurance policy if Deebo gets hurt, but I think his value peaked a year or two ago, and he'll be valuable on another team.
Yeah,
so that's my take.
Appreciate you, Marlon. I mean, what Like, isn't that a sign of a team that's improving? And here's what I mean.
Yeah, tell me.
When they signed Deebo Samuel to the contract that they signed him to, what was he?
An all-pro.
He was probably their number one option at that point. That was the year he was having to run the ball out of the backfield and catch the ball from the wide receiver
position.
It all. That's right. He was their, let's say, number one option. Yeah, well, guess what? They acquired McCaffrey.
Right.
So right off the bat, Deebo's now the number two option. So now you're paying a number two option, whatever you're paying him, $24 million going into this year. Okay, then what happened since Deebo Samuel signed that contract? Brandon Ayuk emerged.
That's a good word.
And now Brandon Ayuk might be the second option, and Deebo Samuel's now the third option.
And I think that might rub Deebo wrong.
Well,
and I get it.
Right. And you know what rubs the Niners wrong? That they're paying a third option, $24 million. I
totally understand that, Snyder.
So situations change. I don't think it's anything personal. And I think if you look at the big picture, it shows you how the 49ers are improved.
But any competitor, like, I'm just thinking of what Spadoni said,
then suck it up and play.
Yeah. But
then,
that tweet
then
is...
have a great year.
Yeah, that tweet is, you know, he could kind of see the handwriting on the wall, and he's probably irritated as hell, but, you know...
From the 925, Deebo makes way too much money, and he got a great contract for himself. He should expect now to be cut loose.
All right.
I mean, to me...
We don't know that to be fact, but if we were all betting right now, they're picking Ayuk over Deebo, and he knows it.
The bottom line is, what if I said this? Here's proof the 49ers have gotten better. They've gone from Deebo Samuel being their number one option offensively to their number three option. He's still really good, but now he's their third option. Well, that means they got two guys who are now better than him as a one or two. So that's why your offense is so good. It's just like in the NBA. If when Andrew Wiggins is on the Timberwolves and he's your best player, you're probably just okay. But he comes to Golden State and all he has to be is their third or fourth best player. Then he's great.
Well, he's good with that, Wiggins, we think, just by his personality. But a guy like Deebo, you can already tell he's agitated.
Well, the interesting part about Deebo was during his contract negotiations, wasn't his big concern how much he was being asked to run the ball.
So we thought. We never really heard him address that.
Well, I think
they did him a favor by bringing in McCaffrey, if that was his thing.
Well, exactly. So I guess what I'm saying is, what's his gripe? Like, he might not have wanted to run the ball as much as they had asked him to run the ball 2 or 3 years ago when he was unbelievable, and he wanted to get paid, not just, obviously the 49ers wanted to, let's just say, emphasize his running over pass catching, and they wanted to pay him more like a running back, whatever. However that worked out, Deebo Samuel, I think we can garner, wasn't crazy about how often he was being asked to run the football.
And you just asked a question. I want to take a crack at it. What's his gripe, Steiny? Is the fact that it looks like he's the odd man out, but he has to endure another season.
Now, when you say endure, what is he going into the torture chamber?
No, he has to show up to work knowing the clock's ticking.
Oh yeah, the clock's. Then I could argue.
But you're sensitive. I know you, and it's not a bad thing.
The clock's ticking on everybody.
But not Ayuk. This is where the paint, the ink is not dry from the contract that's supposedly coming. That's when you're looking forward to stuff. But when you know I got to go give my blood, sweat, and tears to you all, and you're going to just treat me like a piece of bad chicken and throw me out
like that,
that would bother you.
I take offense to that. Like, they're not treating him. They're not treating him like a piece of bad chicken.
No, they're not.
They're looking at him and saying, he makes too much money.
Yeah, but
we're going to get his replacement.
But my point is, he knows now those checks are cashing, Stoney, but I'm going to take these hits. And maybe he's like, he doesn't want to do it for a team that's kind of lightweight, telling him the days are numbered. Well, then it's like being in a relationship. I need to talk to you.
Then he ain't a pro. Then he doesn't deserve another big contract.
I'm not mad at that.
Then he's more of the problem than the solution.
I don't expect that. I don't expect him to run. I don't know what he... this is a guy that missed half of a playoff game against the Packers.
Missed half of a playoff game.
Or more. But I'm just saying, Steiny, the Steiny I know, and I'm not putting this on you, I know I would be irritated. I got to show back up, and I know I'm out of here, and they're going to replace me.
That's right.
They just drafted my replacement.
That's right.
But
that's
I
got to
give him the benefit of the doubt. I didn't think that tweet was was bad. Like, obviously, I mean, what's he supposed to throw a party? That's all I'm saying.
Every time
your boy put fire pick,
and I get that because you're still here. You've been ripping Shanahan and Lynch for all the stuff they've been saying and saying you don't believe him or you're not sure. It's like,
well, you told me it was Lion season.
Well, what I'm saying is, you really don't think Debo's?
No, he's irritated.
Okay,
and he probably wants out of here knowing that he's going to be out.
But what do you mean? Like, that tweet doesn't really say. It's like everything in that tweet told me that he's not happy.
Right. That's all.
Exactly.
And I'm saying to you, put yourself in his shoes. Can't you see how a competitor, forget Debo, showing up to work, going to training camp, knowing I could put up monster numbers and my ass is probably up out of here.
Here's the other thing.
That's what would irritate me.
If he's any good, like in a way, it's like if the Warriors this year in the NBA draft a point guard. Like, people are going to be like, oh, it's Curry's replacement. It's like, it's not Curry's replacement. It's like, it's just different. Depth at that position. Yeah. And you know what? If they drafted a point guard, what would we say? We'd say the obvious. Well, Steph's 36 years old. Maybe it's time to draft a point guard. Debo Samuel is essentially maybe on the last year of his contract.
No,
he makes incredible money in a league where the money's not guaranteed. It's like, this is what the NFL is. Like, he's not getting treated any differently than anybody else would in his situation.
925 Snotty. Oh, Guru, poor Debo has to show up to work and get paid. Oh, I feel so bad. No, I'm not defending D. I can just put myself in his shoes because we all, Stoney, can see that kind of handwriting on the wall.
Okay. You don't think who's the guy? Who's the guy?
I'm ready to go, literally, man.
And I just love, and I'm going to say this guy's name a lot because he just started working here. We just hired a guy named Carter Chicory.
Yeah, your guy. I love him.
You don't think there's some kind of plan for him? But you're still going to come into work. I'm going to come into work. Who knows? Who knows why he's in here? Maybe he's in here. Hey.
Well, I'd be worried about Spagoni and Evan before Carter.
He's got a great skill set.
Yeah, I'd be worried about them before Carter.
Okay. Well, see, do you notice how you got to come to work and do your job because there's always somebody ready to replace you?
Yeah, but if my contract's up and the boss was like, hey, Goo,
it's not up.
But if it were,
you still have a year left at $24 million.
Make the parallel with Debo. I'm just telling you, D's a competitor.
So if he's a competitor, why is he so scared?
Well, you don't know that.
Well, I know that he said it is what it is, and he's fine. He's chilling.
He'll show up to camp and OTAs and voluntary work. Like, I get the end is coming. It feels like that's all for Debo.
Yeah. Well, I think it's the uncertainty because the first contract you're playing for a contract with your same team.
Yes,
but the uncertainty is being in a contract year, not knowing which team you're going to be on, and how like he could have an All-Pro year and then get traded or leave, or they cut him and he goes somewhere else, and there's an uncertainty of all right, how is my skill set going to translate in a different situation?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I
hope I'm not feeling sorry. I'm not saying I feel sorry. No, I'm just saying
you don't like this is part of your. It's weird, but I love you. You just hate competition in pro sports, like that Debo. Like, what if this kid? I'm going to use your phrase. What if Pearsall comes in and just balls out?
Right.
Well, do we have to be beholden to Debo Samuel if this kid's better than him?
I don't even think he has
you're gone.
Yeah, and I don't know what guy
NFL.
You work with that you think I hate competition. That's all sports is. What I'm telling you, Steiny, is the fact that they got him in the first round, which some say was a reach. He don't even got to ball out per se. The handwriting's on the wall. The fact that they invested that resource, pick, that's all.
Who was the quarterback when the 49ers took Trey Lance? Was the writing on the wall for him?
But
how'd that work out?
But
if this kid stinks, guess what? You might not move off of Debo Samuel.
Jimmy did a lot of things by his play, Stoney. Tell me I'm right. Did you lost confidence in him?
My point is so even though they lost confidence in Garoppolo, Trey Lance was still not good enough that he was better than Garoppolo.
Well, he got hurt to lose his spot.
Okay.
But
they traded.
I won't fight you.
My point is like, who knows how good Pearsall is?
Yeah.
Maybe he's not good enough.
I got you.
So it's just
but the money is the money, Stoney. They're not going to be able to afford both.
Who?
Ayuk and Debo.
Probably not.
And you got next year's draft. You could take another crack at it, or you could do something. I don't know. There's multiple ways to, this is not the end of the Niners trying to see what they can do and how seasoned or how more dynamic they could get at wide receiver. We got a whole nother offseason to go, but it does look like Debo's days may be numbered.
510. Debo's a wide receiver who runs terrible routes. Dude is a running back, and the 49ers are treating him how the NFL is treating running backs right now. As Steiny says.
Well, he got paid. He's got a job.
Right, when he was a dual threat.
Yeah.
I think what the 49ers realize is that if they can't use Deebo Samuel as much as they did, 2 seasons ago when he was absolutely phenomenal, then just as a receiver, he's just
that's
okay.
not who he. That's like saying Steph without the 3. You know that we gotta look at the whole
Deebo Samuel,
everything, which makes him so unique.
Deebo Samuel's production as a runner last year was not.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay.
It fell off a little bit.
Right. So but that's what he's not a great pass catcher route runner.
I totally agree.
So what made him get $24 million? His ability to run
all day.
But now we've got somebody who runs better than him.
You're right.
And 2, I think if you look at the numbers, especially in the postseason, when they gave the ball to Deebo in the backfield, it didn't surprise
anybody. And almost had a game-changing interception in the Super Bowl. The ball was right there and hit his hands with doo-doo, was almost interception.
So it sounds like you are starting to come around, and he's got to go.
I totally get that, but I still can feel bad for the guy. Lightweight, that's all I'm saying. But I'm not a killer like you, man. And I know
there's nothing I don't know.
If you were Debo Stein, you would be hot.
All they did was draft a guy. They didn't say he's this this is Deebo Samuel.
But if I ask, forget the draft.
If he plays to his ability,
gotcha.
He'll play a lot of football for the Niners.
But the right on the table list, Donnie, brought to you by Atco. If I said right now, if I asked you, Spadoni and Evan, who do you think if they had to pick between Deebo or Ayuk, who would they pick?
Ayuk.
And I think 90% of the fans and I think the organization would do the same thing.
How come?
He's better.
Thank you. I don't feel sorry for him. That's just he's better. He's better. It's okay.
Yeah, hey, Chris, real quick, Donnie. Goo, you can feel bad for him, but it's a business. I understand all that.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you?
And if you were Deebo, you'd be calling Mary your mama. You'd be hot.
Are the checks cashing?
Yes, they are.
Are the $24 million in my net worth?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But your ego would be bruised, man.
Yeah, that doesn't happen
I'm ready to go.
3 times a day on this show. 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are my Niner dogs at? Today? How you feeling about this draft? Do you feel sorry for Deebo? Look, there's room for 3 receivers in this first year. If one's a rookie. Come on, what are we doing here? 888-957-9570 is the number. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk some football.
Deebo has a special package.
For Fremont Bank, investing in our Bay Area communities is a number one.
Come on.
I'm being a D. I'll be a D, and I'll take the D.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stein and Guru. Oh, shoot.
What happened?
I'm not supposed to say that.
Oh, yeah.
To start.
A demerit.
Uh-oh. I wonder if they'll try to replace me, and then I should feel sorry for myself.
You, my friend, are unreplaceable. Larry David of the Bay. Look, that's a compliment, I think.
And you know what? In true Larry David fashion, my answer would be, dude, everybody's replaceable.
I told the new
Kevin
guy
Durant's
Carter,
about to be replaceable.
Yeah, I told the new guy Carter, I hate guys that are taller than me, seriously.
My God, he looks down
I
on
go,
you.
how old I say, how tall are you, 6'5"? He goes, 6'8".
And he's all of it.
I'm like, damn.
Oh, he's all of it, too.
Yeah.
By the way, I almost think this deserves breaking news sounder, but yeah,
Evan gave it to you.
Breaking news.
Evan told me something that it's hard to believe, but
does he know what you're about to
yes,
say?
he does.
Tragedy strikes in 3, boys.
Listen, this is.
Oh boy.
I like to set these up. Okay, I'll just say it. So, St. Mary's basketball, Aiden Mahaney.
Yeah.
Our favorite guy on the team. He's transferring to UConn.
Wow.
He's a local kid out of Miramani?
Camp Lindo.
Camp Lindo. Played 2 years at St. Mary's and is now going to UConn.
Wow.
See, now here's where I've got a lot of things to say, but, I know the family's probably in the area, so good luck to Aiden.
See ya.
Clearly, he's thinking about basketball on the next level.
Wow.
But it's not like St. Mary's hasn't put guys into the NBA.
And they haven't won back-to-back chips.
Has Randy Bennett ever, as a guy?
Hey, I like Randy.
I love him. As a guy of this stature, ever transferred out of St. Mary's?
No, they've gotten transfers in.
Yeah.
Well, not as big as Mahaney, but NIL.
Boy, I wish we had NIL.
The portal era.
Let's hope he can play. Can he play there? Seriously.
Why would you transfer if you weren't going to
Come
play?
on, yeah.
Because
Steiny,
you know what?
knows.
You know why?
He's talking
because
to
you're not afraid of competition.
Okay.
Maybe Mahaney's like, I'll go to UConn and I'll compete. Just like Pearsall, going to come here and compete. And even though people don't like that, even though people want their guys to just stay starters, Mahaney wants a piece of that action at UConn.
They spell that N-I capital L for St. Mary's right there.
Capital.
The NIL?
But what's, for the,
because they took an L.
I got you.
Steiny. That's why
I got you.
Thanks.
I got you. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about the 49er draft? The one thing that seems to be sticking out to me is this. It feels like in other cities with teams that are really, really good, they feel a little better about the draft than the 49er fans do. I was just reading some stuff in Philadelphia, and they think their front office pulled off a couple coups, and they got players in there.
They do that every year, though, in Philly.
Yeah, and they do it everywhere in a lot of cities. But it feels, do you think the 49er fans, are you closer to a Super Bowl right now than you were last year at this time? Did you get, or since the Super Bowl, did you get closer with your free agency and your drafting? Are you closer to winning a Super Bowl? Are you farther from winning a Super Bowl? Or are you at the same spot?
Where are you at?
888-957-9570. I think they're about the same.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical.
But I also think, a guy like Floyd could make a big difference for him.
Well, you know what?
So you got to let that play out. But I'm asking 49er fans how they look at this draft. Because would it be a fair statement, Goo, if I said, Goo, they did not in this draft, whether it was through the players they selected or the trades they didn't make, that they're not going in all in this wasn't trying to get better and go all in and add to their payroll. It was more about maintaining where they're at right now and making the financial future of the team look brighter.
Well, I mean, Steiny, the Niners roster is like a good happy hour. I mean, it's loaded. And it's lost a few things with Eric Armstead, and you mentioned Floyd, so I hadn't even thought of free agency, but I am just petrified, just as a football fan, for Niner fans, and this new defensive coordinator, this is first year on the job, that there is no Greenlaw. So I don't feel like they drafted Greenlaw's replacement in the draft, nor in free agency. I could be totally wrong, but I mean, how many Hufanga, most likely is coming back? I mean, I can't tell you for sure. Now, Renardo Green, Baldy was on with the morning guys. He's high on him. The cornerback out of Florida State, so maybe he makes contributions and maybe he helps. But Stoney, my answer to your question is, until I see otherwise, I want to just say right now, my gut tells me they're farther away than when the season ended because of this injury to Greenlaw and the departure of Armstead.
888-957-9570 is the number. What did you like about the Niners draft? If you liked anything, what didn't you like? If there's something you didn't like, 888-957-9570. Kyle Shanahan spoke on Saturday about where this team is, and this was very interesting to me. Take a listen about how the 49ers right now are gauging right now this year with down the line.
I'd always say I wish it was the other way around, but like last year, you're done with free agency and stuff, and you go in the draft, and it's like, where do you need a starter? And yeah, you always want the best starter possible, but where do you have to get a starter? And you go into last year's draft, and to me, it was one position. It was kicker. And so, yeah, there's some starter positions you can't find a better guy, and there's a lot better. But they're all still guys you feel you can win with as starters. And you go into a draft, and you're like, all right, well, we don't have a kicker, so we got to find a starting kicker somewhere. What else do we want to do? Well, we'd like to get better in this area, and that area, but where is that guy when that draft comes? And if that's not available, then you get a guy to beat someone else out. You get a guy because, hey, this guy might be up on a contract next year, and this guy could be a backup in case of injury, and we can plan for the future, or is this just the best player available? And that's why there's so many different layers to all of this, and wish the draft came first. You can always just sit there and take the best player that came, and then you could go into free agency and try to figure out, like, all right, where can we go fill these holes? But it goes the other way, and that's why it's a bigger window than just right now.
So that was Kyle Shanahan talking about some of their philosophy, and basically he said, it sounded to me like last year once the draft came around, they needed a kicker. So they went and got a kicker. Mm-hmm. This year the draft came around, and what'd they need? Nothing as drastic as a kicker. Or as a kicker last year, let's say.
They need some O-linemen, and they got to. So we'll see how they pan out.
Like, that's the part I don't criticize. Is, okay, the 49ers needed a lineman. Why didn't they take one in the first round? Because they didn't think they were getting good value there. From the lineman the lineman that they would have taken at 31, they probably felt like wasn't going to be taken till mid-second round or late second round, and maybe even after that. So that part I don't have a problem with if they evaluate every single player in every single position on one big board, and they had Pearsall, the highest rated football player, regardless of position, and he was there at 31, and they said, we're taking the best player. 888-957-9570. 707 saying, Goo!
What up?
Malik Mustafa is Greenlaw's replacement. He's a baller.
All right. And I had the scouting report on him. I have a guy.
He's a safety out of Wake Forest.
Yeah, I got a guy, Stoney. Have you heard of David Latham?
Yes, I have, actually.
He runs
He's a football guy.
Yeah, he has the last word on sports.
Okay.
So he does his draft grades. Sure. But like I said, he's not God. He can tell you what he thinks. But like, I love this line, Ricky Pearsall, the pick. The best draft picks happen when need and talent align.
Well,
the worst ones happen when teams reach for a player, and he believes that's what the Niners did with Ricky Pearsall. So he gave the grade a D. That has no bearing on what this dude's going to be once he's implemented into this offense.
Unless Latham knows what he's talking about. Because if Latham knows what he's talking about, then he
gave Mustafa a C+.
Then
he gave Mustafa a C+. So the guy that
that's like my grades in college, and nobody was happy with those.
What do you do?
C+ is not a good grade.
2.0?
2.3.
Okay. Look at you.
It's 2.3.
Got you here.
Wow. What?
Above average.
Exactly. Just a tad above mediocre. Roy's in San Leandro.
Roy.
What's up, Roy? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? I hope things are okay with you.
Sure.
You too.
Good. I just wanted to chime in real quick and say that I think the 49ers should have did their homework on, replacing Greenlaw. The guy Armstead on the defensive line, because I admit this draft wasn't really as good as drafts in the past, at least to me. But at the same time, though, I think the 49ers are kind of going to be kind of weakened on defense, because it was good linebackers that came through the draft, linebackers and safeties and stuff like that. But I don't know. I kind of have, so far as the 49ers defense goes, I have my doubts. But one good thing before I let you go, I'm just glad that they got a running back, because that guy, like I told both of you before, something is either wrong with Elijah Mitchell, because he's just not the same anymore. I don't care what nobody say, because, if if McCaffrey get hurt, I'm telling you, that 49ers are going to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to say. Hey, look, it's nice talking to both of you.
Thanks, Roy. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, he's our guy, man.
Yeah, I was in San Leandro yesterday.
Yeah. What do you give me for Willie Mays? Roy's voice reminds me of Willie Mays, the great Willie Mays.
I didn't.
Spadoni said that was a great call.
Okay,
laughing?
No, but here's where I need to.
Spadoni, back me up, buddy.
No, but here's where
I love you, Roy.
Like 90-year-old Willie.
Yeah, I want to make sure Goo knows I'm sincere here.
All right.
I didn't make that correlation when I was listening, and then you said, "Hey, it sounded like Willie Mays," and now I can't quite remember. So it may be a great comparison,
I got you.
but I'd have to hear a replay of the call, and that's not going to happen.
What would you give me and fans? Tell me what you give me for Elijah Mitchell having a lot of Garoppolo in him. Before McCaffrey, this was his gig. Steiny, he just couldn't remain healthy. He still can't. And I know a lot of times last year we wanted McCaffrey to, wanted Kyle to decrease his workload, but Mitchell still in a backup role can't stay healthy. So, they got a new guy in here, Steiny, and hopefully Isaac, Gazindo will be able to, give him something.
Let's go to Ben in Oakland. What's up, Ben?
Is that it?
I don't think so.
My favorite part of the draft is we did not trade one of our wide receivers. I called you guys on Friday, losing my mind, talking about Ayuk or Debo for a second rounder. I was furious, but you made me feel a little better, Steiny. You kind of chuckled and put me at ease. I think you knew we weren't going to do it, but that's all I got. Thank God we still have our team. We're trying to win.
There you go.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Oh, boy.
What?
Some people want us to check the tape. I'm not going to do it, though.
A lot of mishaps you have. I know you ain't over there laughing and turning red. We can play some tape, but I did look at it. I looked at it wrong.
Of course, you were talking about running back out of Louisville, Isaac Guerendo.
Yeah.
Isaac Guerendo.
I had GUC.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
We need to lose that one.
No, play it again for me,
Evan. We need to lose that one.
Over there laughing.
Okay,
just all the bloopers we can play.
Oh, my God.
Now I'm playing with you, buddy.
Oh, my God. Just to clear up some...
Oh, I need readers. Yours are in the trash, by the way. What happened?
I took them out. I'm going to try to get them fixed.
Oh. You threw them away and then you went and took them out the trash.
Well, I tried to... the lens fell out.
Oh.
And you try to pop it back in there, but it's never the way it should be. You hate to see it. Let's... how about more Kyle Shanahan? This on, hey. Guru always likes to talk about pressure. Ooh, big pressure on Kyle. Yeah, he's only got 4 more years left in his deal. But does he have more pressure on him this year?
I think when you get close to a Super Bowl and you don't win it, I think there's always more pressure. Especially from outside in, because you're going to hear about it more. So I think, everyone has a certain expectation for the season and things like that, because you always want to do better the next year. and there's not a lot of room to do better. There's only one more game, and so like everyone wants to get their mind to that spot, but every team's different each year too. And so you go into a year, and the main thing is you don't want to get worse. You always try to get better, but you don't want to get worse. And when you do have players that have played a lot of good football over these last 3 to 5 years, I mean, it becomes a problem because you got to pay guys, and it's harder to keep carrying that. And that's why we went into free agency. Like, you have to make a lot of hard decisions, but we're not ready to take 2 steps back, so eventually we can take 3 steps forward, or whatever, however that is. Like, but you don't know if that's possible. And so you try to make your free agent decisions that way. You try to do the draft that way. And I feel we're in a position that hopefully I don't think we did get worse. I think we've tried to keep it to where we're there. And now what happens is when we start working on Monday, what happens in OTAs, what happens in training camp. And that's what allows some younger guys to, hopefully that we've added, to develop them and add them for depth, or maybe to take over somebody's spot, or maybe to make the guy in front of them better because they got some better competition behind them. And that's the way you get your team better, and that's really where we're at. We did it through free agency as good as we could. We did it through the draft as good as we can, and now I'm excited to focus on real football and going to work.
There it is. I respect him for that one. He admitted and tapped into the pressure, Stoney. He said he admitted it because, there's no pressure. Gosh. He's got 3 or 4 more years. Dude, he just talked about it. When you lose a Super Bowl, he's lost 2. I just like that he knows it's about now. They're trying to cash in now.
No, that's not what I heard.
That's what I heard.
He
said we're not trying to take 2 steps, 3 steps back for later. We're trying to be greater now and get it done because we don't know how long the window is open. That's how I process that.
That's
play it again.
Well, it's a long one. I'll play it in a minute. But what I heard was a guy who said, like, we can't go all in right now. And
what is all in when you just left the Super Bowl? You don't have many holes.
That's kind of the point. So what could they have done in the draft? They don't really have a lot. Okay,
I get that. I agree with you.
I thought you were going to jump out of your shoes because Kyle Shanahan essentially said the one thing you don't want to do is get worse. And I don't think we got worse. Well, wait a minute. You drafted 10 rookies, and Armstead, you've already lost Armstead, and Greenlaw is hurt.
But you had some free agency additions too, Stoney.
Right. But the point is the goal, by saying you don't want to, he doesn't think they got worse means he struggled to find a way. Well, okay, he didn't think they got worse. So clearly there was something that prevented the Niners from getting better. And what it is all their circumstances with their free agents and stuff like that. But, I mean, why couldn't a 49er fan say, well, yeah, the one thing you don't want to do is get worse. The one thing you do want to do is get better. And he said, I don't think we got worse. Like, why didn't he say, I think we got a lot better on draft day?
If you would have lost Ayuk or Debo, I think you would have gotten worse. But Stoney, when you go to your second Super Bowl in 5 years, I don't know how much better you can get. That's how loaded and talented this roster is.
But if you don't think they got worse, then don't worry about Greenlaw and Armstead because that's part of the equation.
Well, he didn't mention that, but that's all I worry about for this team.
I mean, okay, I'll play devil's advocate right now. They got worse because they've lost 2 starters off their defense, and we got to see how those guys fill in. And
so that's yet to be seen, but I get it if you feel
I mean, maybe they probably have more depth right now, but did they really draft a bunch of guys who are going to play, who are going to get a lot of playing time next year? I doubt it if they're any good. Austin's in Redwood City. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, nothing much. I just want to say this. I think the Niners got better on offense with that rookie receiver, man. This helps. It don't hurt Debo. It helps Debo, and it hurts Jennings at the same time.
Right.
He's a route runner, and that can open up for Debo as well as for Brandon Ayuk. That helps Debo. And now you got 2 legitimate route runners that can actually catch the ball and beat you downfield. Jennings can't really do that. He can move the chains here and there, but he ain't athletic like Brandon Ayuk and that Ricky guy. What y'all think about that? It helps Debo.
I'll tell you this, Austin. Stoney, if you had to take a bet right now, who gets more snaps, Pearsall or Jennings, I would go with Jennings. before we call
so
and
he's
just
a fourth receiver.
And he may.
I'm with you.
He kept your season alive. I mean, people are just, it feels like poo-pooing on what Juwan Jennings is and what he means to this team. But look at last year's playoffs and the Super Bowl about how talented he is. So let's not, and I'm not saying Austin is wrong, but I think it's highly unlikely this guy hits the ground per Saul Steiny.
Exactly.
And get more snaps or trusted more than Jennings.
I'm with you. So the next step after that would be, okay, and it's not the end of the world, but you drafted a guy who you drop onto your team right now, and he's your fourth best receiver.
I hear you. So did you need to do that then?
But listen, I'm not criticizing it. What I'm saying is, okay, he's fourth on your depth chart now, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you get to camp, and maybe it's like, well, this guy's better than Juwan. He's better. We know that. Is he as good as Debo? Maybe not now, but maybe he can be down the line. But I think it's fair to say by drafting a receiver when you know you have your two starters, I mean, yeah, you've got more depth at receiver now, but how does that translate into being better?
And Pearsall may not even, let's just say he has minimal contribution. Steiny, this offense is still loaded. It's still spectacular
but
when it's clicking.
Better. But then if
they
you're
drafted two linemen, we don't.
But if you're right about them not liking, or they thinking, if you're right that, hey, Steiny, they don't think they have enough weapons, well then, okay, then they drafted a weapon.
Huh?
Well, now he better get on the field if they drafted him to be an extra weapon this year.
I get that.
But he's a rookie.
And if you get back to the Super Bowl and you have breakdowns again, when you're inside the red zone for ball game and your O-line breaks down again, that's my only question is maybe their answers where they picked that in regard to offensive linemen, Steiny. Tony Manders wasn't in the draft.
Exactly.
Munoz wasn't in the draft. So they got what they could, but that's another big question mark, man. When you play top-tier teams for all the marbles, the Niners' offensive line broke down, and Kansas City won that game. The game again, here I go. Did I feel like they got outplayed?
888-957-9570 is the number. San Francisco 49ers, the NFL draft is over this weekend, and the San Francisco 49ers, they got a lot of new players. How many of them are going to play, though, in year one? I mean, that's the one thing that stands out, and I got to get the list because I had it in front of me yesterday, but now I can't find it. But anyway, if you look at the last 2 years, and you have to take into consideration the Niners have not had a first-round pick the last 2 years. Nevertheless, if you take a look at those players in the last 2 years, there's not a lot of playing time to be had on this team.
Because I get it.
They're like the Warriors. They're drafting when they're at the top of the NBA. They're drafting low, late in the first round. It's like the idea that they're going to be able to get a guy at 31 who's so good. He's a late first rounder, but he's got to be so good he can step onto a Super Bowl caliber team and contribute right away. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. 888-957-9570. What'd you make of the San Francisco 49er draft, Niner fans? Are you happy with it? Are you confused by it? Are you worried by it? Their number one pick, wide receiver Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. And we'll get to more Kyle Shanahan sound on the other side. The San Francisco 49ers concluding the NFL draft.
Did you watch much over the weekend?
Not of the draft.
All right.
Not of exactly 415. 415, Steinmetz. Your team's going to be very bad if you start a lot of rookies. It's a good point. 888-957-9570. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
You don't have to ask that again.
It's Truck Month at your local Ram dealer with great deals on trucks that work hard, play hard, and break every rule on what a truck should be. Right now.
did it go?
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, man?
Nothing. I need glasses. I just don't want to get them.
I got an extra set.
No, I want stylish ones, but I need
some
readers.
great ones. You can
We
get them at
celebrated the wife's birthday, went out for dinner
ask
again.
you about you know what?
And I can't read the menu. I can't see it. It's bothering me. I can't read the menu in the dark.
Well, okay. There's
And the
two
kids
issues.
are laughing at me.
It's funny. It is funny.
Damn
when that
it.
happens.
But I won't get them. I can see from afar, though. I'm great.
Yeah. You're about that age.
I can't read the menu.
Dude, my eyes started going downhill in my early 40s.
We went to the cafeteria. I said, Evan, what's the I can't read how much it is.
I can't read
Jesus.
it either. I just make up numbers.
Sucks.
Now, do you find most of your issues with reading and,
on the phone,
your struggles? No, hear me out.
All right, it's just
do you feel like your struggles are mostly because of the size of the print or the darkness in the room?
Well, it's a correlation.
I think it's
when I get that combo, I'm done. But on the phone, I'm good.
What do you mean on the phone?
On the iPhone, I'm not.
Well, you got a big phone.
Well, my son says, "Why do you have your brightness all the way up, Dad?" That's probably what ruined your. I like it. Looks like the TV. Steiny, I couldn't read it said stay. I thought it's frustrating. I said, what if I live by myself and something?
Is that why all the kids just got appetizers? Hey, how was the party?
It was fun.
And now the party, was it at the house?
Well, we had one in the backyard at her cousin Kevin, who he's a detective. He's
is that the
DC.
one that's got the smoking backyard with the pool and stuff?
This one is really smoking.
Yeah, you sent a video.
And he had the golf thing too. You know, the in-home, it was in the garage.
A simulator?
Yeah, the simulator.
He's got a simulator?
Oh, he's got it all. He's rolling, man. So we had it outside.
How much did he pay for that?
I don't know.
You didn't ask him?
No, I don't do that. I don't check pockets.
It's not checking pockets.
Hey, Kevin, how much did you? I don't
know.
Well, you should know.
Well, that's my point.
I got to believe $3,000, somewhere around there. How much do those things go?
Well, I think they have different quality levels.
Oh, okay.
So
but let's say the minimum.
I think it's a lot more than that.
Oh, wow.
I may be wrong.
Yeah, he's in his garage.
888-957-9570. I think there are great simulators that are like 20+ thousand.
Just call me Ray for the rest of the show.
Ray Charles?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
What do you got on the Niners, Ray?
Wow.
Yeah, even Ray can see that the Niners got worse.
I'm going to be honest. Riding in the caddy today, listening to some good Marvin Gaye.
49ers.
I said, if Ayuk or Debo were not a 49er, I believe their window for winning the championship would be closed. You cannot take a step back on offense. I'm a firm believer, Steiny, that your offense is your new defense. If your defense happened to take a step back without Greenlaw. But Lori Matthews said something to me earlier, and I'm going to repeat it, Steiny. Debo was not playing like a $24 million player. So, I'm just saying if I were him, I'd be irritated.
So he's not living up to his contract.
So he shouldn't be surprised that this is out.
He should or shouldn't.
He should not be surprised.
Right. So quit feeling sorry for him. Maybe if he played better.
Have you been in a place where you didn't feel wanted?
No. I mean, yeah, everywhere. Every single freaking place, and you make do.
Yeah.
It's called being a professional. Mm-hmm. I want to play this again because there's about 7 things in this cut that I think we got to address. Take a listen. This is Shanny. I call him Shanny.
I think when you get close to a Super Bowl and you don't win it, I think there's always more pressure. I mean, especially from outside in, because you're going to hear about it more. So I think, everyone has a certain expectation for the season and things like that, because you always want to do better the next year, and there's not a lot of room to do better. There's only one more game, and so everyone wants to get their mind to that spot, but every team's different each year too, and so you go into a year and the main thing is you don't want to get worse. You always try to get better, but you don't want to get worse. And when you do have players that have played a lot of good football over these last 3 to 5 years, it becomes a problem because you got to pay guys, and it's harder to keep carrying that. And that's why we went into free agency. You have to make a lot of hard decisions, but we're not ready to take 2 steps back. So eventually we can take 3 steps forward, or however that is. But you don't know if that's possible. And so you try to make your free agent decisions that way. You try to do the draft that way. And I feel we're in a position that hopefully I don't think we did get worse. I think we've tried to keep it to where we're there. And now what happens is when we start working on Monday? What happens in OTAs? What happens in training camp? And that's what allows some younger guys to, hopefully that we've added, to develop them and add them for depth, or maybe to take over somebody's spot, or maybe to make the guy in front of them better because they got some better competition behind them. And that's the way you get your team better. And that's really where we're at. We did it through free agency as good as we could. We did it through the draft as good as we can. And now I'm excited to focus on real football and going to work.
All right, so that was Kyle Shanahan on Saturday.
Reflecting. Wow.
Here's the one thing that I heard when he said what we didn't want to do was do something where we took 2 steps back for 3 steps forward down the line. That, to me, here's what I heard. That's why we didn't trade Ayuk or Deebo Samuel right now.
100% in agreement.
We feel like if we would have moved one of those guys this year, this offseason, that's 2 steps back. And even if it meant we'd be 3 steps forward in a year or two, we just didn't want to do that right now because of where they are. And when he references free agency, I think it's his way of basically saying, yeah, that's why we didn't go out and go nuts in free agency, because we can't. We don't have the money to do that. We've got to start thinking about money just like the Warriors.
Yeah, he put it all out there.
Than ever before.
No doubt about it.
We got a quarterback that's going to need to get paid. So,
and this is, I love the fact that he said, Steiny, this has been a 5-year run. You know what I mean? And it sometimes the chickens are going to come home to roost, to where financially you can't keep everything. I mean, he put it all out there, and I'm going to go Jerry Jones. It sounded like Kyle Shanahan was saying, Steiny, they're all in for the now. And the now may mean Deebo gone, but now we drafted what we deem his replacement.
Well, see, and I'm not just disagreeing to disagree, but like I said all in earlier, and you were like, well, what does that mean? And then I thought, you know what? I don't think they went all in.
When you have the 31st pick, you can't. But when you come from the Super Bowl, what my point is, Steiny, you didn't have many holes.
Well, you did, people think, and that was on the offensive line.
All right.
All I'm saying is, to me, you didn't go all in. If you want to play the semantic game, you didn't go all in. Why not, Steiny? Because you drafted a receiver. And you have 2 great receivers right now.
But the reason that is, and why some people are giving it a bad grade, is because the O-lineman was not worthy of that pick, which makes all the sense in the world.
Like, I'm presenting both sides. I get it. Yeah. I totally get it.
And let me give you this.
But maybe going all in would have been like, you know what? We got to take an offensive lineman because that's our biggest area in need.
No doubt.
And maybe we can get a guy on the offensive line at 31 who can play sooner than the guy we drafted in the 3rd round at offensive line.
But if you think, and I know it's Operation Super Bowl, but tell me what you think about this. I know the line needs enhancements, but how bad is it really, though, Steiny, when you got to your 2nd Super Bowl in 5 years? Yeah, you lost the game, and we point to Feliciano and everything else that went bad in that game, that unit. But how bad is your O-line really when you got to the Super Bowl? I'm just saying.
Well, so if it was their worst position group, according to many experts, and according to a lot of analytics.
But they felt like no player was worthy.
That's right.
And I give them credit for that.
Well, they're right. That, to me, is what not going all in means. Not going all in means we know that we need help in the offensive line, but we're not going to draft an offensive lineman just to draft an offensive lineman because we need that position more than any other position. Like, my way of thinking would have been to just take an offensive lineman or 2 or 3 defensive players in the 1st round. And like, the bottom line is, no matter what you say, like, they drafted a wide receiver, and wide receiver is not a position of need on this team. So my question for 49er fans is, what do you think their philosophy was? How are you reading into where they are right now? Like, and I'll just use the Warriors as a comparison. I get the sense the Warriors right now are trying to figure out whether thinking they're still in a championship window is realistic or not. That's where I think they are.
Gotcha.
So they're going to make moves this offseason, and to me, the moves they make, we'll be able to say, oh, this is what they're thinking. They're thinking, wow, we're bringing another veteran or two in here because they think they have one more shot. They're going all in on next year.
Yep.
Or they're going to make some moves, and we're going to watch them, and we're going to say, you know what? They might have gotten worse this offseason, but they got a couple more young players, and in 2 or 3 years, they're going to be pretty good again, maybe. But we'll know what it is one way or the other. My question to 49er fans is, where do you think the state of the 49ers is right now in terms of weighing the immediate next year with 3 years down the road? And if you view it in that light, Goo, do you view the draft either better or worse than you might have if they're not in this position?
Man, you know, Steiny, I'm conflicted. I understand both sides, but I will tell you this about the old lineman that we think may not have been worthy of a first-round pick. There is a scenario, injuries, or maybe just OTAs in preseason, where one of these guys, replace one of the guys on the O-line. That could be far-fetched because you're telling us that because they weren't worthy for a first-round pick. But, I mean, in reality, Steiny, what if one of these guys is Brock Purdy, these two linemen that they drafted? Who knows?
Right.
But
it's about what they prioritize,
not
took
the
who
best player on their board.
That's right.
Yeah, and I get it.
That has to be true.
Yeah.
That the 49ers picked the best player they thought was on their board because he was not a position of need. But that did not guide their thinking.
But it fueled the trade speculation, didn't it? I really thought
but they didn't move anybody.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So now their roster has Brandon Ayuk, who people think is one of the most dynamic young receivers in the league. They got Deebo Samuel, who's a Swiss Army knife, who has had some unbelievable seasons in the past.
Ready to go.
And a rookie wide receiver who, there's a lot of people on the text line saying, you guys are putting too much pressure on Pearsall to be.
No, not at all.
He's not going to play.
Right. That's how I'm looking at it. He'll get on the field, but that's how I'm looking at it.
But he's not going to. I mean, look, if he's great, he's great. But there's no chance Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch think that this guy is going to take them to the next level in his rookie year.
Right.
I don't think. I mean,
and I'll tell you what, if you told me he was a zero, I wouldn't tell you the Niners season was a failure. You know why? Because they got two studs out there along with Kittle and McCaffrey. So that's still going to be copacetic, Steiny. Now, the offensive line, that's a position that, my eyebrows are raised. Like, okay, what have you done to shore that up?
Well,
maybe a scheme. Maybe one of these young guys can crack the starting. I don't know, but.
Well, and I would just refer you to Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area, who doesn't think that the offensive line is as dire. The situation is not as dire as some other people believe.
And maybe the Niners are backing that up.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think of this one from the 925 on the Xfinity Mobile text line? Wide receiver was a need. Not the top priority, but a need. Niners have one traditional wide receiver who can beat man coverage, and we saw their other guys get locked up in the Super Bowl. I mean, that's a problem to me more than a need or other way. Like if you're telling me your $24 million wide receiver / running back can't get it done.
Yeah, he didn't have a good game.
And if you're telling me Ayuk, maybe they saw something with Ayuk not getting separation, and that's one of the reasons they don't want to pay him 25 or 30.
And again, I'm not making excuses for anybody, Steiny. Maybe Brock Purdy he didn't have enough time to survey the field and get those guys the ball. But I saw Deebo drop some balls. And I'm not saying Ayuk was perfect, but again, I keep going to PFF where they were like, oh, their lack of separation is why they lost the Super Bowl.
From the 510, nobody knows what Pearsall will be. Yeah, I know.
But he doesn't control, to me, what this team is going to do. Even if he gave no contribution. If he got hurt, Steiny, they still are a locomotive on offense. So that's still intact.
Well, but don't say they're a locomotive of an offense if then the other half of the show we talk about how their receivers couldn't get open in the playoffs.
You reap what you sow, brother.
are they, how good are they? The weapons on the 49ers. I know they got big names and big numbers behind their salaries, but.
Well, I'm living in a world, Steiny, where I'm not saying that they didn't get separation. The O-line needs to do better and allow Brock against top-tier defenses, because we go to that Raven game on Christmas when they came in here and it felt like they just kept all the receivers and all the playmakers in front of them outside of McCaffrey, the Ravens, that is. So maybe that's how we really need to judge this team when they're playing top-tier defenses. Do you do the Jerry Rice and John Taylor thing? And against Green Bay, you barely won at home. And Detroit, you were down 24-7.
Yeah, they're not going to do the John Taylor and Jerry Rice thing, because those are the two.
Yeah.
Team won Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl. They're not.
I hear you.
Let me ask you this. What if the year plays out like this? 49ers have a good year, but they don't win the Super Bowl. They lose in the NFC Championship game to the Lions.
All right.
Ayuk has 1,500 yards. Debo's pretty good. McCaffrey does his thing. And guess what? What happens is what we should expect to happen when a guy gets drafted onto a team that's loaded. And Pearsall doesn't play a lot.
Totally see that. Okay. But what about the offseason?
Well, at that point.
What about the offseason?
No.
Okay, we're talking now the money is making your decisions for you.
But we're talking about if you draft Pearsall and he doesn't play and you don't take it to the next level, I'm not saying the pick was wasted, but I'm saying you had a pick who you thought more of the long term than the short term. And was there anybody out there who could have helped us right now this year?
And that will be asked, Donnie. It will be second guessing. But will we ever have the answer to that question?
Was there somebody however you answer it. Well, it's however you would answer it. Like if the 49ers don't win a Super Bowl and the rookie out of Florida, Pearsall, doesn't play, I don't know.
But they're telling us there were no linemen worthy.
But I'm telling you that if Pearsall doesn't play like a lot of 49er rookies have done, Ronnie Bell, even though he's a 7th-round pick or whatever,
I get you, Steiny.
It's like
that comes with the territory. I'm with you.
Okay, well, people are going to say you wasted a pick in the draft that could have helped immediately.
And now I'm thinking the way you just put
because there's going to be players due in the second round who are going to be good.
He's going to play. He's going to get a chance to play.
How?
And maybe they go 3 wide. They do more 3 wide. There has to be something to not drafting, basically redshirting your first-round pick.
I don't see how. He plays a lot. I mean, how's this guy going to play more than a third of the downs?
I mean, you're looking at the Lions go 5 wide, and I don't know if Kyle was looking at that like, damn, maybe I need to
Kyle still uses a fullback.
So we think. All right, I get
still on the team.
But, Steiny, this draft might signal we're going to see more creativity and more wide receivers on the field than we ever have.
So we're going to see more creativity from a guy who's considered the most creative coach in the league other than Andy Reid now.
I'm speaking on wide receivers out on the field at once.
415 Xfinity Mobile text line. And the 49ers didn't see a lineman at 31 that they thought could come in and play immediately. So why waste the pick, add more firepower? I completely agree with you, 415. That's why they did what they did. I don't think there can be any doubt about that. But the issue is,
are they right?
What if the guy doesn't play in year one? And it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. But what it means is that for whatever reason, your first round pick isn't going to help you this year to a large degree. Now, again,
that's why I'm leaning towards we'll see him, Steiny.
I mean, I think he'll contribute here and there, but as a rookie, I mean, what do you think he's going to get 50 catches?
No, I don't know, but I feel like we'll see him, and maybe I'm wrong about the Juwan Jennings comp. You know what I'm saying, Steiny? I would still go to the counter and make that bet that Jennings would have more receptions, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this kid and Steve Smith Sr. and everybody that's glowing about him, maybe this kid has the goods, and Kyle knows I can scheme him. He'll be able to help enough. And maybe it's 30 catches.
If you're a general manager and you make a selection of a pick, like you have to prepare for the fact that the pick might not be good. Like you do.
Totally.
Okay, so To me, the way the Niners drafted was, let's draft a wide receiver. If he's really good, knock wood, then we have great problem. We have some great problems, quote unquote, ahead of us. Meaning we got 3 great wide receivers now, and we'll figure that out. Mm-hmm. If he doesn't play a lot, then the 49ers look at it as though, okay, if we draft this guy and he doesn't play, you know what? We might not be any worse because he probably wasn't going to play a lot anyway unless he was a great player. So in a way, it was an incredibly safe pick at wide receiver in a way because there is no pressure on the kid because if he gets on the field, it's a bonus on this team that we've been talking about for 2 years with these unbelievable weaponry. Like, if we talk about how unbelievable the weaponry's been the last 2 or 3 years, how can we assume that the 31st pick in the draft is going to come in and play on this team? If we've just been raving about their weapons for 2 or 3 years.
You are right, and I'm the one doing the raving like I'm from Baltimore, but I'll say this. Maybe they're telling us after the Super Bowl and this playoff run, Stoney, they're whispering to each other, they're not as dynamic as Goo thinks. That's all I can think. We need another facet to our passing game.
Or maybe it's, let's take the best wide receiver because we know we're losing one in a year. We just know it. And if we don't draft a receiver this year, then next year when we do lose Deebo Samuel, we're going to have to deal with it right away. Like right away. Like we won't have a year, an offseason to deal with it. 510, how do you know how much Pearsall will play? Nobody knows. What I'm saying is, if you're the 49ers, you have to allow for the possibility that he won't play a lot. That because you drafted a receiver, and you have 2 great ones right now, or 2 damn good ones.
So for the Jackals, or anybody, Stoney, saying that was a reach by the Niners, and he doesn't play, are you okay with being in a bar and somebody saying the Niners really butchered that pick? Because they didn't get immediate, Clint Eastwood, the sudden impact. They didn't get.
What I would say is, no, not that it was a bad pick, but that they must not have been considered, like they were considering their future more than their present.
But when we played that soundbite, it didn't sound like Kyle was doing that.
Yeah, it did.
Not to me.
It sounded to me like what he was saying is this is the best way to have the best of both worlds. We can stay competitive right now because we have 2 guys at wide receiver who are really good. And if we couldn't see how if we lost one of them, which would be taking a couple steps back, that 2 or 3 years from now, if we were better for the move, like we didn't want to do that because that was too long a time.
And that's why I got all in from that.
Well, then, to me, all in would have been drafting a position in need.
Even if you thought the player wasn't as talented enough. Because that's what they're saying. You needed O-line help and you needed a linebacker. You got 2 linebackers.
What if they would say, look,
you could have did that and the guy not even play.
I mean, what if the 3rd round pick, who they picked on the offensive line is better than the 2nd rounder that every other team picked? Like that. I don't know. I'm just saying, if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, like to me, Pearsall does not have a lot of pressure on him. You can bring him in here, and he starts out as your 4th receiver. If he's great, he's your 3rd. If he's better than that, he's your 2nd, and then it makes it easier. Then you can trade. Maybe by the end of this is what you hope you get out of Pearsall, I think, is you made an assumption that if you moved off Deebo Samuel, you would take 2 steps back. But the win is if you move off Deebo Samuel next year and you get better.
Okay.
Because you had a rookie because basically at the
Pearsall still has to do his part.
Pearsall's better after a year.
He has to do his part, though.
Exactly.
All right.
But then it's a great decision. Because then maybe at the end of this year you get off Deebo Samuel and you're better because Pearsall's a better fit. Maybe he's a better receiver. Maybe he's just, I don't know, maybe they utilize other guys and the team's better. So
but they're crossing that bridge of the money, Steiny. We talked about it. the money gets funny and we can't pay everybody.
That's why Armstead's not here. Armstead's not here because of money. Deebo Samuel's probably not going to be here because of money at some point. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, how'd you feel about the draft this weekend? What's your overall thought on the draft? 49ers hit a home run? Is it wait and see? It's not about whether they did great or poorly. We're not going to know that. The question is, do you like what they did and why? And if you didn't like what they did, why don't you like what they did? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess.
him.
Celebrated the wife's birthday, went out for dinner again.
I was going to ask you about that. You know what?
And I can't read the menu. I can't see it. It's bothering me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, Miss Jackson.
Hold on a sec. Got to finish this text.
Did you? Wow. That's my quarterback.
Yeah. Who?
Who are you texting? You saying I can work. People want to hear you and you get texting.
What's that from again? Football. It's like one of those NFL films things.
McDaniel.
What do you think about this text from the Xfinity mobile text line? It's kind of interesting. I always like a different perspective. The 49ers is from the 510. The 49ers did prepare for the pick not being very good. And it's because they drafted Jacob Cowing out of Arizona and still have undrafted free agents on the team to develop. So they really bolstered their depth. And what he's saying is if Pearsall's not that good, they got another guy who can take a crack at it, who they drafted in the 4th round.
Trying to get you his grade. Let's get the...
Wait, what?
Jacob Cowing, his wide receiver grade for my guy, B+, Donnie.
Yeah. And who's that according to?
I just told you, the guy that you were familiar with.
Latham.
David Latham.
Right. Yeah. So he liked that pick, but he did not like the Pearsall pick.
And I think that's
I wonder why.
Because he went first. Yeah.
Hey, experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy a walk on Duran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. Special midweek rates start at just $249 per night. That's breakfast included. Book it now. Your escape at inatthetetides.com. Yeah, check it out up there.
That sounds
I was just up in that neck of the woods last week. I was at Northwoods Golf Course in Guerneville. Of course, Alistair McKenzie course. Beautiful country up there. Used to go up there.
Guerneville?
It's
in Guerneville, but where is it?
You go up to you go a little north of Santa Rosa, and then you head left toward the Pacific Ocean.
Wow.
And you drive about 30 minutes, and you get out toward the ocean, not all the way there, close. That's Guerneville. Okay. If you keep going, you get to Jenner, which is where the Russian River greets the Pacific Ocean. It's beautiful.
I was just about to. It sounds beautiful.
Yeah, it really is. Let me tell you who else is beautiful.
Well, thanks.
This guy is one. I call him True Blue because he's a guy who's solid as a rock. We knew him early before anybody knew who he was.
I'm trying to think.
We met him in person, and he was everything that we thought he was cracked up to be. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, how you doing, my man? You want to talk about the NFL draft? How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Hope you guys are doing well.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, hey. The more I read about these guys and hear about them, our picks, the better I'm feeling. I called in after the Pearsall pick last week. By the way, quickly, when I saw Pearsall, it reminded me of Jimmy Pearsall.
The baseball player.
Red Sox. I don't know if you... Yeah. If you don't know the story, you guys ought to look it up.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, they even did a movie about him.
Yes, they did.
Fear Strikes Out.
Yep.
But anyways, getting back to this. So Pearsall, I already liked the pick, and then I read this article by Dieter Kurtenbach, who I think is one of the better journalists in the Bay Area, and he wrote this really glowing article. He basically said, not only is this guy the best wide receiver in the draft, he thinks he's one of the best picks overall. So, after that, I felt a whole lot better about this guy. And then this morning, Brian Baldinger sang the praises of Pooney, that he's experienced, he's big, he's strong. He's got this Polynesian toughness, I guess, or whatever you call it. Anyways, and I'm liking him, too. I think that, and then Brian seems to think he very well might crack the starting lineup. So if he cracks the starting lineup, and if we get a lot of use out of Pearsall, this just might be an A or at least an A- draft for us this year.
Yeah, I'm with you, Gene. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. To me, ideally, Pearsall would be a good third receiver this year as a rookie. and show that he can be a 2 or a 1, and you move off Debo.
And then
you
next year, more dynamic as an offense with your passing game.
Right. And
like that could happen.
Yes, that absolutely could happen. Just sprinkling in this, a rookie wide receiver who's got some playmaking abilities. The question's going to be, is there a chance that halfway through the year, or 2/3 of the way through the year, you realize, you know what, this guy's, it's going to be easy to move on with it. Put it this way. 2/3 of the way through the year, are we all going to be saying, well, you know what, this guy can play, and there's no chance Debo's on the team next year? I think that's a possibility. I think that would be, isn't that what the goal is? Isn't that really what the goal is? That Pearsall is so good and he shows so much potential his rookie year that it's easy to move off Debo after the end of the year. Right?
Yeah, I guess you could call me J. Cole. I'm in Dreamville with this
and then you saved a ton of money at you.
But what if Debo has an all-pro season, Stoney, this year, this upcoming season, to where you got to go back in the lab
and
win
the Super Bowl?
No, you go to the NFC Championship.
Bye-bye.
Wow. But what if his production is just off the charts?
Well, we need to win a Super Bowl, and these guys.
All right, yeah, you know what?
Seriously,
you win it.
McCaffrey's been
They win it, Stoney. They win it. Well, I'm trying to make you uncomfortable. They win it.
Yeah,
and he's all pro.
Well, I feel like, you know what? If they win it, then they can move off him.
Oh.
Like, seriously. Like,
I'm talking about ways Debo can stay in Ninerville after next season.
They need Pearsall to stink.
Well, speaking of teams who have won Super Bowls, the Kansas City Chiefs are not moving off of Travis Kelce because he just received a 2-year contract extension to make him the NFL's highest paid tight end.
Wow.
That's per Ian Rappaport.
Ooh, boy.
Comes with the territory. It's all good in Kansas City
right at the same time, the 49ers are going to tell Kittle to take a pay cut.
And they've added some speed at wideout too, Kansas City Chiefs, Donnie. Man.
That's that was the second biggest piece of breaking news we've had today.
What's the first?
Aiden Mahaney transferring to UConn.
Schrader.
St. Mary's guard, local boy, played 2 years at St. Mary's. He's transferring to the University of Connecticut to play with Danny Hurley.
Yeah. Wow.
Somebody get Bennett on the horn. There's no way he's happy about this.
Blindsided, sources are saying.
Great movie. Hey, speaking of which, what was Gene? What movie, real quick?
He put his heart and soul into that recruitment, Randy did.
Let's do, bye-bye. Hey, what movie was Gene talking about? Well, the pitcher from Boston.
There used to be a baseball player, Jimmy Pearsall, who played for the Red Sox, and he suffered a nervous breakdown his rookie year. And there was a movie made about him. Mm-hmm.
Fear Strikes Out.
Correct. That is correct. Oh, boy, did I start a series the other day. Last night, started watching this series on Hulu.
The playoffs were on.
I watched them.
Hey, Hulu has a series about the Clippers. It's like the winning time with the Lakers.
What's it called?
It's the Clippers.
Oh, my God.
Give me a second. But
You're kidding me.
I got it queued up tonight.
Okay. 888-957-9570.
It's Clip. Thank you, Spadon.
Be honest.
It's about the downfall of Donald Sterling.
How much? Oh, well, it's not about like this year.
Why did
I was going to say,
that?
How much money would you have to pay me to watch a documentary on this year's Clippers?
They just won a big game yesterday.
Yeah, that's great.
Without
and I think,
Kawhi.
You know what?
Kawhi,
I'll tell you
sit
what.
this one out, buddy.
How long's the documentary? It's 2 hours on this year's Clippers. Okay, I'll tell you what.
Well, this is a series.
I'll watch it for $1,000. If you give me $1,000, I'll watch a 2-hour documentary on the Clippers. Otherwise, no chance.
Well, you can't even make one. What would you make it about? What they're talking about, Sterling.
You'd make it about Russell Westbrook.
New arena, Steve Ballmer.
That's right.
I love him.
The Harden trade.
Oh gosh!
Take a victory lap,
Danny Manning.
This is your only victory lap you're going to get.
No, he had a
great Game 4. So take your victory lap today because they got Game 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, at home.
He was great.
Yeah, hey, the ball moves without Kawhi. Poor Kawhi. He has no knees. His knees are shot. Just sit this one out.
Tell you what.
Him and Chris Finch.
Tell you what.
Oh my.
Tell you what's funny.
That's a 4E. Stoney didn't like
it. The first way to get Guru to feel sorry for you is to make an annual salary of over $40 million. If you make more than $40 million, you're eligible for Daryl the Guru Johnson to feel sorry for you.
No, I don't feel sorry for Kawhi.
Hey, if you're making minimum wage, the hell with you.
Yeah, no,
like feel sorry for Kawhi.
I see it. They're better without him. They've won 2 games without him. This version of Kawhi, he's shot, Steiny.
Hey, Evan, I'm going to ask you a question because this came up on the text line. You can confirm.
We'll ask it.
Is it true that Aiden Mahaney is Coach Bennett's son's best friend? Or their dads know each other?
They played together at Camp Alindo. So
who did?
Odds are Cade Bennett, who's Randy's kid, and then Aiden Mahaney. I think they were the same class.
Oh, gotcha.
So they're probably close.
Didn't
even tell his boy.
Real quick. Sorry. Yikes. So Randy Bennett's kid and Mahaney played in the same high school.
Yes.
Did Bennett's kid play anywhere after high school?
He's on the team. St.
Mary's team. Does he doesn't play a lot. He didn't play the night we saw him.
Not a bunch, no.
Yeah. Okay.
So he did his boy Evan like KD did Westbrook when he didn't tell him he was leaving OKC.
Slightly different scenario, but yes.
Westbrook told us.
No. We don't know.
I believe Russ.
We don't know how. We don't know if the transfer was acrimonious.
Dude, he said it, man.
Who?
Russell.
Well, I'm talking about Mahaney.
Oh, man.
We don't know that Mahaney and the St. Mary's program has bad blood. We do not know.
There was acrimony.
Are you reporting?
First round flame out.
Are you reporting that with the breaking news?
Inside sources.
Oh boy. Let's go to David in San Jose. What's up, David? How you doing, man?
Steiny, what's going on, man? Goo, how you doing?
All right, baby.
Shout out. What's up, fellas?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I owe you guys a beer. I kept saying, hey, calling in, saying, hey, they're going to trade Ayuk. And you know what? I'm really happy they didn't, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's good. And I got to tell you, at the end of the day, they did get better.
How so?
Wide receiving room is lit. I mean, there is talent galore. And Steiny, you know, we don't have to wait till next year to see how it's going to work out with Debo. We know he's going to get hurt for at least 3-4 games the way he plays, man. So now we have someone that can step in, keep the offense moving when that happens. Now, you know, I think in order for us to beat the Chiefs, we just need to get to the Super Bowl again in the NFC. And I think when you look at the draft, Kyle Shanahan was the one thing we did. We added speed. And we'll probably have the most speed in the NFC. And then, you know, I think they did take a page out of the Warriors' book, learning from the 2 timelines. You know, there was Jackson Powers Johnson there, the cat, you know, the center, really good someday, but he's 20 years old. And you look at our guys, 5 4-year starters, 23, 24. They're ready to play today, not tomorrow. So I'm ready to go,
like
guys. I think it's going to be. I mean, it's the 31st pick, so it's hard to get excited about.
That's a fair statement.
You know, but I am excited about the season, man. And, you know, with all these players, it's hard to say, oh, it's a great pick. It's not. You have to see him play football, man. But one thing I did watch was the safety, Mustafa. Oh, He's a cold-blooded hitter. I like Mustafa, so he's a throwback hitter, man.
Appreciate it, man. See what happens when you do that. Thanks, David. I appreciate that.
My bad, David. Sorry, man.
Yeah, they say Mustafa Steiny is.
Yeah.
He comes and hits you.
What round was he drafted in?
He's good. 124th overall, the 4th round.
It's okay.
No, that was just right. I get you.
Let's see if he's the same kind of hitter in the NFL.
Brock Purdy on line 1. That's the whole thing.
No.
Every time I watch the draft,
no, when you're talking, I'm talking about hit. I'm talking about physically hit, not hit on a pick.
No.
I'm talking about
he's
a big hitter.
Yeah.
He comes downhill. Yeah, in college.
We'll see.
In college, he came downhill. Shoot, was the one? I know what I wanted to ask you. So I'm getting a little sick of this. I'm going to ask you two questions. 3 questions.
I'm here.
NFL,
Number 3.
NBA, MLB. Now, we all know the NFL has 17 games, NBA is 82, and Major League Baseball is 162.
Okay.
I'm sick of this crap about this guy, that guy. What's a full season? What do you consider a full season in each of those sports?
60 games in the NBA.
Okay.
100 games in 110 games in Major League Baseball. And the NFL, it's got to be 13.
Okay. So under that criteria, Debo's played full seasons the last 3 seasons. He's played at least 13 games in each of the last 3 seasons. So, yeah, he's gonna miss a few.
Yeah.
But by and large, I mean, he played 16, 13, and 15 games the last 3 years. It's not bad.
But if we went on how many games he left, or like the Cleveland game, that counts as a game he played. You know what I mean? Like, if we did all that math, and I'm not trying to hate, I got the PTSD from the Green Bay playoff game where that goes in his log as he played, but he left early.
But I like, this is where, we can leave this, but
I wonder why you asked me that.
Because the feeling that Deebo Samuel is always hurt. That's why I asked you what a full season is, because it's not like I'm looking at his numbers and he's played 7, 9, and 11 games the last 3 years. I mean, he's played 16, 13, and 15, and he hasn't missed any playoff games during that time.
I got something.
No. Let me finish real quick.
Debo needs that. I can't argue that.
I'm not.
He's always nicked up or limping and coming out, so it looks different than that.
That's because, this is the part that I do think's unfair. Why does he get hurt more than other guys? Because he runs harder than other guys.
Man, Wesley Snipes.
So, to me, I look at a guy like Deebo Samuel and I say, well, let's acknowledge that he runs harder than most running backs or wide receivers, and let's acknowledge that he's taken more hits and that he's ready to run over guys, and that's all who he is. And so because of that, you got to take into account that he may get hurt. But despite all this, he still played 86% of the regular season games the last 3 years and hasn't missed a playoff game.
Do you think he was hampered in the Super Bowl?
What I'm just saying is
I do.
I am not holding it against Deebo Samuel that he's missed 7 games in the last 3 years, because I'm acknowledging that because of the way he plays, I'm willing to realize he may miss a few more games, but he's that valuable.
Okay.
That's all.
And Snotty, I know you don't believe what I'm about to say, but I think he is more valuable pre-snap than when you actually give him the ball. I just feel like the coordinators, like the Ravens, the Chiefs, they weren't falling for the banana in the tailpipe. They were ready for Deebo. But my point about Deebo is, who left the Green Bay game almost as soon as it started, the way and the physicality he plays with, Steiny, sometimes, more often than not, when you least the most inopportune time, he may get nicked up to where he goes off for a couple plays.
Never missed a playoff
comes back,
game.
but that Green Bay game he missed.
So what? They won it.
But you
missed
said
a half.
Yeah, they barely won it.
But this is what I mean. That's why I'm asking you to define a full season. Here's the other thing. Okay,
I respect Deebo. I know how good he is. I guess your point is saying, Goo, you're going over the deep end in regard to he's hurt.
I think people calling Deebo injury prone.
He's up a lot. He's hopping off, and then when he comes back, which he does a lot of the times, he's not 100. Well, who is? He's not 100%.
Then you're answering every question,
and that's
about
why
he's gone after next year.
No doubt about it, and I believe that's part of it too.
Well, you said something that I was going to be like, you're kidding, right? You said
he's a dog. Don't get me wrong.
I think Deebo's biggest value is what he does pre-snap motion.
Oh my God!
You cannot pay a guy $24 million.
I was kind of being,
but
he backs it up. It's more than that, But he's not. What would you make of his season last year? That could be unfair, but it wasn't like Lori Matthews said on the YouTube chat. It wasn't $24 million worthy, but we could probably do that with tons of guys. I just feel like the league's caught up with Deebo Samuel and what.
Okay, well then there's no issue about losing him.
No, not at all. Okay. If I had to choose, I don't want to, but if I had to choose, he would be the one that I would part ways with.
I mean, let's look at his year. He played 15 of 17 games. He had 892 receiving yards, and he had 225 rushing yards. He only attempted 37 rushing attempts, so he's at about 2.5 rushes per game.
So the McCaffrey impact really impacted him in regard to getting the ball behind the line of scrimmage. Remember, he was the almost running back. You said it earlier. I agreed with that.
Well, he only had 59 attempts even in that big year. So that's 60 divided by 16. So he was averaging about 5 runs per game as a player 2 years ago.
All right.
Now he's down to 2.5 runs per game. That's actually a big difference.
And maybe him and his agent are happy with that. Remember how we talked about, is he mad or pissed off about his workload? Is it too heavy? I don't know. But I just know the dude is such a tank, Steiny, that when he delivers the blow, he may limp off like he did that Green Bay game. I go, my God, you're telling me Debo's out this game? They won it.
I think it's unfair to call Deebo Samuel injury prone. That's all.
Then let me ask you this then, partner. Why do you think, is it all Benjamin's that you think if he would be the one that they're willing to move? Or
I got to be honest with you. I do want to clarify that. Like, I don't think he is injury prone. Now, is he more susceptible the way he plays than other football players? I think we'll all agree that that's possible. Okay. Like, that's a big reason why they want to move off him, because it's not that he's been hurt the last 3 years. It's that there's a fear of him getting hurt eventually.
But his hands...
It's almost like the last 3 years, they're like, boy, he's been nicked up, but he's still played most of the time. That's not going to continue.
But when we compare him, when we do the tell of the tape, shout out Devin Haney, when we compare him to the traditional receiver that is Ayuk, Steiny, his hands and his route running, we talked about it, aren't as natural or better than Ayuk. Okay. So that's why you want to have Ayuk.
Is Deebo Samuel worth $24 million?
He was.
What about right now?
I don't think so.
So,
and tell me why I say I don't think so.
Why not?
Because I dependability.
I don't know. Just be clear that you're worried about his future dependability.
Yeah.
I'll meet you there.
No, that's it.
Okay, because he's been dependable, I think.
I mean, he was everything. He was there I don't forget easy, Steiny. He was everything. But if you're telling me you got to get rid of one of these Ferraris and they're different cars, I got to keep Ayuk.
510 on the Xfinity mobile text line. They say Purdy's looking good. He's been hitting the weights. Yeah, I'm worried about that.
What?
You don't want no muscle-bound quarterback. You need a quarterback with flexibility.
Well, Steiny, you're not the one getting hit back
Schwarzenegger,
there like
quarterback in the Niners. He's going to get stiff arm. He's going to start becoming too mechanical. You better be careful. Seriously. He's sneaky athletic. You don't want to lose any of that with big muscle.
You got big legs.
888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you like about the draft if you did? What'd you not like about the draft if you didn't? Let's go to Austin in San Jose.
Our guy.
What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Very good conversation. Yeah, I just was thinking, by the way, when you guys start posting videos of the off-season workouts, that's usually a kind of a red flag.
Sound like
not for Guru.
Not Guru. You got to watch that stuff.
Guru believes all general managers who have players that post on social media should be eligible for a raise.
Don't buy that. You know me, eh? Go ahead, baby.
And then the quick comment about St. Mary's, Stanford's not feeling too good these days either. They just lost their best ladies basketball player. They also lost one of the men.
Yeah.
So to Matson over at Cal. So Stanford's on line one as well. But okay, so from a non-49er fan perspective, I can say that I wonder out loud. First of all, Kyle, this is classic Kyle Shanahan. He likes to put a little pressure on people. I think he enjoys the gamesmanship of bringing in a wide receiver, in the midst of the Ayuk Debo thing. I think he actually enjoys that. He actually likes to see how guys.
I kind of agree with you, Kyle. I agree with you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with it, but I can see Kyle's antics, even going back to Washington, where he bought in. He always bought in the thing. You go back to the RG3 thing with Cousins. I mean, There was always a little bit of gamesmanship there. So that's Kyle, man. The other thing I was wondering about, guys, you guys haven't talked about, Shasky kind of hit on a little bit today, about the value of Ayuk and Debo outside of the 49er land. Because people here, they think they're the greatest thing in the world. And Ayuk's a really good receiver. I think Debo's a very system guy. That's just me.
Yeah.
So the question is, who do they appeal to, and what's their value outside of Niner land? I think that's worthwhile for discussing, guys.
Well, before you go, Austin, I'll tell you this: the fact that you use the adjective, you use good to describe Ayuk, I feel the same way. So I'm gonna just say this real quick. What if you were to put him in Detroit's system or a team that likes to really throw the ball? I don't think it would be too far-fetched to say Ayuk would excel. Debo, I think one of his greatest inventions was the system that he implemented to allow Debo to get to the heights that we've seen. Okay, yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks, Austin. I do want to ask that question on the other side.
Because I'm high on
I think
both
it's
of
fair.
them.
I think they may be like Warrior players. They're worth more to the Warriors than to an opponent. And I think maybe that's the way the league views Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. They don't have enough value for another team as they do for the Niners, and that's maybe why the Niners never found a deal. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be back to talk more NFL draft on the other side. Steiny and Guru, don't go to.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million active members.
chalk it up. You deserve it, all the work that I put in, because there's been a lot of work put in since the last that we ran routes together. So, I feel like I'm a totally different player since the last time we seen each other, and he's seen it, from afar over when he was watching me at Florida, and, I was watching out the Niners. So, it'll be really good to team back up with him and get active.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, a couple quick updates. My tires are done.
Wow.
And so I got a new set of tires.
I set you back, about 700?
14.
14?
Yeah. They say electric cars weigh more than regular cars.
Oh, well, there it is.
And so tires wear out faster.
Have you noticed that? This your first set? Yeah, boy.
Here's the other thing I noticed.
At least you got the money to pay for, buddy.
Well,
working
I don't
here,
know about
baby.
that. I'll do the best I can. And you know me, I'm not like, I don't complain about my salary like a Deebo Samuel. And because I don't make as much as Deebo, you don't feel sorry for me. If I made more money. And then it was one other piece. I heard from our good friend City Boy, who watched Man on Wire this weekend, the documentary with his wife, and he said, phenomenal recommendation. It was incredible, and he really, really enjoyed it.
I got to check it out.
Man on Wire.
After the playoffs.
I'm telling you, it's
how long is it?
I don't know. A
couple hours?
Yeah, and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah, it's like 90 minutes. It's not that bad.
It's even for you, I think you get through it.
It's too many games on. Yeah.
Now, this is a fascinating call I'm going to go to. Donald in Saskatchewan. Donald, before we even touch on the Niners, we got to talk Saskatchewan. What's up, buddy? How you doing, Donald?
What's going on? How you doing, guys? Just out here working in this beautiful weather here in old Saskatchewan. I can't complain.
Well,
on the Odyssey app, listening to you beautiful people. How you doing?
You're unbelievable. Now, I got a couple questions to ask you. Now, you said
Riders.
Now, Saskatchewan is a province. It's not a city, right? Saskatoon is the big city.
That's correct. Yeah, and that's kind of how Canada works. There's mostly provinces, not states. And then there's mostly sections in big cities and stuff like that. And then there's little outlier towns and stuff like that. So yeah, that's pretty much how that goes.
So do you work in Saskatoon or like Regina?
So I kind of work like in between because I do pest control. So I kind of work in little off things. And what I do is I kind of focus on little mom and pa, kind of little, commercial accounts and stuff like that. And then I also kind of do residentials and stuff for older people and stuff like that, kind of knock down the webs and, just a little public safety act to help out the people, to make my day feel good.
So you're familiar, one of our big sponsors is Atco Pest Control down here in the Bay Area.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're decent.
They're better than decent.
I mean, look, it's hard to say because, Atco, I'm sure they probably do well. It's just, I haven't heard much about them, so I don't know. I don't want to speak on it because some companies are different than others.
Hey, let me ask you this: what's Moose Jaw like?
Moose Jaw, I haven't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not really familiar with all that.
It's just outside of Regina.
Yeah, I'm not really. Like I said, I'm not really. I've never honestly really been there. I'm kind of a local. I'm kind of a troglodyte. I'm not even gonna lie, man. I kind of stay close to my home.
Fair enough. There you go. Fair enough. All right. Well, I don't know how familiar you are with the show, but I love Canada. Spent a lot of time there. And
I've been listening. No. I've been listening to. I was listening to Jolo and Dibs in the morning. I started listening to you guys even when the Rise guys were around with.
Wow.
With
you go back.
Gleason.
Nice.
I remember, dude. I remember back in the day before Bonte Hill could even get a word in before Greg Papa. Man, I've been around forever, dude.
Wow, look at it. He got history.
Back to the Niners.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got on the draft, buddy?
So the one thing is I do like the draft, but the one thing that I don't want people to concern about is I know that we're worried about who we're going to pay and who we're going to release. But the one thing that I've always, kind of understood about professional sports is that a proven commodity and a proven product is always going to be more valuable. So I think if anything, when this young wide receiver kind of steps in, it's not about who he's replacing. I just feel it's all about taking him under the wing. And if he is going to replace somebody, I feel like Deebo is just such a good dude. He's going to make him better. They just kind of have that feel over there. I don't feel like of course there's egos, it's professional sports, but they're a win now team. So if anything, I think they just want people to fall in line and kind of get in tune, kind of like on a Warriors thing. I don't really think it's all about sausage measuring with these guys. I think they just kind of want to win that ship. And if he can help them right it, why not get that guy in there? So I don't really worry about it because look, Debo's proven he can run the ball, he can catch the ball, he even throws it sometimes for little trick plays. I'm not worried about a rookie guy that's unproven coming in for a guy that's proven hard yards, clutch touchdowns, and clutch performances, dude. You just can't beat it. Look, if we have to move on off of him financially, it sucks, but hopefully this Pearson kid can step in and be good. And you know what? I think anybody opposite of Brandon Ayuk is going to have a good day at the office because he's the one that's going to be double teamed. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Donald. Appreciate you listening from
Donald goes back.
Saskatchewan.
You got the Rough Rider reference, right?
Sure. Okay. It's Canadian football.
There you go.
You know, there's the Rough Riders and the Rough Riders, if I'm not mistaken.
Teddy Roosevelt.
I think there's. Did you know that?
Oh, I only know of one.
I think there's some team up there. They have the same nickname, but one's one word, like
one's singular and one's plural.
Yeah, this one I'm looking at. Rough Riders.
Anybody know what I'm talking about?
I don't. I'm not saying you're wrong.
There's two teams I think with the same nickname, but
well, there's a minor league baseball team we were talking about earlier, the Frisco Rough Riders.
No, this is the Canadian Football League.
Yeah, and, CFL. Shout out Warren Moon.
There's like two teams that have the same kind of nickname.
There used to be the Ottawa Rough Riders, 2 words, and then there's the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Saskatchewan had to force Ottawa to change their name.
Thank you.
Look at K.
Thank you so much. See, now, even that's one of those, even though I didn't have all the details, that's a good basket.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
N1? Do I get the N1?
No, because they're not around. You should have known that.
No, that one would be like you didn't get the call, they had to go to review, and then they gave you the free throws after.
That's exactly what it would be like.
Speaking of which,
and those are automatic for me.
This review stuff is out of control.
What do you mean?
Stop the game. Let's see if Steiny got hit in the nostril. Let's go look at it. And then the commentary. Doris Burke is working my nerve.
Oh, no, why?
She was number 1. She didn't slip the few. Oh, boy.
Now, what is it that's bothering you most right now about Doris Burke?
I just feel like she's at the teacher at the board. She's. I got to be careful.
Unlike Hubie Brown, right? Yeah, Hubie's not like a
now what you want to do here is run the back screen. This is how. Hey, that's my Hubie Brown. Here you go. This is. Hey, yeah. That's my Hubie Brown.
Hubie Brown's 90 years old.
He's
the fact
incredible.
He's still that sharp is incredible.
It's incredible.
You will never.
I learn every second.
Hear me say a bad word about Hubie Brown.
He's
incredible.
Took Memphis to the playoffs.
I'll say this.
Take that, John Sterling.
What did I do wrong?
Thank you. I'll say this. No, I forgot what I was going to say.
God.
Oh,
my God.
I think Doris Burke's really good. Really good.
No doubt about it. But something's up.
She's gotten too positive. Like, she's more of a promoter of the game than a broadcaster of the game. Like, it's just too much. Everybody's a star, and
now that didn't
this guy's
on my
so
list.
hard to guard, and boy, what an effort this guy's putting in. And you know, well, every coach is great. There's never a coach who deserves to be fired if you're talking to any announcer for ESPN or. But she's terrific.
You want her to rip more people.
I want her to be more balanced. Yeah, I think, you know what? I think there should be a balance between praise and criticism.
I think you're going to laugh. You guys, real quick here, J.J. Redick and what's my other guy? Richard Jefferson. I love them. And Bob Myers.
I think J.J. and R.J. are both mediocre.
I like RJ more than JJ.
I'm mad at Evan.
But hey, listen, I'll throw Bob in there. Bob's got to be careful.
He does a good job. He tells you what's up.
You know what? He's got to be like Jean Lafitte. Or no, is that his name? Shoot. He's like the lead character on Man on Wire. He's got the tiptoe.
I got to check
He's got a tightrope walk.
We got to get to Austin's question.
Can you imagine why? Can you imagine Bob Myers doing the playoffs and saying, boy, Pelinka's just done a terrible job in L.A. Get me that job and I'll get him back to the finals in less than a year.
He was great Saturday night. I sent him a text.
I try not to bother guys when they're in the middle of stuff.
I didn't say
you're the opposite.
Wait, you texted Finch.
Not during a game.
When he was in the hospital.
He's
getting the
rehabbing.
Well, he needs the surgery.
Dude, I can't wait to see. Well, they got a week. How long they got off?
Probably a long time.
Well, no. They don't play.
Oh, let me guess. Were you the only person in the Bay Area who was watching the NBA playoffs saying, man, the Warriors are the best team in the league? I mean, they're the best team in the league. We would be sweeping Oklahoma City right now.
Man,
oh my goodness. Let's go back to Canada.
Who we got?
We got Richard in Vancouver. What's up, Richard? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you doing, sir?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. I go way back to the days. I'm a transplant, born and raised, proudly in San Francisco, and go back to the days of Kezar Stadium.
Wow, nice.
When John Brody was quarterback and Gene Washington was his main target. So,
and yet, Richard, you eschewed the Bay Area, and now you're living in Vancouver. You feel that was a great trade for you? Do you feel like Vancouver's a better city than San Francisco?
No, I don't, sir.
Yes, you do. Come on.
No, I don't. I'm here for many different reasons, but my heart, to quote Tony Bennett, I left my heart in San Francisco.
Great song. That's
so I can't get you to say San Francisco's overrated.
No, I think right now it's going through troubling times and there's conflict, but that's the history since 1906, since the earthquake, if we go back into the history. So this is just par for the course for San Francisco, but I think they're a character in the movie Last Black Man in San Francisco. I think he says
great movie
to the writers. He says, you can't hate San Francisco unless you love it.
I love that.
That's nice.
I like that.
Great movie too.
What do you think about the draft, Richard?
Well, one of the concerns I had, I think they've really vastly improved themselves from last year. So not just speed and experience, but I'm really just very hopeful and optimistic that this is the year that they finally bring home the cup. But I think one of the questions I had for the two of you, just in terms of your knowledge, this recent trend or phenomenon of players or undrafted free agents being signed that are the sons of football players that are, that have been trained, from Terrell Owens to Jerry Rice, two 49ers, of course, come to mind right away. But I'm just wondering, what's happening there with this new phenomenon of many players that are being coached and, what have the history and the socialization, the genetics, and just the experience from their fathers, but they're not getting drafted? What is up with this phenomenon? Because you would think they'd have the inside lane.
Well,
Michael Jordan had a couple sons.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of sons of pro athletes that we've never even heard of.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what.
It happens, but
I've always been fascinated by that.
Rick Barry had multiple.
Sons of pro athletes.
Yeah,
have always fascinated me.
Dude, Rick Barry's genes are strong. He had 3 boys in the league.
And he might have ended up with 4.
No, Scooter, Brent, and
John.
Yeah.
There's one more. Not Cannon, but I thought he had another. Might have had a cup of coffee.
But that's 3 already. And he's a Hall of Famer.
They're all very different.
Brent's my hero, by the way.
See, I like John.
You guys are great.
Only white guy to win a slam dunk contest.
Hey, and then when you watch it over, it's like, did he really win it?
But
Didn't take off the warm-up.
Right.
But John was very similar to his father.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, I'm talking about in terms of disposition.
Oh, okay.
Until Mac McClung.
Brent Barry was so different. He was laid back, mellow.
Yeah. But John was good on TV. I don't know why he quit calling the games.
He's terrific.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jerry Rice's son got drafted, right?
Yeah.
So,
but Terrell Owens' son was undrafted.
John still does the games on ESPN Radio.
Oh, that's where he's at. Okay.
With Jimmy Kestashir?
Yeah. Mark Kestashir.
Mark Kestashir. PJ Carlissimo still on those broadcasts?
Yes.
Before we proceed, Jalen Brunson, Stoney, just give me my love for seeing him a couple years back. Look at me.
Say, I'm sorry,
Look at me. He's smiling. I never got that. Look at me.
Oh my! Here's where I'll go instead.
You never given me that.
You have no chance of me apologizing now or anything.
Wow, dude.
What I will say is,
oh my goodness.
Okay, here's what I'll turn it on you. Don't you see? You think you can take a victory lap? What about me? How the hell could Brunson and Doncic ever play together?
Well, it's working out for him and Kyrie.
I'll admit, Brunson's been incredible.
My goodness, man.
But Brunson and Doncic, I mean, cut the ball in half. I mean, that's the best you could do when they're playing.
Did you watch Luka yesterday? You could have put some diapers on him. He went, wah. He's just a big crybaby. Good as hell.
But does Kyrie not need the ball?
Not like Brunson.
I was driving in today, and
Brunson's like Iverson.
ESPN. I was listening to Bonte Shasky, but ESPN radio said they need to establish Kyrie first.
They might.
Then go to Luka.
They might.
Yeah. But Brunson's a baller. So is Kyrie. I've never seen you tweet since the years I've known you, Evan. Back me up since you've been a part of the family. You said Kyrie yesterday is incredible.
Oh, he was incredible yesterday. So was Harden.
The passes, he just knows his job.
Yeah, they lost. They did get beat.
I don't know why I'm not giving James love. I mean, that Paul George step back really sealed the deal.
That was the biggest shot.
Yeah, no doubt.
It is funny, though. Goo is talking about that text. You generally...
Which text?
The one that Kyrie's incredible. You generally don't send text messages unless...
Oh, my God.
Easy here.
There's a player...
It was 12:30 in the afternoon, first of all.
Winning. And I thought because you sent the text, I was doing the game. I thought they won the game.
Oh, that's fair.
So I'm doing you to you.
Well, they were down 31.
And I wanted to ask you why you sent that text when they lost.
I just watched the whole. Well, they were seriously. They were down 31. They came back and took the lead.
And
briefly,
he was the maestro of it.
He was incredible.
Incredible.
I'm just saying, if Guru had done that, you would have came in and why were you even talking about it? They lost the game.
It's all good, Snotty. You gave me the Brunson. You don't got to defend yourself.
I gave you nothing.
Yeah.
No, I think it's more valuable to say a guy's being terrific. No, what I take exception to is the other way around. The Lakers stink, and then you look, and it's like, well, Lakers won by 11 tonight.
That's Spadoni.
Oh, they were down 6.
That's Joe Spadoni.
Yeah. No, he was incredible. Man. Harden was incredible, too.
He was.
It's like their last stand. Harden, it was the Clippers' last stand for the old guys.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Let's go to...
we got to answer Austin from San Jose's question.
I know. The whole segment's gone by. I'd rather go to David in Santa Rosa. He wants to talk about your new favorite player, Gazindo. Hey, what's up, David in Santa Rosa? How you doing, buddy?
I need glasses, Dave.
What's up, guys?
What's up, baby?
So I want to talk about the new running back, Isaac Guerrero.
Yeah.
So he's 6'1", 225, running a 4.33, I believe. I seen a post on him, and what do you guys think about him? Like, I know Juszczyk is good, but like replacing him almost in like a more versatile way, like a threat.
I mean, maybe that's on the table, Stoney. I know you would be upset. He said if Guerrero replaced.
I
got you.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
He said, what about him replacing Juszczyk, Stoney? Guerrero.
In a more versatile threat way, like because he's fast, strong, block. He's a receiver in a way.
Here's what I got on Guerrero. Impressive blend of size, agility, and toughness. He ran with improved decisiveness out of Louisville in 2023. I thought we had sound on Guerrero, and now I can't find it. I'll find it. We'll go through some of these picks.
But Juszczyk is a made man. Nothing to worry about, right?
Yeah, take a pay cut.
And he did, unlike Armstead.
He's getting his impact on the Niners is becoming less and less.
But I don't think he would ever have told you we were winning because of me. He just went and did his job.
Yeah.
And it was never any glory in it, but he got some touchdowns.
He's a jag.
I hate
that. Here's either tell us what it is, Ev.
This is what Kyle Shanahan likes about Guerrero.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love his speed. Yeah, we think he's got a lot of speed. All our backs can run, but it's nice to add one who possibly can run a little bit faster, just for the change of pace and things like that. Like his running style. His running style, I think, is similar to Elijah's and the style that he runs with, and he's built that way, and like the 40 that he has.
So that was Kyle Shanahan on Guerrero.
Yeah, I just think a Niner running back, Steiny, that I had promised. Trey Sermon comes to mind. It's like when we were this time here and big body and it didn't work out. It's all a crapshoot. That's all.
Well, then don't talk today like you know what you're talking about when it comes down to Pearsall. You don't.
No, my only thing with Pearsall, Steiny, he can ball the one-handed catch.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
The thing is,
not at this level
it was
yet.
Bad defense. It was a reach.
It was Charlotte.
The pick.
He played against Charlotte.
But using the pick in the first round, that was all. I don't.
You're not going to. That's not what you're going to hang your hat on. That'll change in a week.
No, I did. You can't change it. And he still.
Wait, do you like it or not?
No, I thought it was a reach.
The pick of the wide receiver.
Kid can ball, but that was I still believe an area of strength.
So what if he just hypothetically? What if he's the best receiver in the draft?
That means that Shanahan
is it still a reach?
No, not at all. And he still could be that. I'll give him that. For the sake of this activity, Stoney, I'm telling you, I believe we're going to see more 3 wide. I believe Kyle said these two dudes are good, but in order for us to be great, we need some more dynamic.
So your guy Juszczyk will be an odd man
That's
out.
not what I'm talking about.
Well, of course you can only play 11 guys at a time.
Right, but Stoney, they ain't devising. This kid is a baller.
You know how many?
I'm with the boss on why did you use a first-round pick?
I just saw dibs.
Okay. Is he here?
You know how many, the percentage
Obviously
of plays Juwan Jennings played last year?
I'm going to say 37%.
33.
Damn.
Okay, 33.
I hear you.
So
you would bet that's going to be lower for
absolutely.
Okay. All right, and I ain't mad at
because
you.
It's not like
but then that makes you want a Niner fan not me pull your hair out as to hey dude, this was a first round pick. Couldn't you got this dude in the 3rd round?
No,
maybe. How do we know that?
Because I'll tell you why. I don't know if he would have or not, right. But they picked him when they picked him. Because they believed he would absolutely not be there.
I'm going with that.
I mean, if you had 100% certainty that nobody was taking this guy in 3 rounds, you would wait. But that's how much they liked him. But all I'm saying is, I just don't like the idea. Rookie, he'll help us, and we're going to win the Super Bowl.
I get it.
Like Juwan Jennings is good. Like he has a specific role on this team where they utilize him in high leverage situations.
Can anybody tell us if Pearsall coming out of college was better than Dante Pettis coming out of college? Like, I wouldn't scoff at that. Like, Dante, I thought was going to hit. And he flamed out.
Now, why did you think he was going to hit?
Because I thought I liked the way he ran. I thought he could catch the ball. It just didn't resonate. It didn't click for him on the next level.
Yeah, I think, I have no idea whether I thought Pettis was going to be any better than this kid's going to be. Like, because I don't, he better be.
Well, give me this.
He better be.
I know we're up against it. Give me this. The biggest question for the Niners, forget free agency, forget the draft for 1 second, is how are you going to replace, and I know you got Floyd.
Dre Greenlaw.
No doubt, Stoney, it's everything.
Yeah, I know. You
defense played pretty damn well in the Super Bowl. They were gassed because the offense couldn't do a damn thing.
I think you got your theme.
Oh, no.
For 2024. It's Dre Greenlaw.
It's real.
I tell you what. A lot of mention about a guy who's not playing. You got to replace it. Guys get banged up every year.
Yeah, but this was a dog.
Yeah, he was such a dog that he got hurt running out onto the field.
Hey, see, I don't play with that stuff. Take it back. Now we're going to jinx the show.
I didn't say anything other than he got hurt running onto the field.
But you say it as if he could have.
I said it like it's a fact.
But why are you laughing?
Because
your boy got hurt coaching the NBA game.
And I'm not saying that's not true or that's mean. He got hurt running onto the field.
I'll never forget it.
Like, we're worried about Deebo Samuel getting his head taken off, but we're not worried about a guy who gets hurt in a non-contact situation. I'm more worried about Dre Greenlaw coming back than what's going to happen with Deebo Samuel. We're going to get to Austin in a second, and we're going to follow up on a Joe Shasky topic from earlier in the show, because I do have a thought on it about the value of Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel throughout the league, because I am starting to think there wasn't any value for those guys. And I'll tell you why on the other side. That segment was brought to you by the Order of Malta Clinic.
Around 500,000 people in the Bay Area.
can't see it. It's bothering me.
It is funny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. We're back.
Fire.
1:02 p.m. on a Monday. It's not Bonte's favorite day of the
I
week.
believe he was. We told him. He said it was.
That's what yeah, and Mike Dunleavy said he
why
wanted
do you guys
Jordan
keep going
Poole
to that?
to be a Warrior forever.
There's 50,000 other examples
You
of
are
something like
such
that.
a gullible young man at times.
I'm down, Steiny.
How come, buddy?
Just real quick.
I'll help you.
I was watching Larry David, and they had a therapist on
I can
there
see
saying,
why you're down.
You don't look like you look in the mirror. The photos are how you really look to other people. And the reason I say that is I was at the shindig with Mia's family. Yeah. They took pictures, and Steiny, the head is a refrigerator, dude. It's just
like a vending machine.
Dude, I'm out. What's going on? The camera's lying, but that's not what I look like when I brush my teeth. Dude, I looked at the picture. The camera's not my friend right now, man. I'm in the lab.
The worst one is when someone sends you a picture and they say, "You look great in this, don't you think?" And you look at it and you say, "Oh my God."
Yes. I know exactly what you mean.
Dude. That's how I'm like, damn it. I remove tag off of everything on Facebook to take that off.
That's a good call.
It's tiny the head, man.
Yeah, mine looks like a shoebox. It does. I mean, it just does. That's what happens when you get older. It's
a shoebox, dude.
It's a mess.
Good. It is.
It's just so hard.
I need glasses, and I don't like my pictures, man.
All right.
Yeah. Austin.
Yeah, Austin in San Jose, one of our frequent callers and somebody who really in tune with the show, was talking about how much value Ayuk and Debo had throughout the league. And now he spurred something on me. And I'll say it for effect, but I kind of believe it.
All right.
They had no value to other teams.
I'm going to let you finish.
No other teams wanted Ayuk and Debo in terms of the circumstances they were going to obtain them under. So you have Brandon Ayuk. Okay, so if it's true the 49ers are trying to move either guy, all right, if you're another team, why would you want Brandon? If Brandon, you know, what if they know, and you know every team in the league knows what Ayuk's looking for. So they know Ayuk's looking for a big payday, let's just say top 5 receiver. Well, there may be teams in the league that are saying, well, first of all, we don't think he's that great of a receiver to pay him that much money. So right off the bat, there are teams that are not going to be interested.
What about Debo?
What do you mean? Okay, we have sat here all day, and I've actually been trying to say, I don't think it's as bad. We've been talking all day about how there's a fear of Debo Samuel's durability moving forward. Why would a team pay $24 million to trade for Debo Samuel, whom they're very concerned with in terms of durability, not only in the upcoming year, but in the upcoming years? If all I've heard from Niner fans all week who are not defending the pick, but explaining the pick of the receiver, Pearsall, to be, well, it's great insurance because Debo Samuel gets nicked up, or Debo Samuel is a little bit injury prone, or Debo Samuel durability we're all worried about. Well, then why would another team trade for him if those are all true?
Because they got a guy in their organization, or guys that did just what you did for Debo, Steiny, when you went against the grain and kind of defended Debo in regard to, you know what, it's not what it really looks like. He's not as injury prone. So I would say that. But
what I'm saying is,
if you put Debo on a litany of teams that are close, oh my God, Steiny.
$24 million. He's not worth it.
Wow.
That's what I'm hearing. No team is going to want to pay him. I'm giving you it. Okay, he's injury prone.
He's been worth 24 to the Niners, but maybe those best years, that's so negative. But I would trade.
No, it's not negative because
he earned that money, is what I'm saying.
Right, but you've been called, not you, but people have been saying, oh, he's injury prone. He's injury prone. Well, then why would any team acquire him? You're setting, One of the reasons we'd like to move Deebo Samuel is because we're really concerned about his durability. So do you really think you're going to find a team that's not worried about his durability? Of course you're not.
Well, this is a task. If everything is correct and we're right, speculation, sensation, the Niners are going to be dealing with this next offseason, trying to unload him.
Or they can just waive him next season. Like, that's the thing. They don't have to.
Like Snotty, I think somebody will come chomping at the bit.
Depends what kind of year he has.
Okay,
not if he gets hurt.
All right.
Like everybody thinks he's going to.
How good is Stephon Diggs as an NFL receiver?
He's good.
To you?
He's good. He's better than Ayuk.
You know what he cost? A 2025 second-round pick.
All right.
To me, that is like football welfare. Like, you couldn't get if you were going to get a 1-4 receiver, Diggs, to me, I don't like his attitude at times, he would constitute a 1.
Okay.
I don't think Deebo nor Ayuk, to go off Austin's question, it has the resume of a Stephon Diggs.
Okay.
And
you're answering all your questions.
My point is, I think maybe the Niners wanted a 1, and that's why they held down to.
I think you might be right.
Okay.
I think you might be right. In fact, I would say you're more likely right.
But next offseason, when it's real, the metal's going to hit the road, I think they'll take a 2 for Deebo, knowing they got to pay Ayuk or they paid Ayuk, and 1 has to go.
I don't think they could get a 2 for Deebo this year.
But for you,
and I don't think then next year might even be harder to get a 2.
Oh, wow.
There was a report that the Niners were looking for a top half of the first round pick for Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk.
So that's kind of the value that they had him at.
You think that's too much, Evan?
Yes.
I do too.
I mean, he's
not even in his prime.
It's twofold with Brandon Ayuk. Why would you let's say the 49ers could have done that deal with Buffalo for the 33rd pick for Ayuk.
Okay.
Why would Buffalo do that?
Because I think they think Brandon Ayuk is at least a grade 2.
Okay.
And they don't have a receiver.
Right. But what I think is there are teams out there that would rather have a rookie under control
than pay Brandon.
So you're going to have to give up the opportunity to get a rookie under control to get a guy who you're going to pay an exorbitant amount of money to. So I could see how teams say, let's draft a rookie wide receiver who we've got cost certainty on, rather than a guy like Brandon Ayuk, who, to our way of thinking, wants more money than he deserves.
Okay, so are you saying that to where his own team is not going to pay him?
That's a great question.
I just think I feel like it's the Kuminga thing. If he's not traded, Steiny, and I know a lot can happen, I feel like it's just a matter of time before Brandon Ayuk gets his money.
I agree. I wouldn't bet against it.
But the hardball component to this is, if they really believe maybe he's not as good as I think he is, Steiny, he'll go into this season playing on a lame duck status.
Who, Deebo or Brandon Ayuk?
Brandon Ayuk.
Nobody thinks they're going to do that. Nobody thinks they're doing
and
that.
Would you, because I'm doing you to me, Guru, it's a business. What would shock you the most about that? Okay.
I would.
See, that's what I was asking. So you would understand it.
But that's not really the way the NFL works.
But if you think this guy is, you're torn, we're talking about Ayuk here, and you saw the Super Bowl, if that meant anything to the Niners, which my opinion of Brandon Ayuk did not change because of the Niners' lack of output or production in the Super Bowl.
Even though he has not had a good postseason, you don't hold him accountable.
I think he had a great postseason.
Who?
If you want to get technical.
Ayuk?
He caught a ball in the rain against Green Bay that kept your season alive.
One ball.
And then when you were, Steiny, he's acrobatic in a sense that he caught that ball against Detroit, which was an interception. I'm all in for Brandon Ayuk. That's all I'm saying to you.
Like he had a great postseason.
I can't.
He had a subpar postseason.
But when you needed him most, he showed up like Batman.
Didn't. When you needed him most, he caught 3 balls a game in the postseason.
And he dropped a dude at the goal line where he was wide open, but the O-line couldn't block.
That's nothing. The receivers get open all the time and don't catch the ball. It's just... Like, we're talking about Brandon Ayuk's
and
best highlight. And
I don't want to put him in the top 10.
We're talking about Brandon Ayuk's best highlight being dropping a receiver on a play he never got the ball.
Not much to choose from.
I mean, if you were just a random NFL team, would you give up a first-round pick for Brandon Ayuk knowing you got to pay him?
No way.
That's right. That's the way.
And you think if they would have got that, he would be gone. He would have been gone over the weekend.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's possible.
Yeah, but that's way too much.
Well, that's why I come back to my original point, and we've seen it before. The 49ers did not really want to trade those guys.
All right.
They put the word out that they were willing to trade those guys, which I believe they were, but their asking price was so exorbitant, they knew they were highly unlikely to make a trade involving Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
Because they knew nobody was going to give them a first-round pick for the right to acquire Brandon Ayuk and pay him $25 million a year. That other team would be just like, you know what? Let's just get who we think is the best receiver available in the draft. And I say this all the time, and I know it has no practical value, but if you can get a receiver for $8 million a year in the draft, instead of paying one $25 million, why wouldn't you do that if the guy's half as good as Brandon Ayuk with the opportunity of becoming as good as Brandon Ayuk down the line?
I'm not mad at that, but excuse me. Let me run this by you and Evan and the listeners. Steiny, you know what it takes to be an athlete. And a lot of these guys are wired differently. They're ultra competitors. Do you think there's any world that Ayuk, even though he tweeted out what he tweeted, fire pick, and Deebo Samuel are worried about their pieces of the pie, that they just watch their team spend a first-round draft pick on their position? And that means maybe I'm going to eat less in this scenario if this kid is up and running, Pearsall, that he's taken from. Now you can look at it and say, oh, we're greater, but I'm just telling you, I'm being real. I would be agitated that not only Deebo Samuel was my name floated around as being traded, and I went to bed not knowing if that was going to come to fruition. And if I'm Brandon Ayuk, my name still the same. Now you guys go bring another mouth that's going to eat off this plate where it's not a lot of slices going around anyway because it runs through McCaffrey or things that.
Okay, let me see if I can do this.
Okay, I would be now. They're going to show up and ball, but behind closed doors, they got to be like, what is going on?
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah,
see if I can do this.
Now we got to share more.
Okay, we got to worry about Deebo and quarterback Renardo Green, FSU. I wonder how the starting cornerbacks are feeling right now if you're the 49ers. They just brought a guy in. What about offensive lineman Dominic Pooney? Okay.
I get you.
How's Spencer Burford feeling? How's Feliciano feeling?
Well, they all should feel that way because all of us can say the O-line needed help and jobs are up in jeopardy, but that's one of the strong facets of your team, which was the wide receiver.
But you've been spending all the time saying that maybe they needed upgrading at wide receiver if the weaponry wasn't like the.
But I don't think those two feel that, Stoney. Who's the
49ers starting safety right now?
I would be, well, it's all dependent if he comes back.
Hufanga?
Yeah.
How does he feel? I mean, they drafted Malik Mustafa, and he runs downhill and is a hitter.
Hufanga is not made like he's not a made man like I believe Deebo is because Deebo got that contract.
What does made mean? That you're immune to competition?
No, that's not. If you look at the Niners and you said who are some of your top players, I believe Deebo and Ayuk and before McCaffrey, even with McCaffrey here, would be in your top 6.
Okay, they drafted a running back in the 4th round.
Right.
Are we worried about how McCaffrey's feeling?
There's no, that's the Steph Curry comment.
But he's made. I don't know. I just feel like most of what we're watching is just business as usual in the NFL. And if guys like Ayuk and Deebo have such a problem with it, it's like this is the NFL.
And I guess what I'm saying is the loud part. You know what? I appreciate you saying that, but Stoney, they're not going to go to the mic and say that they're mad.
Yes, they do. But they go to social media and do it.
All right.
Like 650 Goo. Who cares if Deebo's feelings were hurt about trade rumors? If I remember correctly, he asked for a trade during contract
and
negotiations.
I'm not saying. I guess I'm coming across like I'm saying, "Oh, I get it," but like that fire pick emoji. The more I think about Ayuk, and that's his boy, Pearsall is his boy, Stoney. That could have been sent the other way. Like, what the hell are you doing?
510, and this is, I do want to get to this. Terrible take, Stein, man. Brandon Ayuk is an elite receiver who happens to play on a team that doesn't throw the ball a lot. So throw the stats out the window. Okay. And I'm gonna push back on something that Guru believes. Yeah, if he went to Detroit, he would put up better numbers. What if Detroit's sitting there saying, one of the reasons Ayuk is so effective for the 49ers is because he gets to be a little bit under the radar with McCaffrey and with Deebo Samuel and with Kittle. And quite frankly, if we had to bring him onto a system to be a Justin Jefferson, he ain't Justin Jefferson.
Well, okay, that's a lot. Justin Jefferson that's like A1
he's
YOLO.
Stephon Diggs.
But I guess it's all
pick a number
when
one.
you
Cooper
watch
Kupp.
how you perform or play, Steiny, you don't think you're watching. And again, I'm not going Jerry Rice, a young guy that has so many levels to go to where the top level could be all pro. I do.
I don't think he's a Jamar Chase.
And again, that might be a little lofty.
I don't think he's a Justin Jefferson. I don't think he's a CD Lamb. I don't think he's one of those guys for Philly.
And I think he thinks he is.
I'm sure he does, and he should. But the 49ers have to think that.
And the point of that texter or whoever, Steiny, that is the rat on the table, is the Niners will never throw the rock around like that. Or not, maybe not. Since you just spent your first-round draft pick on another receiver, maybe you're going more to that.
Let's go to Ryan in San Jose. What's going on, Ryan? How you doing, man?
Hey, it's great to be on again. It's been highly emphasized in regards to the potential trade for Brandon Ayuk that of course you would have to pay Brandon Ayuk an absorbent amount of money.
Right.
But my thing is this: there's been other teams that have traded for big name playmakers who they've had to give up, numerous, draft picks for, whether it be, a total of 2 first-round picks,
right,
first, second, third, guys like obviously Khalil Mack and Devontae Adams to the Raiders. So
sure.
So my thing is this: so why is it such a big deal that that it happens to be a Niner? Everybody's stressing the fact that you're going to have to pay. If you're going to have to pay, you're going to have to pay for big name playmakers. Regardless whether you draft them eventually or trade for them. So the way I see it, you have to understand that the salary cap. The whole point of having a salary cap is, of course, to acquire big name playmakers, because you're going to have to pay somebody at some point if you plan on being a competitive football team. So I think that's being too highly stressed. Because that's just the way it goes. So that's the question I have. Like, why is it being so emphasized that you're going to have to pay him if you trade for him? Because you're going to have to spend money. That's in accordance to the CBA. That's not what I'm saying. That's the rule. So why is it such a big deal when it comes to one of the 49ers players when other players have been paid so much after being traded for such a high draft capital? So that's my take.
We're assuming that Brock Purdy's going to get the bags. That's going to be a monster contract. We're assuming that. And that's why we talk about maybe they don't invest in both of these guys, Steiny. That's how I'm looking at this. Like we can, and Brandon Ayuk, Steiny, was second team All-Pro last year.
Right.
His 4th season in the,
right.
In an offense that, again, I thought it was 4th of July. It was awesome. And then it waned towards the end. But my gosh, Steiny, I just think he's better than a lot of people are giving him credit for.
It's not a matter of that he's not a great receiver. It's a matter of whether the 49ers are comfortable paying him some kind of guarantee. And if you look at the other receivers, if let's just to make it as easy as possible, $28 million a year. Though that would probably get it done, I would think, for Brandon Ayuk.
I believe you.
But what if the 49ers are like, you know what? We got you as a $22 million receiver.
Well, good luck. Okay, good luck if he's no longer here, Steiny, replacing them.
Yeah.
Unless you're telling me they're like here, we got Pierce Hall.
So you're willing to overpay a guy even though you know he's overpaid?
I don't think that's overpaid.
Well, what if the 49ers think it's overpaid? That's all I'm asking. Not you. That's fair.
I hear you. Then Ayuk, then I would
Then play hardball with him.
But you got to like what you've seen. And we did this with Debo. I hear you. I got you.
Why isn't it done?
No, Steiny,
because he's waiting.
Talk to me in 60 days. We've seen this with Debo. We've seen it with their best player where there should be no questions asked. There was a holdout, and that was with Bosa.
I'm just not like
And I hope I don't sound like I'm saying Ayuk is Jerry Rice.
No, but I'm not keen on I don't let the player set the market. The player himself.
Well, Lynch told this, and I know you said it's Lions season. They're negotiating. And Steiny, Rome was not built in one day, but I do not expect the Niners to do. Tell me if I'm wrong if I called it dirty business to have Brandon Ayuk come play on the final year of his contract in a sport that it could be over in one play. I just don't think they run that. They could do it. I just don't think they would.
When's the last time that's been done? Do we know at all? Where a team made the guy come back and play last year option under his old deal?
Man.
I mean, it doesn't seem like it's something the 49ers do. They certainly didn't do it with Bosa. So, I don't know.
But that all-pro second team, does that mean anything? I know it's just a war.
Not really.
But it lets you know he's
good. He's good.
That's all I was trying to get
Of course he's good. But,
with the potential maybe to be great, Steiny. He was second team All-Pro. Maybe the next 6 years he's first team All-Pro. I'm just throwing that out there.
I mean, we could get Bucky Brooks on here, and he could tell you.
Oh, he was on Friday.
He's the 15th best receiver in the league.
I heard him with Willard and Deal Friday.
So I mean, the reality of the situation is it's.
Now, that's funny you brought him up. We need to play that sound.
What did he say?
To me, I'm paraphrasing that Ayuk was kind of just a guy, not throwing shade at him, Steiny.
So say it. Say Bucky Brooks must not know what he's talking about.
No, I love Bucky. But I think he's wrong on
how much. What if Brandon Ayuk said, "I want to be the highest paid receiver in the NFL"?
Then we got a problem.
Okay, I'll bet you we have a problem.
Okay, all right.
And if maybe it's not the highest paid wide receiver, but he wants a number.
Now you're being ridiculous.
Who is?
If he's asking for something like that, you're being ridiculous.
Why isn't it done? Or is it just negotiations? It's not a big deal.
So to answer that real quick, this is the same thing. The same movie with Debo and it doesn't matter if one player's better than the other with Debo and Bosa.
And what if I said that might have cost you a Super Bowl last year, Bosa's holdout? I mean, I know it's a long stretch, but he didn't have the greatest year. Didn't get into training camp on time.
Yeah, Ayuk has won me over, Stoney. Remember, I was like,
I know he has, but that doesn't mean you hand him your wallet. Don't hand him your wallet.
And we don't know if he's asking for it all. That's the other component to this. I hear you.
Well, if he's not, then the 49ers are trying to lowball him.
Or they're doing the Bob Myers thing. Guru, we don't have to do it until we don't have to make a decision until we have to.
Well, see, I don't really think that applies as much in this case because the longer it goes, the more it does affect you if he's not in camp and if he's starting the season late and all those kind of things. Thank you very much, 707. You're right. McGlinchey played the last year on that fifth-year option. I'm pretty sure he's right on that. Thank you so much, 707.
How'd that work out?
He left.
I know. But I'm sure they didn't close the door behind you.
The answer is it worked out. Yeah. He left.
I got
and he came and played. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises.
Absolutely incredible.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight?
you woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited my whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to cry. I was trying to be a tough guy, but man, I was really overexcited.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Get him on wax right now, Steiny.
Get him on
wax. Record an album. He should be rapping with that voice.
Oh, that means I'd never heard that before. Get him on wax means get him on a record.
Yeah.
Xavier Legette.
Wow, boy.
Carolina Panthers.
Evan, he was man.
He was 32nd pick, right?
Yeah, they traded up for him.
Yeah.
Right behind the Niners.
I would have taken him.
Niners could have had him
already.
He better not be better than Pearsall.
A lot of people comparing him to A.J. Brown.
Oh, boy. Jeez.
Who got paid again? I got a question. This is a short segment. Go ahead.
Can I do something real quick?
Take your time.
Hey, experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy a walk on Duran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. Special midweek rates start at just $249 a night, breakfast included. Book your escape at inatthetides.com. Okay, now.
Oh, Lori Matthews, I love her so much, Donnie. She said, how come we only say the quarterbacks are better with the weapons, but not the receivers?
Well, that's why the 49er receivers aren't that good. Because Purdy's not that good. Lori?
Remember Bonte?
Be nice.
I was with him. I keep bringing him into this, but this Niner offense at one point last season looked like the 94 Niners.
And that matters how much.
Right. It went away.
Tell me what that statement means today on April 28th.
That they have everybody still, and they just added a rookie, and they got two cracks and two linemen, a guard that maybe can crack the starting lineup and make, or the guys, the rookies stay on the sideline, and guys just do their job better on the O-line, led by Trent Williams.
So this team's offense is every bit as good as the 94 offense.
Nah, you just ran into Kansas City's defense and their defensive backfield. They were good.
This offense, last year that I watched, is not as dynamic as the 49ers were with Montana and Young and Rice and Taylor.
No, I give you that.
And
you got
Brent Jones.
Yeah. But at a time, I felt like it.
Roger Craig.
Who should be in the Hall of Fame.
Because you got sucked in during week 7. You guys think that week 7 is Super Bowl week.
I'm trying to think. Is that Jacksonville?
I don't know.
The bye?
Every week is Super Bowl week.
There you go.
Hey, by the way, walk out. I've often wanted to write a book.
We've talked about this.
Well,
and I've been, yeah, Evan and I have tried to urge you on.
But this book would be about all the times that you just walk by somebody or you walk into another room and you just overhear something. And that's the book. Just all those taken out of context.
Because you ear hustle with the best of them.
And you guys talk so freaking loud that it's impossible not to eavesdrop. Anyway, I walk out of the studio on my way to the men's room, and I just heard this from Dibley. I'll tell you, the guy who should be arrested, Joel Embiid.
Well.
And then the door closed, and that's all I heard.
When he did a dirty play, not yesterday. That elbow to Brunson was a casualty of war yesterday. Oh. But the game before, he could have tore your boy's Achilles or made him tear something. It was a dirty play. And
he didn't get ejected.
No, he's a bad dude, too.
Bad as in good or good as in bad?
Bad as in Michael Jackson bad, looking good if he could come here to Golden State.
And play 42 games a year.
Dude, he is incredible.
And then you go into the playoffs as a 7 seed again.
Yeah. Now you got.
How are you going to get Embiid? Stop the pipe dreams.
No, but you
can't get Embiid.
It's like
settle for Kevin Durant.
I could never get Halle Berry. I thought about 1,000,000 times. Like, what if that was?
That's great energy you're expending there. Well, thinking about something that's never going to happen.
The mind is powerful. But hey, real quick, now you got me all messed up. There's a movie script I haven't started that I really want to write. Okay, so we'll leave that there. But what you just said, my book would be a 30 for 30, a doc on men and women the second they get their hair cut and done. I want to know what that word that comes, a doc, because it's got to be video. Oh. Is it confidence that we all get, no matter what you look like? once you get your hair did and that haircut and you pop up out that chair.
When did you get your haircut last?
2 weeks ago.
And 3 days ago on Instagram, you were complaining about how ugly you looked. So are you telling me that popping out of the barber chair the first 6 minutes?
But it lasts no more than Steiny, what is that euphoria?
It's the hair
it's a confidence we have of ourselves. If it could just retain, you could keep it, the world would be greater. It goes away. But when I watch people pay that money, and they just feel like $1 million, and I know the feeling. It's confidence. There's something to it, man. Dude. I'm telling you, this happened since the beginning of time. Once that woman or man leaves the chair, it's something you have that you need to capitalize on. I'm like, oh my, where's Beyonce? Because you feel that good.
You're weird.
I'm telling you, I watch, dude. I know what I'm talking about.
Most other people who get their hair cut look fatter. Because it looks, when you get your hair cut, your head looks bigger.
I get that.
Then your body looks heavier.
I think you're projecting.
Yeah.
Nevertheless.
98% feel like new money, Steiny.
He's projecting on everybody thinking they feel better after
I watch it. Even that they don't even know I'm watching.
Every piece and strand of my hair, when it comes off, it's gone forever.
Dude, you made a comment the other day when you got your haircut. You don't even know Evan and I noticed. I did. Not. You said, dude, I was sticking and moving after you left the barbershop. Meaning like you felt like new money. And you didn't want to go home and plop on the couch.
I had a haircut 7 weeks ago.
We talked about it then. You wanted 42 hours in the day. I'm telling you. I'm going to put it together.
You're making it up.
I get the right money in person to make this come a bit. There's a word. It's not confidence. It's greater than confidence that we get on that initial cut
of grandeur
or the hair done. I'm telling you.
Look good, play good.
I want to break my headphones. Evan, have you heard of that? Look good, play good, Steiny. And Steph, you're telling me Draymond, they get their beard lined up and can go out and I would score 50 with a fresh cut, knowing that everybody's watching and going to see the cut. If I had it to do over again, I'm going to take a deep breath, Snotty. I'm telling you, there's something to it, man.
If you had it to do all over again, if you had it to go all over again, what? What would you do?
Get a cut before James Logan high school games. We tried to do it at coordinated, but we didn't have it. Barbering wasn't what it was.
What happened?
Now
like the coach
was in.
So the coach says, you get to the game, and he goes, who got a haircut today? And you say, Coach, I'm feeling fresh. And he goes, Goo, you were the 9th man, but now you're starting.
That's pretty funny.
Now we're not bringing you off the bench.
It's already solidified. You just look, Evan said it, you look good, you play. Deion Sanders will tell you. I'm telling you, man.
You know, let me tell you something.
A lot of people agree.
Were you the guy that wore the same undershirt every single game?
I didn't wear an under.
But you had no...
or same socks or lucky jock strap. I don't know.
No, you wore it and then you washed it.
Exactly. You wash it because you want to feel good when you're fresh.
Okay. Special.
Let me tell you, and if that's the way you feel, as Gary Radnich would say, that's the way you feel. I'm just telling you that on a Thursday, let's say a Thursday night, I went to bed, woke up on a Friday, and we had Dickinson coming into town for a big Division III tilt.
Fairly.
I actually wouldn't take a shower that day because it was a game day, and I was going to sweat that night anyway. And take So why would I take a shower?
Little Daryl
at 11 a.m.
2 of them on the day.
And maybe that's not why he's playing. That's why he's not playing.
I go, dude. Give me some John Wayne.
Forget who said Drazen Petrovic used to do that. He stunk, apparently. He never showered.
I don't like that.
I just said one day, Evan. I didn't say, I didn't shower for
Johnny, there's something to it, and you know it. Dude, you are getting... I'm going to get my hair cut.
There might be something for you, and I'm never going to take that away from you.
Willard, when I say, did you get a haircut, Willard?
Back to Willard. It's always back to Willard. Let me guess.
I'm scared of Willard.
Let me guess. Willard, when he says he feels a certain kind of way, you'll go take a victory.
Why are you jealous of my relationship with him?
I'm jealous of Willard because I'm scared of Willard.
He'll be in here shortly.
We got to get to the bottom of that.
But I'm very anxious to have Mark Willard come in, repeat about 4 things that I've said, and now have you agree with Willard.
That's a good bit you got.
It is. It's kind of accurate.
You know,
it's kind of accurate. What do you got, 45 seconds here?
30.
30? Oh. I had a couple things written down in the playoffs. We're going to talk some basketball tomorrow. I'll tell you what we're talking about tomorrow. Remember?
I'm not going to hold the
Say it going out on a break. Steph Curry on TNT. But you do realize we're not that far off. Even trying to stay at this level, at this peak for so long, there's going to be some tweaks. We know. Tweaks? Oh, God.
Where was I?
Sounds like the Warriors are running it back. He was on TNT after he earned his well-deserved Clutch Player of the Year award for those Golden State Warriors who just missed the playoffs this year. All right, coming up on the other side, Willard and Dibbs in the house.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Haven't filed tax returns for years? Think you can't have a life? Think again. You've heard me say that to you for years.
You can
We
get 'em at
celebrated the wife's birthday, went out for
I was
dinner
going to ask
again.
you about that. You know what?
And I can't read the menu. I can't see it. It's bothering me. I can't read the menu in the dark.
Well, okay. There's
And the
two
kids
issues.
are laughing at me.
It's funny. It is funny.
Damn
when that
it.
happens.
But I won't get them.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Dibs and Willard.
And Willard's taking them
officially
out.
in the house.
Yeah.
Dibs, why won't I just go do
Hey,
it, man?
Mark, are those readers or are those prescriptions?
Those are readers. They're just
Okay,
readers.
okay.
Readers.
Now,
They're not even very strong.
Is there a place that sells like stylish reading glasses?
Oh, I don't know.
Other than Walgreens.
Yeah, like I just rocked CVS.
Rutherford has them.
That's all I did,
and
too.
got like the whatever pair.
Kaiser has them. Stein, you can get the Gucci reader frames if you're into that.
Really?
They're expensive.
Yeah, they are.
never
Like if
mind.
you want to get the fancy readers, like if you want to go to Walgreens or Rite Aid, heck, I'm sure Safeway sells them.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't
And
want.
I'll see you in the aisles.
Yes, you will.
Thank you.
But probably not buying readers because I don't
Right.
want stylish readers because that would suggest that I'd like to be seen in them. And
wow, Will.
I don't have an ego about it,
Sure.
but I'm not like cruising around in them either. They're very specific, and I've yet to reach the point in my life where I remember or care to bring them with me if I were to go to a dark restaurant.
Wow.
Like I'm just still going to pull my phone out and put the flashlight on and do that kind of action.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the story I always tell though, Goo, because I think you've been there for a minute now. You really should just break down and do
But
this.
I went to Union City Kaiser.
Because-
Shout out Dr. Chong. I had 2020. He said you could use. He didn't say it was a mandate. I read all the numbers up there, but in the dark,
That's the thing.
And then we
That's
went
the
to the
thing.
cafeteria Friday.
That's
I
the
go,
thing.
Evan, the bill came. I couldn't even make out the tip thing. I
There
didn't
you
have
go.
too many drinks. I was soda.
Sure.
But I said, dude, why is it blurry?
Because you are not in your 40s anymore.
Good call.
And that's
But I'm still going to the rack.
I know. Like I can sit in a room like this and everything looks complete 2020. But the first and then this was my parents love this moment because every parent loves it when their kid starts to show signs of age. And so I was with my parents.
Well, I got the
and they
grace
took
of
me
it,
to
yeah.
dinner, and it was one of those menus where the restaurant can't decide. So there's 1,000 items. So everything's written in this tiny little right.
Yeah.
And they watch me struggling. And this is a few years ago. And my mom just goes, here. She pulls her purse out and goes, try that. And I put them on. And I'll never forget what it felt like. The menu started dancing.
Yeah,
dude.
man, I've been
It was
there. My buddy
dancing.
gave me his.
The chicken cacciatore
Yeah.
was diving into a
But
pool.
then you're in the
It
system,
was all
Mark.
fly-
They say
Yes.
you're in the system,
I
Dibs.
started-
Once you do it, it's over.
Yeah, and I'm not going there because the more you use the readers, it's like crack, you know.
The young lady on Scooby Doo, when she didn't have hers, and she
Velma.
took
Yeah,
Velma.
shout out Velma.
I don't want to be Velma.
It's like a crutch for your eyes. Once you start using them, then you can't get off it.
Wow.
It's and I'm at the point now where I'm at full arm's length in order to be able to read.
Oh, okay. I ain't
Anywhere
there
in
yet.
here,
Okay.
I can't. I have to go all full
How about
extension.
driving at night? I'm Han Solo still.
The
Arm's not getting any longer.
Dibs.
Right. Yeah.
Because I can drive at night good. They are asking how's my driving at night.
Yeah.
It's spectacular.
Driving is fine.
Okay.
You got to read things that are this big. It's
But my
not
buddy
about
gave
driving.
me his Willard, and I said, "Oh my god!" It was
Right.
like dope. I don't know what
Seriously.
that. I
Yeah.
said, but I can't just bring myself to do it. Maybe I'll get the Gucci frames.
You
and
got
do
to
it.
chew it and
All
do
right,
it, dude.
Okay,
That's what
the
you got to
three.
do.
Yeah.
You got to chew it and do it.
Yeah.
No trades, huh? Who's shocked?
Well, you mean the big ones?
Yeah.
They made little ones.
Right.
They made little
Trimmers,
ones.
but
Yeah,
No,
they did what I thought that they would have done as far as picks because 10 rookies aren't making the team.
Okay, there we go.
And even 8 rookies, you might be hard pressed to find all 8 of these guys on the squad come September.
They did what I hoped they would do. I don't know if they did what I thought they would do, but they did what I hoped they would do, and that's kick the can down the road and start the process of being ready. You know what popped into my mind, because this is such a trigger phrase now in the Bay Area, but 2 timelines. That's essentially because it's very different in football, which is, and I know that Kyle Shanahan, and we're going to kick this around a little bit, talked a lot about the whole idea of now versus then. But in football, I feel like if you're a really good organization, you can walk that line. And it might mean losing 1 player per year. You know, we act like it's like, well, everybody's back. No, Eric Armstead plays for a different team.
Yeah.
Right? There's going to be a big name or two that probably starts going every year. And if the Niners do a good job, they'll be ready for that, and they will sustain a high level of play. And I love the idea that in the NFL, we are getting back to the idea of drafting people and then not asking them to have so much on their shoulders right away. I was thinking about this the other day. There's one team in the NFL that in the last 2 decades has never really had that rebuild dip. Like where you're just like, oh God, you like not every year's great, but like, oh God, you're going to stink for 3 or 4 years. No.
Pittsburgh.
Green Bay.
Well, Pittsburgh hasn't had a losing record under Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, that's fair, although that's not quite 2 decades, but
damn near
it's
now.
Damn near. But Green Bay is they draft quarterbacks and then they just put them on the shelf.
Right.
Yeah. And it's what the Falcons do, and everyone's ripping them for it. And I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. I think it's
especially with a quarterback who's coming off an Achilles. You don't know if he's going to be 100%. And no, I was just going to say with the Niners, everyone, you drafted a receiver. You actually drafted 2.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, the really intriguing thing is the running back you took. And I was listening to Kyle and John this morning, and Kyle's like, yeah, he's I like his running style. It's a lot like Elijah Mitchell.
I heard that. Yeah.
Elijah.
He didn't say durability, but style.
Right. Elijah can't stay healthy.
But what if I got an oil leak on the car and I tell Steiny I'm going to get tinted windows? Like, shouldn't I get the oil leak fixed first? And that felt like the reason they lost the Super Bowl was the offensive line. But then I heard them, Steiny said it too, we didn't feel like there was an old lineman worthy of the 31st pick.
Right.
And then I'm like, I'm done here. Okay, I buy that.
He said that even before Thursday. He said that before Thursday.
Because when you talk like that, I'm like, I'm done. Okay?
And they took 2 offensive linemen.
That they did.
I don't know how they're going to pan out. Like, that's my, we joke about this every year. Save your draft grades. I don't want to read them.
I gave him a C+, Mark.
Stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
No? Every time we do a draft analysis, it's always a C+.
Yeah.
Because honestly, nobody knows.
Who had Brock being an A-?
That's my point.
No doubt about it.
That's the point. So
I like the pick.
Yeah. I don't know what these guys are going to do, and I don't know which. Like, by the way, there's still free agents sitting out there. I don't know who else they're going to add. I don't know who they're going to trade for at the deadline. I feel pretty confident the 49ers are going to be a good team this year, and I feel like they came out of that weekend still completely loaded and ready to go, and that's the goal.
The one thing that I feel like now after the weekend's happened, and I think we've seen it with the Niners before, if they think they want to trade a guy or even that's a possibility, it feels like what they ask of, they almost know is too much. And we were talking about these receivers all week last week. And if you really just look at it logically, the 49ers were looking for a team to give up a pick for the right to take Ayuk and pay him.
Right.
So you were not only going to get you were going to get a trade for a player and lose a pick, you're going to have to incur so much more salary. Okay. I totally see why nobody was going to do that with Ayuk. Now let's go to Debo. All week long, and I've been kind of arguing the opposite about his durability. Like, I think he's actually been very durable the last 3 years. 86% of the games he's played in. But there clearly is concern about his durability moving forward. Okay, well, why would you want a guy like Debo if you know the Niners are worried about his durability and you're trading for him? What I'm saying is to make a deal, either one of those deals happen, I think looking back on it now, which is easy, was going to be a long shot.
I think also if you add in the final piece of it being a deep wide receiver draft.
Exactly.
Had it not been a deep wide receiver draft, maybe more teams would have been covetous.
But don't forget what the 49ers were offering were 2 proven,
no doubt,
phenomenal players. So you can't sweep that under, because as much as we go deep wide receiver draft, I'll always remind people that 3 years ago it was a deep quarterback draft. And actually, no, it wasn't. So I don't know if Rome Odunze is going to be a star. I know everyone wants to tell me he will be.
Right.
We'll see. Like, I know, I watched these guys in college. They look amazing. I know they can play, but it's not about whether they can play. Do they have the head for this? Do they have the desire for this? Can they handle the money? That's what makes a pro.
No doubt.
It's not like raw athletic ability that you all watched at college on Saturday.
Those are the senior prom pictures, all the videos. You're going to look the best you've ever looked.
There is another side. There is another side, though, and I get it. The one side is you've got Ayuk, who's proven. Why would you trade him and then ask Pearsall to be the starter? But there is another component of, well, could you get a guy who's really good as a rookie? Of course, he's not going to be where Ayuk is 4 years from now, but he's going to cost less than half as much. And maybe in a year or two, if you don't have the time constraint or you're not on the timetable of the Niners, it's better. It's almost less risky for us to no Ayuk, just draft a guy and see if he can turn into Ayuk.
Yeah, but you use the word maybe twice in that statement, and I don't think the 49ers are in a maybe mood.
No, but I'm talking about the team that they're trading with might be in a maybe mood, maybe situation as opposed to... Yeah, I mean, you might... Who are the teams that were probably going to trade for Ayuk? I'll bet you teams that were pretty good already.
We heard that Steelers. We heard the Patriots were interested in Debo.
Bills a little bit.
Buffalo,
they don't even have a receiver.
I don't even know if Buffalo was. We acted like they were because they've given all their receivers away. But we also heard that Buffalo is in no financial shape to take on a Brandon or a Debo.
Yeah.
So and there's probably always at least two teams laying in the weeds also that have made those calls. But what you said is interesting. I want my team to act that way. Basically, what you just said is the 49ers go into these conversations with leverage. In other words, we're going to do the deal that we want, or we're going to do no deal at all. It's the exact same way people talk about anyone with the last name of Bosa. You remember all the contractual conversations? You go, well, but you're dealing with a Bosa.
Yeah.
Which means, and he did, he's going to squeeze you. Yeah. They're going to be comfortable. The family's got plenty of money.
But I can take that.
You're going to give
his
us
caliber.
Right, but they said, Joey did too. You're going to give us our number or there's no number. And the 49ers probably, I think the 49ers deal the same way when it comes to this kind of a conversation, and I like that. They've got other options.
Let me throw this at you real quick after I say you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend, open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Let me, and maybe I'm putting you guys on the spot, and I really don't mean to do that.
Man.
But how many, do we know of situations in the past and how often it happens where teams would say to a guy like Ayuk, you got to come in? On that last year?
It happens a lot.
It does.
It happens a lot.
It happens a lot.
Okay.
Well,
and then the player usually gets in.
Depends on how much the player wants to give up money. And the thing about the Niners and these situations is they've made it clear in the past that they aren't going to fine the player until they contractually have to. So voluntary stuff, OTAs, even into camp, like Bosa missed a bunch of practices, but the team made it clear we're not going to hit him. We're not going to ding him for that. It's the tack that they've taken. Now, if things go south with Ayuk, they might take a different approach, but all they've ever told us is they draft a player, they like the player, they're going to sign and keep the player. Other than DeForest Buckner, they've done that every single time.
Usually the player, especially if he is coming off of, if it is a fifth-year option situation, the player's going to buckle. Like, there's nothing in it for the player to, A, lose $14 million, and then, B, if you really play hardball, you lose a year of service time, you're right back in the exact same boat again the following year.
Does it 99% of the time portend that the guy's gone the year after? You know what I mean? I know I'm asking.
Probably lower than 99, but yes, I think so.
Usually,
but and there was a situation with the Chargers receiver. You'll remember it was Vincent Jackson.
Yep.
Thank you. He eventually came in because you have to play 6 games to not lose that year of service time. So he sat out until he was able to play the 6, and he got his service time. Rest in peace. And then he ended up not staying with the Chargers. But for Ayuk to go that route, so if Ayuk did that, he sits out 11 games. He only gets 6 game checks, and that ends up costing him, probably $10 million.
Yeah, $9-10 million.
All for what?
Yeah.
So you can, force your hand or force their hand,
and it ruins the season. For both. There you go.
Right? And it ruins his free agent rep.
And they've still got the franchise tag that they can use as leverage on top of that. So I would very much hope that went into their thinking as they went out and made these phone calls. Only they know if they actually can stomach a deal.
Right.
And I'll point out that, like, we saw that Amon-Ra St. Brown deal.
Yeah.
We saw the A.J. Brown deal. We know that Justin Jefferson, Minnesota has expressed they sound like Bosa, the Bosa situation.
Bringing the house down.
We got this. We're gonna pay him. These deals are big, but they're not as big as they look. They're really not. The guarantees are manageable, I think. And that Amon-Ra one, when I first saw it, you're like, oh no. And then you dive into the behind the scenes stuff on it, and you're like, the Niners and IU can do that.
Yeah. And I expect him to be back. I was telling Steiny, let me run this by you, Dibs, because I've been doing it to Steiny all day. Now, I don't get out of bed to try to start mess, but I'm human. I've been a part of a team. I'm a part of a team now, and I know about competitors, competition, but not at the NFL level, but I know what drives those guys. And by those guys, Ayuk and Debo. So I'm driving in and I'm thinking, okay, so the team spent the first pick on a receiver. Now, the way that we run offense here in San Francisco, I know to my core Debo and Ayuk are like, you know what? If we were in Detroit or another system, maybe L.A. with the Ram, throwing the ball, we could put up more numbers. And they do their due diligence. They don't go to the media saying I could do more. But Willard and Dibs, you can't tell me Debo's looking at this pick of Pearsall, and he could be Tony Jones, and him saying, so you're telling me I'm already technically taking a back seat to the way we run our offense. It's McCaffrey-centric. I get that. But now I got to fight for more scraps if this another receiver comes in. And I was just telling Steiny, that's how I would think. Not that it's going to be a problem. And then on top of that, before you go, if I'm Debo and I'm hearing my name floated around being traded, and pretty much I know I'm coming to work and I'm a play because I'm a pro, but I'm going to be the odd man out even if I ball out this year. Willard and Dibs, I was just telling Steiny and the listeners, I would feel some type of way. Not that I would act on it, but I would be pissed off.
Well, the way you act on it is you go out there and you have a monster year, and then you force the Niners' hand. And Debo's making $28 million this year, so Debo's going to get his 28, and if he has a big year, and
maybe you rethink about it.
Well, I don't know if they rethink it, but no matter what happens, if he has a big year, he's going to have options. If he goes into sulk mode or fake injury mode, or I just want to get my chicken, I feel disrespected mode, okay, we're still going to buy you out. And now next year, he has fewer options, and his bag will be smaller.
What I tried to tell Goo was this.
You want me to tell it to him so that I believe it?
Debo and Ayuk are like, I just feel some kind of certain way. I wonder how Spencer Burford is feeling today after the Pooney pick and Feliciano.
But those aren't established guys
Malik
like
Mustafa,
Debo and
who played
Ayuk.
safety for us last year. Wonder if he's feeling a certain kind of way. Oh, Elijah Mitchell's got to be feeling a certain kind of way. They drafted your boy Gazindo. What about
Gazindo?
I'm really, you know who I'm worried about?
That's Guru called him Gazindo earlier.
Because I couldn't see. I wrote it right, and I couldn't see.
You know who I'm really worried about? I'm worried about Pearsall. Because they drafted another receiver
killing
in the
whole
fourth round.
exercise of the activity.
Come on,
we're
it's
talking
about
top tier
competition.
dogs, Willard. That's all. If you were Debo, how would you feel? That's any validity to that.
I will answer that in a second, but apparently we have a special guest who wants to say something. Is that correct?
Well, not just say something. I mean, not breaking news, but you guys should know this.
Okay.
Bryant McFadden used to play for the Steelers, works at CBS Sports, just tweeted, "Ooh, Omar is working." Omar Khan is the Steelers GM. The Steelers are very close to landing a significant playmaker. So I got in touch with our Pittsburgh station, because that's the breaking news guy that I am.
Yes.
And they said, we're being told it's wide receiver related, and it matches up with everything that they've previously wanted to do. Based on the rumors that have been out there, we're thinking one of your guys, Ayuk or Samuel, or Cortland Sutton from Denver. So it's not dead yet, boys.
Wow, it really is not with that.
I like Sutton the player.
Wow. So it would be
Guru,
Debo.
who's better, Sutton or Ayuk?
Oh, it's not even close.
I would say Ayuk.
Yeah, it's not even close.
What about Debo or Sutton?
That's closer, but you know.
But Willard, put yourself in.
Hey, good job, boss.
Yeah. He was great.
Crack staff. We'll follow that.
Yeah.
We'll follow. Although I also know Have you noticed this about like every team now has its own Twitter, right?
Yeah, no
49er Twitter.
Yeah.
Steelers Twitter, nut jobs. All of them. They think something's going to happen every 2 minutes, number one, and they think all their players are incredible. I remember I got in that preseason argument, those Steelers podcast
over
people
Kenny Pickett
versus Brock Purdy.
Right.
And they were like, Purdy's better than Pickett? What a moron. Anyway, just wanted to get that off my chest.
So that's not dead. So apparently
it is dead because whatever you get, you can't use it right now to replenish to work for this season.
Picks for
whatever
next year.
you got, yes.
Well, I mean, that becomes an interesting point of criticism. If it is, let's just say they get a second and a fourth in 2025, well, then certain fans are going to be outraged that you didn't get something that you could use now, but
to replace the services of whoever were
well, you drafted 2 receivers, so you, in fact, you're thinking you used the 31st pick to replace the services, but the idea is you're going to replace the services next year. At least that's what we were all thinking this morning.
Just reminder, Arson Judge is close to the Giants. So
you guys were
if I had a nickel for every single time that somebody was close to doing something, I probably wouldn't be here today.
But it leads to being an interesting notion about, the fact that maybe the whole topic isn't dead.
Or their Steelers are talking to the Broncos.
Correct.
Right. So, yeah.
But I am thinking about it now, Willard, though, because it could be the Niners.
Okay.
And the second, I'm sorry, just real quick, the second receiver the Niners took is a guy who is Debo-esque. Listening to Kyle. Doesn't run the ball as much.
He's a lot smaller.
But tougher.
He's very he's eager for contact. He's a guy who loves the yak. And just listening to Kyle and John today.
You like the pick.
I like the player,
You
Mark.
like the player.
I like the player, and I like the pick.
I tell you what, he's a dog, Dibs. You got a dog.
Yeah.
49ers. I said that 9 times over the weekend. You got a dog.
Terrific hip movement.
There
his
you
footwork,
go. Slippery hips.
In and out of routes.
How many players took the phone call from their new GM and didn't say, you got a dog? Because I heard it on every one. It's all in it. It's like the stock answer. You got a dog, sir. You got a dog. I'm ready.
You were with Ephraim yesterday, right?
Indeed.
Because he told a great story about people calling him and
he left and went to the movies.
Right, because people blowing up his phone.
Why?
Like Big Mama called and, hey, have you been called yet? Ephraim was killing it.
The Browns called him in the 3rd round and said, we're about to make you Brown. And he's like, all right. And then it was like 4 picks away. And then he was watching. And then, with the whatever 103rd pick, the NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns select Babalu, whatever. And he's like, what the hell? And then the 3rd went by. And then you go to bed because back then it was the first 3 rounds.
Right.
Came back. The 4th round went by. 5th round went by.
That's gotta be horrible.
6th round went by. He's like, I'm going to the movies. And then he got a phone call. He got a phone call from the Falcons in the 7th round. He's at the movies, and they were like, are you ready to? And he was kind of like, I don't know. Am I? Like, what are you telling me right now?
Yeah, no doubt.
It was amazing.
Really funny.
You ready to go? I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
Are you lying to me right now? Like, I'm ready to go inside and stop taking
What do you
phone
think
calls?
of this? Oh, go ahead.
Well, did you hear Belichick's story on Randy Moss?
No.
That when he tried to call Moss twice after the Raider trade, that Moss hung up on him because he thought it was a prank call.
Right.
He said, hey, Randy, Bill Belichick, the New England Patriots. Phone was hung up.
Wow.
He tried again. He's like, Randy, this is Bill Belichick of the Patriots. He goes, it's not Bill Belichick. Hung up again.
No.
Oh, it's so great.
And then Belichick called one more time and said, no, I'm serious. This is really him. We're going to need you, if you're into this, you got to get in here tomorrow by 9:30 to take a physical. And I guess then Randy Moss was like, all right, I'm coming. But he hung up on Belichick.
That's so
Belichick's
funny.
a star in the making.
Oh, he's doing great. Yeah, no doubt.
It's really
I just love
interesting
listening
to him.
Yeah,
it's
I agree.
really interesting.
What do you think of Carrie Champion, this random?
Carrie Champion?
I saw the tweet.
In?
What?
I saw
Carrie
the tweet.
Champion.
Are you as like a newsbreaker?
Yeah. She just tweeted, Spadoni tweeted this to Yvonne. Just got a text from my friend. He says, tonight is LeBron's last game in purple and gold. Could he be a warrior?
How's she know that the Nuggets are going to win tonight?
Well, there you
How
go.
about
The
that?
script.
The script. My bet online.
The pick is in. The fix is in.
coming to
Now that's
town.
stupid. He might be playing his last game tonight.
She said
he may also be playing the next of his 10 games tonight if they can come back.
What? They're not coming back.
Yeah, respond to her.
What's the number tonight? What's the number?
It's going to be in Denver,
No Jamal
right?
Murray,
In
maybe.
Denver.
It's got to be a 7.5, I would
They
guess.
win, though.
Well,
They still got to win
They've
2 in a
been
row.
leading the
They're
whole
not.
series. You saw that stat, right?
Yes.
Who cares?
Yes.
But out of like
Denver's-
400 minutes, 300.
you would have to be really, really mad at Darvin Ham to turn down a player option for 51.7.
Did you see his reaction the other day for
remember-
not?
Oh, he was hot.
Remember
and
his
that
son
was
now.
more than just that play.
For sure.
did.
Don't forget about his son.
His son? He stinks.
He might turn down that $51 million option to take a vet min.
Just to play with his son.
Maybe.
Well, that's what I had said
I don't
before.
know. I mean, I doubt
but
it.
take that mid-level.
I doubt it, but it's 6.5, by the way, number tonight.
Okay.
Anyway, can I answer your question?
go ahead.
I want to answer your question. If Debo's feelings are hurt, that's a Debo problem all the way across the board. Because, first of all, there is something to what Steiny said. Like, I laughed at the whole Kirk Cousins thing. Why only can a quarterback be mad when we drafted another player at that position? All the other positions get and at Debo, you think Debo didn't know that the Niners were going to draft a receiver? Maybe not in the first round, but of course they were going to draft a receiver. The room needs work. I thought this was more about Danny Gray than it was about anything else.
Ronnie Bell.
Right. The Niners needed more receivers. But in general,
would you hate to show up to work knowing the handwriting on the wall looks like this may be your last year?
No, because I don't think they think that way. Twofold. A, they'll just go play somewhere else. Right. But what about this? And here's really the answer. Because maybe he is. I think he is annoyed. His answer looked like he was annoyed. I think football players especially, maybe all athletes, but football players especially, they wake up feeling disrespected, even if they're not.
Comes with the
We've watched
territory.
them concoct in their brain. Was it Travis Kelce who, when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, was like, we shocked the world? What?
Right.
No, you didn't. You were favored. We've all thought you keep winning Super Bowls. No one's surprised. Football players, Debo in particular, he goes straight to social media after the game to make fun of the people he just beat. Yeah. Like, he wakes up feeling disrespected. So if he feels disrespected by the Niners, I'd argue he's going to go do the same thing he always does, which is try to grab a football and plow someone into the ground.
Well said, Mark.
We'll be listening.
With that, we're going to leave the show to you all.
Right,
and you'll explain to everybody why great show you got coming up. We'll just see you tomorrow on 95.7, The Game.
The Game, yeah.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Indeed, we will get the cameras. Hang tight. I just want to start the show today, though, by expressing relief. There's a lot to get to. We're going to get to all the different angles of it. We'd love to hear from you, react to the draft, but the 49ers chose now, and that is exactly what they should do. They also chose then. It's not like they didn't pick players. I understand that, but I am very, very thankful today that we circle back. And yes, this could be thrown in my face in an hour and a half if Bryant McFadden is on one on social media. Maybe Debo's a Steeler by 6 o'clock. But as we sit here right now today, the Niners remain loaded. They kick the can down the road. And that's exactly what I was hoping that they would do.
And I like the way that they constructed their draft. And many people want to look at this pick and that pick and rip them for this and that. But I thought they did a nice job. They addressed the corner position, and they've got a guy who can play inside or outside. They got 2 receivers. They got 2 linemen. They got a safety who is a bit of a hybrid, according to Kyle and John, a guy who played a hybrid role in college. So I like the picks, Mark. I like what they did to address their needs, and maybe they didn't go in the order everybody wants, but That's not how drafts work.
No, who cares?
Right.
Do you mean by position or even the players themselves?
So you get to 31, and everyone says, oh, you need an offensive lineman, and you don't take one. You take a receiver, and everybody's up in arms because you already have 2 receivers, and you only start 2 receivers, so you wasted the pick. And then you get into the second round, and you don't address the offensive line again, and people are mad because that's a big need, and you end up getting 2 offensive linemen, both of whom have positional flexibility. You can play guard, you can play center, you can move them around a little bit. And that to me was what the theme of this draft was for the Niners. A lot of positional flexibility guys.
What I learned about myself is that I am susceptible to advertising, and maybe all of us are, but I'm with you, but this is the way I do it. Like I got a text from a buddy. You know the thread, the old buddies. The buddies have been around since
the Foster
forever.
City crew.
The crew.
Yeah.
And one of them waited, and he waited until Saturday night, and he said, I'm pretty unimpressed with the Niners draft. And then another one jumped in and went, I agree. And I'm sitting here just chuckling to myself. And I have to do this as a sports talk radio host sometimes. When the sports texts start flying, I have to take a step back. Sometimes I'm like, I'm going to let one of my other guys take this one. I'm not going to be coming in hot, coming down the road to people who are texting, I don't like the draft, because you have no idea who any of these people are.
Right.
You've heard of none of them. We all look at the draft the exact same way. We leave to go do whatever we're going to do on Saturday, and then we come back at night, and we look at the little letters next to their names. Oh, they got a CB. They needed a CB. That's a good draft. All right, good. You have no idea who's going to make the team, who's going to overperform, who's going to underperform. And so finally I waited, and another buddy jumped in and said, why don't we revisit this conversation in 3 years? And I said, thank you.
Yeah.
And Mike is his name, and he likes to listen. So Mike, if you're listening, thank you. Thank you for talking our other friends down off of, I didn't like the draft. Yeah, they addressed all the things you need to address. They may not have addressed them well, but there's no way for us to know that yet. But I can see the concept of what they did, and I am susceptible to advertising, because what I do is, unlike Larry Krueger, who's on YouTube for like he's already started on next year's draft, I wait until the players are picked, and then we do YouTube. Because I don't want to YouTube 250 people.
Right.
I'll do
How about
9.
8?
How about 9?
Yeah.
Right? So, and then people will be like, look at what this guy can do. And I'll be like, wow, that looks pretty good. But they all look pretty good. That's why they got drafted. So I look at this more from an umbrella concept. Forget, I think this guy's going to be good. What did the 49ers do? And I think that they largely chose now and then.
Right.
And they chose players who may not have to have a lot on their shoulders this year, in the hopes and the plan that they'll have to have a lot on their shoulders in 2025. And for me, I say bravo to that. That's how a good organization runs.
Yeah, but you may need these guys sooner depending on injury.
And they might be ready.
Right. And that, to me, becomes the key to what they did, because if you don't still make a trade with your wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall can come in and fit in where he needs to fit in. And Debo, Steiny mentioned 86% playing time, but what he failed to mention was something you and I talked about last week, that, yeah, he only missed 2 games last year, but there were 2 other games that he basically was just a decoy out there. He didn't have a target or a catch. Correct. So if you take 4 of 17 games where Debo was a non-factor, maybe Pearsall can play more in those games and he gets experience. And now you have depth at the receiver position that you didn't necessarily have last year, even though you had, Bell and you had Gray. These are guys that you didn't feel comfortable putting out there.
Right. It didn't work. Look, they needed these guys. Maybe not for the role that we were thinking, or maybe, we'll see. Like maybe Pearsall is ready to go. There's another philosophy that the Niners used. There are 2 philosophies they used. I think for the most part, they're looking at players and saying, we don't want to put the weight of the world on their shoulders this year. But the second thing they did, which is something we've been talking about a lot through Warrior season, they picked players who've played a lot of games.
Right.
Like this is the whole, and we talked to people this week who said Brock Purdy is one of these people who sort of changed the narrative in football. It's like, it's not just what is your raw talent, but how much experience do you have? And therefore, how ready are you to contribute? Hey, Pajemski and TJD, you played a lot of games. Wow, who'd have thunk it? You came in and by midseason, you looked NBA ready. So that was the second part of what looked like the 49ers philosophy. And I really hope that in all sports, this is something that's on the come up, which is stop falling in love with that 40 time. Here's what I've learned about football players who go to the combine. They fast. But I also know that Jerry Rice didn't have a great 40 time. He's the greatest receiver of all time. So stop falling in love with the measurables and start falling in love with the player and the situation.
Right.
And that's what I saw the Niners do over the weekend.
Well, Isaac Guerrero, 4.33 in the 40.
That's fun too.
Right.
Yes, they're fast.
But he did play 41 games, and he's got a legitimate track record you could look at. And he's an interesting prospect because he runs that 4.33, but he's a big dude. He's like a super fast bowling ball.
Yeah, he is.
So it's
and he
exciting.
Can catch passes.
Right. It's exciting to think what he might be able to be as the backup to Christian McCaffrey as a change of pace running back. And, Eli Mitchell, his time here might be short. I don't know if he's a guy who's on the move or what's going to happen. But now, and I heard Kyle talk about it. I know we're going to play some Shanahan sound throughout the day, but he's excited now to get a chance to see these guys on the practice field. And then you can start to make some real decisions from there.
Yeah, I know you're also one of the things you might be referring to is Latu, because they didn't do anything at the tight end position.
Right.
So he was asked at one point, does that mean Latu's the backup? And he's like, I'm thinking no. That's going to be it's going to be a no from us, dog. Mainly because he doesn't practice. He hasn't done a damn thing yet. So no, we don't hand stuff out. And by the way, keep that statement in mind. I'm prey to this as well. We get way too emotional. We get way too attached. And I say that even though I've been over here on the keep Ayuk train and the keep Debo train. But we get way too emotional with the idea of, oh, you're going to offend him. Wait a minute. You're a football team and you drafted a receiver when you've already got receivers? Yes. Yes, we drafted a receiver when we've already got receivers. Because you know what? Every human being in the world whose head is screwed on straight knows you need to show up to work tomorrow and earn it again. Earn it again. I'm sorry. That's just how it works. And if you're not built for that and you don't have the stomach for that, I think that is an unbelievable weakness. And for us to think that Debo Samuel has the mentality to grab the ball and find frothing at the mouth safeties coming to get him, and the first thing he thinks is, I'm going to go through his chest. That person is going to crumble?
Right.
Because the Niners drafted someone who plays the same position?
2 guys, actually.
I mean, come on, man. He better be able to handle that. If he can't handle that, he done.
And there's also Tariq Owens, Terrell's son,
Indeed.
undrafted free agent. He's on the team as well. So that receiver room full of new guys. And so maybe Debo is going to be so shaken that he's just not going to show up, Mark. He'll show up on the injured report with hurt feelings.
The Owens thing is tough, by the way. Brendan Rice got picked by the Chargers.
Yep.
And I've told you this story before. Jerry has another son who was a receiver. You know what his name was? Jerry Rice Jr. And he has told the story of how difficult it was to arrive in an NFL camp when your name is Jerry Rice. People look at you like, so you're going to be, let me think, great, right? Right away.
Right. Bronny James, same thing.
Right. It's a lot to live up to. So if I were Terrell Owens, I'd have named my kid Bob. This whole, you just walk in here and, hi, my name's Tariq Owens. Oh, God. So you're going to catch 20 balls today, right?
Right.
Wow.
And the other part of it is Dad looks like he could still play. So,
right.
I mean, and Terrell Owens is 51 now or something, and
still looks 35.
Exactly.
Still looks 35.
I mean, if Tariq can't make it, then maybe Daddy T.O. might come out and try to make the squad.
I think everybody should go to YouTube. A, it's fun, but B, Dibs is wearing a Dipsy t-shirt. You look again tinier than the last time I saw you.
Thank you.
There are many on YouTube suggesting that you haven't worn that shirt since high school. When's the last time you wore that shirt?
It's been probably since I ran the race, and this is from the 2003 version.
Okay, so that shirt can buy its own beer.
Sure can.
That's exciting.
Yep.
Maybe it could go on a little run for us toward the end of the show.
Be nice, and I'd love to get skinny enough to do the dipsy again, but need a couple of knee replacements before we get back to that, but there's still time.
But at least we've got the shirt. So you ought to see this, okay? Rare form on a Monday from my partner, Dan Dibley. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Yes, indeed, you will hear the really important stuff from Kyle Shanahan coming up next. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570, and we're following Steelers Twitter. Is something that we didn't think would happen still about to happen. Only one way to find out, and stay right here with Willard and Dibbs.
Now,
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. If you're just joining us, apparently Steelers Nation believes that the Ayuk and Debo thing is not over, which we should talk about in a little bit. Because I thought what you said during the handoff thingy, I thought was really true, which is I don't see a way of doing this now where people aren't going. Now people can be even more upset. Don't you think?
Absolutely. Because you didn't get anything for him that you can use right now.
Well, we don't know what, like...
True. If it's the same kind of deal as...
George Pickens for Brandon Ayuk.
I mean...
that's not happening, but...
Right. I'd have to look at his contract details, but...
I would wait until I know what we don't know before I get upset. That's kind of my deal, but I have a hard time believing that they're going to go through the twists and turns of demanding something wonderful in return, and that's why we didn't trade them, and then turn around and do something a couple days later for like a number one draft pick in a year.
Right.
Oh, that would not land well.
That would chap fans' hide, their collective hide, because then you would not be getting anything. And plus, I do think, Mark, that fans and people in general have a hard time with delayed gratification. We want it now. We want to know. That's why these draft grades are so popular, because people want to know now. How did the Niners do in the draft? Well, let's go look at draft grades, and you can decide. And I'm going to do...
NFL.com gave them a B-.
Okay.
Every team got a C+ or better. And I was like, dude, if I had a class of 32 students and everybody got a C+ or better, I'd kiss the sky. I can't even get half of them to show up to class, let alone get a C+.
Do you take attendance?
Yeah.
In college?
Yeah, but that's just for the university's sake. I don't care. I'm not going to come to your house and make you come to school. But like, my goodness. So every NFL team did C+ work or better. Good job, everyone.
Right.
You're amazing.
Well, and that's where this becomes just complete nonsense.
Totally.
Because somebody had the 32nd best draft and somebody had the best draft. So if the 32nd best draft is still a C+, well, then you're going to have probably, 70% of these guys not only make their teams, but become real good NFL players.
No, everybody who got drafted over the weekend is going to make the team. C+, everything was above average.
Well, C+ would have to be 77%.
Every team was above average. All of them.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
What are we doing?
Well, that's from NFL.com, which is
just one. This is one of 28,000 lists that got sent out on Saturday night and Sunday morning.
But I think it goes to my point about instant gratification, because we all, like, you watch a game, and at the end of the game, you have that instant gratification. Your team either won or your team lost, and then you know how you're supposed to feel about it from there. And so if the Niners did make a trade and they did get a pick for next year, well, that's delayed gratification. We're going to have to wait a year for them to make the pick and then wait 2 or 3 more years after that to see if that pick was actually any good for a player you give up today.
Yeah,
we're not doing that.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Look, again, the bottom line is if something like that were going to happen, and you know, for those of you just joining us who might be wondering why the heck we're saying this, Bryant McFadden, who used to play for the Steelers and is now very involved in Steelers media, just said on Twitter an hour ago, "Ooh, Omar is working." That's the Steelers front office. The Steelers are very close to landing a significant playmaker. Hashtag here we go. Hashtag stay tuned. So our crack staff, also known as our boss, Matt Nahigian, got on the phone, and he said, Odyssey Pittsburgh, what the hell's going on? What are y'all doing out there? What's happening? And the word he got back was, yes, they're talking about a receiver, and certainly the speculation is that it would be one of the 49ers receivers. Now, listen, that's why we're talking about it, but it feels very kind of pie in the sky to me. Like, think of it, forget even how mad fans would be. Think of the egg on the face. Wouldn't there be egg on the face?
Of the Niners?
You said all weekend we explored it, then we didn't explore it. We're happy to. The only way that I could see this happening after the fact is if the draft did go the way it went and Debo's representatives got on the phone with the Niners and said, bleep you. What the hell is this?
We want out.
It's the only way. It's the only way. The Niners press conference would have to be like, yeah, we had no choice. And they always have a choice. But you don't want to be there. Like the 49ers are in a spot where they can force Debo and Brandon to do all these things, but you don't want to be doing that.
No, and your analogy about parenting your children is a great one because there are things that you can force your kids to do, and eventually they'll do it or they won't do it, and you can draw your line in the sand, and you can make things tough, and I'm no more allowance, and I'm taking your car, and now you're grounded, and you can go to DEFCON 1 all you want. Is that going to get you the desired result? And I had a little standoff this morning.
Not in my case, I can tell you that.
My daughter turned 20 months old today. It's her month day, so she's 20, and she's getting that independence. So, I made an egg for her, and we're having egg for breakfast. No, she doesn't want the eggs.
No.
So now I have a choice. Either, I tried the airplane. I tried all the old tricks. Have a bite for mama.
Yep.
All that. She's out. So I can either, okay, you're not getting any other food. How's that going to work for me with a hungry baby? Now she's going to go double crabby. Or you bite the bullet and you make her a bagel like she wants. So then you end up throwing the egg away because I'm not eating. And so now you got to make her a bagel. You win, but by letting her win, we all win. And it's kind of the same thing here, right? With a player, if he's truly like Brandon Ayuk, how much are you going to draw a hard line? Or you're going to have to work with him so that everybody can win, right?
Quick aside.
I love a quick aside.
Quick aside. If you got food at the house that's going to go to waste, I'm going to bring you some Tupperware. I'm going to eat it. And I want you to bring the food to work, and I'm going to take care of it for you.
Okay.
And I'm going to wash the Tupperware, and then I'm going to bring it back to you.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
This was a scrambled egg, which I don't think you want my scrambled egg.
Yes, I eat it. Yes, I do. I love scrambled eggs. I have eggs every single morning.
But the scrambled egg would have been 9 hours old by now.
In Tupperware.
I'm going to eat it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to reheat it, and then I'm going to eat it.
I'll start doing that.
I have told the lovely Christy there's something I've referred to as the tube. The tube. Because she's got two girls, and they, whatever.
I like this.
Like someone will order a pizza, and then they just stick it in the fridge, and it's just like that. Nobody wants that. I'm like, well, I do.
I'm going to eat it.
Put it in the tube. Stop throwing food away.
Right.
That's what I'm here for.
Okay.
Garbage disposal. That's what my T-shirt from 21 years ago should say. Garbage on the front, disposal on the back.
Duly noted.
All right? All right. Anyway,
no worries.
Here's Kyle Shanahan on evaluating. Actually, no. Let's play Schefter first. Check this out. This is interesting. Do you gather anything from this based on the conversation we're having? This is from the Pat McAfee show. Adam Schefter on Ayuk and Debo.
They had inquiries about Brandon Ayuk, and they decided they wanted to try to sign him to a long-term contract that they're still trying to get done. They got a couple of inquiries on Debo. Nothing got close to getting done. And they said over the weekend, and I believe this is the plan, that the plan right now is to move forward with both those guys. Now, here's the deal. Ayuk has not signed that contract. He's headed into the last year of his deal. Juwan Jennings is headed into the last year of his deal. And Deebo Samuel is headed into the last year of guaranteed money on his deal that has 2 years left. So clearly, there are wide receiver questions in San Francisco that they're going to have to address. So they got out in front of it this weekend by drafting the two wide receivers that they did, including Ricky Pearsall in round 1. And now the Niners don't plan to move on from either of those guys. Now, could that change at some point? Sure, absolutely. And by the way, if there's a team that all of a sudden has a wide receiver injury and makes a big play, could you pry loose one of these guys? It's not what they would like to do. It's not what they're planning to do. It's not what they want to do. But clearly we know that there are some wide receiver questions out in San Francisco.
Okay. All right. It's not what they're planning to do. It's not what they want to do. Could you pry him loose? I mean, I guess you could argue this. Remember what Steiny was saying a few minutes ago. It's like, okay, you're going in the draft. The Niners are driving a hard bargain. You're going to give us a top 20 pick or we're out. And we have leverage in this situation because we can keep them. And so they did because they're like, no one's going to offer a top 20 pick and then have to pay Brandon Ayuk. All right, well, what about now? I mean, you could argue that the leverage goes up even more. In other words, what Adam is saying is someone's got to like really, really want Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel. Is there an injury? Someone's got to like be in a desperate situation. And if that's the case, okay, like you're making us that offer we can't refuse. Well, what is that offer? I mean, like to me, a top 20 pick next year is not as valuable as a top 20 pick this year.
Right.
And you also don't know what the first round pick next year. Is it top 20? Is it 31? Or is it 1? You have no idea at this point. So I don't know. This almost feels to me like if the Niners were gonna be convinced of something now, it would need to be draft capital and a player. You would need to replace that wide receiver. You would need to give the 49ers someone who they know can play.
Definitely, especially in light of what Kyle said on Saturday, and I know you're going to play the full cut, but the part that struck me was you don't want to take 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward in the future. And you haven't done that. You drafted 2 wide receivers, so you didn't take any steps back at that position. You got deeper. You got better. Your wide receiver room now is better than it was 5 days ago.
We think.
Well,
just saying.
It's better by the fact that you have a couple of candidates in there.
There's more people. Yes.
Correct. It's not worse. I mean, you went from Deebo, Brandon, Juwan, and who knows, and now you have Deebo, Brandon, Juwan, and more who knows. Right. You got more who knowses.
yes, you do.
So is it better? I think it's better. It's not worse. I don't think you can possibly argue that it's worse.
I don't know how it would be worse.
Right. So do you want to go from that spot to take the 2 steps back and trade Deebo to Pittsburgh for, I mean, unless you can somehow get another tight end in, because I was looking at the Niners depth chart and you only have 1 tight end right now who is, a professional, you can trust him kind of guy. And you do like to do 2 tight ends a lot and 3 tight ends occasionally.
Season doesn't start tomorrow.
I wish it would.
That would
be a lot cooler if it did.
That'd be great.
Right?
Although it'd be weird to play games on a Tuesday, but they did it in COVID, so why not?
Good call.
Yeah. I like there's a long way to go. There's a long way to go. All the way up until August when like other teams start cutting players. And you're like, we'll take that guy. There's a long way to go. So that's why, I think that there are a couple things that a 49er fan could say today. I know Grandy has said this, and I get it. They grabbed a couple offensive linemen, but they didn't do it high, and they didn't do it with what is a clear tackle, which I know you want them to address that, right? On the right side. I know a lot of Niner fans do.
Yeah, I think it's one of their biggest needs, but clearly the Niners disagree with me there.
Well, they did over the weekend, or
last 2 years hadn't drafted a tackle.
But would you want them to draft someone just that has the letters OT next to his name if they did not evaluate that person as a good player?
If they think he's going to be bad, sure. But they also had the ammo to move up and try to do other stuff.
They definitely did. But, okay, so is right tackle and tight end an area of need? You could argue it. Sure. Is there a game this weekend? Nope. So, these things can still be addressed. And the Niners, when they have really felt a need, I think they've often laid in the weeds and then pounced. I mean, I remember when Joe Staley was about to retire, and the 49ers, a lot of people, oh, God, what are we doing at left tackle? Next thing you know, Trent Williams is on the team, and no one saw that coming. So, I don't think there's a move like that. The draft is already in the rearview mirror, but I don't know. I don't know how they're going to address this, and there's a whole lot of time. Here's what Kyle did say over the weekend. First one is evaluating prospects in terms of how they can help now versus well into the future.
I'd always say I wish it was the other way around, but last year, you're done with free agency and stuff, and you go in the draft, and it's where do you need a starter? And yeah, you always want the best starter possible, but where do you have to get a starter? And you go into last year's draft, and to me, it was one position. It was kicker. And so, yeah, there's some starter positions you can't find a better guy, and there's a lot better, but they're all still guys you feel you can win with as starters. And you go into a draft, and you're like, all right, well, we don't have a kicker, so we got to find a starting kicker somewhere. What else do we want to do? Well, we'd like to get better in this area, and that area, but where is that guy when that draft comes? And if that's not available, then you get a guy to beat someone else out? You get a guy because, hey, this guy might be up on a contract next year, and this guy could be a backup in case of injury, and we can plan for the future, or is this just the best player available? And that's why there's so many different layers to all of this, and wish the draft came first. You can always just sit there and take the best player that came, and then you could go into free agency and try to figure out, like, all right, where can we go fill these holes? But it goes the other way, and that's why it's a bigger window than just right now.
I mean, drafts, no matter what form we do them in, for most of us, is fantasy football. Like, I mean, and I know this is a dorky way to talk about it because that's real life, not some stupid game that we're all playing. But even Matthew Berry and Tom, Dick, and Harry of the fantasy world will tell you the same thing. Don't start the round when you're 15 picks away and tell me what position you want. But wait, better find out who's on the board. Better find out if that person is worth that pick. Better find out if something else happened, because that's the nature of a draft. I need a tackle. Well, the good tackles were taken. Well, right. Who fell since these people in front of me were taking the tackles? And that's, I think, part of why the Niners looked at it and went, well, you know who we think is amazeballs? Ricky Pearsall. So let's take him, because that is, in one form or another, also an area of need. Like, I think that's a fun phrase, area of need. All of them.
Pretty much.
They're all areas of need. Every year it's football and dudes are going to get hurt, and there's a future to think about.
The only areas that you don't really have need right now, you could say quarterback would be one.
Although, who's your backup quarterback, which is an important position.
Dobbs. I mean, yes, it's important, but
okay,
if you drafted a guy, you still would have wanted a veteran quarterback anyway. So I don't think that was an area of need. Linebacker, kind of an area of need, but you can get by with the two that you have. And then kicker would be the other one. Kicker and punter. You're pretty good with your kicker and your punter, but as you look at the first round and the way it went, I get what Kyle's saying. And, you know, Grandy's right. It would have been great to get one of these good tackles, but the price to move up to get a guy, and maybe it's a guy you don't love.
It's a lot.
8 tackles went in the first 29 picks. So before they even had a chance to go at 31, so would they have been better off taking the 9th best offensive tackle at 31 or taking a receiver that they obviously loved?
John Lynch answered the exact same question. Prospects now versus future.
I think this class is representative of it. You know, I don't know a player. I think all these guys can contribute this year. So you try to do both. You try to say, hey, does this guy have starter in him in some time? Is there some development that he can someday be a starter? But right away, can he help? Special teams is often the avenue. I think back to my career. I didn't start till year 3, but I think I was a good member of the team because I contributed in special teams for the first couple years and played some defense. So that's really integral. And so it's that thought process. And, you know, I like this class because of just that. I think all these guys, it's tough. It's a really good roster, so it's going to be tough to crack for these guys. We do believe that they have the skill sets, the mentalities, the makeup that they can come in and find a way if it's on them now. But, you know, they can come in and compete right away, and then we do believe that with the development, which is part of what we do as well, consistently developing guys so that we get the most out of them and into the future as well.
Okay, and what about this from Kyle Shanahan? We'd love to react to this, and again, your phone calls welcome, 888-957-9570. This, to me, is sort of the underbelly of the whole weekend for the 49ers. They didn't win the Super Bowl. They need to win the damn Super Bowl. And, hell, Mike Silver over the weekend called this the last dance. It's all going to change after this. Well, I'd like to respond to that in a second, but that is the backdrop for most of us to this draft. The pressure of not winning a Super Bowl and big money contracts coming due. How do you navigate that? Here's what Shanahan said.
I think when you get close to a Super Bowl and you don't win it, I think there's always more pressure. I mean, especially from outside in, because you're going to hear about it more. So I think, everyone has a certain expectation for the season and things like that, because you always want to do better the next year, and there's not a lot of room to do better. There's only one more game, and so everyone wants to get their mind to that spot, but every team's different each year too. And so you go into a year and the main thing is you don't want to get worse. You always try to get better, but you don't want to get worse. And when you do have players that have played a lot of good football over these last 3 to 5 years, I mean, it becomes a problem because you got to pay guys, and it's harder to keep carrying that. And that's why we went into free agency. Like, you have to make a lot of hard decisions, but we're not ready to take 2 steps back. So eventually we can take 3 steps forward, or however that is. But you don't know if that's possible. And so you try to make your free agent decisions that way. You try to do the draft that way. And I feel we're in a position that hopefully I don't think we did get worse. I think we've tried to keep it to where we're there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, again, the whole journey to get to a Super Bowl is so hard, and there's so many potholes along the way. But I'm comfortable with what he said there at the end. I mean, the 49ers aren't worse today than they were last season, at least not like visibly, right? You know, I know there's been some movement on the defensive line. Obviously, there's the Dre Greenlaw question.
Yep.
They certainly didn't get worse, and they were pretty damn good to start with.
Right, and, you know, we'll have to see if Leonard Floyd will be as good, if not better than Eric Armstead was, because he was a big guy that you lost in the free agency period, but you feel like through free agency, you addressed a lot of the losses that you had, and then in the draft, you got some more depth pieces. You don't know how many of these 8 draftees, rather, are going to come in and be able to contribute, but hopefully you're not relying on any of them.
Don't leave out the undrafted guys, too. I mean, there's a bunch of them. And those guys make the team now sometimes.
Yeah.
And some of them were pretty interesting. I told you I'd fall prone to advertising. I even had some people, oh, look at this undrafted free agent. And by the way, Krug is texting me, you're mentioning the tight end position. They picked up, what was his name? Was it Mason Pline? Mason Pline. Kruger's salivating over the guy.
Of course.
You know what that is?
It's a salivation sensation.
Exactly.
Out of Furman, Mark, as you well know.
Very exciting. I love players out of Furman.
6'6" 3/4, 251. I like the size. I like the player.
I like the pick, except for it wasn't a pick. It just picked him up. So
Pliny the Younger. Yeah.
Very good.
I'll take it.
All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Plenty of draft reaction. What's your reaction? Take your calls. Andrew Brandt, one of the great sports business minds out there, joins us in the 4 o'clock hour. I do at some point want to drop this in as well. I did speak to someone in the Suns organization today.
That thing's broken.
I did speak to someone in the Suns organization today.
I wonder who.
Big mystery.
It's a great question.
Yeah. It's actually not a question. It's just a fact.
He's got to be bummed.
Maybe some things to tell everybody about.
Yeah.
On Willard and Dibs.
And now, your Live Nation lineup. Mr. Big at the Fillmore, May 17th. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Say it again. Bryant McFadden used to play for the Steelers.
Okay.
Quote, "Ooh, Omar is working," referring to their front office. The Steelers are very close to landing a significant playmaker. Okay? Hashtag, here we go. Hashtag, stay tuned. Our people have done some work behind the scenes and found out that indeed this is referring to a wide receiver. And there are some in the Steelers community that believe that the 49ers are the target of this tweet. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
We have a rebuttal.
An official formal rebuttal?
On the possibility of Brandon Ayuk or Debo being traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers, an anonymous league source tells 95.7 The Game, quote, "Nothing is going on there involving the 49ers."
So there is no there, is what you're saying.
Correct.
With the 49ers and a possible Pittsburgh deal.
Correct.
All right.
So I'm back to breathing easy again.
Put that baby right to bed.
Yeah.
And if we got action is Bryant McFadden's tweet, and he was talking about what, the Niners and another team that possibly could be involved.
The other name that came up was Cortland Sutton, who I feel like the Broncos have been flirting with the idea of trading for over a year and a half.
Okay.
That was the only other name that came up. What other wide receiver is, quote, available right now?
Well, Tyler Boyd is still unsigned, right, at this hour?
Yeah. Landing a significant playmaker. If you tweet, "Ooh, about to land a significant playmaker," and you sign Tyler Boyd, I think the fan base should be like, back to Wiggins.
He's a wide receiver 3.
Correct.
And Cortland
That's what
Sutton.
he has been, yeah.
Sutton is a 1, but only because, Denver's not very good.
Well, he's a 1 because Judy didn't work out. Judy was supposed to be the 1, and he wasn't. So, yeah, that's the only name at this point that's kind of known. I think there's others out there that could percolate. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea how quickly anything like this happens, but I look around the league and I think to myself, okay, like how is the Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle thing going to work out in due time? Jalen Waddle is actually the one who's experiencing in Miami what people think Brandon Ayuk is experiencing here. The whole, like, I'm way too good to not be getting more targets. I don't think Brandon is that, like, at least my sense and the people I talk to, I don't think that's bothering him that much. Does it bother him? It bothers every receiver that they don't get the ball on every
play. Right.
So yes, but is it like something where he wants to leave? I think not.
No, we talked to TJ Houshmandzadeh, his personal coach, and TJ said, I think no less than 5 times, he just wants to get paid.
He wants to pay.
He wants to get paid. He wants to stay. He wants to be paid. And everything else will work itself out after that. And even though he doesn't get the ball as much as many of the guys, he still manages to rack up yards that most other receivers don't.
I'm looking around the league. I know, Justin Jefferson is up for an extension. The Vikings are going to get that done. CeeDee Lamb is up for an extension. The Cowboys are going to get that done. Who else is out there that would be a big name? The Bills have already done all of their work. I don't know. Odell Beckham is still on the market. He's available. Is that a significant playmaker?
I don't think so anymore.
Used to be.
Right. Jalen Waddle's an interesting one because he got extended and his deal ends at the end of 2025. So 2 more years with Miami, and he's making next year. He'll only make 8.6 on the cap. And then the year after that is when his extension kicks in and he makes 15.6 at that point.
I would imagine Miami has no interest in giving up somebody who is outperforming his contract. But at the same time, again, I don't believe that Jalen Waddle is extremely happy with the way that offense runs.
Right, and it goes back to the point that we've discussed with the 49ers over and over again, and that is the idea of a team wanting to pay two receivers more than $25 million. And I know Tyreek Hill's contract at the end of it is mostly funny money, but Jalen Waddle at the end of next year, when he's going to be entering the final year of his deal, he probably is going to want an extension. And is Miami going to be in a spot where they want to give him huge money? So that's actually an interesting name as it pertains to a wide receiver who could be potentially a target.
Yeah, we'll follow that situation, but the further we get through this week and this weekend, the more comfortable I get with where the 49ers currently sit. I'm not someone who is going to overreact to names that we've got to see if they can play in the league. And I mean that about everybody now. Like, I know how fun it is. I was listening to the roast this morning. They have an interesting conversation about the landscape of the NFC. And Spadone even jumped in and was like, hey, the Bears might be good. And he's not wrong. C.J. Stroud, as a rookie, made the Texans good, and he's got incredible weapons all over the place now. Incredible names.
Yeah.
And many of them have performed in the league. DeAndre Swift is on the Bears now. The receiving core, the Bears receiving core has been a disaster for I can't even remember how long. Now DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and you draft Rome Odunze, that gets super interesting. Maybe they're good. Maybe they're still the Bears. And that division is difficult because Detroit is already good and Green Bay is already good. And I don't know exactly what's happening with Minnesota's quarterback situation, but it's a quality organization that gives people problems. And so, that division could be excellent. We know the NFC West could be excellent. We know the NFC East could be excellent. I don't know about those bottom two teams and what exactly they're doing. And now the Falcons join the ranks of viable teams coming out of the NFC
They were just
South.
a quarterback away last year, and now they've got a quarterback, assuming Kirk Cousins can play through the Achilles operation and be healthy enough to go. They've got all kinds of weapons down there in Atlanta. So
they might even do something crazy this year. Again, league sources tell me that the Falcons are considering, wait for this now because this is big.
Okay.
They might give the ball to Bijan Robinson and let him run.
And let him run.
And let him run. Might happen.
That'd be groundbreaking.
Again, I know I'm not the only one who's a little scarred by Bijan Robinson last year.
You did fine, Mark. You won the damn league.
I won in spite of the Falcons coaching staff.
You had both B. Robinsons on your team.
That's right.
As I recall.
And the other one ended up usually being better.
Yeah.
And Bijan that guy might be one of the most talented running backs in the league. And there were weeks where they're just like, we're not going to give him the ball. And then there were weeks where they're like, and now we're not even letting him off the sideline. Healthy and watching.
Right.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
It's a great question.
Yeah, but the NFC gets real interesting. Who can you tell me for sure stinks?
For sure?
For sure. Almost and there's never for sure, but almost for sure.
I don't think Arizona's very good.
Okay. I'll take the New York Giants.
Okay. They're probably not very good. Washington is interesting, but I don't think that they're going to be very good. I still think they're a year away.
Probably. Jaden Daniels, super interesting.
Right.
But yeah. And then Carolina. Carolina's another one where I'm like, that's not good. They're not good.
Right.
So, and then past that.
What about New Orleans? What are we thinking about New Orleans?
They're limited. They could be okay.
Yeah.
They're one of those teams that's battling to go 9-8 every year in that division.
True.
They could do it again. They could go 10-7. The Bucks, same kind of thing. And now the Falcons, I think their ceiling's a little bit higher. But the number of teams that we can go through and be like, they're not ready or they're not good, you're not even going to use your whole hand.
Right. I mean, we got to 4, maybe 5 teams right there.
Yeah.
And, in the West, you've got the Rams and Seattle. They're going to be good. Not great.
They
but
could be.
Right. And the Niners should be.
The Rams could be really good. Or not, but they could be.
Right.
I don't know how well. I know they drafted hard to replace Aaron Donald over the weekend. And so if those guys perform, I mean, my God, you want to talk about a receiving core now.
Yep.
This is pretty dynamic. So
Philly as well, great receiving core.
Yep.
And a quarterback who has been phenomenal in the regular season. Dallas looks to be the same Dallas they were last year, which means 12-5 and see and later in January.
Maybe. Dallas did a big old we didn't get better campaign this offseason. And I'm trying to figure out why. Like they just kind of sat there and watched everything go by. Certainly in free agency. I know they made picks and maybe they're good. You know, they need to address running back. They bring back Ezekiel Elliott.
Right.
Like I'm not too clear. Like they're already talented, so I guess that, we're talking about a pretty high level, but I'm not clear on what the Dallas Cowboys are doing. I don't know what their approach is right now.
Yeah. Maybe it's wait and see. They're taking the wait and see approach. And Tampa should be good again.
Yeah.
Although, I
know you have a crush on Baker.
Not a crush. I'm just impressed with what he's done to resurrect his career. He had a good year last year.
We are sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and then I also want to tell you one other thing, and this is cool. Now you got to listen now, because I know, we sit here on the radio and we talk about, campaigns and things like that. I really want you to listen to me on this one. This is one that I have used my own money to buy prior to them having anything to do with 95.7 The Game. So La Garza Sports Camp, my son went last year and just came home smiling and tired every day.
Smiling and tired.
And if you're a parent, there are no two words that go better together. Okay? So you should send your kid to La Garza Sports Camp this summer. It's really good. Their coaches are always awesome. They find good people that really love to work with the kids. That was a great experience for us last summer. We'll do it again. And if you'd like to win a $500 credit to La Garza Sports Camp for your kids this summer, make sure you are listening at 4 o'clock to find out how to win, okay? We'll keep going with the draft reaction, but a little something out of the Suns organization coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No joke, Dibs is like 12 pounds. You're like 12 pounds. You're wearing medium T-shirts confidently in the room on the show. Shout out Dipsy Trail. It's where I like to go do my morning air quotes workouts. They're short.
It's crazy up there.
Dude, no, those are some steep stairs.
Steep, 676 of them.
Yep.
And
then I do them, and then I go home and make eggs.
Yeah, I mean that's
it. Well,
I'd have to hit the elevator now. My knees aren't what they were when I got this medium, and I just looked it up. I finished, I think 480th place that year.
Oh, nice!
Not terrible. Hour and 10.
Out of how many people?
It's like 1,400 usually.
Yeah,
but it's a handicapped race where based on your age and your gender, they start you at different times.
Got it.
So
how far do you go?
It's 7 miles.
Okay, you go to
downtown Mill Valley.
You go to Stinson.
To Stinson Beach.
Okay, I've hiked it. I've done the hike.
It's one of the most beautiful hikes in the world.
But you got to come back?
No.
You just go one way?
One way.
Okay.
So you have
Thank God, because even to walk it, I'm tired.
Well, I ran the double Dipsy once where you start at Stinson.
Hell is that?
Start at Stinson, you run to Mill Valley, and then back to Stinson.
Why would you do that?
It's a fun race.
It's a terrible idea. Sounds incredibly painful.
It's not as painful as the quad Dipsy, where you go Stinson to Mill Valley to Stinson to Mill Valley back to Stinson.
Sometimes I just walk around in life and look at things people do, and I'm like, I don't know why you're doing that.
Yeah, you crazy.
Why are you doing that? That does not. Well, yeah, for like the first half hour.
Yeah.
Then it's just pain,
agony.
Anyway,
not to mention the chafing.
There is that.
He's trying to get Grandy uncomfortable in there, but he's dialed in.
We'll get back to the Niners, but I wanted to. I know that this is at least parenthetically on people's minds as you watch major names get ready to just dipsy on out of the NBA playoffs. See you, LeBron. Probable. Giannis is still in street clothes, down 3-1. And the Phoenix Suns just unceremoniously booted in the face. And was I big wrong when I said that there would be no walkover series in the Western Conference. Minnesota flicked them. And is it you that's been saying that you watch the Suns play and they just look like they hate each other?
Hate ball.
Hate ball.
They play hate ball.
All right.
And you can see it from Kevin Durant every time down the floor. When he doesn't have the ball, he stands on the weak side, and he either is clapping for the ball, or his hands are just on his hips.
Well, the report that came out from Shams today is that that's exactly what Kevin was upset about, was that's what they asked him to do. I go stand in the corner. He's like, what do you think I am, PJ Tucker? We're not doing this.
Who are you?
But they did it all year. So we will not be the first to say that when you look at the Phoenix Suns, it appears to be incredibly poor roster construction. I had a somewhat lengthy conversation with Salsas deep within the Phoenix Suns community.
Deep.
And I can tell you that just about, I'll give a big statement and then we can dive a little deeper.
Okay.
Just about everything that you've thought and said about the Phoenix Suns, and when I say you, I mean me, and I mean all of you listening. Just about everything that it looks like, it is that. It's exactly that. On TV and not on TV. It is not a group that is interested in staying together. How do you get out of it? I don't know. You just looked at the contracts a second ago and threw a number at me that I don't even know how to comprehend.
The number is $500 million with a B dollars that they owe Durant, Beal, and Booker. And I approximated it. It's an approximation sensation.
Good job.
Kevin Durant, 2 years, $106 million.
Yep.
Bradley Beal, 3 years, including a player opt. 3 years, $160 million. They owe him. Book. Devin Booker, 4 years, and it's $221 million that they owe him.
And Booker's not going anywhere. That's Booker's team.
Right. So if you add up the remaining amounts owed to Durant, Beal, and Booker, it's just shy of $500 million. And That's for 2 more years of KD, miserable. 3 more years of Bradley Beal, give me the ball so I can shoot. And 4 more years of Devin Booker, this is my team, I'm not going anywhere. So how do you fix it? I mean, you get somebody to take on Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, 35 years old. You owe him $105, $106 million.
Still really good.
Really good.
He's still really good.
But you're asking a team to give up $106 million, or actually $51 next year.
Well,
$51 million worth of assets, roughly.
Do you want to know? I'm mad at myself for this, and you, but mainly me.
Okay.
No, I want. Can someone simply give me the answer for what a future first-round draft pick is worth in terms of making salaries match in trades?
We should ask Bobby Marks.
I know. That's why I'm mad at myself, because Bobby was on a week and a half ago, and I didn't ask him that question, and I really want to know. I really want to know how that works. And I've done what you're doing right now. I've Googled it, and I've tried to read, and I can't get a straight answer. It's like talking to a teenager when you Google that. Can't get a straight answer. When's your test? When are you taking that test? Like, I just can't get a straight answer out of the internet. So if somebody knows, and I mean knows, don't be radio call that's like, so here's how it works. No, like, if you actually know, I would love it if someone would get in touch with us and tell us, and we'll research it some more, because it's interesting to think about. I mean, I don't know. That team was good when Chris Paul was on it.
The point guard.
Andrew Wiggins seems like the kind of scorer that Devin Booker would love. Like, just stay over there and get out of my way until I need you.
Yeah.
Moody. Just put it that. I think this came up a month ago in a different form, and I dismissed it completely. But what if Wiggins and Clay were not on the Warriors anymore and Kevin Durant was? Is that interesting to you at all?
No Wiggins, no Clay, but you have KD.
Uh-huh. Is that interesting to you?
It's interesting for sure. I don't know
if it could be made to happen or not.
Yeah.
But
I'm afraid that Kuminga would probably have to be a part of that if I'm Phoenix. But then again, you're not in a strong position.
You're not in a power position at all.
And Warriors giving up first-round picks. So you do that for 2 more years of KD, Steph, KD, and Draymond.
Kind of lines up perfectly, doesn't it?
And then TJD and Pods and Moody
Kuminga.
and Kuminga.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be exciting. I'd be interested, but if you're Phoenix,
it's not a great idea, but it's not the worst idea I've ever heard either.
And we are going to be over the next couple of months, because you've got until like late June when all of these contracts, like the opt-ins, like LeBron James, he has until June 29th to either opt in or opt out of $51.7 million.
How many people are watching Body Language on TV tonight?
Oh, for sure.
Who's
and
watching?
You saw the tantrum the other night, right?
Oh, yes.
Where they didn't challenge and he jumped up and down.
And he was right. And I would, look, if my name's Darvin Ham and LeBron James is literally stomping on the ground like a kid at Disneyland who missed a snack, I mean, just do it. Don't look to your iPad guy and be like, so should we do? Will you just, I don't care what you think. Maybe you still think MJ is the best of all time. I don't care.
He's the GOAT.
Of course he is. Will you just LeBron James, I would imagine, has earned enough respect that if he is pounding his feet into the ground, just challenge the play. I know it didn't affect the outcome of the game. Just, what are you doing? Challenge the play. Of course he was right. He's not going to react like that if he didn't know for sure. It's not like when Draymond does it and you're like, does he have a point, or is he just overly emotional? You knew LeBron was right. Boy, there's some anger. That fan base is not happy with Darvin Ham.
No. And, there was talk of a mutiny midseason this year, right? Where the players wanted Ham out. So I don't even know if he'll be back, whether or not LeBron James opts in or opts out once the Lakers season ends in about 6 hours. that season will be over.
What time's that game start?
It's a 7 o'clock tip.
Is it?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll give you 6 hours, and then it's a wrap. And then tomorrow we can come in and talk about Steph, Draymond, KD, and LeBron.
We'll be watching that one closely tonight.
For sure.
Very, very closely. The Giants are off. My 10-year-old son has become a just rabid NBA head.
Okay.
I mean, we'll sit there and watch every playoff game in its entirety the whole day if you let him. Absolutely. Like, there's no chance. When I get home, he will tell me everything about what Jason Tatum and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander have done while I was driving home. All of it. So we'll be with a close eye on that game tonight.
Awesome.
I'm very interested to see what the Laker body language is.
And so far in these playoffs, things have gone according to plan in many ways.
For the most part.
Minnesota with the sweep, you didn't want that.
Well,
but
the Milwaukee thing,
the Milwaukee thing is good for Warrior fans' dreams.
The players haven't played. I mean,
Right.
they haven't played. So I don't know if do you make sweeping judgments about the Bucks and their future in that they can't beat the Pacers when Dame Lillard and Giannis aren't playing?
Depends on how you feel about. Depends on how Giannis feels about Doc Rivers, because if I can't imagine that Doc keeps that job, and if that's something that Giannis wants or doesn't want, that might affect his willingness to continue to be a Bucks. If they get ousted, right? Because Indiana's up 3-1, if I'm not mistaken, right?
3-1.
So Indiana closes them out in 5. The Dame Giannis experiment maybe isn't a permanent thing, and I can't imagine Doc Rivers sticks around for that. How much longer does Giannis want to toil in Milwaukee? You got the one chip, and so you're rooting for Indiana. It'd be nice if Minnesota got bumped off in the next round, but the Clippers, you want them to lose. Maybe PG decides to take his talents elsewhere. He's a free agent.
Clippers-Dallas series is the interesting one.
For sure.
That one's been interesting. The rest of it has been, you're right, it's been a little bit more predictable than I thought.
That game 4 was crazy.
Which one?
Dallas and the Clippers.
Unbelievable. They blew it, and then they held on. And then, and then the Philly-Knicks one has been kind of fun, too. Joel Embiid, just quick note on that. I thought yesterday he did the one thing that athletes can't do. You can't do it. You cannot get mad at the fans. You can't do it. Like, especially in that city. You cannot get mad at the fans and tell them what they should be doing with their money.
Right.
Like, my God. You may be right. It doesn't matter. You cannot have that conversation in 2024 with fans when NBA players, this is only going to get worse. When you make $50 million, it sounds one way. When you make $70 million, it's going to get worse. When you make $100 million, because it's coming, it's only going to sound worse. Tell people as the 7 seed that they should be holding on to their tickets and not selling them when you've been unhealthy for a good portion of your career and you're about to get knocked out. Of course the place is filled with Knicks fans. They're excited. They're the 2 seed. It's like the first time they've been good in forever. So, anyway.
Stock down Joel Embiid. And I'm just going to say it. I'll put my name on it. Dirty player.
Why?
He is a dirty player. You saw what he did to the Knicks player earlier in the series where he falls down and he double leg whipped the guy. He could have hurt him. And then last night, Jalen Brunson's just floating down the lane. He puts a shoulder into his face.
I love when
Joel Embiid is a dirty player, Mark.
I love when you do that. Someone could have gotten hurt.
Absolutely.
I mean,
if Draymond would have done what Embiid did,
yes,
he would have been arrested on the spot.
Would it have been unforgivable?
Probably, but he would have been forgiven.
And then you would have forgiven him.
It's not up to me to forgive him. That's the head coach. Embiid got a flagrant one. Draymond would have been ejected on the spot, and he would have gotten a 15-game suspension. Double standard. Embiid, 51.4, 55.2, and then a player opt for 59.
Yeah. I mean, look, I hate this about Warrior basketball, but this is our job this particular playoffs. And it's to watch teams and players who are disappointing and having bad experiences and think about what that might mean. And until we know anymore, all we know right now is the Suns. The Suns are the ones out. And, I put it this way. I could see it. I doubt it. And I don't think it's a great idea, but I've heard worse ideas, and I could see it, especially coming from 2 dudes Steph and Draymond, who looked at each other 2 weeks ago and went, we ain't done. We ain't done. Okay, if you think you're not done, like what often happens in life? When things get crazy, what do? You try to go with what you know. You go find your people. We know that players and agents talk. I mean, I don't know. You think Steph's lobbed a call to KD yet? I mean, it's already on the internet that he hates it there.
Right.
I don't know.
Of the three highly unlikely possibilities, that's the most likely. Unlikely scenario number one, Lakers lose tonight. LeBron declines his option and convinces the Warriors to get Bronny, and LeBron plays for the mid-level and comes to Golden State. It's probably a 1 in 500 chance of that happening. Milwaukee loses. Giannis is disgruntled. He wants to be traded. The Warriors trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Probably 1 in 800. Kevin Durant disgruntled. We know that. KD wants out. Warriors trade for KD. Probably 1 in 200. A less than 1% chance.
Unlikely, and unlikely. But yeah.
Of the three unlikely scenarios, I would say the KD one is the most likely.
I agree with you. I don't know if that's even what they would want to do. But it's potentially accessible, it feels. All right. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. That's where Dibs has got the Smedium Dipsy shirt on. If you want to see it, it's pretty good experience. Go to twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. Subscribe to the channel. All of our content on 957 The Game is there all day long. So hit the thumbs up button if you like the show. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can also download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams. All right. Obviously, we've been reacting a lot to the NFL draft. And I wonder about this. And I think, again, we mentioned it earlier. Grandy is one of them. Did you come out of the draft annoyed that the 49ers did not, at least in an obvious way, address offensive tackle and tight end? John Lynch was specifically asked about that, and here's what he said.
We looked at numerous guys throughout the process. I think when you're drafting 31st, it's oftentimes hard to find a tackle that you really love, and we like our tackles as they stand right now. We like our depth with Jalen Moore being a really talented guy who can play the swing role. Drafted Kingston, who has some flex at tackle, and we'll continue to always try to improve ourselves, improve the depth of our team. But we're excited about our O-line group. I know a lot of people talk about that, but we feel pretty good about our group.
So he didn't even really get to the tight end thing at all. He made it all about the offensive line. Look, there was high-profile mistakes in the Super Bowl. That's a big part of that, although not a lot of them happened at the tackle position. Most of them happened at the guard. They did address guard a little bit. Listen, here's the only thing that goes through my mind. I would say if you're upset at the way the 49ers treated the offensive line, your response should be TBD. Don't get mad yet. Get preliminarily. Is that a word? Preliminarily mad. So
pre-mad.
I want you to be mad. I want you to put it in your back pocket. And you can even let the Niners know, if this doesn't work out, I'm going to be mad at you. And you will be right. However, there's a name I want to bring up. One name. And his name is Aaron Banks. Because he was a rookie 2 years ago. And he was a poster for the fact that the 49ers don't know what they're doing as far as drafting big guys. He's not any good, and I can't believe they did that. Here we go with another miss early in the draft by the 49ers. And then he came back the next year, and he gave up like no sacks ever. He was fantastic. So you can be mad, and I get it, but make it TBD, because maybe the 49ers are going to get production from an offensive lineman that you're not thinking of. He mentions Jalen Moore right there. Like, who's going to do the year 2 pop? It's a big part of my main point today. I love it, and the Niners are one of these teams. Falcons did it too at a super high-profile level. I love it right now when these NFL teams are drafting not for help right away. They are drafting for year 2 and year 3 help, hoping that those players pop then, because I think it is just a much higher success rate. If you ask me next year, look at the teams who have people in key positions who played last year versus the teams who you're interested in because you love the dogs they got in the draft. Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze to the same team, you say? I say probably last place. Probably last place is probably what you're looking at. The Bears would be lucky to get third, in my opinion.
Yeah, depending on how the rookie quarterback plays.
So what you saw, the names that came out over the weekend, I love them too. I really hope they're awesome in 2025.
And they may need him this year, but you hope that they won't. And, Colton McKivitz is the guy where he played 1,040 snaps last year. He played 98%, similar to that sort of trajectory that you talked about with Aaron Banks. McKivitz played a little bit as a rookie, then sat for 2 years, and then all of a sudden you got rid of McGlinchey. You needed McKivitz, and he was pretty good last year. He was good, maybe not elite, and maybe you did draft the replacement for McKivitz or Trent Williams over this past weekend. You don't yet know. And I would much rather the team not reach for a tackle at 31 and get the 9th best offensive tackle, because 8 had already gone before they picked.
Yeah.
If you like a receiver more in that spot, take the receiver. You're a good enough team to where you don't really have a glaring need at tackle or at guard. If your offensive line was as bad as fans make it seem, you wouldn't have been in the Super Bowl. Let's try to remember that.
Good point.
You don't go all the way
really
to the Super Bowl with a shoddy, Grandy, offensive line. It's not the way it normally works in football.
Right. But, no, it never works that way.
Right.
Yeah.
So, was your O-line, did you have some issues? Sure. Did your guard make a huge mistake at the wrong time in overtime? Absolutely. Does that mean you got to reach for a tackle at 31 because your guard messed up?
Well, it's an interesting sort of thing to break down, right? Like the offensive line is almost two different things. It's a living, breathing thing. The offensive line is the run line, and then the offensive line is the pass line. And those can be two different things. And the 49ers were more effective in the run than the pass. And that did seem to get to a point where it felt like there was a little bit of a shelf life on some of the things that they were doing in the past game. You got to the playoffs, and it didn't look the same, right? Or if somebody would go out, if a Debo would go out and whatnot, or if Trent Williams misses a game here or there, the whole offense would suddenly look like it would crumble a little bit. And with these receivers coming in, I do think that I hope as Brock Purdy becomes a more seasoned player in the NFL, that they do want to throw the ball more, and they do want to be more dynamic. I do think it's hard to go up against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl every third year and go, all right, let's see if we can hold Mahomes under 25 again.
Let's win it 20-17.
Crying out loud, it's really hard. So do what they did against the Lions. Let's outscore you. Let's boogie. You score, we score more. I think the Niners could use a little bit more of that. So I get wanting the offensive line to be a little bit more effective in the pass game. We'll see how they shuffle the deck and restructure it a little bit. We'll get to much more on that. Take your calls on it. Andrew Brandt is awesome and an hour away. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibbs.
Flowing water.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us. Andrew Brandt in an hour. Roster construction, business of sports. He's great at all of it. And all of that is still ahead around the corner. Brandon stays. Debo stays. ... for now. But also sounds like probably well into the future as well. Here's Adam Schefter on the situation on the Pat McAfee show today.
They had inquiries about Brandon Ayuk, and they decided they wanted to try to sign him to a long-term contract that they're still trying to get done. They got a couple of inquiries on Debo. Nothing got close to getting done. And they said over the weekend, and I believe this is the plan, that the plan right now is to move forward with both those guys. Now, here's the deal. Ayuk has not signed that contract. He's headed into the last year of his deal. Juwan Jennings is headed into the last year of his deal. And Deebo Samuel is headed into the last year of guaranteed money on his deal that has 2 years left. So clearly, there are wide receiver questions in San Francisco that they're going to have to address. So they got out in front of it this weekend by drafting the 2 wide receivers that they did, including Ricky Pearsall in round 1. And now the Niners don't plan to move on from either of those guys. Now, could that change at some point? Sure, absolutely. And by the way, if there's a team that all of a sudden has a wide receiver injury and makes a big play, could you pry loose one of these guys? It's not what they would like to do. It's not what they're planning to do. It's not what they want to do. But clearly we know that there are some wide receiver questions out in San Francisco.
Okay. And so does that simply mean that it'll happen next March? Maybe it'll never happen, by the way. Like Mike Silver's article, really good sort of like draw you in headline, and it's actually a very good article, but the basic idea of it is the 49ers kept their guys, and so now we go into the last dance.
Right.
And this is going to be the football version of the Bulls because, A, it's definitely going to be different after this year, number one. And number two, his point was there could be drama throughout. There's always drama in a football season. It's the 49ers, a lot of eyes on him. But his point being, you've sort of signaled to some of these guys that this is the end. Therefore, their mental state might bob and weave throughout the year as well. Debo's an emotional guy. We've already watched it with the way contract negotiations went. Here's the thing. Maybe this is a weird way to look at it. I don't know if one of these guys is gone after the year. Let's say that does happen. Let's say Ayuk gets an extension. Debo is a cap casualty next March. Does that mean that this was the last dance? I sort of look at this as par for the course. Like, big names will leave. Big names will get old. They will retire. They will be cut. They will be traded. What I want for this 49er team and what I do think is plausible in the NFL is that this lasts a long time. How can it be the last dance when Brock Purdy's going into season 3? The idea in the NFL when you have a good quarterback is, no, that's it. You're just good. You're good. The Chiefs each year, we had to get rid of, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. They made some moves in their secondary. The Bills, they're like, yep, we're moving on. No more Stephon Diggs. No more Tre'Davious White. Like, we're moving on. Not making a last dance. You're still expecting them to be good next year. Like, I'd like to think the Niners roster is strong enough to withstand this, is my point.
Yeah, and I think it is. And it's because of Kyle and John, and it's also because Parag Marate and what they've done with contracts and how they're able to circumvent the cap through creative restructures and the rest of it. But the idea of the last dance, I think, refers to especially the core offensive players. And in football with 53 guys in the roster and you dress 46, there's always going to be turnover year to year. But I think the notion of a last dance kind of vibe, for me, it speaks to Kittle and McCaffrey, Trent Williams and Brock, Ayuk and Debo. And you could throw Juszczyk in there as well because I do think he's a core member of that offense. Defensively, you've got some core guys, but Fred's going to be here. Bosa's going to be here. Dre Greenlaw coming back off the Achilles. He might miss all or the majority of the year, but for me, the last dance idea is more about the offensive core guys. And if Debo leaves at the end of next year, or if he gets traded before then, it does feel a little bit like the page is turned. It doesn't mean you're going to be like the Chicago Bulls, who went from being champions and being great to being completely almost anonymous overnight. You're not going to be that because you're going to have one of the better quarterbacks in football, and you're going to have Shanahan and Lynch, and you're still going to have a lot of good players on your team.
We're going to go to the phones on this. I did want to pass this along. It was sent out within the last hour by Shams on the NBA stuff. He writes that there is doubt that Giannis and Dame Lillard will be able to play in a potential elimination game 5 versus the Pacers tomorrow night. They're down 3-1, and both, as he said, have tricky strains that complicate returns and create risk. Like, I look at Giannis and I think of KD. I think of what KD did for the Warriors in the playoffs a number of years ago. And I think that that's the conversation that's going on with the Bucks. It's like, could you play? Yeah, you could play. You want to, risk the rest of your career? No, not particularly.
Right.
Okay. Especially with Dame Lillard now dealing with an injury as well. So it looks like the Bucks are in a really, really tough spot. And for those of you who are watching what this all means for the Warriors, that absolutely could have some sort of a trickle-down effect with that game tomorrow night.
I guess, but
and I don't even just mean Giannis. There's a trickle-down. There's a fallout. There's a fallout when stuff like this happens.
Giannis with 4 years left on his deal, and these numbers are like outer space. 48.8, 68.3, 73.8, 79.2, and that's a player opt. 79.2 million. So, wow, Mark, those are some numbers for Giannis.
Right, but it would also be a second consecutive early exit from the playoffs. And there is fallout when there is a big name, highly paid team that doesn't go somewhere. There will be fallout from the Suns.
Oh, without a doubt.
There will be fallout from the Phoenix Suns.
And for Milwaukee, I don't know what the fallout would be. Unless Giannis is just straight fed up, then you're looking at a $260 million deal that you'd have to find a home for, which is tough to do.
Let's go to Philmo Mike with Willie and Dibby. What's up, Philmo?
Hey, what's up with it, man? All day, y'all been on my boy. And so, first of all, the local team disrespect has gotten to an all-time high. You just said you disrespected Draymond. Interesting story would be, I want to know who people think the most, in terms of basketball IQ, the smartest player in the league. Now, Draymond gets kicked out the game, so he kind of loses it there, but he's a very smart player. With that being said, you guys have been on my guy Debo. We get emotionally attached to these players, right? And it's not a last dance. Heck, we haven't even had a first dance. What are we talking about? The last dance? It's the last go round for this group. Yes,
Philmo.
Mike Silver, the last dance.
How have we been on Debo? Explain what we've said.
You, Guru, Shasky, the whole station.
What's
Y'all
the opinion?
Like Debo's not here. You guys have been acting like Debo's not a part of this team.
How so?
Like he's a has-been. Everybody on the station, and it's very. His family could be listening. They're gonna be like, man, we don't need to be in San Francisco because they don't love Debo Samuel. Based on what you guys have been saying all day, Debo's still on the team. He's still here. We have to get the job done. That's the fact of the matter. It hurts my heart. Frank Gore, Patrick Willis, that great of a team didn't get a Super Bowl. They have to get a Super Bowl done, man. So don't kick Debo off the team yet. He's still on the team. Why are we talking about 2 years from now when he's not on the team? We acting like he's not here. He's still here.
Filmo, there is one point that I have thread through the last 2 weeks. 1 point and 1 point alone. Kick the can down the road. I'm not ready for Brandon or Debo to not be on the team. And all I've said is deal with it next March, because we don't even know. We don't know what the salary situation is going to be. We don't know who performed, who underperformed, who stayed healthy, and who didn't. The only point that I will give you is that I have said that if it comes down to Brandon or Debo, I would put my chip in Brandon's corner. But my very, very clear hope has been that both of these guys stay, because you would be worse if they didn't. I can't speak to what is being said on all shows. I understand where you're coming from. I sort of take issue with getting lumped in there. That's all I've said. That's all I've said for a week and a half.
I mean, we should talk about that when it gets there. What we should be talking about is how is the rookie receivers going to, put their imprint onto the game. How puny is going to impact and possibly break the line. You guys talk about like the offensive line, but y'all don't say like the offensive line. So y'all act like the offensive line is raw. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you guys give exception for the offensive line, but we don't give exception for Debo Samuel. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't see it, to be honest with you, Philmo. Much love. I don't like, it's April. It's April. We're not breaking down the game this week. We're breaking down how the 49ers have taken yet another step in reconstructing their roster, and for now, that includes Debo Samuel, which is all that I've been wanting the whole time. I didn't want to trade. You didn't want to trade.
Nobody's running Debo off the team. We're looking at the possibility down the road. And the weekend went by, and they didn't trade Debo, and now there's a report that Pittsburgh thinks they're close to getting a receiver, and people in Pittsburgh think it's either Ayuk or Debo, possibly. And so it's a discussion point again, although I think it's very, very unlikely at this point that the Niners move off of Debo between now and next March.
I think beyond unlikely, and even more unlikely in the near term, this Steelers thing, which we've already said, our league sources say that there's nothing going on there. So maybe it's someone else. First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, and your chance to win a $500 credit to La Garza Sports Camp is coming up very, very shortly. Plus, we'll tell you how to get $50 off La Garza, even if you don't win the contest. So stay tuned on that. Now, Filmo brings up a different point that I would love to talk about. Feelings.
Nothing more than feelings?
Feelings? We're going to talk about feelings. Debo's family might be listening. Therefore, rah-rah, sis boom bah, Debo left, Debo right, fight. This is the NFL. There are no tougher human beings on earth. And I get that physical and mental are not always married. I fully understand that. But when it comes to the National Football League and professional sports as a whole, hard decisions are constantly being made. The same people who are sitting here right now potentially worried that we're hurting Debo's feelings have been kicking Klay Thompson in the ass for 2 years now and kicking and screaming about let him walk. Let him walk. I'm not paying Klay that. 4 rings. So, unfortunately, I would love that every time an athlete does something good, we kumbaya together and hold a parade. But it's just not reality. It's not how we can do this. And for me, if somebody cannot handle that level, if their stomach cannot handle constantly being talked about, imagining life without them, drafts and free agency that are built to replace you.
Right.
If you can't handle that, you're not built for this. But I'm not coming down Debo's road because personally, I think he is built for this.
And I haven't seen or heard him do anything that would indicate that his feelings are hurt. And, we had the Diana Rossini had talked to him and she relayed some of the conversation. None of that to me was about hurt feelings. It was him being aware of the reality of the situation, which is there's a draft, and you just mentioned it. Every year in the draft, every team across the league drafted a player over the 3 days of the draft who is going to or will or they think might replace somebody who's on the team. Every team in the league had a player at every position. Can we all agree that every team had at least a couple of linebackers and a few corners and a receiver and this and that and the other? And yet every team went about drafting players for positions that were already filled. So
I thought all 220 picks were offensive, Dibs.
Exactly.
I really did.
Every single
pick. You
pick.
liked the pick. I found it offensive.
They all were
I thought
offensive.
the pick was offensive.
So
what are my draft grades? Offensive. All 32 of you.
When the Bears take Caleb Williams number 1, are you telling me that the Bears didn't already have a quarterback?
They had multiple
on their roster?
Indeed.
So
they gave Justin Fields away for a song.
Well, they gave him away. But they had other quarterbacks who now, oh God, I can't believe the Bears took Caleb Williams. Boy, I'm offended. So it's a league where you're not allowed to be offended. If you want to get offended, you should be offended by the fact that contracts aren't guaranteed.
Absolutely.
And that is what leads to more hurt feelings than the fact that the Niners took a couple of wide receivers.
Do you ever think about, you want to know what's offensive? What's offensive is that when a player gets drafted in the NFL, he has no choice but the next thing that he does, he doesn't get to call mom and dad. He gets to walk out on the stage and hug the person who's going to take advantage of the next 5 to 10 years of his life.
Right.
That's offensive. But we dance with it because we dance with the devil. And that's the deal. Football's an ugly business. And there is no room for my feelings are hurt. You drafted a receiver. The Niners went to bed, and they came back 2 days later. You know what they did? They picked their teeth, and they picked another wide receiver.
Exactly.
They did it again.
Right.
This is the nature of the beast. If there was no salary cap, we could kumbaya with these guys forever, the way Joe Lacob has.
Right.
You could just be like, you're good. We're going to keep you because we make a lot of money.
If there was guaranteed contracts too, then Debo wouldn't give a rip about who they took, when, or where, because he knew he was going to get his money.
The 49ers have essentially made their business, if you want to know how these contracts get built. And all the NFL teams have, but the Niners are next level at it. They are one of the foremost squads in their ability to never fall too hard into a contract. Sometimes you get stuck. You may acquire one. Somebody else did the deal. You take a chance. You end up paying a bunch of money for nothing. High D Ford. Hope it's going well for you. It happens. But when the 49ers do a deal, like the back end of that thing is going to offer flexibility, period.
Right.
That's just how it works.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, then you're going to be asked to rework your deal. And I'm looking at Kyle Juszczyk's right now, and he was getting a certain amount of money, and then they added on some voidable years in the back end, and he's 33 years old this upcoming year. He actually could be a guy, if they wanted to get radical and change the way they run offense, they would go ahead and make him a post-June 1st release, and the cap hit would be $4 million spread over 2 years, and they could just say goodbye to Kyle Juszczyk, and they still would have to pay him some money, but it's an example of what can be done. And when Debo gets through this next year, his dead cap number is about $8 or so million, and so they can cut him post June 1st next year and just say thank you for your services, and now you're gone. It's a cold-hearted league,
no doubt, and
cold-blooded.
But I wonder. Let's go there because it is hard, and let's not act like feelings don't get hurt.
Right.
But what does that mean? Let's say Debo is livid right now. He might be. His quote to Diana Rossini did not sound like he was happy.
Right.
He's probably annoyed. And if he gave that quote publicly, he'd probably even more annoyed than that. So he's annoyed. Okay, what does that mean? What is Debo going to do? What is an annoyed Debo Samuel going to do? Going to hold out?
Yeah.
You're going to run the wrong route?
Right.
Are you going to
start eating ice cream and bonbons and come in all heavy?
Is he going to start, is he going to start poking at teammates? Is it like, what does that look like? In a way, it is the vortex in which a player is stuck. If you get mad, what can you do about it? Go play harder.
Right.
Go play harder. You know who was mad? Brett Favre was mad. Played amazing football. Kept Aaron Rodgers at bay for 3 years. Then you know who got mad? Aaron Rodgers got mad. They drafted Jordan Love. See what Aaron did?
MVP, right?
Twice. Twice. So if Debo Samuel is furious right now, if his family is listening, first off, I have no idea what it was that happened on this show that would offend anybody in the Samuel family. I think that Filmo I think there was a buildup of the whole day, and he finally wanted to let it out at 4:05, and that's totally fine.
Yep.
I missed a lot of what happened earlier. I don't know what was said about Debo Samuel, but if the Samuel family is furious at everything that's happening on 95.7 The Game today, you want to know how Debo's going to react? He's going to try to go get 1,400 yards because that's the only way you can set yourself up for what's next. You don't think Brandon's mad? Do all of you put weird stuff on Instagram when you're happy? Do you write money talks, BS walks, and in emojis and put it on your IG story when you're having a good day? Of course they're annoyed. They're football players. They kind of show up annoyed for work every day. They're asked to go obliterate other people.
Right. You can't go out there and have a bounce in your step. And
Andrew Luck did that, and it was really weird. Like, he's tapping people on the back. Hey, good hit, partner. You weirdo.
Well, Mahomes has a little bit of that, too.
A little bit.
But he's a ferocious competitor at the same time.
Totally.
And if you're Debo and you're looking at it, yes, it's April 29th. You can be upset. You can have hurt feelings. And then when the dust settles and the draft is further in the rear view, you realize you call your agent, Tory Dandy, and say, hey, Tory, can you fax over a copy of my contract again? I need a pick-me-up. Oh, that's right. $28.633755 million to play football. I'm not saying it's an easy game. It's not. But Debo's only 28. He'll be 29 in January. So like you said, you go out there, you have a big year. Maybe it's 1,000 yards and another 250 rushing, and you make a deep playoff run, and you make some big plays. And then you get to March next year, and the Niners say, cap casualty, Debo, we love you. You got to go. Debo at 29, fresh off another playoff run and another good year, he goes out there and gets one more contract.
He's fine.
He's fine.
And I don't want him gone. I don't want him. But who wants Debo Samuel gone?
Nobody.
I mean, like that night, Thursday night, I think that all Niner fans got an opportunity to really explore their feelings about it if you wanted to.
Back to feelings.
Back to feelings. Thursday night, Mike Silver wrote an article that suggested, I don't know about you, but might be getting ready for Debo to get traded tomorrow. And I made a video about it. I even texted my parents and my sister, huge 49er fans, and I'm like, I better get ready. Tomorrow might be the day. And everybody hated the idea.
Yeah.
You know how that is. My mom, why? Why would they do that? Well, here's why, Mom. And
it's a hard cap league, Mom.
It's a hard knock life. Yeah, exactly. I didn't get a text back. But anyway, nobody wants that. It's the reality of the situation. Like, what if I told you right now? Like Klay Thompson, $30 million a year for 2 years, and he'll come off the bench, and there's no ramifications for that. That doesn't stop you from doing anything else. Rest of your roster is still totally clean. Wouldn't you say yes to that?
Of course. If you had, room and you weren't in the second apron and all the rest of it, yes. You don't want Klay to have to leave, but, unfortunately, there are financial parameters that have to be observed. They don't have to be, but Joe Lacob, he gets the right at this juncture to get underneath the second apron if he wants, without criticism.
I've talked to no one who's just like, I want Clay gone. Everyone's like, I want Clay back, but at that number.
Right.
Right. So that's the reality of it. All right, 888-957-9570. Andrew Brandt in a half hour. Do not forget, we are giving out a $500 credit, okay, to La Garza Sports Camp. This is going to get your kid a whole week at camp coming up next. Plus, even if you don't win the $500 credit, we're going to tell you how you can get $50 off the price of sending your kid to camp this summer. And we're sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. All of that is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites.
talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
I had him as my 5th best receiver in this draft. When I watch him, I interviewed him a couple weeks ago on the NFL Network, and I just said to him, I'm like, dude, you're always open. Like, what's the deal? Like, he runs these over routes in the SEC. Like, nobody's bumping him. Like, he's an elite tester. He catches everything. To me, he's just a bigger, faster Julian Edelman. Like, he can just rule the middle of the field. He's an amazing player.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, great stuff from Brian Baldinger. We need to ramp this up, though, a little bit. And also, remember, summer just around the corner, and we've got the La Garza Sports Camp $500 gift credit.
Is there an age limit? Because I'm a young 55 now, Mark.
That's a great question.
I can go for a little camp.
Those kids would run circles around you, brother.
And that's a great question.
One of my first jobs was being a summer counselor at Sports America Day Camp.
Oh, I did it for decades.
At Aragon High School, or the one that I was a counselor for, Aragon High School. And I had to learn real quick to put my own, because I wasn't quite old enough yet to put my own athletic competitiveness away. So you're playing with little kids.
Right.
And
try to remember that.
When you shake and bake and strip them at midcourt and then drive to the hoop with fury and lay it in over the rim, and you're heading back down the court with a head bob. I found out that the head counselors are like not into that.
Right.
They're
Not so much.
Right. So like the kid that you just showed up is 7.
Right. And we want him to enroll again next week.
You are, 17.
Gotcha.
So it's a little unfair out there.
Oh,
tap it down, Mark. Tap it down. Pass the rock if you can. What does it matter with you?
I could do an entire week of shows with my highlights as a PE aide. I was ages 23 to 28.
Oh, my God.
You talk about peak athletic experience against a bunch of 6th graders.
Brother.
I'm yard duty, and I am literally pouring sweat, playing as hard as I possibly can.
I got
against
one speed.
Ross Foster.
One speed.
And Aldi Butler.
We give it everything we got.
Oh,
they gave me the warning on the basketball court. Then when I ripped a winner on the tennis court, right down the line, and I think it whacked a kid right in his chest. And that was when they pulled me aside and said, all right, we're going to do this a little bit differently starting tomorrow.
We would play floor hockey, me against the 6th graders. I would take the best 8 athletes on one team and me and the tools on the other.
Me and the tools? That's got to be your fantasy team next year.
Me and the tools?
Me and the tools.
We'd go best of 5 every week, Monday through Friday at recess, and they were some good games.
Oh, my God.
Good games.
So ridiculous.
Some wars.
Anyway, the La Garza Sports Camp $500 gift card in just a second. We promise that their counselors will not act like us, because I know how they do it at La Garza. It's really great. So we'll give that to you in just a sec. But I want to set this table real quick first. I'm going to openly see if we can start. And Lucas, I think I got a number on the guy. So if you want to come in here, I think I got a number on the guy. Andrew Filipponi works at 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh.
I already texted him.
Okay, thank you. He grabbed the tweet that we've mentioned a couple of times earlier today from Bryant McFadden, former Steeler. For those of you just joining us, let's back up and pass that one along so that you can go on the arc of the day. Bryant McFadden tweets at about 1 o'clock today, 1:30. Oh, Omar is working. That's the front office. The Steelers are very close to landing a significant playmaker. Hashtag here we go, hashtag stay tuned. Okay. It's from a former Steeler who's in the Steelers media now. Our crack staff here at 95.7 The Game went into go mode and both talked to Pittsburgh sources and San Francisco sources. The Pittsburgh folks are saying it's a wide receiver, and they're trying to go after one of your guys. Our sources, league sources here have told 95.7 The Game from the Niners side, ain't nothing happening. Okay? All right, so you take all that for what it's worth. Now, next step. Filippone is burning up the lines, which means he should answer, Lucas, because I know the dude's on his phone right now. Andrew starts out by saying, everything I'm hearing, it is a wide receiver. Carry on. Next tweet. Based on what I heard the 49ers want back for Deebo Samuel on Friday, things would have to change dramatically for that deal to happen. Next tweet. I don't think it's Courtland Sutton. Next tweet. If the Steelers trade for Justin Jefferson, I'll get a full back tattoo of Steely McBeam. Next tweet. There's some movement on the Steelers 49ers trade front.
Whoa.
I don't think it's a done deal, but there's give and take. Next tweet. Don't rule out Brandon Ayuk.
Man.
Next tweet. It's not Tyler Boyd. End Twitter.
End of tweets. At the Pony Express, Poni Express is his handle if you want to follow along with Andrew Filippone.
And this is up to about a half hour ago.
Right.
So we're having our conversation.
Right.
And we're just like bopping through life.
Debunking it.
Niners kept Deebo. Niners kept Brandon.
Exactly.
Whatever. We're doing our thing. They think they've got their own sources and they think something's up.
Right.
Not Tyler Boyd. Not Courtland Sutton. Probably not going to be Deebo. Might be Brandon, and there is movement. I mean, I do think we should keep one thing in mind. I very much still subscribe to what I said last week, which is that if it didn't happen before the draft, it wasn't going to happen. And I'm going to stand on that.
Right.
But by the same token, we've all popped out of the draft because we live in the moment and we go, woo, we're keeping Brandon. Well, there's this little thing about a contract that still very much needs to happen.
And the whole thing about the trade deadline, which I don't believe is until Halloween.
Not anytime soon.
The league year has started, so you can make any trade you want right now. And Brandon, by the way, he's under contract for the upcoming season.
Yes, he is. $14.1 million final year of his deal. 49ers can force him to play on the option. They've also got a franchise tag in the back pocket. Lots of leverage, big-time money. There's a lot going on there for sure. All right. We'll take some calls on this. How would you feel now if one of these guys still left town, even after the draft? Also this. Hey, parents, we know that summer is just around the corner. I'm dealing with this every night, literally. You need a spreadsheet. Okay, which week?
Oh, I've been there, bro.
When are we doing? Which camp? When are we going to get away to Tahoe? What's happening? Can I afford any of this? Well, we can help you with that right now. It's time to keep the kids busy, and La Garza Summer Camp has got you covered. It's phenomenal. My son went last year. It was great. You can score big with their sports camps. You can get creative in the STEAM lab to cook up some fun in the kitchen. Ultimate recipe for summer fun for every kid. All kinds of sports, all kinds of non-sports. Different themes for their camp every single week. So do not let boredom set in. Register now at lagarzasports.org and use the code THEGAME, one word now, no space, THEGAME, for $50 off today. So if you use the code THEGAME, you get $50 off by registering today, lagarzasports.org. But also this, call in right now, caller 5, contest line please, which is 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. One more time. 415-523-4652. Caller 5 right now. If you are caller 5, $500 credit to La Garza Sports Camp. Plus, you're qualified for the grand prize, which is an $800 credit. Maybe you could send that kid to camp 2 weeks in a row.
Man.
So good luck. Caller 5 right now, 415-523-4652. If you do not win today, we are going to do this every day, all week long.
Man, that's quite a prize.
Okay?
Quite a prize, especially for parents, and I know that you're right in the mix of it, of trying to figure out the camps and how to get it all happening. It's never easy.
It's absurd.
One year I made the bold move of I was going to send them to a different camp each week for 8 straight weeks. So I was picking and popping. We had an Alameda camp. We did a gymnastics camp. We did summer escape in Oakland. I was moving and shaking, but boy, was that arduous with all the enrollment and the fees and whatnot.
There's a lot.
Oh,
You'll be clicking submit for the entire month of May. So it's a lot. So we really hope this helps you out. And again, you've got my personal promise and guarantee that La Garza is a really good experience. We have already used it. We will be going again this summer. LaGarzaSports.org. Again, $50 off if you use the code THEGAME today, whether you're a winner today or not. All right. Are you buying this or not? What do you believe right now?
I believe that the Niners won't make that trade, but when you look at Andrew Filipponi and a lot of the other Pittsburgh media, it seems like, there's a lot of smoke that's being put in the air. So is it totally out of the question that the Niners could possibly trade Ayuk or Debo? Of course not. It's not totally out of the question. I think it's highly unlikely. And if we're going to entertain this as a possibility, and it feels like that's what we're doing because there's enough reportage on the Pittsburgh side to indicate that maybe this is something that's at least being discussed. He said that there's some movement on the trade front. Well, maybe the compensation mark won't be solely just draft picks. And I look at the Pittsburgh depth chart and I think about what the Niners possibly would need. And I look at the name for Pittsburgh, Darnell Washington, who is their second tight end. So might you be able to get Darnell Washington, who, according to scouts, is a tremendous force as a blocker and comes across as a sixth lineman. If the Niners are going to get help at tight end, for me, the kind of tight end you'd be looking for would be a 6'7", 264-pounder Darnell Washington, a guy who you could use in 2 tight end sets as a sixth lineman and be a road grader. So the idea of Ayuk to Pittsburgh for Washington and a future third, that kind of trade I could see coming to pass.
Ooh.
A player and a pick is what I mean.
I get what you're saying. Let me just say it out loud. I hate that idea. I positively despise that idea.
You don't know Darnell Washington.
Neither do you.
I'm doing the homework.
You're looking at a depth chart and you're telling me.
What I'm doing, Mark, is I'm thinking about a trade that would involve a player and a pick, because right now to trade, let's just say hypothetically that they are in talks with Pittsburgh about trading Brandon Ayuk. I would rather have the Niners get a player and a pick as opposed to 2 picks in the next draft.
That I understand, but I am not willing. I am like fully not willing to blow up the receiving core like that, especially if I'm getting as you suggest. I know that this is just like throwing stuff out there, but
just throwing it.
I'm not getting a blocking tight end back. Like, I'm going to need to be able to figure out how we're going to do some things as wide receivers. Like, I would rather look at a name, and I know that, again, this is just throwing stuff out there. But
throwing it.
You want to know who was ticked off on the sideline almost every week last year? Furious on the sideline was George Pickens. He was absolutely furious. Now, he came a year later than Brandon Ayuk, okay? So he right now is signed already for 2024 and 2025. Want to know what he makes? Not a lot. 4-year deal, $6.7 million total. That's the deal that he's on, and it's got 2 years left. But, like, Mike Tomlin had to pull him aside and do a meditation with him every quarter. Now, you may say, why the hell would we want to deal with that? This guy wants the rock, and the rock, it's hard to pass it around here in San Francisco. The point I'm getting at is if you're going to do the kind of deal that you're talking about, if you're going to do pick and a player, I want that player to be a wide receiver. I want a wide receiver who I know can play in the NFL. And Pickens had some unbelievable games when Mason Rudolph came in and they finally started slinging the ball around a little bit.
63 catches, 1,140 yards, Pickens and that's without a quarterback for the most part.
Only player in the league last year who had a higher, check my facts, higher yards per catch average than Brandon Ayuk.
18.1.
There you go.
So I guess the question is, why would Pittsburgh want to?
Because he's
disgruntled, right?
He's disgruntled. I don't know if they hate him. He's a pain in the rear.
Yeah.
He's a pain in the rear.
They have Van Jefferson, who they picked up.
He's a talented pain in the rear.
Right.
But they moved on from Deontay Johnson.
They did.
He went to Carolina.
They drafted Roman Wilson in the 3rd round.
Okay.
So it's a receiver room that could use another addition.
It needs more, so I don't think they're going to want to subtract from it. I'm just telling you in my world.
Yeah.
This is why I didn't want to give up Ayuk or Debo. I think the 49ers are worse if they do that. Even if you do get a receiver in return. But if you're going to save $1 bajillion and it helps keep people together, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that we've come back here today and we're still talking Brandon Ayuk. But by the same token, it sort of does make sense. If you look at the arc of the way that this has gone, it was, remember, all week long last week, Brandon. Are they trading Brandon? Are they trading Brandon? Then it wasn't until Friday that all of a sudden it was like, oh, is it Debo? Maybe it's Debo. And then in the final analysis, it was, well, Debo's probably going to move on, but not till next year. That's where we're sitting. We don't know that. We don't know that at all. And the 49ers may have not gotten the value that they wanted going into the draft, and they may still be sitting here today going, great, we kept him. The finances still don't work. We're still not signing you to that extension, Brandon. We don't want to do $26 million a year. And the Niners may say, and we're not gonna.
Right. So, well, if that's the case, and if that's been made painfully clear, then you're going to be heading for a very uncomfortable summer as Brandon Ayuk continues to try to get the deal that he wants. And the better time to make a trade, rip the Band-Aid off, would be now, as opposed to letting this thing drag on into the summer, unless, and I think Baldy might have made reference to this this morning with the guys, if there is an injury, if somebody on another team loses their season due to a big injury, if a receiver, has an Achilles or a knee in OTAs or just individual workouts, then that team becomes more motivated then. But that's not really how you want to go about dealing with your personnel if you are, in fact, thinking about moving off of Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. It's not over. They're not out of the woods yet, is how I would phrase it. I wish they were. They navigated one hell of a tricky river, and they got across it, but they're not out of the woods yet. This could still go a couple of different ways because the 49ers, by the way, they do drive a hard bargain too. And you look at the way these things have gone, and I know that they've kept their own when they deserve a contract. They've paid them. They did it with Debo. They did it with Nick Bosa, and Nick Bosa, I think, kind of took him behind the woodshed a little bit and got them to pay him what he wanted to be paid. And but Brandon doesn't have that leverage. He does not have Nick Bosa leverage. And so I do wonder, I still think that this is a little bit up in the air with regard to how the 49ers are going to play this contractual conversation with Brandon Ayuk. And if it really gets sideways, like, again, follow the breadcrumbs. What if Brandon wanted to be traded going into the draft? What if he's like, look, we are so far apart, send me to Pittsburgh. And then it didn't happen. And Brandon's agent got on the phone with John Lynch and was like, what happened? We're miles apart on a contract. Why have you kept him? Well, we're still hoping that this, that, the other. Maybe that relationship, I can't speak to where that sits. So maybe there was an after the draft conversation that sort of reignites things. Again, our sources say there's nothing to see here. But that doesn't mean that, they can always hide behind, and then it changed.
Of course.
Which is what Adam Schefter said today on Pat McAfee.
And the time that's going to be spent between now and week 1 in the NFL, there's a lot that still can go on. He can be traded. He can be signed. He could be neither traded nor signed. And then we get into a little bit of a standoff. And Brandon Ayuk can decide come July or August if he wants to play on his rookie deal or not, if he's unsigned. There's still a lot that can happen either way between now and him being signed to an extension and starting week 1, or he gets traded to Pittsburgh in the next 4 minutes. I mean, who knows how this is going to go?
We are closely following ridiculous Steelers Twitter, and there have been no new tweets since we last brought that up.
Okay.
But again, I know we always like to act like we're the smart ones and the other side is the dumb ones. Like I know Andrew a little bit. Give me a little thing. Anyway, I know Andrew a little bit. Andrew's no dummy. He's talking to people. Those people are in the know. And I'm sure the Steelers are trying. Hell, just even going through the receiver room, like you said, I get it now. I'm like, oh God, they do need a receiver. Who the hell are they? Who's catching that? Like Pickens?
Well, Pickens is their one.
He's good, right?
Right, but he's not a one.
I think he's definitely got one talent. He's definitely the most talented receiver.
They just got Van Jefferson.
Yeah, but it's hard to operate sometimes that way when your 2 leaves. Like the defense is pointed totally at you. So anyway, go ahead.
Denzel Mims.
Oh, Denzel Mims. Yeah, he kind of a disappointment.
Quez Watkins.
Okay, he's a serviceable receiver.
And then, Deuce Watts, Dez Fitzpatrick, Keelan Harris.
No wonder they want a receiver.
Roman Wilson in the 3rd round. But again, as you've talked about, hard to get rookies to hit the ground running right away.
And think about the mentality of the Pittsburgh Steelers, too. They go to the playoffs every year, but they get there and you look at them and go, how the hell did you get here?
Right.
You don't have a quarterback.
Russell Wilson.
They have, but see, that's my point. The Steelers are in a little bit of a desperate spot. They don't have Russ for long. They don't know if Justin Fields is going to develop or not. They're rebooting their quarterback plan. It's a team that's always been built on defense. Go ahead and take a look around your division. Oh, my God. Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and whatever you think of Deshaun Watson and an up-and-coming Browns team that did even better on defense last year than you did. So add all that together, and I bet the Steelers are like, you know what would be good this year? I have an idea. Let's play offense too. And maybe we could compete in this division. Urgency leads to action. I get it. The Steelers need another weapon. They got a good tight end.
Right.
They've got a Jalen Warren still there, right? They got Najee Harris
and Jalen Warren.
Got a 1-2 punch out of the backfield. I think they picked some people up in the backfield too.
Cordero Patterson. Yep.
So they are focused on offensive weaponry. And I think they feel they're one receiver away.
They probably are. And that's a division where you're going to have to be able to score 30 on the regular because Baltimore can light you up. Cincinnati, when Burrow's healthy, they're a very dangerous offense. And Cleveland's kind of a mixed bag, yet they had a great year last year with Joe Flacco. So you can't necessarily discount Cleveland and what they do. They got a terrific tight end. And so that's a division that, as much as it's black and blue, you got to be able to have the potential to put up 30.
And, by the way, that's just your division. Save your conference for crying out loud where Mahomes and Allen and Tua and Herbert and now C.J. Stroud and all these people. Like, good God, the AFC.
Tough.
Whew. Thank goodness the Niners are in the NFC where we're like, ooh, Dak.
Just the way you said
that. My God, the AFC is absurd. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll take your reaction on that, but what a great time to have Andrew Brandt come on. Foremost minds of sports business. Once upon a time ran the front office for the Green Bay Packers, and so this Brandon Ayuk situation, he's a great guy to ask. How would he play it if he were the Niners? We'll get that answer next on Willard and Dibs.
Dan Dibley here, captain of Team Smedium, as Mark was pointing out earlier. I got my Smedium shirt on because I can now. Down 20 pounds. I've lost 2 inches off my waistline, which means my shorts are a little bit bigger than normal, and I'm back into my medium and large t-shirts thanks to this great weight loss plan at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way? Well, this is how you do it. You go online to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com, or you give us a call for a free consultation, 925-854-5140. It's pretty easy to lose the weight, and you do it healthily, naturally, safely. There's no drugs, there's no surgery, there's no prepackaged meals, just good nutritional advice. And I just got my genetic testing back, which pinpointed certain areas of my nutrition where I'm lacking and other areas where I'm actually excelling, which is helping me fine-tune my diet so that I can lose even more weight. You want to get involved? All you have to do is go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com or give us a call, 925-854-5140.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. A little bit of a surprising day, I'd say. You know, we thought we'd be coming in here doing draft reaction and sort of discussing the idea of Debo and Brandon both staying with the 49ers, and they probably will. I did not think we'd be dealing with more trade rumors today.
Right.
But here we are. Let's bring on Andrew Brandt. He's always my favorite in terms of the business of sports. He used to run the front office and player personnel for the Green Bay Packers. He's now the executive director of the Morad Center at Villanova. He joins us now here on Willard and Dibs. Good afternoon, Andrew. Great to have you.
Hey, always good to be with you. Just thinking about my days back in the NFL, and unfortunately for teams right now, it doesn't get that much less stressful because once the draft's over, you're bringing guys in, you're doing undrafted signings, you're preparing for minicamp in a few days, and now with all these rookie contracts predetermined, you're basically signing these guys immediately, whereas in the past it was always just wait until the summer.
No doubt, it has evolved a lot, and I wonder about this, Andrew. Would it make sense to you? I'm sure you're aware there were trade rumors with the 49ers receiving core because it's about to get really, really expensive. But we've all been under the impression that if they get through the draft and they're still on the team, they're not being traded. But there are still rumors out there. Would it surprise you if there were still discussions ongoing?
No, not at all. It would not surprise me if there were discussions going during the draft, before the draft, after the draft. Because in the case of Ayuk, you have a player on last year of a contract. That tends to be a time where people are moved if there's dissatisfaction, if there's discontent. And I guess the hard thing about a trade like that is it's a two-part trade. You know, there has to be an agreement on draft compensation or whatever trade compensation is agreed upon. And in this case, it seems to me there has to be agreement on a new contract. So that makes it a difficult trade to happen because you're going to have multiple pieces involved, and it may be harder to get the contract done than to get the trade done. So that's an interesting one. If the Samuel one is in play, there you talk about remaining years on a contract, but at a high number, and someone who hasn't always been available. So there are also issues there. My sense is the odds are probably no one gets moved, but I would think discussions would continue.
If you were the GM potentially on the receiving end, which of these two scenarios would be more appealing to you? Ayuk, the better player in need of a contract, or Debo, the lesser player, but with a more unwieldy contract?
Yeah, that's a tough one. And again, I'm the business guy. I'm not the scout. I don't know the exact value of players. But again, from the business point of view, you'd like to be able to come in with a contract of your doing rather than the 49ers doing, if I'm another GM, with whatever, my language, my structure, the way I do bonuses, the way I may want to do option bonuses, etc. So in that vein, I'd probably talk about Ayuk and where we could fit him in. The problem is, of course, as everyone knows, I'm sure you've been talking about, the market has really jumped. And this actually started with the Samuel class. It was that class where it was Terry McLaurin, it was DK Metcalf, it was that group, it was A.J. Brown. Right when he got traded a few years ago. And that sort of really jumped the market. And then, of course, last year was the big kicker with the Devontae Adams deal, the Tyreek Hill deal. So we've sort of jumped to a new level, and that's happened again now with A.J. Brown again. And we've got Justin Jefferson coming up, and we've got Jamar Chase coming up. Now, we can all say that Ayuk shouldn't get that kind of money. But the problem is when you get a market level, it's hard to distinguish players because they all want that top level.
Andrew Brandt is with us, Business of Sports podcast. Used to run the Packers front office and the draft years ago, is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Andrew, I wonder if you could help everyone understand what challenges the 49ers face over the next 12 months, maybe a little bit more, in that right now their quarterback is on a rookie deal, but that's about to change.
They've really been able to take advantage of this rookie salary system because a lot of people don't really understand it, and I'll just say it again. The big value for teams is not so much that rookies are on a fixed and very reasonable rate. That's been the case for many years. The real value add for teams, and I can't believe the union gave this away, is that there is no ability to renegotiate a drafted player's contract until they've been in the league 3 years. So that's an extraordinary value. So if I'm Brock Purdy's agent, I'm just steamed because I was a starting player after 1 year and I was a starting player after 2 years, and playing in the position where my peers are making $40, $45, $50 million. And the team can't even renew me because of the CBA. The team should want to renew me before the prices rise again next year. But this is the CBA that not only took a jackhammer to rookie salaries, but made it so you can't even do it until 3 years. So to answer your question, they have been and continue to leverage that with contracts, as you've all seen, for Debo and for Trent and for Bosa and all these players that are getting their staggered contracts before the Purdy deal comes due. But yes, continue to leverage that. From a cap perspective, I would try to load cap into 2024. Because you're going to be loading it on Purdy in future years. So this is a way to stagger these deals, and what an advantage they've had, and how that player has really saved that team from a lot of financial problems.
So by loading the cap for this upcoming year, would that make you less motivated thus to trade Debo or Ayuk, knowing that you can load up this year one last time before you have to pay Brock?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know about motivation, but it is possible to keep those guys, obviously, because you're not putting a $20, $30, $40 million number on your quarterback. You can afford to load those kind of receiver salaries. Listen, this has happened. You know, although the Chargers are now devoid of both of them, but they went 2 years with two $20 million receivers in Williams and Keenan Allen while they had a rookie quarterback contract. The Eagles now have a quarterback in a veteran deal and two receivers making $20+ million. So it can happen. Now, yes, you've got to skimp in other areas. Maybe it's interior offensive line, maybe it's linebacker, maybe it's defensive secondary, but these are ways to structure these deals.
Andrew, I'm curious what your thought is on what the 49ers ended up doing in the first round. They took a receiver. Is that simply the best guy available, or is there strategy and messaging to the veteran receivers with that pick?
It's hard to know. You know, you're talking to someone that sat there when we took Aaron Rodgers, when we had the most durable quarterback in the history of football. So I'm not a big need draft person. I think you do take the best player available and you trust your scouting system. And I'm just trusting that John Lynch and his scouting group spent the last 6 months coming up with a board, and when they picked, that was the name at the top, regardless of position. Is there backstory there with the players? Probably could be. I mean, maybe there's a feeling about Samuel's continued availability on a regular basis. But if Ayuk is going to hit the market next year, it obviously makes some sense because you don't draft for need now, you draft for need in the future. So it does make sense in that way.
Andrew, since you drafted Aaron Rodgers, can you share to what level does a team think about someone's like feelings and reaction to the pick you're about to make?
Yeah, it's a question I've gotten a lot, and I know they're getting it in Atlanta with Kirk Cousins. I think they actually called Cousins while they're on the clock with Phoenix. We didn't do that, of course, with Rodgers. I don't think they did it with Love. I wasn't there. I just think these draft situations are tough because, like I said, we never expected, ever, that Aaron Rodgers would be the only name up there for us with our first-round grade. And never went into the draft wanting to take a quarterback. But that's the way that's a lot of teams, the best player available. So no, we didn't call Brett, and Brett was upset, and we get all that. But it's just it's unfortunate because that's the one position, of course, where only someone can play. You would never think of calling. They would never think, I don't think, of calling Debo or Brandon that they were taking a receiver.
Right.
But,
right.
Yeah.
Andrew, great stuff. Thank you so much for hopping on today.
Thanks, guys. And for listeners, I'm doing these reels now about this stuff on Instagram. So just go to Andrew Brandt 2 on Instagram.
There it is.
Nice.
Andrew Brandt 2 on IG. Don't scrub your account of the 49ers, okay, Andrew?
You got it.
All right. Thank you. There he goes. Andrew Brandt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. I thought what he said right there at the end was pretty interesting because I never believe teams when they're like, best guy available. We're not looking at position. Best guy available. Right. I'm like, no, you're saying that because you took him, and so you want him to think he was the best guy available, but everybody has to think of their needs. There's Andrew saying, no, we did it.
Right.
We drafted Aaron Rodgers. We did not want a quarterback. We had no intention of getting a quarterback. We weren't trying to send a message. It was our turn, and he was the only first rounder left. So we took him.
That's right.
Worked out pretty well.
Well, and I think if you're a team that doesn't have a need, that's the way you approach it. And I know Kyle Shanahan spoke to this on Saturday when he was talking about last year's draft, and they went into last year's draft, and they only had one need, and so they set out to address it, and that was kicker. And so they didn't have a pick till the third round, and they used their second of 3 third-round picks, and they used it on a kicker because they knew that they needed to address that need. So this year, you go into the draft, and contrary to what many fans think, they don't think that they need an offensive lineman as badly as the fans think they need an offensive lineman. So, and if they do think that they need an offensive lineman, they weren't about to take the 9th best offensive tackle at pick number 31.
Nor should they, yeah.
Exactly. So did they try to trade up and get one of the better tackles who went early in the draft? They might have, but the cost to move up in the first round is very, very steep. So do the Niners want to give up multiple picks just to move up to take an offensive lineman who probably won't be ready to roll until next year? Or do you stick at 31 and take the best available, which happened to be a wide receiver?
You can move down.
You can.
You can move
Buffalo
down.
Buffalo moved down and got a receiver.
They moved down twice.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, the Niners moved down twice and then moved up once.
Correct.
With the picks that they got moving down, then they turned those and moved back up. It's also fluid.
Yeah. Of course it is. No, you don't want to force it. You don't ever want to force it. That's just like, rule number 32 of life. Just don't force it. So, yeah, I'm glad the 49ers did that. However, they also drafted a couple offensive linemen. You know what I mean? Like, one thing I've learned through the years of whether it's covering football or even talking directly to, for some reason, when I get a football co-host, whenever I'm doing stuff, Fox or whatever, it's always an offensive lineman. And a bunch of those dudes. Maybe it's just because they're good talkers. I don't know. Good eaters. Anyway.
Yep. Smart.
But one thing that they've definitely taught me is offensive line is very different than other positions in terms of like, okay, how are you performing as an individual? It is a concert. These 5 people are really a chain link fence, and that's the way it has to work. And you saw it in the Super Bowl, where one lineman goes the wrong way, and the whole thing just completely gets disrupted. So the fact that they took a couple offensive linemen, people are like, yeah, but that's not the position on the line that I wanted it to be. Well, but I don't know how the deck is all going to get shuffled. I don't even know if these guys are going to play at all. But the deck can get shuffled, and they did talk before the draft even started about the linemen that they thought would be available. They thought they would, A, be a little bit later, and B, they would be positional flexibility guys. Could you be a center? Could you be a guard? Could you even moonlight as a tackle? That's probably who we're going to get. And then they went out there, and that's exactly who they got. So with this being kind of interchangeable, who's going to move, who's going to perform, who's going to make the team, who's not, like I said, you can be mad, but file it.
Right.
TBD. And if their line stinks come September, then you can riot if you want.
Right.
I get
it. Sure. Come September, but maybe it's better if you wait until, I don't know, January, when the regular season will be just about over. And if they end up going 9-8 next year and missing the playoffs, and it's because of a glaring deficiency at offensive line, then you can all be mad at the end of next year, and you could look at this draft and how you didn't replace guys who needed to be replaced and all the rest of it. But based on the roster that you have right now, it's, especially from an offensive line standpoint, it's pretty much identical to last year. And like I said earlier, last year's offensive line was good enough to win the West and be the number 1 seed, and you made it to the Super Bowl. So how outraged are we going to be over that group?
Not terribly outraged.
For me,
but I'd
not
push,
that outraged.
But I'd push back on the idea that it's the exact same group. It's April. It's April.
Well, as of right now, what you have on your roster is it's the same 5 guys.
And 2 new guys. They just drafted 2 new guys.
Sure.
So I don't know who's making the team. I don't know who's starting. Right. I don't know who they're going to sign between now and then. It's April 29th.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do.
Well, they don't have to know what they're going to do.
Right.
We don't even know their schedule yet, which doesn't come out for another month or so.
Ooh, do we get to play win-loss?
Not yet. And I like
when it comes out.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Of course. That's a show right there. I had them at 12-5 last year.
No, you didn't. Did
Absolutely,
you?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You didn't get all the losses right.
No, it was a mix and match.
Yeah.
I did have Cincinnati as a loss.
You did. As we know.
Yeah.
Yes. But
that was the big feather in my cap.
To Cincinnati.
You did not have Cleveland and Minnesota as losses.
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Brian Baldinger, Morning Roast on the Niners not drafting let's see. Oh, yeah, this was about them not drafting a defensive lineman.
Well, I think they fortified that position in free agency. And so, they got 4 defensive linemen that have come in right now, and so I think that's where they hit the draft. I think the defensive linemen went early in this draft. They went in the first and second rounds, guys that could step in and play. And they went, receiver, because I think they're concerned about paying everybody what they have been paying them and what they might have to. And so I think they addressed the defensive line in free agency, and I think that's kind of where they're at right now.
I play that for this reason. I think that pairs with the conversation we're having about the offensive lineman in this way. It strikes me as funny when people get to the end of a draft and it's like, well, you didn't take this position. You needed to take this position. Listen to what Andrew Brandt literally just said to us. They went into the draft. The last thing on earth they wanted was a quarterback, and it was the first thing they went and got. So they're playing a board, and we're not part of the game. Therefore, I'm not telling you can't have an opinion about the draft, especially if you're a college football fan, right? If you sat around watching Florida State all day and you think that the corner Green from FSU, you think he stinks or you think he's phenomenal, whatever. You're absolutely allowed your opinion. But I find it difficult on April 29th to go, they didn't address this position. Well, but they still might. number one. And number two, here's the more important one. Did you want them to address the position in a poor way? Is that what you wanted them to do? Because at minimum, here's what I can tell you. I can't tell you if any of the guys picked over the last week are good or not. I don't know if they're going to be any good. But here's what I know. The 49ers are hired and professionals in evaluating these players, and I'm much more comfortable with them at least picking players who they are attached to and feel like their evaluation has led them somewhere other than they get to the second round and they're like, golly, we don't have an OT yet. We need an OT. Well, sorry, Bob, there are no OTs available. Doesn't matter. I don't care.
Right. Get one anyway.
Pick one anyway.
Right.
That makes me wildly uncomfortable. But it seems like what people want them to do. You'd have to be in the war room to really understand what's happening around you. Who took what? What are the conversations? Who's offering a trade? Who's not? Who are you trying to get in front of? All of that is so fluid. It's so changing every single pick. I don't know how you can come out and be like, they didn't get that position.
Right. Well, they eventually did. They got 2 OTs, as you have pointed out. And, if the Niners had, would they have 16 first-round grades or 28 first-round grades? I can't remember what the exact number.
It was 22 first-round grades and 16 gold helmets.
That is correct.
Okay.
What's the gold helmet thing? They think he's a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, they're the best of the best. The guys they really, really, really love.
And do we know if they got any gold helmeted guys in their draft?
If you ask them, they'll probably say they're all gold helmets.
Yep.
We don't know for sure.
All 16 of them were available the whole draft.
Right.
Nobody else
all
liked
8
them.
picks they made were all gold helmet guys.
But okay, say what you're going to say.
22 first-round grades. So let's say of the 22 first-round grades, they had 5 OTs, offensive tackles, who were first-round grades. And all 5 of those offensive tackles got taken before the Niners drafted at number 31. What would you like them to do? Would you like them to take a tackle anyway, who's not a first-round grade, or draft a wide receiver that I believe was a first-round grade,
I
Ricky
bet he
Pearsall?
was. I bet he was.
Based on what Baldy has said and what so many other experts have said about Ricky Pearsall being one of the 5 best receivers in the draft, if they had a first-round grade on him, even though they don't need a receiver, what do you expect them to do? And Andrew Brandt just told us this is what teams do. You take a player who is the best available when you get to a spot, even if you don't think that that's a need.
Right. Although it wasn't. I still think it is a need. Maybe not.
Exactly.
Maybe not this year.
Less of a need than some people think that offensive tackle was.
Well, that was another thing. Based on the way people around the league talked about Pearsall, here's something else that I wanted to make sure we got to today, because I heard a lot of people saying, okay, they've only got 22 first-round grades on people. That means those guys are all going to be gone by 31. And I kept thinking to myself, no, God, no, there's almost no chance that happens. These teams don't all agree.
Right.
There's not continuity with that opinion. God, I bet there are guys going deep into the second round that the Niners might have had a first-round grade on. I mean, y'all ever done a fantasy draft?
Right.
Has your buddy ever done something in the second round where you're like, what the hell are you doing? Like that. So there's such wild variation in terms of who you grade high, what you think, what your meeting was like with that guy. I don't know this. I would be shocked if Pearsall was not one of the 22. I would be shocked.
Yes, I would be shocked as well. And if he was not one of their 22 first-round grades, I would bet that they would have traded out. They would have traded back.
They would have tried, yes, absolutely.
And I think they would have been successful. What team wouldn't have wanted to come up to 31 and get a 5th-year option on a player that they really liked? So the Niners, they did the old stick and pick. You and I talked about it on Friday, or actually on Thursday. Will they trade up? Will they trade back? Or will they stick and pick? And I think they stayed there because they liked Ricky Pearsall that much. It was a first-round grade. And to your point, wide receiver wasn't a desperate need, but you needed that room to get better.
Yep.
And I think that it did.
God, the way the quarterbacks go now is so fascinating, too. Do you know off the top of your head like 6 QBs in the first 12 picks.
Yeah.
Do you know what round it was when the next quarterback got drafted?
It was the 3rd round, I think.
Keep going.
Spencer Rattler, right? It was not the 3rd round?
No.
It was the 4th round.
Keep going.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
I thought he went earlier than that. It was a 5th round. 5th round Rattler?
Not one QB was taken
on Friday
between the 12th pick in the draft and the 5th round.
Jeez.
So it's like you're evaluated
Number
as
5.
Yeah, if you're evaluated as one of the guys. See, this is why I know that the first 22 picks were not the I promise you the Niners did not grade all QBs, all 6 of them, as first-round talents. There's no chance. Literally no chance. Because those guys, if you're just going by grades, I bet a couple of them should have gone in the 2nd or 3rd round. But the QB is so valued now, you have got to freak out to go get one when you need one. And so their value goes through the roof. Like Grandy, I'm so sorry. Come on, man. He's not the 12th best player in the draft. He may be
Bo Nix?
I could be wrong, but I'm talking about just evaluation of players. Even you, Captain Duck, can admit he not evaluated as the 12th best player in the draft. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, they just got scared by what happened with the Falcons and Penix at 8. And they're like, oh, God, what do we do? So they said, we got to get a quarterback.
Do you think that they wanted Penix?
I honestly think they like Bo Nix, but considering that when they were picking, there was only one of those first 6 guys left, they were like, we have
gotta
to
do
do
it.
this.
You got to do
Otherwise, we might not get him.
Yeah.
They probably wanted them to take him in the 2nd round.
I mean, the Penix thing is still so crazy, and I don't hate it. I love it, but it's such a shocker, you know? All I could think of was, I'm like, I think the Falcons agree with Larry Krueger. Remember, he had been on our show that day saying that's the best QB in the draft.
Stop whopping me.
He likes the Niners undrafted free agent quarterback, too.
Yeah.
He did a deep dive, Dibs.
I bet.
He did a deep dive.
Deep dive.
And he really likes him.
On Tanner Mordecai.
He might be QB2 this year.
Whoa, okay.
And you laugh, but then you go, this is what he did with Brock Purdy.
He sure did.
2 years ago, and we're all
whooping me.
Like, I remember when he first said it, and we were all like, dude, if Brock Purdy sees the field, we're all like, the season's over. The season's over if that guy sees the field. Now he's going to get $50 million a year.
I know. God.
It's so ridiculous. It's so crazy.
Tanner Mordecai. Same age as Brock Purdy.
Already?
24 years old.
Good Lord.
Absolutely.
How'd that happen?
That escalated quickly.
Yeah. I don't know.
Actually, he's older than Brock Purdy. I take it back.
Okay. Here.
He's 7 weeks older than Brock.
Really?
Yeah. November of 99.
How long has he been in college?
Number 6.
Yeah, that a boy, Tanner.
Oklahoma for 3 years, SMU for 2, and then Wisconsin. You might as well. Nowadays, you got to go to multiple schools. And I heard this earlier.
Yep.
John Lynch,
this is
actually,
a great stat
from Saturday.
I know what you're going to say.
7 of the 8 draftees went to multiple colleges.
Correct.
7 of the 8.
Correct.
Which is, that's par for the course now.
If you go to the undrafted group, that number keeps going. It's almost all of them.
Yeah.
I'll get you the full number even with the undrafted guys in a second. But listen to this is what Larry wrote about Tanner Mordecai. Okay. Quarterback, Wisconsin. Don't say I like the pick. He didn't get picked. All right.
Darn it.
I just did a deep dive on undrafted free agent QB, Tanner Mordecai, and all I can say is, wow.
Love the signing.
All caps. All caps. This guy is the real deal. He's fiery, tough, authentic leader, humble, fast, 4.46 speed.
So fast.
He's quick. He's smart. He's competitive. He played hurt versus LSU in the ReliaQuest Bowl just 3 to 4 weeks after breaking his throwing hand. The ball comes out quickly with accuracy. Good arm strength, Dibs. Great feet. Plays without fear. Don't be surprised if he beats out Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen as Purdy's primary backup. This kid's talent is real.
Man.
All right.
Hey, here's the only drawback. He didn't mention it. Guy's got small hands.
Ooh.
8 7/8.
Is that smaller than Brock?
Really small.
Is it smaller than Brock?
Those are almost like comically small.
You want to talk about comically? Let's go back over those words.
Okay.
If Larry were in here today,
Stop.
you did a deep dive on Tanner Mordecai. I would like to know how you went to YouTube and figured out that Tanner Mordecai is humble. I have never in my life gone to someone's Instagram and gone,
humble,
super humble.
That's a great question.
You can
That's
see
a great
it.
question.
You can see it all over the computer screen that he's humble. I'm watching this. The GIF that he put up of Mordecai right now is gyrating his right arm through the air to signal first down and tell the other team, yeah, that's what's up. I'm like, that doesn't look very humble to me. How you find out this guy's an authentic leader and humble on YouTube?
It's a deep dive, Mark. And when you do the deep dive, like a shallow dive, you can't find out about humility. Deep dive, you can find out about humility.
Well, the thing is about Larry, he might have gone to his house.
Yeah.
He might have met Mom. Mom might have been like, he's so humble.
Right.
And he's like, all right, I'm going to tweet that.
I'm going to put that in my profile.
I'll tweet it. Oh,
Tanner
gosh.
Mordecai.
Yeah.
There
humble.
you have it.
Super, super humble. Okay. And then I want to get the number that you were asking about. Okay. The 49ers have 16 incoming rookies.
Okay.
This is thank you, Matt Barrows. 16 incoming rookies. How many do you think played for one school and one school alone?
I'm going to say one based on the 7 out of 8 of the draftees.
You're low. You're way low. Not way low. The answer is 3.
3, okay.
3 of the
Number
16.
3.
And that's it. Played for one school and one school alone. I think, I don't have the full draft list in front of me. Grandy, back me up on this. You see the 3 names?
I do not, but
Okay.
I could try to get it
I
up.
feel like 2 of them are 2 of the undrafted guys. I could be wrong on that. But I think 2 of them are the undrafted guys. Do you know which draftee actually went to one school and one school alone? You get one guess. You get one guess alone.
Well, I was looking at this earlier and trying to figure it out because, on the 49ers website, they've got the list of all the draftees, and so you're starting to poke through and do your homework. I know it's not Pearsall, and I know it's not Malik Mustafa. I don't think it's Renardo Green. I'm just going to take a guess, and I don't think it was Pooney either. Is it Puny? Are we going with Puny?
Let's go Pooney.
It's Pooney.
It's Pooney. I was going to say, it can't be Puny. The dude's 300 pounds.
Actually, that'd be great.
It'd be a lot cooler if it was.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Jacob Cowing.
Okay. And you would be incorrect. You said that's Renardo Green.
It was Green, okay.
FSU. Lifer.
That's
it.
He's a lifer.
FSU. He's about that life.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Jose in Oakland. He's one of our favorites. Hello, Jose. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. I'm commuting home after work.
Okay.
Okay, I like this draft mainly because I think the Ricky, at least from what I see, I think we finally were able to draft a good slot receiver. We haven't had one in quite some time. This guy reminds me a lot of Julian Edelman. That one-handed catch, that's a Beckham, Justin Jefferson type of catch. You cannot teach those. You cannot practice those. That's just pure instinct. And the fact that he did it with the hand opposite to the way he was running made it even better. The guy has a lot of talent, and I think that if provided that Kyle uses him for what he's drafting him for, which is to be a slot receiver and not a pass blocker, he's going to make a difference. We had a receiver like that on Kittle, but for some reason, it seems like all he is now is 80% he's a blocking tight end, and to me that's a waste. That's like you having a Ferrari and you use it only to go to 7-Eleven to buy a soda. You're just wasting it right there. Now, these issues going on with the offensive line, I trust based on what they've done in the past years that throughout the season, if it becomes necessary, they should be able to find a team that is willing to trade with them and get a decent right tackle. They can serve as protection for Purdy, just like they did with Trent Williams. So I'm trusting that they should be able to find somebody like that. Other than that, like I said, the draft just went according to what they had. They were good offensive linemen, but most of them were gone by the time it came their turn. And just to draft an offensive lineman, just to draft him, that would have been a wasted pick.
No doubt, Jose. Yeah, thanks. Listen, John Lynch tipped us off to this. I thought. Didn't you think he said, like in that pre-draft press conference, he sort of let people know, we're not taking a tackle at 31. They're not going to be there.
Right.
The guys that we like are not going to be there. And then if we do it there, we're not going to like it. And that's a waste. That's a complete waste. So what we're going to do is sort of transition to guys who have positional flexibility, and you'll probably see those guys happen more in the middle rounds. I mean, like, he didn't quite lay it out like that, but he insinuated it, and it's exactly what they did.
Right, and it's not easy to find an anchor tackle or a tackle of the future down to the bottom of the first round, which is why when you look back at getting Trent Williams, that was an absolute steal to get Trent Williams from Washington for a 5th-round pick in 2020 and a future 3rd. And that may be the way you have to go about getting the next great tackle on your team, because you're not going to have a high pick, most likely. If you continue to be good, you're going to be picking in the 20s, and hopefully you're going to be picking 32nd, and you're not going to have the ability to draft the future great tackle, because, those tackles are almost like quarterbacks, Mark. There's a few good ones every year, and they go very early in the draft.
No doubt, because they're incredibly, incredibly valuable. All right, we'll keep going on the phones in a second, but let's go live to the other room where apparently Lucas would like to. You'd like to say something? What's going on, Luke?
Yeah, I have 2 pieces of developing news.
Okay.
Number one, Andrew Filipponi I think they just call him the Pony.
Yeah.
He will be joining us in 5 minutes.
Oh,
at 5:30.
Beautiful. All right.
He was tweeting about Brandon Ayuk and how Steelers fans should keep an eye on him.
He said said 2 hours ago there is movement on the Steelers 49ers front. Okay, that's great.
We'll find out what that means in 5 minutes. The other part is Carter Chickering. You guys meet Carter?
Yes, we've met. Hi, Carter.
The great Carter Chickering.
You have to turn your mic on.
Hello, everyone.
Kid.
Hi,
He's a
Carter.
new producer around here for those listening outside this building. And something happened earlier in very early parts of our show. Matt Nahagan, the boss, who broke the news earlier, gave Carter a job. And at about 2:30, as we were transitioning into our show, the job that he gave Carter was listen to our station in Pittsburgh. I think it's 97.3.
93.7.
93.7. Hear what they are talking about, and if there's anything interesting, cut it and bring it to Willard and Dibbs.
Okay.
So I'm going to, instead of, clearly there's been nothing interesting because we haven't played anything. Carter's been gone for 3 hours now.
I have breaking news that I've listened to 3 hours of Pittsburgh radio.
Are you okay?
And no developments at all.
Okay.
Tell us what they have been talking about,
right.
Carter,
By the way, real quick, before you do that, because I like this is theater of the mind, and I want to let people know that as we're sitting here talking about offensive linemen, Carter looks like one of them. What round did you go in over the weekend, Carter, who you are 6'9", and no, actually, go ahead. Height and weight. What are you, Carter?
Bona fides.
I'm 6'8", 300 pounds, and I was bummed my name wasn't called. Over the weekend.
Oh, my God.
Did you get any pre-draft workouts?
Yeah. You think I was kidding. 6'8", 3 bills, and you're just staring at us, totally intimidating.
Yeah.
But you also look like an offensive lineman because you just have that aw shucks look about you.
And positional flexibility. You can put him in guard. You can also put him at center.
Or in Pittsburgh. You can put him in Pittsburgh.
For 3 hours of listening
All
to
right.
Pittsburgh.
So what'd you find out?
We have not learned a thing of Brandon Ayuk's development or Debo in Pittsburgh.
Nothing.
But the people like the draft out there in Pittsburgh.
Well, yeah, because they're Steelers fans.
Yes.
They like everything. All right. So was it good radio or was it a crappy show?
It was all right.
All right.
They're just talking about the draft, nothing else.
Moral of the story, they don't care about Brandon Ayuk.
Well, their employees sure do.
Well, we're going to talk to the one that seemingly has the info on him very soon.
Is this the same, Andrew?
Pony.
Yeah.
You want to give out his number? You want to see if it's the same one?
Well, just what area code? What area code?
Please hold. Oh, 315.
315. Yeah. I talk to Andrew all the time.
Congrats.
Yeah. No, I know
you get
this
to
guy.
talk to him again.
I know. He's a good dude. Okay. I'm excited. Good job
bloop,
getting
Grandy,
Andrew.
give him a bloop real quick. I know you didn't hear it because my mic's on.
Thank you. Thank you. And hey, Carter, welcome to the team.
Thank you.
I will come up with a new city for you to listen to tomorrow. It'll be wonderful.
Cannot wait.
Yeah, exactly. Go find out what they're saying in Honolulu. I want to know Honolulu's sports number one sports station. Let's go. I want to know. Let's go to Roy in San Leandro. Hi, Roy. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? How you doing?
We're good, Roy. How are you?
Good. Not too bad. Hey, look, I just wanted to chime in about the 49ers draft. I think the 49ers, I'm like that guy before me, not the one you guys finished talking to, but the other one. They did pretty good on offense. They did get one guard. We don't know how he going to turn out, but those wide receivers, they really look good. But what concerned me is on defense. I mean, because what's that guy's name? The big guy they got from Stanford, and the 49ers released him. I can't think his
Solomon
name.
Thomas?
No, not Thomas. The other one. He was real important there for the fixture.
You might be talking. He wasn't from Stanford. Are you talking about Eric Armstead?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Oregon. That was Oregon. That was Oregon. But if you're just trying to take Grandy off, we love it.
Okay, but what I'm saying though is that because you got to remember toward the end of last season, the 49ers got a little exposed because see those running backs for those Green Bay and Detroit, they ran past the 49ers.
Yeah, but Eric Armstead, Eric was Roy. We got to run, but Eric was back in by then. Eric was missing pretty much throughout the month of December. I think that was a big part of it. He had a hard time staying healthy, so that was a big part of that move on. All right. This is fun. I've gotten to go on his show before. Now he gets to do it with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Andrew Filipponi, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. Andrew, how you doing today?
Mark, Dibbs, I'm having fun because what happens here is the draft is amazing. It's A's across the board. Your boy Baldinger just saying that we've knocked it out of the park. What a draft. And then Birdie start chirping about the 49ers and the wide receiver trade front not being a dead issue. So even better because this is burning embers, hot burning embers here, and it's got my attention. Well, so, yeah, things are great.
Yeah, Andrew, why don't you tell our audience what you're hearing?
Well, Bryant McFadden, who played for the Steelers and now works at CBS Sports, sent out a tweet this afternoon and said, hey, Omar Khan, he's still working. I'm expecting a significant playmaker lands with the Steelers. So I've got a pretty good relationship with Bryant. His cousin is Patrick Peterson. So I'm thinking, all right, B-Mac, yeah, your cousin's going to the Hall of Fame, but he ain't a significant playmaker anymore. So you're kind of getting us excited about a guy that was great back in the day, but isn't very good anymore. He's coming back to the Steelers, fine and dandy, whatever. And I text him, and he says, no, it has nothing to do with him. He's actually not re-signing. So, okay, well, what's going on? Well, they're talking wide receiver moves. So that happens, and I immediately start texting people that I know and reaching out and everything else. And it comes back to me that it's the 49ers again. And I had heard on Friday that the Steelers and Niners had talked about Samuel, and that it basically didn't get very far because San Francisco wanted a first-round pick back from Debo on Friday, and the Steelers were just not going to meet that asking price. So I kind of thought it was done. We'd heard everything about Ayuk, the 49ers not wanting to trade him. But today, I'm getting the impression right now, boys, that they've talked, and I originally thought it was about Samuel maybe 2 or 3 hours ago, but now the sense I'm getting is it might be about Ayuk again. So hopefully that caught you up to speed. That was a long answer. Sorry.
It's a great answer. And, out here, the people that we've been able to talk to are saying that it's a non-starter and there's really nothing going on that front. But just entertaining this as a possibility, what would Pittsburgh be willing to part with in terms of not only draft picks, but player compensation as well?
Yeah, just to address the first part of that, it's interesting because every time one of these rumors starts back up, somebody leaks to a 49ers source that there's nothing going on. And then John Lynch makes a public display of saying, no, we like this guy or that guy, there's nothing happening. And then 48 hours or so go by, and it pops back up again. So it's interesting the way that this story has evolved over and over again over the last few weeks. To address the second part of what you said there, Dibs, like, what do I think they'd give up? Well, I know that for Ayuk before the draft, and they hadn't really had any serious conversations with the 49ers at all, but they were going through their hypotheticals and the kind of things that might come up during the next couple of weeks and pros and cons of certain players and trades and free agent signings and whatnot. And I know that they at least talked about a 2025 first-round pick. And I know that there are people within the organization that would have traded or would really want to trade or consider trading a first-round pick, the 2025 first-round pick for Ayuk. And that was before the draft. They were going to trade next. They were considering trading next year's first for Ayuk before the draft started on Thursday. I don't think they'd give up a first-round pick for Debo. I think that would be more of a second or third-round pick thing. Maybe they would throw a player in, a guy that's either a starter now or maybe projects as a starter who's younger. I think that's a possibility. I think both guys, there's definite reason to think that they would be interested in either one of those guys. So that's where we're at right now. I know at one point they were at least considering, if the 49ers wanted to really talk deal, parting with a 2025 first-round pick for Ayuk specifically.
We're talking with Andrew Filipponi, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, where rumors are persisting with regard to the Niners parting with one of their starting wide receivers. So, Andrew, are you telling me that the conversations that have admittedly happened last week on Thursday were not about a first-round pick on that day? They were already talking about 2025.
I was given no indication that the Steelers were willing to trade the 20th pick in last week's draft to the 49ers for either wide receiver. I can't confirm on my end if San Francisco asked for that. I know when first-round picks have come up for Samuel, at least I knew on Friday, when they were talking first-round pick, that would have, I guess, been next year's first-round pick. The Steelers didn't want to do that for Samuel. That's what I heard. I did not hear that they were even willing to trade the 20th pick, who ended up being Fautanu, the offensive tackle from Washington. I don't think they were going to trade that pick for Ayuk no matter what. So I know that in the last 24 hours, they've at least talked. I don't know if it's been like a real, let's put offers and stuff like that on the table and have a real serious conversation, or if they've just been taking each other's temperature now that the draft is over to see where everybody's at, with where the Ayuk contract negotiations are at, who they're more willing to trade. Beats me. But all indications I have is that they're at least communicating again about maybe making something happen.
Where is Pittsburgh cap-wise as far as the ability to absorb a $25+ million a year deal?
I mean, that's a great question. And so the reason why this is percolated and picked up so much steam here is because literally hours before the draft, the Steelers restructured Alex Highsmith's contract. So he's their other outside linebacker next to Watt, and they moved money around before the draft. And that, I think, set off alarm bells like, okay, why would they do that? The timing of that now, they could have waited until after the draft. That just seemed like a big coincidence to do it, as these rumors and reports, not just about Ayuk and Samuel, but Cortland Sutton, too, was out there, some other things. And then, look, man, they've got two quarterbacks that are making a combined $5 million. They've got Russell Wilson on the vet minimum, and they've got Justin Fields on the last year of his rookie contract. So they're good with cap space now. They can make this deal. When people were asking me about Ayuk weeks ago, I said to them, they wouldn't even consider calling the 49ers unless they thought they could fit Ayuk's contract and contract demands under their salary cap. I think they're prepared to spend $27-28 million a year on the right receiver. I think they're also prepared, if they can make it work, to take Samuel's contract, which I know is less. So they're just desperate for another wide receiver, guys. They did not get one in the draft until the 3rd round. It's Roman Wilson, and he's more of a slot guy. They need another outside receiver, and I think a lot of the things they're trying to do, following the footsteps and the blueprint of what the Eagles did to get to an NFC championship with a cheap quarterback, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and they've got guys in this organization like their assistant GM who came over from Philadelphia and are very familiar with the way they built the championship caliber roster.
Andrew, so you're saying that if this were to happen, it's almost definitely for draft pick compensation. You don't see a player-for-player situation? Because I sort of feel like if the Niners do this, they need a veteran receiver then.
Yeah, well, you're not getting them. You're not getting it here. I mean, we're slim pickings. You got George Pickens, and then really nothing else. It's slot guys. Quez Watkins, Van Jefferson came over. I mean, they're not going to be able to help you. I mean, guys, the only player who I can think of, and this is me not reporting anything or saying I've got this from anybody, but if you're looking for another pass catcher, they've got Freiermuth, who acts almost like a slot receiver, a tight end going into the last year of his contract, who's a former 2nd-round pick. I mean, maybe somebody like that. I don't know on the defensive side of the ball. They've got a couple of young guys that are backups that could probably start on other teams. Herbig, an outside linebacker behind Highsmith and Watt, is probably good enough to start for a lot of teams, but is just blocked by the 2 guys here. So I'm not sure. I mean, the 49ers have such a stacked roster. I can't think of many guys who the Steelers would be willing to part with in a player-for-player swap that would make sense for you guys on your end. So maybe it won't work out, but I know that the Steelers are trying to make it work. They might hit a dead end or get rejected, but it's not going to be out of a lack of effort on the Steelers' part.
Really interesting stuff. Andrew, thank you. And something tells me there's a decent chance we're going to be calling again as this thing unfolds.
All right. Willard, Dibs, thanks, guys. Be well.
All right. You too. Brother. Andrew Filipponi, 93.7 The Fan.
I mean, T.J. Watt, we'd take T.J. Watt if they wanted to cough him up.
Yeah.
Freiermuth is an interesting name because...
Not a bad one.
Good receiver and that positional versatility that we talk about.
And people wanted another tight end. Well...
There you go.
There he'd be.
That's another tight end.
Yeah.
And that would offset the loss of Ayuk in the pass-catching department a little bit. I know you're not thrilled about even talking about this.
Super down on this idea. But anyway, we're sponsored by the Order of Malta Clinic. We can react to that more, as can you. Coming up next, Willard and Dibs.
Losing your...
Ips on 95.7 The Game.
Interesting development in the series between the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics. Kristaps Porzingis is done for the day. There are some reports of him simply rolling an ankle. They're calling it calf tightness. He's done for the day. Ooh. I'm looking at the injury right now.
I am too.
And listen, I have no idea.
Kobe.
I'm no doctor, but that's what an Achilles looks like when it happens. That's kind of what an Achilles looks like when it happens.
Dre Greenlaw.
I have no idea if that's the actual.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that didn't happen.
Didn't look good.
He didn't roll his ankle.
No.
There was no ankle roll. It was a step. It was a little Sierra 1-2 step, and then he pulls up, and the hand immediately goes up.
Bonte just tweeted right after the injury. He didn't specifically say it was about the injury, but I'm betting. He goes, would it surprise anyone if the Knicks were hosting games at Madison Square Garden in June?
Ooh. Vague, yet pointed.
If the Celtics go out, who's next? The Bucks are going to go out, right? And again, the Celtics are still a very strong team, but if they were to lose Porzingis for a significant period of time, that is a significant loss.
Yes.
And we already know that the Milwaukee Bucks, it looks like it's likely tomorrow that they're going to face elimination without their two stars. That's what it sounds like.
Also with calf issues.
Correct. At least
maybe that's
Giannis's
a question
case,
that we can get into a whole thing with Dr. Nirav Pandya tomorrow about the state of the calf in modern American sports.
It's the pitch clock, Tibbs. You can't be. Right. You cannot hold your calf together in the pitch clock era.
Greenlaw, Giannis, Dame, and now Porzingis, the Achilles, the calf. I mean, are we neglecting leg day here as a society?
Oh, I'm also watching Porzingis all the way to the locker room, and sometimes that facial expression tells you the whole story.
Yeah,
a player knows when he's dinged, and a player knows when he is hurt, and he looks very, very frustrated.
Yeah,
interesting. Yeah. Do we have Doc tomorrow? Are we doing Doc tomorrow? Yep, that's a thumbs up. We got Doc tomorrow.
All right. Prep him on calves and Achilles. We'll get into it.
We will. Gosh, an interesting time, right? So tonight could be the end of the Lakers. The Giants will be starting a series at Fenway Park.
Pretty fun.
Tomorrow.
Have you been there, Fenway?
I have not even been to Boston.
Really?
Probably the American city that somehow has missed my movement, and I want to go.
Yeah.
I want to go so bad. I've never been to Boston.
Yeah. I was in Boston for about 4 hours, so I don't even know if I counted.
How'd it go for you?
Phenomenal.
Did you like those apples?
I had it was on my ill-fated drive. I drove from Baltimore to Vermont in search of love. Got there.
Of course, that story.
That story. So after I left South Royalton, Vermont, I had a flight out of Boston a day later. So I got to Boston early, pre-9/11. So you take your bag and you put it in one of those lockers they used to have in the airport.
Major bag alert.
So put my bag in the locker, jumped on the train, and I wanted to go to the Boston Garden to at least see it. I get to the Garden and they're letting some employee in or some interviewee in. So I follow them in, broke away, and gave myself a guided tour of Boston Garden.
You're kidding.
No.
You broke into the garden?
Broke into the garden.
It's amazing.
Next thing you know, I'm down on the parquet floor and just checking it out. And then security was probably getting summoned. And so I slipped back out. And then back on the train, back to the airport. So I haven't really been to Boston either.
But you never did Fenway Park?
No, I had about a 3 or 4 hour window.
Okay.
So instead of sitting in the airport, which now, you'd have to because of the variable of TSA, you don't want to get caught. But back then, you could just walk in and out of an airport.
It's interesting. Whitley, earlier we were doing some videos, and one of the questions she asked me is, what's the best venue you've ever been for sport? And I might have given her a very recency bias, circumstantial answer. Like I said, first and foremost, for me in sports, there's nothing prettier than Oracle Park. There's just like that to me, that setting, but that's also bias, and my relationship with it is completely different than any other stadium in sport. So I immediately kicked into, so what out of town really grabbed my attention? And I went, I tell you what, I've only been there once, but my goodness, the job they did with this stadium, combined with the low prices of food and drink there, combined with the fact that there are a ton of casinos right outside, I was like, I love Allegiant Stadium in Vegas. Loved it. Like, it was an incredible experience. But the further I get away from that answer, I'm like, that can't be the best venue I've ever been to.
Right.
So that was a recency biased answer. But anyway, when we were done talking about it, she goes, you ever been to Fenway? And I'm like, no. Stop making me jealous.
Totally.
So we're going to have to put that on the list here sometime soon.
I'm going to have to do the same. My answer to Whitley was typically nuanced, and it's a venue that takes center stage this Saturday for about 2 minutes of our life.
Okay.
First Saturday in May, Mark.
Oh.
The Twin Spires of Churchill Downs.
You went to Downs.
Went to the Downs with my old man, rest in peace, Dwayne Dibley, my brothers Mike and Doug, the 2010 Derby, 109,000 people. Fantastic.
Okay.
It's a great venue.
Not bad.
Took a little different turn. I could have Wrigley or,
I've done
Wrigley's a good one.
Wrigley's amazing. I've done Soldier Field. We've handled Chicago. Yeah. I've got Chicago covered. Never been to Boston. And not much of a horse racing guy. Looks like people wear really weird hats there.
The ladies do, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of weird hats. But anyway, whatever.
We all like to bet, right? And so
we do.
When you're betting on animals. The human being is an animal.
Yes, they
So
are.
for me, the only thing better than betting on animals is animals riding other animals. If I can bet on animals riding animals, I'm in.
I'd like to bet on Nikola Jokic to ride LeBron James tonight. I can tell you that
You better be careful.
Nope.
6.5.
Nope, I'm saying it. Actually, yeah. Do I have time?
Yeah, the game's not until 7.
Just do this right now while we're here. How much you want me to bet?
I go half a unit.
What's a unit?
For you, $20.
You only want me to go 10? $10? That's not even gonna make this fun.
And put a 50 on it. Well, 50 burger.
All right, take it easy.
Major bag.
Actually, I waited it out and I got an extra half point, Dibs. It's down to 6.
Down to 6, okay.
Yeah, it's down to 6.
And Boston up 22, even without Porzingis. So.
Oh, yeah. They're Boston. They're fantastic. They're going to kick the Heat's you-know-what. All they needed to do was get that little cage rattler the other day, and they're like, oh, you're going to play in this series? We're tied 1-1? You stole one in our building? That's the end of that. You're adorable.
Yeah.
And you're out. Boston's fantastic, man. But, yeah, this is not – I want to be careful here. This is not a I think it's going to go this way. This is a I want it to go this way bet. I'm all in. Do we know on Jamal Murray yet, Grandy?
Game time decision.
GTD. Not GPD, Grandpa Daddy.
And the number's coming down, huh?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. We're doing it.
I like it.
We're doing it.
One just quick NFL aside, because you and I talked about it during the break, because I get excited for all things NFL, as do you, as does everybody. Mm-hmm. Looks like, and this is unofficial, but the NFL schedule likely to be released a week from Thursday. It's traditionally right around that second Thursday of May. May 9th could be the day.
Yeah.
We're talking about 10 days, my brother, and then we can really start to sink our teeth into the Niners schedule.
I am going to take that day off, is what I'm going to do.
I got them at 11-6, Mark. You're not taking it off. You love the win-loss game.
I'm not going to take it off. Grandy, what are you starting with? What are you doing? What's happening tonight?
Baldy on the morning roast.
Okay.
He was great.
All right. Yeah, he was good. I've heard some of it. Then what else? What else? Promote the whole thing. Come on. What else?
Baldy was on for a whole hour. It might just be all Baldy.
Play all
He's
Baldy.
mailing it. It's a mail-it-in Monday for Grandy.
I mean, it's Baldy. It's off-season Baldy. How can you
love Baldy
anywhere else?
Just ignoring afternoon drive all evening long. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Well, I tell you what, here he comes, everybody. It's Mark Grandy with the best of the game, also known as the best of Baldy. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. A lot of fun today. Hopefully Brandon Ayuk is not a Steeler by tomorrow. Hopefully the Giants are working on their Boston accent. And hopefully the Lakers are joining the Warriors fishing here in a few hours.
The end of LeBron James in L.A. starts now.
Let's do it, man. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, yeah.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
It's Truck Month at your local Ram dealer with great deals on trucks that work hard, play hard, and break every rule on what a truck should be. Right now, qualified commercial customers get $3,500 total bonus cash allowance on the 2024 Ram, $2,500 and $3,500 tradesman crew cab. Don't miss Ram Truck Month. Go to ram.com to find your local Ram dealer today and take advantage of this great offer. Must show proof of eligible commercial business. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by April 30th, 2024. Ram is a registered trademark.
Hey, it's Willard for La Garza Summer Camps. This is a great option for your kids this summer. My son Jude did it last summer. Absolutely loved it. Tons of fun with all kinds of options. You can pick specific sports. You can do all sports. Cooking, science. They can go in a bunch of different directions. The kids are absolutely going to love their coaches. And there are theme days every day of the week, like Motivational Monday, Gatorade Tuesday, Wacky Wednesday. They will come home happy and tired. Make this summer one they won't forget. LaGarzaSports.com.